Plundering the Heavens chapter 1436 to chapter 1496. Near the center of Xianxia city and slightly southeast, there was a huge teleportation formation. That was the place where the loose immortals from the azure mysterious heaven realm who were participating in the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Assembly would be teleported to the floating heaven realm. Because this kind of teleportation formation needed to teleport too far, across many heaven realms, and the number of people needed to be teleported was too great. Moreover, the strength of the people needed to be teleported was uneven, so the difficulty increased exponentially. It was really an extremely huge project. The construction of Xianxia city had already started 3 years ago, and it had just been completed a month ago. At this moment, it was like a huge door erected in the sky of Xianxia city, facing the road where Fangxing was at, about 300 miles away. At this moment, Fangxing was holding the little blind girl with one hand, and a lotus appeared under his feet, and he rushed towards the huge teleportation formation. His way of doing things simply made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Did this guy know what he was doing? Did he want to force his way to the teleportation formation with his own strength? Ridiculous. The elder of Xianxia city, who was in charge of the situation outside the city before, saw that Taoist Xuanji was instantly defeated by Fangxing, and an unconcealable shock appeared on his face. But very soon, he did not know whether to laugh or cry because of Fangxing's intention, and his face even revealed a kind of disdain and anger towards his childish behavior. His figure suddenly rose into the sky, and then he shouted, "Capture this person at all costs." Boom! This loud shout instantly spread throughout the entire city through some kind of formation in Upper Xian city, notifying all the immortal soldiers in the array formation, and also at this moment, in all directions of the whole Xianxia city, immortal soldiers in different formations rose into the sky. Some were riding on clouds, some were riding on magical beasts and spiritual birds, some were holding spears, some were holding various kinds of strange magic weapons, and some were rushing from afar, and some were simply guarding this side of the road. The only difference was that at the same time, they all stared at Fangxing, who was on the road. Humph. I don't know where this wild cultivator came from, but he dares to behave atrociously in Upper Mystery City? Fellow Taoists, let's attack as well. Even Taoist Master Profound Ji's old friends couldn't restrain their anger after rescuing him. At this moment, Taoist Master Profound Ji was in a terrible state. His body was directly smashed, and his head was almost like a rotten watermelon. His divine soul was also wounded by a powerful force. Even though he had an immortal life and this kind of injury wouldn't kill him and he could always recover, it would require an unknown amount of spirit medicines and time. More importantly, Taoist Master Profound Ji's reputation would be ruined, and his position as the lord of a prefecture would be in danger. Enraged, they roared at the same time and attacked. Firstly, it was to help Taoist Xuanji vent his anger. Secondly, at this time, the rogue cultivator actually dared to cause a ruckus in Upper Xian city. If they were to capture him, it would be a great merit. However, after they chased after him, they discovered to their embarrassment. I can't catch up. That rogue cultivator's speed was simply too fast. Like a bolt of lightning, he instantly flew dozens of miles away. There was no doubt that if it wasn't for the terrifying force suppressing him in Upper Mystery City, he would be able to rush to the front of the great array in an instant. There's someone blocking the way in front. Let's catch up and kill him. These people were all knowledgeable experts. Even though they were surprised, they quickly reacted and rushed out with a loud roar. Upper Mystery City was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The security was even tighter, so what if he was fast, wanting to rush to the front of the great array with his speed? That was simply a dream. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in front of Fangxing, there was a rain of arrows whistling towards him. Each arrow had the power to split mountains and split stars. It was a group of immortal soldiers in front of him. They held immortal bows in their hands, and their arrows were like a line. They didn't aim to kill Fangxing, but to force him to retreat. In the current situation, if Fangxing slowed down even a little, he would immediately be entangled by various experts, and he would definitely die. Facing such a rain of arrows, even a righteous immortal wouldn't dare to charge head-on. They would have to turn around and dodge. It was just like how a martial arts expert wouldn't dare to charge head-on in the face of a rain of arrows in a military formation. However, at this moment, Fangxing didn't have any intention of slowing down in the face of the dense rain of arrows. Instead, he charged head-on, as if he was committing suicide under the rain of arrows. "Don't hurt the little girl in his arms," some immortal generals noticed that something was wrong and subconsciously shouted. However, everything happened too quickly. How could those immortal soldiers take back the arrows that they had already shot? Under the terrifying terror of Feng Xing, he also rushed to the front of the rain of arrows in an instant. "Is he courting death?" Someone shouted in horror, completely unable to understand what Feng Xing was doing, but soon, these people shut their mouths, and their eyes widened even more than rings. Whoosh! After charging into the rain of arrows, Feng Xing threw little blind girl behind him, and then waved his sleeves. At the same time, the sleeves began to swell, and an indescribable power emerged from the sleeves. All the arrows actually lost their aim at this moment. Like nails attracted by a powerful magnet, they were all sucked into Feng Xing's sleeves and disappeared. The entire sky became clear for a moment. Is that the world in the sleeve magical power? Many people were shocked by the scene, and they shouted in disbelief, "How can he cultivate to this level?" In the heaven realm of Xianxia, there were many experts who cultivated the world in the sleeve magical power, and there were also many who cultivated it to an extremely high level. However, it was really rare to see someone like him who could subdue the rain of arrows without batting an eyelid. More importantly, did he not need to slow down a little when he used such a profound magical power so that he could have the leisure to use his magical power? Whoosh! Feng Xing's speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, he had already rushed to the front of the row of celestial soldiers, not giving them a chance to release a second wave of sword rain. These celestial soldiers who were good at long-range attacks were shocked and wanted to escape subconsciously. Unfortunately, in front of a monster like Feng Xing, there was no time for them to escape. Just as this thought came to mind, he had already rushed through the crowd, and without any extra movements, he directly smashed more than a dozen celestial soldiers with just his physical strength. The remaining dozens of celestial soldiers were also destroyed by the celestial wind brought by his figure, and it was a mess. Whoosh! Moving like lightning, he instantly broke through the group of celestial soldiers, and his figure had already rushed 100 miles away. Which madman dares to behave atrociously in Xianxia City? Suddenly, in the void in front of him, 4 or 5 celestial generals in full armor rushed out. All of them were combat cultivators, and their chi was vigorous. Although they were not righteous immortals, their attainments in martial arts were even stronger than Sage Xuanji's. Obviously, they had also rushed over, and with the advantage of their position, they blocked in front of Feng Xing. Knowing that they were no match for Feng Xing alone, the 5 of them joined hands and formed a simple 5 elements formation, complementing each other's strength, and directly collided with Feng Xing, with biting cold killing intent. "Ha ha ha ha, did you really not think that you would die before you blocked my way?" Feng Xing faced the 5 swift and fierce murderous intents, yet he chuckled with disdain. Then, when he rushed to 30 miles away from the 5 people, he had already stretched out his hands, and then turned one hand to the left, and the other to the right. 2 completely different forces were attracted by him, and suddenly enveloped the sky above the 5 celestial generals. When they realized that something was wrong, they were shocked to find that they were actually being suppressed by 2 tyrannical and overbearing forces, and before they could attack with their divine ability, they had fallen into a chaotic quagmire, and it was as if they were trapped in the middle of a huge stone mill. "Open!" Feng Xing's hands turned 3.5 times, and then suddenly separated. With a chi-la sound, the sky was filled with a rain of blood, and the void in front of him was suddenly torn apart by him. The 5 celestial generals, who were trapped in the middle of the chaos, were also directly turned into a rain of blood as the space was torn apart. It was difficult to describe the blood and cruelty of this divine ability. It was unknown how many people did not even dare to look directly at the flesh fragments scattered on the ground. This body is not bad to use the power of the divine ability, Feng Xing thought to himself, and did not stop moving. He laughed, and waved his hand to sweep away the hazy mist of blood in the air. What he had just used was the great yin-yang millstone driven by the supreme chi scripture, and there were also some other divine abilities that he could change at will. He was quite excited that he succeeded in one go. After all, after possessing the body of an emperor, his physical strength was naturally many times stronger, but the power of the divine ability was not something that could be cultivated back in a short time, and it was more smooth to use his own physical body to cast the divine ability. This was also a small problem after the possession. After all, there were gains and losses. And after casually tearing apart the 5 celestial generals blocking the way, Fang Xing's figure shook the wind and clouds, and the cloak behind him was bright red. He suddenly jumped into the air, and directly crossed a palace with a step, and was less than 100 miles away from the teleportation formation. Could it be that he will really rush to the front of the teleportation formation? The countless experts chasing after him were all shocked. With their cultivation, they actually couldn't catch up to him. Haha, since the remnants of immortal King Xianxia were driven away 300 years ago, no one dared to cause trouble in this Xianxia city. However, just when Fang Xing could clearly see the huge teleportation portal, and it seemed that he would be able to rush into the teleportation portal with just one more breath, a few relaxed laughter suddenly rang out above his head. Subsequently, under the shocked gazes of countless people, 3 old men appeared in midair unhurriedly. They wore smiles on their faces as they looked down with interest. The aura of their bodies did not seem very strong, but when their gazes fell, Fang Xing actually felt as if he was being pressed down by a mountain. He, who was about to rush to the teleportation formation in one breath, suddenly stopped, and behind him, countless experts who were madly chasing him also immediately stopped. Everyone's eyes were extremely shocked. Looking at the 3 old men, they hurriedly tidied up their clothes and bowed to salute. The 3 primordial Unity Supreme Immortals guarding Xianxia City have actually appeared? It's all thanks to the 3 Tai elders. Otherwise, wouldn't he have escaped to the portal? In the distance, the upright immortals who came from all directions felt a lingering fear. To be honest, there were many experts in Xianxia City. Not to mention the experts in the city, there were dozens of upright immortals who came to Xianxia City for the gathering of immortals. After all, the heaven of Xianxia was vast, with 9 prefectures and 81 prefectures. According to the rules set by the immortal emperor, each prefecture should be ruled by an upright immortal. Although there were some special cases, it could be guaranteed that most of the governors of the prefectures were experienced upright immortals like Immortal Xuanji, and such existences were extremely terrifying. How many of them could Fang Xing fight? The reason why he rushed all the way here, even to the point where he was less than 100 miles away from the portal, was that his speed was too fast, and he had no time to prepare. Moreover, he had endless tricks up his sleeves, and the defensive immortal soldiers could not stop him, but now it was different. As soon as the 3 Tai immortals appeared, they had already intimidated Fang Xing without even making a move. And as soon as Fang Xing stopped, he was immediately surrounded by a group of upright immortals who rushed from behind him. For a moment, there were no less than a dozen figures with dense qi in the air, and many more were rushing from afar. How dare you? Hand over the man and accept your death. Immortal Xuanji's good friend, Taoist Xianxia, shouted, and several people echoed him. Ignorant boy, how dare you make trouble in Xianxia City? Let's see how you escape today. Oh, he's not weak. Could he be a remnant of Xianxia? This time, we have to interrogate him properly. The group of upright immortals shouted in a low voice, and there was a hint of disdain in their smiles. Behind them, the surrounding military formation rumbled, and no one knew how many teams of immortal soldiers had rushed over. The void had been surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, from the sky to the ground. Not to mention Fang Xing, even a fly could not fly out. The mighty soldiers and experts were as numerous as the clouds. The aura they exuded was simply suffocating. Even a golden celestial of the great firmament would have a headache dealing with this, let alone a false immortal who surpassed the first stage. Under such layers of encirclement, there weren't many people who could laugh. Fang Xing was smiling as he put little blind girl down from his back. He wiped away the snot on her face because she was running too fast. Then, he glanced at the dense crowd around him and said with a wry smile, "It's like killing a hornet's nest. Kid, hand over that sinner immortal remnant, and you might have a chance to reincarnate." Daoist Xianxiang was the first one to step forward, perhaps in order to impress the 3 primordial unity elders of Xianxia City. "I've already said that he's mine. How can I hand him over so easily?" Fang Xing let out a long sigh, looked back slowly and said softly, "You're courting death." Daoist Xianxiang's expression changed abruptly, and his cultivation base surged forth, almost taking on a physical form. A purple aura surged forth, and it actually looked like a giant python, coiling in the air. Then, it suddenly opened its mouth wide and viciously swallowed Fang Xing. Boom! At this critical moment, Fang Xing raised his palm, and a surging divine light appeared in his palm. With a rumble, he slapped the giant python's head away, but his robe also fluttered, and his green armor rattled. However, before he could steady himself, Taoist Master Hongguang, who was standing next to him coldly, also saw an opportunity. He grimly took out a golden pestle and smashed it toward Fangxing's waist. As if he also felt that his attack was not very honorable, he deliberately shouted coldly, "There's no need to be polite to such a lawless madman. Let's attack together." Smack, Fangxing hurriedly turned around and slapped the vicious pestle away. His eyes turned cold, and a fierce intent rose in his chest. Suddenly, he roared and hit Taoist Master Hongguang heavily. "Cut the crap. Let's attack together. You're really brave. Even at this time, you're still stubbornly resisting. Kill him." Taoist Master Hongguang was also a little surprised. He hurriedly raised his golden pestle and took the attack head-on. However, the impact made his blood boil, and he was forced to retreat a full 1,000 feet before he managed to neutralize the force of the palm. Feeling ashamed and angry, he lost face in front of his colleagues and the 3 primordial unity supreme immortals of Upper Xian City. Gritting his teeth, he swung the golden pestle and rushed forward again, shouting angrily at the same time. "Fellow Taoists, let's attack together." This boy was originally promoted by Brother Xuanji, and that's how he got his official position today. Instead of repaying his kindness, he actually offended his superiors and injured Brother Xuanji. He's worse than an animal, and his divine soul should be obliterated, and he'll never be able to reincarnate. Offend my ass. Fangxing activated the Taishang martial arts, and his martial arts were profound. The strange force was like a wave, and it rumbled toward Taoist Master Hongguang. He hated his shamelessness and wanted to beat him to death. However, he didn't expect that Taoist Master Hongguang had transformed into a giant python again and entangled him. He had no choice but to turn around and attract the dazzling lightning to hit the giant python again. Then, he stepped on the carefree body movement and mysteriously dodged Taoist Master Hongguang's pestle. His body flew in the air and directly stomped down. "Haha, you don't know what's good for you. You really don't know what's good for you." Before his foot landed on Taoist Master Hongguang, there was a terrible murderous aura coming from the side. It was a genuine immortal who looked like a scholar and held an ancient sword, and a middle-aged woman who held a fire dragon whip and rolled up a sky full of ghost fire. They joined the battle from the left and right. Apparently, they were also immortals, but it was unknown which region they ruled. At this time, they seemed to want to take credit for themselves, and they couldn't wait to attack. Good, good, good. Let's see who's courting death. If it were others, they would have lost the courage to resist in the face of so many masters. However, Fangxing became more and more courageous as he fought. In his mind, he thought of the fierce battle between the great golden crow and the others in the starry sky. He thought to himself, am I really no match for them now? He had to have a good fight. For a moment, he couldn't care about anything else. His amazing physical strength was completely unleashed, and the Taishang martial arts, under the drive of his heroic spirit, clearly displayed many exquisite skills that he didn't usually have. The ancient sword was extremely mysterious. It pierced through Fangxing's golden armor, but it was locked by his strong physical body after only 3 inches into his flesh. Then, he waved his hand to hold the ancient sword, and actually pushed it into the depths of his physical body to pull the scholar over. This fierce chi scared the scholar. Looking at the big hand coming toward him, he hurriedly abandoned the sword and flew backward. Fangxing didn't have time to catch up, and the golden pestle smashed at his left waist. At the same time, the immortal wind rippled behind his back, and the fire dragon whip also followed. Spin, spin, spin. Fangxing shouted loudly. His figure was like a spinning top as he spun in the air, and he took the opportunity to dodge the fire dragon whip. After that, he grabbed the golden pestle and roared with all his strength, and he actually seized it as well. After that, he turned around and smashed it towards the middle-aged woman's head. Hiss, the middle-aged woman was shocked. She hurriedly turned around and dodged the pestle, but half of her face was swept off, and it was bloody and terrifying. Ha 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 ha, seeing the blood, Fangxing's fighting spirit surged. His chest was filled with lofty sentiments, and he rushed toward them. You dare to call yourself an immortal with such weak strength? Rumble, The monstrous battle was actually revealed under the heavy encirclement of immortal soldiers. Fang Xing was wearing golden armor, carrying a blood-red cloak, and holding two weapons that no one knew where he got them from. In his left hand was the golden pestle, and in his right hand was the bronze sword. With a fierce aura, he fought against all the immortal soldiers. Just the fierce wind caused by this fierce battle had already destroyed the surrounding immortal soldiers, and the space within the encirclement grew larger and larger. More and more immortals joined in, and Fang Xing actually became more and more courageous as he fought. Why is this person so difficult to deal with? This was a strange battle, and even the immortals who besieged Fang Xing felt strange. Their cultivation levels were obviously much higher than that guy, and now they even had the advantage in numbers, but they still couldn't control him. At times, they felt that he was already at the end of his rope, and it seemed like he would be defeated in the next breath. Yet, with his violent physical strength, he could always turn the danger into safety, and this made the group of immortals not dare to get too close to him, and face his seemingly endless and tyrannical strength. In terms of cultivation level and divine power, they were not afraid of him, but in terms of physical strength, no one dared to face him head-on. In their hearts, they had to admit that it was not a coincidence that perfected Xuanji was defeated with one punch. It was not because perfected Xuanji was too useless, but because his physical strength was too strong. Not to mention immortals, his physical strength could be said to have surpassed that of a primordial unity supreme immortal, and reached an abnormal level. It was precisely because of this that even though they'd suppressed Fang Xing, they'd actually been unable to capture him for so long, and no one dared to enter into a fierce battle with him. They could only maintain their distance from Fang Xing and execute various divine abilities to ceaselessly restrain him. They were like a group of experienced hunters with bows, arrows, and ropes, patiently dealing with strong and crazy prey. It could not be said that this method was wrong, but using this method made it seem that their momentum was not enough. Because of this, all the cultivators in Upper Xian City, as well as the itinerant immortals who were preparing to participate in the Heaven Immortal Gathering, saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. A tall young man wearing dazzling golden armor and a cloak that fluttered like clouds. He was clearly only a false immortal, but under the siege of a group of immortals, he did not lose for a long time, and instead fought to his heart's content, dashing left and right in the air, and no one dared to face him head-on. Every immortal who was targeted by him and tried to approach him would be so frightened that their expressions changed drastically, and they would hastily retreat as if they were avoiding a ferocious demon. I will fight all the immortals alone, and leave my name in the world. As the battle raged, Fang Xing laughed and pointed his sword in all directions. Which immortal has the guts? Come here. This young man is extraordinary. I can't believe he has such an ability. The three primordial unity supreme immortals of Xianxia City didn't make any moves. Instead, they watched the battle with great interest, as if they were watching a good show. However, when they saw Fang Xing became more and more courageous as he fought and pointed his sword in all directions, the smiles on their old faces gradually disappeared, replaced by a kind of horror. After watching the battle in silence for a while, a bald old man couldn't help but say, it would be fine if he could really fight against immortals as a false immortal. But now, under the siege of so many immortals, he is still undefeated. Instead, his momentum is becoming more and more fierce. This kind of foundation is not something that an ordinary aristocratic family can have. Oh, he can't win this battle. His strange strength is so horrible that people can't get close to him, but he will lose sooner or later. Another old man with a purple gold crown and a cold expression said in a cold voice. He can't win, but it's already very good that he can fight for so long. Next to him, a cyan-robed old Taoist echoed the bald old man, shook his head, and sighed. It's really rare to see such a talented young man. He may be weaker than the crown prince, but he is not much worse than the descendants of the upper aristocratic families or the true disciples of those ancient Taoist orthodoxies. I'm sure he is not an ordinary rogue cultivator. He must have a great background. Maybe he is a remnant of a sinful lord. When he loses later, we can spare his life for now and ask him about it. The old man with the purple gold crown snorted coldly, but didn't express his opinion. Yes, it's good to hit his arrogance and let him know that Xianxia City is not a place where he can make trouble at will. The bald old man nodded in agreement. Haha, he can't hold on for long. After all, he doesn't have an immortal life, and there is a big gap between him and the immortal life stage. The cyan-robed old Taoist smiled and shook his head gently, but didn't express his opinion. Ignorant boy, how dare you make trouble in Xianxia City and protect the descendants of the sinful lord? Is that something you can protect? You are a traitor, and you deserve to die 10,000 times. Since you have this ability, you must not be a nobody. Who are you? Quickly tell me your name. While the three old men were secretly discussing the identity of Fang Xing, the situation in the field had been further expanded. Originally, there were only 4 people besieging Fang Xing, but seeing that the 4 of them could not defeat Fang Xing, some people beside them, who had been flattering them and wanted to make such a contribution in Xianxia City, made a move, and some people also went to the little blind girl. Unexpectedly, these dignified immortals, who usually cherished their reputation and would not make a move, joined the battle and besieged Fang Xing, who was like a fierce god, so that the immortal soldiers could not intervene. Seeing this scene, the 3 elders from the upper Xian city couldn't help but shake their heads. Their expressions were somewhat ugly. We're all righteous immortals, but not only are we unable to take down a mere false immortal, we even have to rely on numbers to suppress him. The bald old man shook his head gently, unable to hide the disappointment in his eyes. The green-robed old Taoist beside him also sighed. If we really fought with our lives on the line, at most 2 people would be able to take him down, but now, he did not continue his words, but the old man with the purple gold crown and the bald old man also understood that there were already more than 10 people who had attacked, but they still allowed that kid to jump around in the battle circle. What on earth did they want to do? Did they want to embarrass the upper Xian city? After several battles, those who really dared to fight are almost all dead, but those who are good at protecting their lives and scheming are still alive. Haha, you 2 have overestimated them, asking them to fight with their lives on the line for such a small matter. Look at them now, which one of them doesn't want to protect themselves, but still wants to take the credit? The bald old man said with a sneer, and his expression was also very dissatisfied. Forget it, dragging it on is not a solution. It's better for this old man to take him down myself. The old man with the purple gold crown said coldly with a gloomy face, and slowly stepped out, his sleeves fluttering even though there was no wind. Haha, brother, and personally taking action, this kid can be considered to have made a name for himself. Behind him, the bald old man saw this, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Since this kid has such ability, he can't be a nobody. We have to investigate carefully. The green-robed old Taoist did not comment, but agreed with the purple gold crown old man's approach. The Azure Xian Domain Master ordered the 3 of us to guard this place, and according to the performance of the Immortal Ascension Assembly, the immortals will be rewarded, but I have to say that this time, the immortals' performance is really not satisfactory. Boom, the purple gold crown old man was a man of action. While the other 2 were still discussing, he had already made his move. His silhouette swayed in the air, his figure blurred, as though he had merged into one with the heavens and earth. Between the heavens and earth, his silhouette could be seen everywhere. After that, a boundless immortal might enveloped half of Upper Xian City, as though a dark cloud had enveloped the entire area. At this moment, almost everyone was stunned, and they looked up blankly, their hearts filled with endless shock. Is the Tai Supreme Immortal going to take action personally? Why, we can clearly take him down soon, damn it. As the big hand fell, Fang Xing also sensed it, and instantly became angry. This was too much of a bully. 1 or 2 could still hold on for a while, and 3 or 4 could even show off their power, but now, 7 to 8 dignified righteous immortals were shamelessly making a move. Fang Xing could only groan inwardly. In fact, he also knew that he could only hold on until now because of his emperor's physical body and his fighting spirit. In fact, in terms of cultivation, he was actually lower than these people in front of him. At this moment, he seemed to be majestic, but in fact, it was because no one was willing to take the risk to rush up and kill him. Each of them was a cunning old fox, and they knew that at this time, they should slowly draw in the net, and slowly trap the prey to death. Otherwise, if they had the courage to risk their lives, he would probably have been unable to hold on. Now that the pressure around him kept increasing, and the shouts in his ears were incessant, it was already causing him to gradually become anxious. At this time, even the Tai Supreme Immortal could not hold back and seemed to want to take action, which made his anger even more uncontrollable. Anger rose in his heart, and evil grew in his heart, and he had the idea of throwing caution to the wind. A bunch of shameless people, are you all forcing me to do this? Fine, 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 then I will give you a big one. Looking at the palm that was descending from the sky, a ferocious look suddenly rose in Feng Xing's eyes. Fellow Taoists, there's no need to hold back anymore. Let's quickly slay this rebel who repaid kindness with enmity. Seeing that the primordial unity immortals were about to take action, some shrewd people immediately guessed that the three celestial immortals were dissatisfied with their performance. They immediately suggested that they should not let the primordial unity immortals fly and directly chop this guy into meat paste. Otherwise, when the primordial unity immortals personally took action, not to mention the credit they wanted, everyone would be reprimanded afterwards. After all, there were so many of them present, but they still had to fight the primordial unity immortals. To put it bluntly, what was the use of these people? As soon as this idea came to mind, the crowd became agitated, and the murderous aura around them soared. For a time, no one knew how many magical powers and magic treasures were thrown at Feng Xing. Get out of the way, all of you. However, at this time, the exalted immortal with the purple gold crown seemed to be even more disgusted. He shouted coldly, and his huge hand, which seemed to cover the sky, directly grabbed at Feng Xing. He shouted, "Little brat, who the hell are you? Tell me now." The attack of a Tai Supreme Immortal shocked many people, and they were so nervous that they wanted to retreat. At this time, Feng Xing had also made up his mind. Not only was he not afraid, but his face suddenly became cold. Seeing that countless magical powers and magic treasures were being thrown at him, his momentum suddenly increased, and the golden pestle and bronze sword in his hands also fell to the ground angrily. Then, with a swish, he suddenly drew out a big saber. After such a fierce battle, he was full of murderous intent, and at this time, he seemed to be surrounded by a kind of almost tangible evil intent, almost covering the stars and the sun. You want to know who I am? Faced with the overwhelming killing intent around him, he suddenly brandished his saber. Two beams of black and white saber light appeared out of thin air. In an instant, it was as if the surroundings had been plunged into a sea of blood. Everyone felt as if there were vengeful spirits struggling and wailing in the sea of blood, causing fear to subconsciously rise in their hearts. Behind Feng Xing, a dazzling golden light actually flew out and a dazzling sun actually flew out. Rays of light that were like golden needles pierced the eyes of those who saw it, causing them to not dare to look directly at it. Those with lower cultivation levels directly bled from their eyes and were instantly blinded. In the face of this sudden and terrible saber strike, the immortals who had rushed up in excitement but did not have time to retreat felt a chill in their hearts. They hurriedly withdrew their magical powers, and were even forced back by this terrible saber strike. That is, seeing this saber strike, the pupils of the old man with the purple gold crown suddenly contracted, and his face was full of shock. Ha 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 ha, Feng Xing, who had forced the immortals to retreat with one saber strike, suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. That was a real laughter, with endless absurdity and contempt. He looked at the immortals as if they were clowns. You say I'm not qualified to protect this little girl? He reached out and pulled the little blind girl, who had been protected by him, to his side, his face full of mockery. You say I've offended my superiors? He looked up at Reverend Xuanji, who had been carried over to watch the battle, behind the crowd. His eyes were full of malice and terror. You really want to know who I am? Finally, he looked up at the three primordial unity supreme immortals in midair, his face full of disdain and malice. Suddenly, he raised the heaven-deceiving barbarian saber in his hand and pointed it at them fiercely. His murderous aura soared into the sky like a beacon of smoke, and his domineering shout shocked everyone. Ask that old dog Xianxia to come out and see me. Old dog Xianxia? At first, most people did not understand what it meant. After a long while, they suddenly realized that old dog Xianxia, was it not referring to the Azure Xian region lord? Such a discovery was like a bomb exploding in their hearts, giving them an indescribable sense of dizziness. They were in the Azure Xian heaven, and that was a dignified Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, a loyal veteran under the command of the Red Emperor, the ruler of the Azure Xian Heaven realm, and the supreme existence in the hearts of all living creatures in the Azure Xian Heaven realm. But now, in this Xianxia city, someone actually called him old dog in front of so many immortals and even exalted immortals? You, how dare you disrespect the region lord? You deserve to die. When someone heard this form of address, he was so angry that his hands and feet trembled. He fiercely clenched his teeth and rushed out, as if he couldn't wait to immediately beat Fang Xing to death. His display of loyalty and devotion really made one shed silent tears. However, halfway through running, he suddenly discovered that the majority of the surrounding people had actually maintained silence at this time, and only a few of them were sparsely scattered. This caused him to appear slightly embarrassed, and he even felt that the surrounding atmosphere was strange and oppressive. Thus, he forcefully stopped and looked left and right, not daring to rush forward. At this time, the purple-crowned old man's big hand froze in midair, and he did not dare to drop it. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost, and the two exalted immortals who did not make a move were also dumbfounded, as if they had thought of something frightening. Even the three of them did not say anything about this title, so how could the others have the qualification to say it? At this time, in the crowd, there were some smart people who clearly felt the change of qi on Fang Xing's body. Coupled with the strange expressions of the three exalted immortals, they guessed something. They very cleverly shut their mouths at this time and did not say a word. They did not step forward, but just waited quietly to observe the changes in the surroundings. There were also some experienced and knowledgeable old people who were at this time looking at Fang Xing with their heads tilted. They found that after this young man took out the demonic broadsword, his whole temperament had changed, and even his appearance had changed. His facial features were still the same, but a few changes in his muscles made him look like a different person, a person who was completely different from before. His aura was still as ferocious as ever, but besides that, there was also a tinge of malevolence and arrogance, insufferably arrogant. If he had to describe it, it would be like a bandit had turned into a playboy. This strange yet distinct change made most of the people around feel as if they were dreaming. Those who were slightly smarter could guess something from the change in his temperament and shut their mouths tightly. "Where's Xianxia, you old dog? Get your ass out here. Could it be that he doesn't dare to show himself even though I'm here?" At this moment, the rogue cultivator who had a huge change in aura was still pointing his saber in all directions and shouting fiercely. The way he kept calling Xianxia old dog made people's hearts tremble, but no one dared to stop him. The behavior of the three mighty immortals made them realize that there was a serious problem, even if they were fools. Domain Master. Domain Master, after an unknown period of time, the old man wearing the purple gold crown finally opened his mouth under Fang Xing's questioning, but for some reason, his voice was actually trembling a little, appearing very unnatural. "Domain Master was summoned 3 days ago and went to Dachi Sky." "Oh?" Fang Xing angrily turned around and glanced at him. "That old dog isn't in Xianxia City?" When the old man with the purple gold crown looked over, his aura inexplicably weakened a little, and he lowered his head and said, "He's not in the city." "Ha ha ha ha." Fang Xing laughed coldly, and a string of laughter like a whip lashed at the hearts of the immortals. In fact, he was really laughing in his heart. This news made him greatly relieved. "I was worried for nothing, so the main character is not here." He originally did not want to meet an expert like the Azure Xian Domain Master face to face, worried that he would be seen through. Now that he heard that the Domain Master was actually not here, his heart relaxed, and his face became calmer, and his expression became more natural. His eyes were filled with coldness and malice, wild and ferocious light. He slowly put away his saber, and with one hand holding the little blind girl, he slowly stepped up into the air. As he moved, there seemed to be an invisible aura spreading out, causing the hearts of the immortals who had been closely surrounding him to tremble, and then they all made way for him. Since that old dog is not here, Fang Xing slowly flew up into the air, getting closer and closer to the old man with the purple gold crown. Then, he slowly took out the heaven-deceiving barbaric blade in his hand and held it horizontally in front of his chest, as if to let the old man with the purple gold crown see it clearly. "Then do you recognize this blade?" I, Xiaoxian, recognize it." At this moment, the old man with the purple gold crown could not help but show a hint of fear on his face. When Fang Xing took out the blade, he subconsciously felt a chill in his heart, and sweat appeared on his forehead. Then, he really looked at the blade, and the more he looked at it, the more frightened he became. After a while, when he replied to Fang Xing, his voice actually trembled a little, and he did not dare to call himself I anymore. And when he heard the old man's reply, Fang Xing's aura became even more piercingly cold. He stared fixedly into the eyes of the old man with the purple gold crown, and he gritted his teeth, as if his eyes were about to spit fire. "Since you recognize this blade, then do you recognize me?" This question made the old man with the purple gold crown even more frightened, and his sleeves rustled. Xianxia, he opened his mouth, but his words were not fluent, and his expression was hesitant. Of course, he recognized that saber, because when this saber was being forged, he had once been assigned to be an assistant. Since he recognized this saber, how could he not recognize the owner of this saber? At this moment, the more he looked at the person in front of him, the more he felt that he looked like the devil from 1,000 years ago. But in his heart, he could not understand. Didn't that devil die 1,000 years ago? Didn't he die in the dragon world 1,000 years ago? But now, why did he swagger back with a blade and ask if he knew him? There were countless questions in his heart, but at this moment, he hesitated, and did not dare to ask. Answer me. But just as the old man with the purple gold crown was trembling and hesitating, Fangxing seemed to have completely lost his patience. All of a sudden, his eyes widened, and he charged forward. Faced with his speed, the old man with the purple gold crown had 100 ways to make sure that Fangxing wouldn't be able to catch even the corner of his clothes. But at this moment, he didn't dare to move at all. He could only watch helplessly as Fangxing closed in on him. A hint of cruelty and malice appeared on that fierce face of his. Then, he raised his hand and viciously slapped the old man's trembling face. Slap. The dignified Tai Supreme Immortal, the old man with the purple gold crown, was directly sent flying. If he didn't want to be hit by Fangxing, then he had 100 ways to avoid this slap. If he didn't want to be blasted flying, then Fangxing would probably be unable to move him in the slightest even if he used his full strength. But at this moment, he was still slapped flying like a piece of dead wood. Everyone around was also stunned by this scene, and at the same time, their hearts violently shrank. The immortals who had wanted to snatch the credit from the 3 exalted immortals all along felt that Fangxing's image had grown taller after witnessing this disrespectful scene. It was as if he had suddenly turned from a stray kitten into a ferocious tiger in the mountains. Following this slap, the other 2 Tai Supreme Immortals in the sky finally did not dare to have any doubts anymore. Almost at the same time, they lowered their clouds and bowed respectfully to Fangxing. Qing Xian's Tai elder pays his respects to His Excellency Di Lu. Boom, boom. 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 The surrounding heavens were silent at this moment, but it was as if heavenly thunder was rumbling in Zhu Xiu's heart. Looking at the scene in the sky, everyone was stunned and didn't know what kind of expression they should have. Di Lu. Who is Di Lu? Those who were slow to react, and those who were less knowledgeable, did not react for a moment. Most people froze when they heard this name, as if they had been doused with ice water from head to toe. This itinerant cultivator is that demon? Why? Why is he back? Didn't he die 1,000 years ago? Every cultivator felt as if they had just experienced a nightmare. It was like a flood of bitterness was surging in their hearts. It was unknown how many people's eyes were filled with deep despair. Of course, some immortals were puzzled. How can this itinerant cultivator be His Excellency Di Lu? Not to mention the fact that that demon has been dead for 1,000 years. Just their cultivation level alone doesn't match up. The legendary Di Lu has stepped into the Tai realm at a young age. Of course, although they were puzzled, no one dared to ask. The Tai 3 elders of Xianxia City could not have made a mistake. Regardless of the cultivation level, that person was definitely Di Lu. Ha 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 ha, although it wasn't my intention, it feels pretty good. At this moment, Fangxing, who had a cold face and no smile on his face, was in a state of complete chaos. He looked at the 2 primordial immortals who were kneeling in front of him with their buttocks raised high, and did not look like a noble master at all. He then looked at the old man with the purple gold crown in the distance, who did not even dare to cover his face after he sent him flying away, and the first thing he did when he got up was to kneel on the ground and keep kowtowing. He then looked at the immortals in the distance, who reacted from time to time and then knelt down one by one, not even daring to look at his face. Finally, there was a sense of relief in his heart. However, he was not willing to give up. He looked around coldly and soon found a few familiar figures among the people kneeling on the ground. Then, with a cold smile on his face, he held the little blind girl's hand and walked toward them. He said as he walked, "Someone said that she has the bloodline of an immortal king, and I can't protect her? Someone said that I've offended my superior by hitting this old dog? Someone wants to interrogate me and ask me about my background?" After asking these questions, he stopped and stood in midair with a cruel smile on his face. Come, come, come. Now that I'm here, who will ask these questions again? Before this, when they had besieged Fangxing, many of them had shouted these words with righteous indignation. After all, he was just an itinerant cultivator with these problems. The little blind girl clearly had the bloodline of an immortal king. In the current situation, she was a sinful existence. Not to mention an itinerant immortal, even all the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals in the 33 heavens would not dare to protect her. In their eyes, Fangxing was Taoist Master Profound Ji's immortal official. To put it bluntly, he could even be considered a servant. In this great immortal world with strict rules, Taoist Master Profound Ji could be said to have absolute power over his life and death. Yet, he had actually injured Taoist Master Profound Ji. This was naturally an act of insubordination, an unforgivable crime. As for his identity, it was even more suspicious. But at this moment, no one dared to admit that they had asked these questions even if they had eaten the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard. Fangxing's voice simply filled their stomachs with bitterness. If they were not fools, how could they not have guessed Fangxing's identity by now? When they asked, "Who said I couldn't protect this little girl?" the three primordial unity supreme immortals could not help but tremble. Ordinary people naturally could not protect the bloodline of an immortal king, but what if the person who wanted to protect her was also the son of an immortal king, or, in other words, the son of an immortal emperor? When they asked, someone said I went against my superior. Perfected Profound Ji, who had been carried over, fell from his armchair. His body twitched twice, and a beast-like wail came from his chest. As for Taoist Xianxia and Perfected Hongguang, they were so shocked that their eyes were about to bleed. Trembling, they raised their hands to slap their own faces, not stopping even when they saw blood. This was what they had said about Fangxing going against his superior. This was not wrong, but if that itinerant immortal became the emperor's son, then who would be below him, and who would be above him? When he asked, "Does anyone want to know who I am?" everyone knelt down and kowtowed non-stop. Now, everyone had guessed who he was, but who dared to ask him? Well done. Very well done. My plan has been completely ruined by you. Fangxing glared at Zhu Xiu. After a while, his voice rang out again, and it sounded like it came from the netherworld. Plan. Upon hearing such an inexplicable sentence, everyone could not help but feel nervous. To be honest, they did not understand why this crown prince, who had been dead for 1,000 years, would suddenly appear here. Moreover, it was said that this crown prince's strength had already surpassed the realm of primordial immortals 1,000 years ago, and now he was going to participate in the ascension to immortals assembly. They really could not understand what he was doing. There was even a shadow of suspicion lingering in their hearts, but no one had the guts to raise the suspicion to his face. Now that he suddenly heard the word plan, his heart couldn't help but tremble, and he couldn't help but keep it a secret. As a dignified imperial prince, he naturally wouldn't do anything without a reason. After all, he couldn't have come to Xianxia City just because he had nothing better to do. Moreover, he was accompanied by a little girl who had the blood of an immortal king, which made his whereabouts even more mysterious. Could it be that this dignified imperial prince was mysterious and unpredictable, or perhaps he really had a special plan, but this plan was actually ruined by them? At the thought of this, many people broke out in a cold sweat. Your Highness Di Lu, your plan is— even the bald old Tai Supreme Immortal couldn't help but raise his head and ask in a trembling voice. Do I need to report my actions to you? Fangxing suddenly turned to look at him with a faint smile, and the coldness in the depths of his eyes was frightening. I dare not. The bald old Tai was startled and hurriedly lowered his head again. However, he cursed in his heart. It was you who started the conversation, you bastard. Meanwhile, Fangxing suddenly straightened his body, glanced around coldly, and pointed his huge saber at them. All you need to know is that I have my own plan, and everything should have gone smoothly. However, I was forced to reveal my whereabouts in Xianxia City. Now I'm very unhappy, and things will become very troublesome later. Who do you think should bear this responsibility for me? We're just following the rules. The three old men of Xianxia City almost vomited their guts, and they wanted to complain. However, they only dared to complain in their hearts. For old monsters like them who had lived for a long time, they knew too well about Di Lu's fierce reputation in the past. He was simply an animal. Although his father used to be an immortal king and was now an immortal emperor, others still wanted to call him an animal born from an immortal emperor. Although it was rumored that he was extremely talented and was deeply loved by the immortal emperor, his behavior was exactly the opposite of his talent. He was unreasonable, violent, extreme, and temperamental. He did not listen to others, and he especially liked to find scapegoats for his failures. Now, they could not help but associate Feng Xing's words with the rumors about him in the past. This guy wants to use us as his scapegoats. I don't know if Lord Xianxia can protect us. The three old men could not help but have this thought at the same time. They were a little scared, but they did not dare to give up hope. They could not help but think that if they were hated by such a demon 1,000 years ago, they would definitely suffer a lot. However, in the Red Emperor's bloodline, the most dazzling one was Lord Dishur. This Dilu's influence was not as great as it was a long time ago, and Lord Qingxian was close to Lord Dishur. His status was also far higher than 1,000 years ago. They did not know if Lord Qingxian's words could protect them. However, you guys are also doing things according to the rules. However, it was also at this time that Feng Xing's next words suddenly gave them a little hope. They were even a little touched in their hearts. When did this Dilu become so considerate? So I don't blame the three of you. To put it bluntly, even if you are dogs of the primordial level of the Great Red Sky. It is not easy to have one dog. If you kill one, there will be one less dog. I don't want to argue with you. Let's just forget about this matter, Feng Xing said lightly, but the three Tai elders looked at each other in dismay, as if they were stunned. Although his words were harsh, they could not believe their ears at the magnanimity shown in his words. How could this person, who was famous for being difficult to deal with, be so easy to deal with? If he was so easy to deal with, then he would at most have a reputation of having a bad mouth, not cruel and violent. Thank you, Dilu. The purple-gold-crowned old man reacted the fastest. He was only stunned for a breath's time before he hurriedly kowtowed and thanked him for his great kindness. Haha, don't thank me so quickly. The three of you can be spared, but my blood cannot be shed in vain. However, Feng Xing raised his hand to interrupt his words of thanks. His eyes suddenly became cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Isn't it said that offending one's superiors is a serious crime? Just now in this Xianxia city, in front of the three of you, there were many people who offended their superiors." This Dilu's blood flowed all over the ground. I really felt that I couldn't bear it anymore, so I had to reveal my identity. Most of those who attacked me just now wanted to perform well in front of the three of you, so that they could take some credit. In that case, the three of you will also deal with other things. What? Dilu, please spare my life. I deserve to die. Dilu, please spare my life. Countless people in the surroundings were stunned when they heard this, and then a large group of people were shocked as they wailed incessantly and loudly begged for mercy. Among them, there were immortal Hong Guang, Taoist Jin Qiong, immortal Xuanji, and the ancient sword scholar and the middle-aged woman with the fire dragon whip, who wanted to fight for the credit and attack Feng Xing. There were more than a dozen of them, all of whom were genuine immortals with high status. In front of their subordinates, they were all serious and arrogant. However, at this time, Feng Xing's words made them feel as if their parents had died, and they wished they could break their heads. As dignified genuine immortals, they were so scared that they almost lost their souls. Just now, in order to fight for the credit in front of the three elders, they joined hands to besiege Feng Xing, but they didn't expect that they would be in big trouble. I understand. Those who offend their superiors should be severely punished according to the law. The three Tai elders didn't think too much and immediately agreed without any hesitation. Anyway, they had already escaped, and of course, they were willing to sacrifice the lives of several genuine immortals. Even if something happened in the future, it would be the Crown Prince's business, and they didn't have to bear it themselves. Oh, you actually agreed? Feng Xing seemed a little surprised, but he smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying, "Then I'll leave it to you." After that, he turned around and took the little blind girl's hand, and slowly walked toward the teleportation formation. This? Crown Prince, where are you going? The three Tai elders were stunned and asked hurriedly. Feng Xing suddenly turned around and glared at them. He sneered, "Do I need to tell you where I'm going?" The three Tai elders were shocked, and the bald elder hurriedly said, "We dare not, but please wait for a moment, Crown Prince. You haven't returned for 1,000 years, and I wonder if Dachi Heaven knows about your return?" Besides, since you've come to Xianxuan City, you should at least stay in the Green Xian Hall and rest for a while. Don't worry, I'll send a message to Miss Qing Luo and ask her to come here. No need, Fang Xing sneered and said in a cold voice, I don't want to see her now. After that, he took the little blind girl's hand and continued to leave. He didn't have time to talk to the three old men. Now that he had revealed his identity, he had no choice but to avoid meeting people he knew, and it was better to enter the teleportation formation as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he really met Qing Luo, no one could guarantee that he wouldn't give himself away in front of her. Thinking of this, he just put on a cold face and floated directly toward the teleportation formation. As long as he could scare Zhu Xiu, so that they wouldn't dare to stop him, and enter the teleportation formation, his mission would be accomplished. Under countless complicated gazes, he forced himself to be calm, and walked straight toward the teleportation formation with steady steps. Should we stop him? Looking at Fang Xing walking towards the teleportation array, the three Tai elders of Xianxia City were at a loss. They had never expected that the emperor's son, who had been rumored to have been dead for 1,000 years, would suddenly appear out of nowhere and insist on entering the teleportation array. This put the three of them in a difficult position. They were unwilling to let him go, but they didn't dare to stop him. To be honest, although they recognized Di Lu, they felt that this emperor's son was a bit strange. A person who had been dead for 1,000 years suddenly appeared out of nowhere, which was a little strange. Although they were sure that this person was definitely the legendary emperor's son, and it was difficult to tell whether he was real or not, his cultivation was far from the legendary emperor's son's. First of all, this emperor's son was not a righteous bestowal immortal at all, but the legendary Emperor Lu was the first of the 4 sons of the Red Emperor to obtain the immortal fate. He was also extremely talented, and within 100 years after obtaining the immortal fate, he had reached the Tai realm. Moreover, this emperor's son, who had been dead for 1,000 years, suddenly appeared, and they didn't get any information beforehand, which was really strange. Because of these reasons, they were very suspicious. However, this emperor's son's identity was too noble, so even though they were suspicious, they didn't want to get into trouble. After confirming his appearance and aura, as well as his beautiful weapon, they decided to let the Azure Mystic Domain ruler decide if they had any more questions. However, this emperor's son actually wanted to leave without saying a word, which made them a little unwilling, so they wanted to keep this emperor's son in Xianxia City for a while. However, this emperor's son insisted on leaving, and they didn't dare to force him to stay, for fear of getting into trouble, so they were naturally anxious. 100 li, 80 li, 50 li, 30 li. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the teleportation array, Fang Xing was also a little excited. If he had known that this would work, he wouldn't have bothered fighting. He would have just assumed the identity of a Di Lu and swaggered in, but to be honest, he also knew that he was somewhat lucky. If the Azure Xian Domain Master was not in the city, he would not have been able to escape so easily. After all, although the Golden Lotus in his Sea of Consciousness was powerful, it was still a possession. In front of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, it was hard to guarantee that he would not reveal any flaws. Moreover, the Azure Xian Domain Master was an old servant of the Scarlet Emperor and was probably very familiar with the Emperor style. Who knew if the Azure Xian Domain Master would see through him after a few words? Now, it could be said that he was lucky, or that the ferocious reputation of a Di Lu was too frightening, or that his acting was very good, but he was finally about to succeed. If not for the fact that he was still playing the role of a Di Lu, he would have jumped 10 meters away, and he would have sped up and rushed into the teleportation array. However, he knew that if he did that, he would be exposed, so he could only restrain himself. Di Lu, please wait. But when he was less than 20 li away from the teleportation array and felt that it was right in front of him, a cold voice suddenly sounded from above his head. Then, he saw a wisp of azure light rushing over from the sky. It did not enter through the 4 gates of Upper Xian City, but directly descended into the city. However, the great immortal formation that enveloped the entire Upper Xian City did not show any defensive power. There was only a ripple, and the wisp of azure light descended and turned into 2 figures. Io, not good. When Fang Xing heard the voice, his heart skipped a beat. He realized that something was wrong, but he forced himself to calm down. Not only did he not slow down, but he also quickened his pace. The little blind girl, who was being held by him, was like a kite being pulled by him in the air, but when the descending figure saw this, she immediately became a little anxious and said in a deep voice, "Big brother Di doesn't want to see me?" As she said this, her pupils shrank, and a pair of seemingly solid eyes stared at the area behind Fang Xing. Fang Xing felt a chill run down his back, and his heart suddenly shivered. He let out a low sigh and had no choice but to stop and stand quietly. "Big sister Qing Luo, I told you that he is not Lord Di Lu." "How can he be Lord Di Lu?" Another voice sounded, as if it was trying its best to explain. "His name is Fang Xing, and he is a very good person." "Good my ass." Fang Xing suddenly let out a sigh, turned around, and cursed bitterly. Originally, he was cursing in his heart. Why did he have to be so unlucky? Just when he was about to succeed, such a troublesome person had to appear. But after hearing this voice, he immediately understood what was going on. That damned unlucky girl. As soon as he turned his head, he saw two beautiful women standing in the air not too far behind him. The one on the left was tall and had a graceful figure. She wore a simple green dress and was simple yet elegant. She didn't have any unnecessary accessories, and there was only an emerald green phoenix head hairpin on her hair. She really didn't look gorgeous, but she was extremely beautiful. Her skin was smooth like jade, her lips were like cherries, and her eyes were cold and deep. Just by standing there, she could make the stars in the sky pale in comparison. At this moment, her beautiful eyes did not move, and she was staring at Fang Xing. She seemed to be in a hurry, and at this moment, she was slightly panting, and her chest was heaving up and down. This made people feel that such a slim figure was actually so voluptuous, and it was really a little overjoyed. No one had ever told Fang Xing about Fairy Qing Luo's appearance, but Fang Xing knew who this woman was with one look. Fairy Qing Luo, who was rumored to be one of the top 10 beauties in the 33 heavens, the daughter of the Azure Mystic Region Master, and Di Shi's fiancée, and beside her, there was a girl who was clearly a little younger. She was holding on to her arm, and she was trying her best to persuade her. This was clearly someone he knew, and was even his rumored girlfriend. Miss Ji, who had an extraordinary capacity for alcohol. Damn it, I was wondering why it was so quiet when I left the Green Parasol Province immortal abode. So she was with Qing Luo. Fang Xing cursed in his heart, but he revealed a calm and deep smile on his face. He just watched, but did not speak. "It really is you." After he turned around, Fairy Qing Luo clearly trembled, and then her eyes focused on his face. He could feel that, for the sake of etiquette, or because she felt that it was unnecessary, she did not directly scan him with her divine sense. She only sensed his aura, and then her expression suddenly became extremely complicated. She broke free of Qier's arm, and her body trembled as she took a step forward. Then she said in a low voice, "I didn't believe it at the beginning, but you really are still alive, Sister Qing Luo, but he really is not a Di Lu, he is Fang Xing." Qier was still talking incessantly, but at this moment, no one paid any attention to her. At this moment, Fang Xing's expression was also cold and emotionless. He only looked indifferently at Fairy Qing Luo, who seemed to be extremely sad. "Since you've returned, why didn't you come to find me?" Fairy Qing Luo's expression seemed to become even more sorrowful, and her tone was filled with sorrow and helplessness. "When I heard that you were still alive, I disregarded everything and came out of seclusion. I did everything I could to find you, and for this, I even went deep into the wilderness and fought with Huai Wuqing. But I never thought that while I was looking for you outside, you would come to Upper Xian City. If Sister Qier did not mention you to me, and the more I listened to her description, the more I felt that you resembled you, I probably would not have been able to rush back now. Damn it, it really is that damned girl." Fang Xing knew what was going on, and he glared fiercely at Qier. "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you blaming me?" Fairy Qing Luo, on the other hand, was pitiful enough to break the hearts of the stars in the sky. However, after talking for so long, the Di Lu was still as cold as ice and didn't say a word. Her expression became even more pitiful, and she couldn't help but continue to walk forward with a face full of concern. She sized up Fang Xing while continuously asking, "What happened in these 1,000 years? Why can't I feel the aura of an immortal fate on you? Also, since you've returned, why didn't you return to Great Scarlet Sky? You really know how to act." Fang Xing saw everything and felt a little disgusted in his heart. If he hadn't been hunted by her in the dragon world and seen through her viciousness in advance, he would probably have been fooled by her when he saw her like this. Moreover, under this woman's relentless questioning, he knew that he couldn't remain silent any longer. Just now, he was forced to stop because he sensed danger. He knew that if he continued to walk forward, this woman would definitely make a move, and her strength was even stronger than the three elders of Upper Xian City. He did not dare to take an attack from her from behind. In this current situation, he could only deal with her reluctantly, and then get rid of her as soon as possible so that he could enter the teleportation gate as soon as possible. Don't you know why I'm not going back? He learned the Di Lu's tone and his eyes were cold as he slowly spoke. In order to not reveal any flaws, he used a rhetorical question right from the start and threw the question back to the other party. You. Why do you say that? Fairy Qing Luo was stunned. Her expression was sad as she hurriedly asked. Haha, you've forgotten what you did in the dragon realm so quickly? Fang Xing let out a faint smile and his gaze landed on Qing Luo's face with mockery. What is it? Fairy Qing Luo was stunned. Her expression was somewhat puzzled, as if she didn't know why Fang Xing would ask such a question. Of course it's about what you asked that girl called Hong Ho to do. Do you really need me to remind you? Fang Xing's aura suddenly surged and his gaze was fierce as he shouted in a cold voice. He originally thought that this woman would have no way to argue after saying so much, but he didn't expect that Fairy Qing Luo would be so anxious that tears almost flowed out of her eyes. She hurriedly said, What are you talking about? I really don't know. I was in closed-door cultivation not long ago and Hong Ho was in charge of everything in the outside world. Even if my father wanted to find me, he wouldn't directly enter my cave dwelling. He could only send messages through her. No matter how important the news was, she was the one who handled it for me. Fang Xing couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. He couldn't help but frown as he looked at Fairy Qing Luo. At this moment, even he wasn't sure if this was true. Believe me, I really don't know what she did to you. Fairy Qing Luo looked into his eyes, and her expression became even more urgent. She took a step forward and said, Even when I first heard of your return, I was heavily injured. After she was sent back, she didn't say anything in detail. She only said that she had received news of your return and wanted to pick you up, but you directly injured her and then escaped from the dragon domain. When I heard this news, I was completely dumbfounded. I ignored the fact that I hadn't mastered my mystique yet and directly came out to find you. Until now, a month and a half has passed, really? Fang Xing stared at Fairy Qing Luo's expression. It was difficult to tell, and his brows furrowed. At this time, the situation was chaotic, and there was no way to tell. What did she do to you? Fairy Qing Luo seemed to sense that something was wrong with Fang Xing's expression, and she also became anxious. She took another step forward and asked anxiously. Haha, why don't you ask her yourself? Fang Xing lowered his eyelids, and his expression did not change as he replied indifferently. Alright, when I saw that she was heavily injured, I really didn't have a chance to ask her properly. Fairy Qing Luo was stunned for a moment, and then immediately nodded. She suddenly turned around, and with a wave of her hand, a ray of green light shot into the distance, heading towards a certain location in Upper Xian City. After a few breaths of time, a ray of golden light floated up from that location, and a few figures could be seen flying over from afar. They were very fast, and before long, they had already arrived in this area. It was a few red-robed old women, carrying a large white jade jar. The jar was covered with runes, and at the mouth of the jar, there was a lid engraved with 9 dragons. There was a hole in the lid, and as soon as the large jar was lifted over, one could smell the medicinal fragrance that filled their nostrils. What is this for? Fang Xing could not help but frown slightly, and look at Fairy Qing Luo. As for Fairy Qing Luo, she only looked at the white jade vat, her slender hand resting on it. She muttered to herself, as if speaking to the existence in the vat, Little sister Hong Yan, now is the most important time for your recovery. But I have something to ask you, I'm sorry. After saying that, he took a light breath and lifted the lid of the jar. Phew, in an instant, a medicinal fragrance wafted in all directions, bringing with it a faint stench. Ever since Fairy Qing Luo had appeared, no one dared to interrupt her. They could only listen quietly. At this time, they also understood something and became even more curious. When they saw Fairy Qing Luo open the lid, they immediately craned their necks to look, looking at it, he couldn't help but feel astonished. Shockingly, there was a person in that white jade vat. Or rather, it was half a person. It was obvious that it was a woman. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her facial features were exquisite. She was complete, but only her head was left. The lower part of her head was soaked in a light red medicinal liquid. Through the translucent liquid, one could see countless blood vessels, as well as soft bones and organs growing out in the shape of a human. However, it was obvious that it had not fully grown yet. It looked extremely strange, and even a little disgusting. Perhaps it was not appropriate to describe it as unbearable to look at, but it was still somewhat grotesque. Even Feng Xing could not help but narrow his eyes when he saw this. It was not that he was surprised by the appearance of the woman, but that he really admired the methods of the great immortal realm. Back then, servant Hong Yan's physical body had been directly destroyed by him, and only her head was left. He had originally thought that apart from possessing someone else, there was no other way for her to survive. He did not expect that someone would use such a strange method, as if they wanted her to grow a new physical body. Miss, after the lid was opened, the woman seemed to sense something. She opened her eyes and softly called out. Her voice was extremely weak. It's my fault for disturbing your recovery. After this, I will find 10 times the amount of immortal medicine for you. Fairy Qing Luo's eyes also reddened when she saw the girl. Her heart ached terribly. She carefully stroked the girl's wet head, then suppressed her sorrow and said, But, you must tell me. When you received the message from the Dragon Realm, why did you not directly give it to me? You said that you were afraid of disturbing my secluded cultivation, so you first went to verify the authenticity of the message. How did you return with such heavy injuries? Good you must tell me. I won't blame you, but you must tell me the truth. He's here? In the vat, Fairy Hong Yan trembled slightly. She immediately guessed something, and her head could actually move freely. She turned around and immediately saw Feng Xing standing there with his long sleeves fluttering in the wind. Her eyes immediately flashed with malice, hatred, grief, and all sorts of other emotions. Then, she used all her strength to grit her teeth and growl, Miss, do you still not understand why I did this? This person, this bastard, is the bane of your life, Mississippi. Back then, he did not listen to your advice and insisted on entering the Dragon Realm. In the end, he never came out, causing you to be sad for more than 300 years. Now that you've finally walked out of the shadow, and Lord Disher fell in love with each other, and even said a marriage contract, he actually came back alive. When these words were spoken, everyone who heard the conversation revealed a look of understanding. On the other hand, Fairy Qing Luo could not hide the grief and pain on her face. Tears glistened in her eyes as she sobbed, Silly why did you, miss, you're always soft-hearted. I know that he came back to harm you. As long as he comes back, there will be great trouble, so I have to protect you. I only hate that I'm too weak, that I was actually injured by him. Fairy Hong Yan screamed fiercely. Her voice was shrill and extremely strange, and as her emotions grew agitated, even the symbols on the white jade vat dimmed one after another. Anyone who knew a little about formations and talismans knew that the symbols on the vat seemed to represent the vitality of the injured person in the vat. When all the symbols dimmed, the vitality of the injured person would disappear. Fairy Qing Luo also saw this, so she anxiously pointed at the spot between Hong Yan's eyebrows, causing her to fall into a deep sleep. Then, she hurriedly took the lid of the vat, put it back on, and reapplied a seal to stop the vitality from disappearing. After doing all this, she sobbed for a long time before slowly turning around. She looked at Feng Xing with teary eyes and spoke in a sorrowful tone. Brother Di Lu, I really didn't know about this, nor did I think about it. At this moment, the entire Upper Xian city seemed to have fallen silent, and only the faint cries of the men and women could be heard. Heaven and earth were silent, but there seemed to be an indescribable pressure surging over, forcing Feng Xing to say something. The sorrow and helplessness on Fairy Qing Luo's face broke the hearts of countless people. They felt like they were about to go crazy. If they were in Feng Xing's position, they would naturally want to immediately embrace Qing Luo in their arms. How could they let her be so sad? And this endless anticipation formed a terrifying pressure, like a tidal wave, swaying back and forth. The only one who was speechless was Feng Xing. He didn't want to care about all this, he just wanted to enter the teleportation portal safely. But the current situation forced him to treat it seriously, or he might not be able to escape. Sigh, it's time to show off my acting skills again, Fang Xing thought to himself as he slowly turned to look at Fairy Qing Luo, his expression solemn and his gaze complicated. Do you believe me? Fairy Qing Luo asked anxiously, her eyes red again. Fang Xing's expression also seemed to be filled with endless sorrow. He opened his mouth, but only one word came out. Then, everyone's ears perked up, Fairy Qing Luo's face was also filled with tears, waiting for his answer with a mixture of laughter and tears. Then, Fang Xing's expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened as he stared blankly at the west side of the city. He was so shocked that even his tone changed. When he opened his mouth again, it was as if he was shouting in surprise, What the hell is that? His reaction gave everyone a fright, and they hurriedly turned to look. Even Fairy Qing Luo's expression changed, and she suddenly turned around. But when she turned to look, she found that the sky was empty. There was only a blue sky, there was nothing. They still didn't believe it, and blinked dumbly to confirm that there was still nothing. Some people even used their divine sense to check, but they still didn't see anything. But what they didn't expect was that just as everyone's attention was diverted, Fang Xing hurriedly took advantage of this opportunity. As if his boat was on fire, he picked up little blind girl and turned to run. His spiritual power was raised to the maximum, and it was as if he was tearing through the void with his physical body. With a rumble, he charged toward the teleportation portal. If you want to escape, you really have to rely on acting skills. The teleportation formation of Xianxia City was located in the southeast of the city center. Below it was a large formation that covered almost 10 miles of land. Above the large formation, there was a huge bronze gate that was enshrouded in a wave-like brilliance. This gate had been open for many days. The rogue immortals from the 9 prefectures and 81 prefectures of the Azure Mystic Heaven Realm, who were participating in the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Gathering, only needed to take a step through the gate to arrive at the battlefield of the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Gathering, the Massacre Heaven Realm of the 33 Heavens. Now, most of the people had already entered the gate. The remote Qinggu Prefecture was one of the last groups of people to arrive at Xianxia City. Fang Xing was originally less than 100 miles away from this door. For someone of his cultivation level, it could be said to be very close. It was this distance that seemed to be able to be crossed with one step that made him decide to take the risk and divert the attention of the immortals. He slipped in like a wisp of smoke. One has to admit that his plan was very quick. When the immortals turned their heads in shock, his speed increased to the extreme. In the eyes of the others, he was like a black line. In an instant, he broke through the air and went straight into the door. The light was like a ripple that instantly engulfed him, leaving no trace behind. His speed was too fast, so fast that even the immortal soldiers guarding the teleportation grand formation didn't have time to react. They could have closed the teleportation grand formation. If Fang Xing had fought his way over like before, then they would have definitely closed the teleportation grand formation. But the problem was that this scene had appeared too abruptly. Fang Xing's speed was so fast that he had instantly entered the teleportation grand formation. They didn't even have time to figure out what had happened. Moreover, even if they had reacted, they wouldn't have dared to close it. After all, the one who forced his way in was the Imperial Prince. Only then did the immortals react. They turned around in shock and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What the hell is going on? A few people were dumbfounded and speechless. Their eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. Why would he use this method? Everyone knew that the Imperial Prince's target was the portal, but they didn't expect him to use this method to enter, after all. As an Imperial Prince, using this method was beneath his dignity, wasn't it? Of course, everyone was speechless. Because they suddenly realized that this method was quite effective. After all, that person had successfully entered, hadn't he? Out of everyone present, Fairy Qing Luo was the most shocked. The tears on her face had yet to disappear, and the deep sorrow on her face had yet to dissipate. Instead, it was replaced by a completely dumbfounded expression. She rubbed her eyes as if she was dreaming. Only then did she have to admit that what she had just seen was real. The prince had actually used this method to deceive her and escape into Tu Futian. Why is he doing this? This intelligent fairy found it hard to accept. She only reacted after being stunned for a long time. Then, a look of annoyance appeared on her face. She stomped her foot angrily and said, "You don't even want to talk to me?" As he stared at the door of the teleportation formation that was already empty, more and more fury started to brew in his sorrowful eyes. There was unwillingness, fury, and even a wisp of disappointment. In the end, all these emotions transformed into a firm and cold intent. She stared fixedly at the huge door and suddenly made some sort of decision. She lifted her leg and rushed forward. "Young lady, you can't." The three Grand Unity Elders also understood Fairy Qing Luo's intention at this moment. They were all shocked and rushed forward to stop her. The bald old man anxiously shouted, "Young lady, please don't be rash. The Tu Futian realm is very dangerous. Even the region lords don't dare to casually enter. Moreover, for the past tens of thousands of years, the Immortal Ascension gatherings had strict rules that only with an immortal edict are allowed to enter the Tu Futian realm. Young lady, if you enter so recklessly, there might be a big problem. Please reconsider. Don't take such a risk because of a moment of anger. I know what I'm doing. You don't have to stop me." Fairy Qing Luo's figure slightly paused. She didn't directly step into the door. Instead, she stopped and said without turning back, "Go back and report to father that I didn't enter because of a moment of anger. It's really because of the emperor. There are too many questions about him. The location of the Taishu Immortal King's inheritance, his 1,000-year mystery, and his Grand Unity immortal physique. Why does he not even have the aura of an immortal fate? All these questions are difficult to explain. If I don't ask him, I won't be able to rest easy." After saying that, her expression turned cold and she suddenly raised her hands. Immediately, countless Dharma treasures, spirit pills, and other things flew toward her cave abode in Upper Xian City. They were all collected into a string of purple bells that was wrapped around her left hand. Then, she took a deep breath and stepped into the teleportation portal without looking back. Her voice came from afar, "Tell father not to worry. Even in the Futian realm, I have a way to protect myself. However, he has to be careful of the wilderness. The demons and ghosts there have been stirring recently." This. The three Tai elders looked troubled as they watched Fairy Qing Luo rush into the teleportation door, but they didn't dare to stop her. The rules of the 33 heavens were very strict. They were the subordinates of the Azure Mystic Domain Master and also Fairy Qing Luo's subordinates. They naturally didn't dare to disobey their superiors and stop Fairy Qing Luo's actions, no matter how dangerous it seemed. It was the same as them being afraid of the emperor. "Sister Qing Luo, wait for me." Lady Qi seemed extremely unwilling to give up. After a moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and also rushed over. The three Tai immortals noticed her actions, but they didn't stop her. The other immortals in Upper Arcane City were also shocked by the scene. They felt that everything was unreal. The All Heavens Immortal Ascension Assembly had never been attended by righteous immortals, but Fairy Qing Luo had actually broken this rule. It seemed that this time's All Heavens Ascension Assembly was going to be problematic. However, what they didn't know was that outside Xianxia City, in the direction that Fairy Qing Luo had rushed towards, there was a skinny man lying in amidst the layers of auspicious clouds. He had followed Fairy Qing Luo closely and had seen the conversation between Fairy Qing Luo and Di Lu, as well as the scene of Fairy Qing Luo and Fairy Qi rushing into Futu Heaven. His eyes flashed with excitement as he muttered to himself, "Amazing, amazing." Lord Seat Lord felt that there was something wrong with Qing Luo, so he ordered me to follow her. I didn't expect to discover such a shocking inside story. That Di Lu who has been dead for 1,000 years has actually returned alive? As he thought about it, he opened a certain scroll and stared at it. His eyes were filled with shock. And the little girl that the emperor is protecting, why does she look more and more like the person we're looking for? I can't be this lucky. In an instant, he made a decision and suddenly flew away. At the same time, he took out a sword talisman. "Peak Lord, you can let the brothers of the 9 Mountains 10 Abysses return. I should have found Queen Xianxia's whereabouts. I did it." Fang Xing put on a good show and successfully stepped into the portal. He was excited and proud. He felt that there was nothing in the world that he could not do. However, after entering such an important teleportation array, he was still very careful. His effali surged as he looked around vigilantly. He still remembered that when he escaped from the dragon realm to the heaven realm of Xianxia, he was suddenly attacked by the heaven and earth. If it was not for the protection of the will of the dragon realm, he might have died the moment he entered the heaven realm of Xianxia. Now, he did not know if he would have any problems crossing the boundary wall again and entering the most dangerous heaven realm. Boom. 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 His surroundings were wrapped in boundless chaotic lightning, densely covering the entire area. The aura it exuded was monstrous and terrifying. Fangxing knew that after he entered the teleportation array, he had stepped into the immeasurable passage. In fact, the shuttle and teleportation between the various domains all borrowed the power of the immeasurable passage. I have no enmity with the 33 realms. Please don't do it again. Fangxing held little blind girl tightly in his arms and fell forward in the immeasurable passage as he thought to himself. At this moment, there was a loud cry behind him. It was the Great Void Baby. As little blind girl entered the portal with the Great Void Mirror, he was also lured over. This was also one of the reasons why Fangxing only brought little blind girl and did not ask about this guy. In fact, the Great Void Baby was much better than little blind girl. As long as he brought the Great Void Mirror, he would be lured over, if it was not for the fact that it was not easy to open the small world to protect oneself in the immeasurable passage. Fangxing really wanted to summon the skeleton palace and hide in it so that he would not have to worry about it. However, after he found out that the Heaven's Immortal Ascension Assembly this time was through the immeasurable door, he knew that he could not borrow the power of the skeleton palace. After all, this small world was different from the macro world hidden in his body. The macro world in his body was complete and hidden in the depths of his spirit. It was a whole and would not cause any changes. The skeleton divine palace, on the other hand, was a real small world that had been refined. It was easy to cause a backlash in the boundless realm. As for why he didn't draw the little blind girl into his world of consciousness, it was even simpler. His world of consciousness was his greatest secret, and unless it was completely suppressed by him or completely understood by him, otherwise he would absolutely not expose the secret of his world of consciousness. Of course, he also wanted to see if this little guy would have any heresy under pressure, but in the end, he didn't. When he was fighting against the immortals, those people had the opportunity to kill the little blind girl. To a certain extent, it was not an exaggeration to say that Fangxing deliberately put her in such a dangerous situation because he really wanted to take a look. He was not worried that those people would really kill her. After all, the bloodline of an immortal king was too noble. Those people might dare to capture her, but they definitely did not dare to kill her directly. Of course, in the end, the little blind girl stood there alone and timidly. Fangxing was too lazy to think about it. This little girl was obviously full of secrets, but she behaved too much like an ordinary person, to put it bluntly, not to mention the daughter of the immortal king. Even the daughter of an ordinary demon in the Foundation establishment stage would have some heresy, let alone the daughter of the immortal king. Just like the Lotus Girl, she could really kill in all directions as soon as she woke up. Even worse, it was like Xiaomeng. She did not have any ability, but when her blood flowed out, it could also revive all things. It was just that he knew too little at that time, so he could not discover her peculiarity. However, this little blind girl, Fangxing really discovered that she did not have any magical power at all. Then forget it, I'll just take her as an ordinary girl. Fangxing had no choice but to hug the little blind girl, not letting the boundless force surge into her body. Are we there? While thinking, Fangxing suddenly saw all kinds of chaotic forces in front of him, which were extremely terrifying. His heart shuddered, and he prepared himself. Seeing that they were about to reach the end of the passage, he was ready and suddenly took a step forward. Boom! It was a very strange feeling, as if he had suddenly broken through the surface of the water, or as if he had gone from night to day. He only felt his vision brighten, and then he was already high up in the sky. At the same time, some kind of will had already noticed him. Fangxing had suffered from this kind of will before, so he was very sensitive to it. He subconsciously raised his hand and shot out rays of divine light, which tightly wrapped around his body. In the next moment, there were indeed endless terrifying lightning bolts bombarding him from all directions. Crack! 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 All kinds of attacks were blocked by the divine light he shot out, and then they heavily hit his body. This time, there was no will of the dragon realm to defend him, so the power was firmly withstood by his body. Almost in an instant, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and many parts of his body were charred. Fortunately, it was not his own body, otherwise, Fangxing would be very distressed. At this moment, he only cared about protecting the little blind girl and fell rapidly. He had experience, and this kind of power would only react the moment he stepped into the domain. It was a moment of life and death. As long as he could successfully descend into this world, there should not be any serious problems. It's that aura. However, even Fangxing did not expect that after he withstood the attack of the divine thunder and thought that he had dodged a great calamity, a vast will suddenly awakened in the depths of this world. Then, Fangxing felt as if he was being stared at by a huge monster. The next moment, the monstrous thunder that had already disappeared suddenly manifested again. It transformed into a huge palm that fell from the sky and grabbed at his head, making it almost impossible for him to escape. Why is this one more ruthless than the other one? Fangxing almost blurted out, and he subconsciously shouted. When he first entered this world, he had already sensed that the willpower of this world was obviously much weaker than that of the heaven realm of Xianxia, so he had already relaxed a lot. However, he did not expect that although the willpower of this world was weak, it was more intelligent than that of the heaven realm of Xianxia. After sensing his presence, not only did it miss its attack, it even chased after him. Do I owe you money? Why are you torturing me like this? Fangxing simply wanted to curse out loud. There was a feeling of being wronged in his heart. Although he felt wronged in his heart, he had no other choice. Just like a small fish that was unable to resist a fishing net, he could only dive to the surface and try to dive deep into the seabed to avoid being caught by this giant hand. At the same time, he truly understood that the heavy injuries he suffered when he entered the azure mysterious heaven realm were not a coincidence. He really wasn't welcomed by the 33 heavens. However, Fangxing's speed wasn't as fast as the giant hand. Just as he was thinking about abandoning the Emperor Flow body and entering his own body, something strange happened. The skull on his waist automatically emitted 2 ghostly flames, as if the skull was awakening. The skull flew up and opened its mouth. Buddhist light shone from its mouth and the power of the array shot towards the sky. Ka ka ka, an indescribably loud sound rang out. The giant hand was repelled by the Buddhist light that surged out from the skull. At the same time, Fangxing plummeted to the ground and smashed heavily into the ground, creating a large and deep pit. Then, he raised his head in shock, just in time to see the skull retract its aura and slowly descend. Did the Buddha ray save me? Fangxing extended his palm and caught the skull in his hand. His eyes were filled with surprise. Just now, in that extremely dangerous situation, it was the great Buddha formation in the skull that automatically manifested and helped him to repel the giant palm. Otherwise, the consequences would be very unpredictable. Most likely, he would have lost this body that he had just seized. However, although the Buddha ray was magical, it was still a dead object. Why would it take the initiative to appear now? After pondering for a while, he put away the skull and thought to himself, Buddha. Could it be that the Buddha ray has some unknown connection with the Buddha heaven realm? But it shouldn't be. The Buddha ray comes from the Buddha realm, while the Buddha heaven realm is one of the 33 heavens. Although they have the same name, they are clearly from 2 different worlds. He couldn't help but frown. Ever since he entered the 33 heavens, too many unexpected things had happened. However, he had safely arrived in this world. Facing the attack of the power of heaven and earth, his body was only slightly injured. He would be fine after some rest. However, the lingering fear still lingered in Fangxing's heart. He couldn't help but think that it was fortunate that he had taken over the Emperor Flow's shell. If it was his own body, he wouldn't have been able to survive the 2 sudden attacks of the power of heaven and earth. He lowered his head and saw that the little blind girl was getting up from the ground. The great illusionary mirror was also whining beside her. Fortunately, the 2 little creatures were fine. He felt slightly relieved and stood up slowly. He looked around the world. Oppression, this was Fangxing's first thought. This world was obviously different from the beautiful dragon world and the dense forest profound azure world. These 2 worlds were full of life, but this Buddha heaven realm was dead silent. There was a dark red light everywhere. Even the sun and moon in the sky were dark red. On the ground, there were barren mountains and cracked ground. There was not a single plant in sight. Even when he opened his mouth to breathe, he felt as if there was a huge rock pressing on his chest. He couldn't breathe. Boom. 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 In the distance, there were people falling from the sky from time to time, like dumplings falling from the sky. Some of them were very calm, stabilizing their bodies in midair and slowly descending. There were also some who simply fell from the sky while screaming in pain. If there are pursuers, I'm afraid the place where they will land will not be too far from me. I'd better hide and heal my injuries first, Feng Xing thought to himself, then identified the direction of his surroundings, chose a place with fewer people, and dashed over. In less than 1,000 miles, he saw a continuous stretch of mountains, the shape of which was like a sharp sword, pointing straight to the sky. It seemed to be a beautiful landscape, but at this moment, there was no vegetation, and it had become such a ferocious place. Feng Xing did not care, and directly found a hidden cliff at the back of the mountains, waved his finger like a sword, and cut out a cave, then entered, opened the skull, and drilled in. After taking the Master Heaven pill and cultivating in seclusion for 3 days, Feng Xing finally adjusted his qi and recovered his physical body. Then, he exhaled and stopped his cultivation. Now that I've arrived at the Buddha Heaven realm, I wonder how the All Heaven's immortal ascension is played, Feng Xing thought to himself as he frowned. Everyone knew that the All Heaven's immortal ascension was a gathering to fight for the immortal life. The losers would die here and the winner would obtain the immortal life. However, the strange thing was that no one had told Feng Xing how to fight for the immortal life on his way to Upper Xian City. Even spiritual master Xuanji only said that he would know once he entered the Buddha Heaven realm. As for his spy, Tiger General Li, with his lowly status, he didn't understand these things at all. He couldn't hide forever. He had to go out and take a look. Feng Xing quickly made his decision. He stepped out of the skeleton divine palace and waved his hand to keep it. Then, he walked out of the cave. At this moment, he was still quite confident. After all, with his current abilities, he could sweep through the Buddha Heaven realm just to. His cultivation base had already reached the realm of false immortals. Now that he had taken over the Emperor's primordial unity body, he possessed physical strength that surpassed the realm of primordial unity. All in all, not to mention the itinerant immortals and false immortals who were participating in the All Heaven's immortal ascension, even the participants were all righteous immortals. Only the best among the righteous immortals could compete with him. This was only because Master Feng was being humble and was too embarrassed to shout "I'm invincible" below primordial unity. Because of this, Feng Xing didn't feel any pressure at all. He felt that obtaining the immortal life was as easy as flipping his hand. Hee, those bastards hiding behind the scenes in Tianyuan erased all the credit of me, who worked myself to death. In the end, when I got the good fortune, they just had to remove my name so I couldn't get the immortal life. They're all bastards. But so what? So what if you have the immortal life? So what if you don't give it to me? I can rob them with my own capabilities, too. After I get what I want, I will swagger back to the Heaven's origin sector. I will find the son of AB*TCH who set me up and beat the SH*T out of him. As he thought about the past, he hummed a tune as he walked out of the cave. Then, his expression froze and he raised his head. High up in the sky, an immortal talisman floated. It was shrouded in purple mist like the sun and moon, enveloping the land. When he looked at the immortal talisman, strands of divine sense naturally entered Feng Xing's sea of consciousness. Those strands of divine sense described the rules of the All Heaven's immortal ascension, and it was this rule that shocked Feng Xing so much that he couldn't even sing a tune. It wasn't that it was too difficult, it was too simple. Slaughter 33,000 living beings and cultivate to become an immortal. 33,000. 33,000. 33,000, Feng Xing repeated these words over and over again. His expression became extremely solemn and strange. Even he did not expect the rules of the All Heaven's immortal ascension gathering to be so simple. It was so simple that there were no rules at all. Judging from the divine sense released by the immortal talisman in the sky, this was not King All Heaven's immortal ascension gathering at all. It was simply a feast of slaughter. The participants did not need to think too much and only needed to kill as much as they wanted. They killed their way into the deepest part of this world, which was also the place where the immortal talisman led them to. Then, the 3 people who survived would obtain the immortal life. 3 out of 100,000 people would survive, and 33,000 living beings would be slaughtered to become a true immortal with immortality. In this world, how could there be such strange rules? Feng Xing, who was already prepared to face all the dangers and was determined to obtain all 3 immortal lives, was stunned at this moment. His heart was filled with a strange feeling that made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He held the little blind girl and the great void baby's hands and walked towards a tall mountain. He stepped onto a proud and aloof peak and looked down at this world. Now that he had been in seclusion for 3 days, this world was already very different. 3 days ago, it was only the time when Zhu Xiu descended into this world. The immortal talisman in the sky had not appeared yet, and no one knew the rules of the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Gathering. Thus, when they first descended into this world, they could only find a place to hide like Feng Xing. It was only after the immortal talisman appeared that they understood the rules and showed themselves. At this moment, the Buddha slaughtering world was like a battlefield. Feng Xing squatted on the lone peak and lowered his head to look down. He saw countless people fighting and dharmic powers beneath him, slaughtering 33,000 living beings and cultivating to become an immortal. He saw a man in blood-red clothes leaping on the ground, riding on several flying swords. Wherever he passed, people fell to the ground like piles of straw. Even their bodies and souls were completely severed, turning into vengeful spirits that floated behind the man in blood-red clothes. This kind of power seemed to be constantly helping him strengthen his power, causing his flying swords to become sharper and his supernatural power to become stronger. It was like a great formation that had already been activated, spinning faster and faster, its momentum becoming fiercer and fiercer. There was no one who could resist the power of the great formation. Spare me, spare me, spare me. He saw the white-bearded old man protecting the 3 children with his body. His face was covered in tears as he cowed out and begged for mercy. Since you're already in this world, why are you still begging for mercy? It was unknown how many people had their eyes on these 4 obviously very weak existences, and they shouted loudly as they pressed forward. The heavens have eyes. Us grandfather and grandson were forcibly captured by the mansion master because we were unwilling to submit to the Feather River mansion. Fellow Taoists, please have mercy and take my life. I only ask that you show mercy and give my 3 grandchildren a chance to reincarnate. The white-bearded old man's face was covered in tears as he cowed out incessantly. The gray-bearded old man's face was covered with tears. He kept kowtowing, but it was of no use. 7 or 8 powerful loose immortals rushed over and chopped him and his 3 grandsons into minced meat. Not even a trace of their souls was left. Only a faint soul was left, crying and cursing. It turned into a faint power of sin and flew to the back of those loose immortals, turning into sin. Feng Xing saw all of this with his own eyes, but he didn't try to save him, because he could see the same scene everywhere. He didn't go and kill those people to vent his anger, because after they divided up the old man and his 3 grandsons, they immediately disliked each other and started to fight. Soon, a few corpses fell to the ground. Are these people crazy? An extremely strange feeling arose in Feng Xing's heart. He slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. Slaughter, madness, the entire world could only see such a scene, and only feel such emotions. He saw beautiful women taking off their clothes and using their most useful weapons to lure their weak-willed opponents. He saw people forming alliances, and like a pack of wolves, they hunted down lone loose immortals. He saw countless weak people hiding behind the cliff, trembling, and then someone found them and killed them with a single slash. He saw fellow disciples betraying each other. He also saw Tao companions plotting against each other. Sin, huh? Feng Xing murmured to himself, and his gaze fell on the backs of those loose immortals who had killed the most. Behind them, not a single one of them was not entangled by evil spirits. They were like smoke signals that soared into the sky. Looking over, there was a surging black aura that lingered endlessly. Within that black aura, there were actually countless vengeful spirits floating, wailing, and howling. The more evil spirits entangled these people, the more terrifying their strength was. That kind of power seemed to be endless, without an upper limit, and it continued to strengthen their bodies. Looking at this scene, Feng Xing was slightly enlightened in his heart. He was no stranger to this kind of power. When he was in Tianyuan, he had been taught the great sword demon technique by demon ancestor, and he had also been taught the great killing technique by Uncle General in the past. He didn't understand, but now that his cultivation had reached that level, he naturally understood it. In fact, it was a kind of strange cultivation technique that used sin to cultivate. The more people killed, the more sin they accumulated, and the stronger the power they obtained would be. After reaching a certain upper limit, they could even break through the upper limit like a rolling snowball, and then step into a whole new realm. And after the invasion of the god race, he fused the great sword demon technique with the Fuyao Palace ancient sages technique, and comprehended the great god massacre technique. To a certain extent, that was also a technique that used sin, and it could increase his power limitlessly, allowing him to display violent power. Seeing this scene now, he even suspected that demon ancestor had walked out of this kind of battlefield, because whether it was his use of the power of sin or the great sword demon technique of slaughter, it all suited this battlefield. At this moment, he even felt that he might have encountered the most suitable environment to cultivate the great sword demon technique. Perhaps he could cultivate the great sword demon technique to the extreme here. No wonder those who walked out of the All Heavens Immortal Ascension gathering are filled with murderous intents and have the title of the strongest battle immortal. Moreover, they're so secretive about their experiences in the floating sky realm. So, their immortal lives were basically piled up by dead people. Looking at the scene below, the great void baby seemed to be frightened. After a long time, it spoke softly. Master. Master Feng. Little blind girl held onto Feng Xing's hand tightly. Although she couldn't see, she could smell the thick, ocean-like stench of blood around her. She could also hear the shrill cries coming from the surroundings. She was so scared that her forehead was already covered in cold sweat. At this moment, she seemed to sense something. Suddenly, she raised her little face and asked in a trembling voice. You're going to kill people too? Me? Feng Xing fell silent. He looked at the chaos below, and after a long time, he said in a low voice, Should I go? It wasn't that Feng Xing didn't dare to kill, it wasn't that he hadn't killed before. In fact, the reputation that he had left behind in Tianyuan was not something he could boast about. But even if he dared to kill, he had killed before. In fact, he had mastered the great sword demon technique and the great art of killing, so he was definitely better at killing than most of the people present. But after the little blind girl asked him this question, he fell silent and hesitated. Logically speaking, he did not need to hesitate. After all, he had entered the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Assembly to seize the immortal life, and he was prepared to kill. But after seeing the scene in front of him, he still fell silent and did not say a word for a long time. It's best to kill as soon as possible. The Taishu baby seemed to have noticed something as well. He said softly, Master, there's no need to talk about your abilities. These itinerant immortals are nothing compared to you. If there are no righteous immortals here, you can do whatever you want in foot of heaven. However, I'm not sure if you've noticed that this heaven and earth is different from the others. It can convert the power of sin for your own use. The more you kill, the stronger you become. The earlier you kill, the earlier you can increase your power. Then, you can accumulate more advantages, making the strong stronger and the weak weaker. As he spoke slowly, his voice became softer and softer, and there was even a hint of coldness in it. In other words, in this battlefield of slaughter, a group of indescribable experts will be born sooner or later. They will obtain power through slaughter, and in the end, they might even surpass you. Feng Xing only nodded slightly at the great void baby's words. His understanding of sin far surpassed that of the great void baby. He knew what was going on. Originally, he thought that he could do whatever he wanted in the Buddha realm. But now, he realized that it was impossible. This was because the strength of those people was constantly increasing. Sooner or later, someone would grow to a realm that could shake him. From this perspective, he didn't even need to think too much. He should just raise his sword and rush into the battlefield. But, was he really going to continue killing people like this? You need a reason to kill. He would kill people, but only when he was angry. But now, he didn't feel angry at all. On the contrary, as he watched the frenzied massacre below, he felt extremely aggrieved. Was killing people that fun? A living creature that could talk, curse, and fight was interesting. What was so interesting about a cold corpse? When he was very young, in the Ghost Smoke Valley, his big uncle had taught him that as a robber, robbing was his duty, but he should not be too ruthless, because those merchants were fat sheep. He had to let them live, and once he killed them, there would be no more sheep to cut. Because of this, Feng Xing had never been fond of killing people. He liked to rob, but this was different from liking to kill. However, there was a rule for everything. In the past, he did not like to kill people, so he did not kill many. But what if it was for an immortal life? Raising his head, he saw a purple talisman floating in the sky, coldly emitting rays of purple light. It was like an eye that was coldly watching the slaughter below. It was also like a certain existence had thrown out a few bones, and then watched as 100,000 people fought with all their might for those bones. For that, they did not hesitate to use any means, to kill, to risk their lives, to go crazy, as expected of 100,000 creatures. It was as ugly as a dog. Should he also rush in and fight with the other dogs for an immortal life, Fang Xing could guarantee that if he wanted to fight, he would be the fiercest dog in this land. Sigh, the murderous aura is like the sea, is it because of the sin? He sighed softly, and did not answer little blind girl's question. Instead, he walked down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the murderous aura soared into the sky, and smoke billowed. Countless people had already killed until their eyes were red. Those who had the strongest aura of sin had a dark cloud behind them, and it was like a beacon of smoke. Inside the cloud, there were countless vengeful spirits floating and sinking. It was a shocking sight, and it made them look like they were shrouded in a demonic cloud. They looked more like ghosts than humans, and their eyes were red like lanterns as they stared at each other fiercely. As soon as they saw Fang Xing coming down, they immediately sensed something, and at the same time, they looked at Fang Xing. In an instant, it was like a dozen scarlet swords were pointing at Fang Xing from afar. At this moment, even little blind girl, who could not see, and great void baby, who did not have a physical body, were shocked, and they hid behind Fang Xing. In this world, the way to determine the strength of an opponent was very simple, and that was to look at the aura of sin on his body, or rather, the demonic aura on his body. The stronger the demonic aura, the stronger the demonic aura, and the man who walked over had a good figure, a handsome face, and a deep gaze. He looked a little extraordinary, but he just walked over quietly, and there was no demonic aura on him at all. It was not difficult to determine that this person had not even killed a single person in this Futian domain. I want these three people. Everyone stared at Fang Xing, like demons staring at their prey. They were wary of each other, and coveted the three people. As for Fang Xing, it was as if he did not feel anything, and he walked forward calmly, step by step. After an unknown period of time, when Fang Xing was getting closer and closer to these demon-like disbanded cultivators, suddenly, a person with dense demonic aura roared, and suddenly pounced forward. He stretched out his sharp claws, and directly clawed at Fang Xing's head. Roar! 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 How could the others be willing to let go of such a good piece of meat? They also rushed over, and roared incessantly. At this moment, it was as if a demonic cloud had covered the sky, and Fang Xing's figure was shrouded in it. However, at this moment, when Fang Xing saw the demonic figures pouncing at him, he reached out his hand and took out a weapon from the skeleton palace. It was not a saber with a ghost head, but a fiery long whip, which he had obtained from a beautiful, mature woman when he was besieged by the immortals in Xianxia city. It was a celestial artifact, which contained the soul of a fire dragon. Although the overall quality of the whip was not as good as his saber, at this moment, Fang Xing felt that the fire dragon whip was very handy. When he took out the fire dragon whip, the demonic figure at the front had already arrived in front of him. Kill 33,000 creatures, and help me cultivate. A muffled roar came from the mouth of the demonic figure, and the strong smell of blood seemed to seep into people's pores. Then, Fang Xing raised his head and looked at the demonic figure. His eyes were filled with fury as he ruthlessly lashed out with his whip. Whoosh! Pa! The demonic figure was sent flying to the ground, and kept screaming in pain and rolling on the ground. Then, Fang Xing lashed out again and again at the demonic shadow's head and face, cursing loudly as he lashed out. I'll give you 33,000, I'll give you 33,000. Ayo! 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 33,000 for you, 33,000 for you. Despite being whipped time and time again, the fiendish demon still did not retaliate. Instead, he was only rolling on the ground. Hiss, although their eyes were bloodshot, these demons were not without reason. The few that followed closely behind this man immediately realized how powerful this man was. They gasped in shock, stopped their bodies, and turned to flee. From these few whips, they had already realized that this man was definitely not someone they could defend against, and was definitely not their prey. on the contrary, with their current abilities, they would only be his prey, so. They fled even faster than they rushed over. The more they wanted to hunt others, the more they were afraid of being hunted by others. At this time, their reactions were extremely fast. Their bodies hurriedly paused in the air, and they were about to leap into the air, to get as far away from this guy with the whip as possible. Kiki, want to escape? Unfortunately, even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. Fangxing had already locked onto them. With a twist of the fire dragon whip in the air, with a crisp paw sound, it coiled around the right leg of the person who was running the fastest, and forcefully pulled it down. Then, he didn't seem to make any movements, but with just a simple step, he forcefully pulled down the few demons who were trying to escape in the air. Originally, there was only one person lying on the ground, but in less than a breath's time, there were 7 to 8 lying on the ground, all of them surrounded by demonic clouds. 33,000 for you, 33,000 for you. Fangxing stood in the middle of the field, holding the whip in his hand, and lashed out at these demons. I'll fight you to the death. Some fiendish demons were unwilling to accept this. They roared and jumped up, going crazy, wanting to fight it out with Fangxing. However, Fangxing merely whipped him on the head, causing his soul to feel like it was about to split apart, and his body was covered in bloody wounds. I'll make you risk your life. I'll make you risk your life. There were also some demons who couldn't bear the pain. After all, the fire dragon whip was an immortal Dharma treasure. How could it be ordinary? When the whip landed on their bodies, the pain went straight into their souls. Even if they were reincarnated, they wouldn't be able to forget that feeling. After being whipped so many times in a row, they were in so much pain that they seemed to have gone mad. They immediately wailed without any backbone, I beg you, don't torture us, just kill us. After entering the Buddha celestial realm, they were prepared to kill. Naturally, they were also prepared to be killed. However, they never imagined that they would encounter such a freak. Before killing them, the freak actually wanted to whip them. This was too cruel, therefore, they couldn't help but scream and beg for a quick death. However, when Fangxing heard this, he was even more furious. He waved the whip and lashed at them. I'll make you beg for death. I'll make you beg for death. This round of whipping made the itinerant immortals feel like they were better off dead. However, Fangxing was satisfied with the whipping. He was sweating profusely, and the people on the ground could only groan. They didn't even have the strength to roll around. Only then did he stop, panting. It wasn't because he was tired, but because he was angry. He had been suppressing the fire in his heart. Although he used the whip to vent a lot of it, he was still very angry. You don't intend to kill them? Seeing that Fangxing had stopped, the great void baby asked curiously. He also understood Fangxing. If he wanted to kill them, he wouldn't waste so much energy whipping them. You think I should kill them? Fangxing turned his head and looked at his disciple with an unfriendly expression. No, the great void baby hurriedly shook his head and carefully retreated. You are the boss, you have the final say. When it comes to killing, I'm better at killing than them. I've even specially cultivated this type of cultivation technique. Fangxing panted a few more times before he spoke hatefully. He looked at the people lying on the ground with disgust. It was as if he was explaining to the great void baby and the little blind lady, and also as if he was finding an excuse for not killing them. But killing requires a reason. I will only kill when I want to. It's not like some ghost talisman appeared in the sky and told me to kill people like a mad dog. People like that are not immortals, they are at most a group of evil dogs. He pointed at the itinerant immortals on the ground and cursed, these are evil dogs, that's why they deserve to be whipped. Master, sensing the anger in Fangxing's heart, the great void baby spoke carefully. He smiled and said softly, I can see that you don't want to kill people, but this is the rule of the Immortal Ascension Assembly. If you don't kill, someone else will. After all, they are all here for the immortal life. As long as they are in the Immortal Ascension Assembly, they will continue to kill until there are only 3 of them left, and they will become stronger and stronger. When they gather the power of 100,000 people, they will become even stronger than you. This is something that cannot be changed. You can only vent your anger by whipping them now, but it's useless. After saying that, the great void baby carefully hid behind the little blind lady and stole a glance at Feng Xing. He was talking about the crux of the problem, and he hoped that Feng Xing would understand. In this world, you can't kill people whenever you want, and you can't kill people if you don't want to. If you don't kill people, someone else will. By killing people, you will be plagued by sin, and you will obtain great power until you obtain the immortal life. Therefore, after he raised this question, he was very worried that Feng Xing would fly into a rage out of humiliation and give him a whip. Who said it's useless? However, when Feng Xing heard this, he did not get angry. Instead, he laughed coldly. The great void baby wanted to make some sarcastic remarks, but when he saw the serious expression on Feng Xing's face, he did not dare to say anything. Then, he saw Feng Xing sitting down cross-legged like a Buddha. His left hand searched the skeleton divine palace for a while and took out an ancient, tattered Buddhist scripture. No one knew when or where Feng Xing had snatched it from. His right hand held the whip tightly. Facing the few individual cultivators who were groaning from being whipped on the ground, Feng Xing sighed deeply. Then, he flipped open the Buddhist scripture with a fierce expression. The great void baby was shocked, and he asked, "Master, what are you doing?" Feng Xing glanced at him and said indifferently, "Purify them." Looking at the great void baby's widened eyes, he seemed to be a little embarrassed. His face turned red, but he pretended to be calm and explained, "Maybe you don't know this, but I have another identity. After the ancient times, I was the first guardian of the Buddhist sect, Vajra." Purify. Purify? Hearing Feng Xing's seemingly serious words, the great void baby's expression changed. Although they had not known each other for a long time, he knew his master very well. His master was cruel, vicious, and wretched. They had known each other for a long time, but he was still constantly changing his limits. To be honest, the reason why he followed this master wholeheartedly was because he felt that this master was completely different from the great void immortal king. He could follow him without worrying that he would be taken advantage of by others. However, this absolute bad guy and evil person was now trying to purify others. He would never believe that he was the first guardian Vajra of Buddhism since the ancient times. Although the great void baby was an artifact spirit, he knew the status of the guardian Vajra. If the Lord Buddha was compared to the immortal emperor, then the guardian Vajra was more powerful than the immortals, even the emperor's son, and the zenith heaven golden immortal who ruled over the heavens. His status was extraordinary among the billions of Buddhas, and his protection of the great Tao was righteous, and he was on par with the immortal emperor. Anyone could be the first guardian Vajra of Buddhism, but it would never be someone like his master. But no matter how sure he was, he had no choice but to watch with his eyes wide open, because his cheap master had really begun to purify. He held the whip in one hand and the Buddhist scripture in the other, frowning. After a long while, he recited, "So I have heard." Elder Subhuti in the crowd. Clasping his palms respectfully and speaking the Buddha's words. "Hope that the world-honored Buddha will protect you and remember the Bodhisattva's instructions." Pooh, oh my God, you can't even recite the scripture properly and you don't even understand a sentence, and you still want to purify others. The great void baby was dumbfounded when he heard that. He was speechless. It was said that when the Lord Buddha preached, even the rocks could nod. That was because the teachings of Buddhism were so profound that the rocks could hear it. However, the profound teachings that Feng Xing recited clearly could not enter the minds of these itinerant immortals. In fact, these people did not know what Feng Xing was going to say to them. They were just waiting in fear for this master to kill them, thinking that they would not be able to escape if they fell into his hands. After listening to a few sentences, one of the more heavily whipped immortals could not help but moan and slowly turned over. Silence. Feng Xing was already embarrassed and annoyed. Now that he was interrupted by this moaning sound, he immediately became furious and lashed out with his whip. "Pa!" The loose immortal snorted and clenched his teeth, not daring to say another word. Only then did Feng Xing lower his head indignantly. He continued to frown and recite the scripture with difficulty. However, after reciting a few sentences, his expression became very troubled. He did not continue reading for a long while. When the great void baby looked over curiously, he handed the scripture in his hand to the great void baby in embarrassment. He asked embarrassedly, "How do I recite these words?" The great void baby was speechless. He said guiltily, this is immemorial Sanskrit. I don't know it either, right? Fang Xing slapped his thigh and said angrily, no wonder I can't recognize so many words. The great void baby was speechless. You're the #1 guardian of the Buddhist sect? Then, the two of them stared at each other awkwardly. They couldn't even read Buddhist scriptures, so how could they enlighten others? I want to try. At this moment, a weak voice was suddenly heard. It was the little blind girl who raised her hand timidly. You can't even see words, so why are you reading Buddhist scriptures? Fang Xing rolled his eyes at her. He felt that she was causing trouble, so he did not want to talk to her. But I remember the contents of these scriptures, little blind girl bit her lip and whispered. Then, she lifted her head and quietly looked in Fang Xing's direction. Fang Xing was slightly stunned and looked at the little blind girl curiously. Su. Subhuti, what do you mean? Tathagata Anattara Samyak Sambodhi. Does Tathagata have anything to say? Subhuti said, as I understand the meaning of the Buddha, there is no fixed law. Anattara Samyak Sambodhi also has no fixed law. Tathagata can say, why? What Tathagata said is not acceptable and cannot be said. Illegal is not illegal, so what? All sages are different from each other because there is no fixed law. The little blind girl spoke carefully. As expected, she recited a Buddhist scripture. She could not see anything, but her recitation was much smoother than Fang Xing's. It really works. Fang Xing was overjoyed. He patted the little blind girl's head and said, just help me recite the scriptures. Then, he tilted his head and looked at the great void baby. Help me imprint their souls. The great void baby was slightly stunned. He said solemnly, are you going to forcefully change their minds? Fang Xing chuckled softly and grinned. I'm going to rob them of their sins. The great void baby was stunned and did not know what to say. The three of them actually started to purify them. The little blind girl stood on the left side of Fang Xing. She placed her hands before her chest and formed a lotus seal. She was softly reciting the Buddhist scriptures. Her voice was soft, but as she recited the scriptures, an indescribable strange power was formed between heaven and earth. It was as if heavenly flowers were descending, surrounding the three of them and floating toward the rogue cultivators who were full of sins. The great void baby stood on the right side of Fang Xing. He held the great void mirror in his hand and emitted rays of treasure light that shrouded the rogue cultivators. Under the illumination of the treasure light, the rogue cultivators were filled with the aura of sins. It was monstrous and horrifying as if they were in the depths of hell. However, as the little blind girl recited the scriptures, the evil intent contained in the aura of sins gradually became weaker. Even the black smoke that came with the aura of sins became fainter and fainter. It was as if countless souls were flying away from the sky. No. No, you. How cruel you are. You want to purify the foundation that we have fought so hard to obtain. Those loose immortals were knowledgeable, and they quickly realized the changes in their bodies. All of them were greatly shocked in their hearts, and they cried out loudly as if they'd seen a ghost. Some even gritted their teeth and intended to leap up from the ground as they disregarded everything to flee from these strange people. Looking at these people, Fang Xing casually lashed the whip at them and sent them sprawling on the ground. All of you, lie down obediently. I'm purifying the sins in your bodies. Fang Xing had a ferocious look on his face, but he pretended to be solemn as he threatened these people with the whip. We have fought so hard to obtain these sins. We are about to fight for our lives. Why are you purifying them? Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Fang Xing sneered and shouted at the group of rogue cultivators with a thunderous voice. Since you want us to put down the butcher's knife, why don't you put down the whip? Some rogue cultivators were shocked and terrified. They shouted indignantly and tried to protect their sins. TSK. If you put down the whip, how am I going to purify you? We don't want to become Buddhas. We just want to become immortals. Bullsh *T. Are your immortals like this? Even Buddhas can't be like you, F*CKU. Fang Xing was speechless for a moment. Then, he flew into a rage and lashed out with the whip. How dare you bargain with me? You're too lenient. Slaughter and disputes were everywhere in the floating heaven. Everyone was bursting with hatred and devilish chi filled the sky. But in such an environment, there was a strange scene. A man emitting Buddha's radiance was solemn and dignified. He held the fire dragon whip in his hand, and on his left was a little girl chanting scriptures with a lotus seal in her hand. Her body was covered in a faint purple glow, and her chanting was neither fast nor slow. It seemed to contain some sort of profundity as her gentle voice spread across the floating heaven. On the right side of the man was a doll hugging a bronze mirror. The bronze mirror emitted a treasured glow that shone upon the world and struck the hearts of the people. The three of them slowly walked across the floating heaven and earth, causing the rogue immortals who were fighting to tremble in fear. It had only been 1 or 2 days, but their legend had spread across the entire floating heaven realm. Everyone who was busy fighting for the immortal fate had heard of this strange combination. They were powerful and nearly invincible, but they didn't fight at all. It was as though they didn't care about the most important power of hatred in the floating heaven realm. Logically speaking, such people were the most useless in the floating heaven realm, but these three were incomparably terrifying. Because the things they did were much more ruthless than others. Others only killed to accumulate hatred and evil chi, but these three were purifying. It was unknown how many devils were trembling in fear because of the reputation of these three people. As long as they encountered these three people, they would immediately receive a whip to the head, causing them to roll on the ground. After that, they would become completely obedient and have no choice but to listen to the chanting of the girl to purify the sins in their bodies. When they saw the devilish chi that they had painstakingly accumulated slowly dissipating without a trace, they were filled with anger, despair, and heartache. They wanted to jump up and risk their lives, but in the end they couldn't resist, because the person holding the whip was too powerful. They couldn't resist, and the moment they moved, they would be whipped. Moreover, they couldn't ignore the chanting of the girl. They couldn't even seal their 6 senses because the mirror in the doll's hand seemed to have the power to illuminate one's heart. They were forced to open their hearts and accept the baptism of the scriptures. As they walked across this land, the number of followers behind them also increased. Among these people, some had their sinful aura refined by them and knew that they no longer had the resources to compete with others. If they went out, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Therefore, they had no choice but to follow behind them in despair and live one day at a time. There were also some who were originally forced into this heaven-slaughtering realm and were prey at the lowest level. When they met this existence who called himself the first guardian of Buddhism, it was as though they had met their savior. As the news spread, it was unknown how many weaker people risked their lives to find these three people and follow them for protection. Of course, some of the more powerful devils ran as far as they could out of fear. To them, even death was a common thing. However, they had painstakingly accumulated a body of sins. If they were purified just like that, they would be extremely unlucky. Initially, there were a few devils who overestimated themselves and wanted to challenge this legendary guardian Vajra. However, after they were purified, they followed behind the Vajra with sullen faces. The other fiendish demons could only run as far as they could and didn't dare to show their heads. However, their hearts were filled with hatred. Why did such a troublemaker appear in such a good immortal ascension assembly? They were also praying in their hearts for a few good people to quickly come out and subdue this monk. Master, there are more and more followers behind us. Just now, there were more than 10 of them. The great void baby couldn't help but say to Fangxing looking back. There were hundreds of people following behind the 3 of them. Each of them looked pitiful. After all, in this Buddha heaven realm, there were only a few people who had the confidence to win the 3 immortal lives. Most people just didn't want to lose their lives here. With such a protector, they were naturally like grasping onto a life-saving straw. Even if they died, they wouldn't leave. The number of followers increased like a rolling snowball. Let them follow us. Anyway, if they leave, we will also die. Fangxing was simple. He seemed to be addicted to playing the role of an eminent monk. With a solemn expression, he spoke without batting an eyelid. But we can't go on like this, the great void baby frowned. By doing this, we are obviously breaking the rules of this Buddha heaven realm. We might even destroy the foundation of this immortal ascension assembly. What if the immortal lives in the Buddha heaven realm are related to the deaths of those loose immortals? If we purify too many people, will it affect the birth of the immortal lives? Moreover, too many people are under our protection. Naturally, no one can kill those demons. If this goes on, we will become the target of public criticism. The weak will thank us, but the strong will hate us. Fang Xing rolled his eyes and said, "In my eyes, there are no strong people. Will you die if you don't brag?" The great void baby scolded in his heart. He could only put on a smile and said, "But we are here for the immortal lives, right? You won't die if you don't brag, but you will suffer a fate worse than death," Fang Xing thought to himself. Then, he put on a calm expression and said with a low laugh, "Immortal lives? I really have an idea." As he spoke, his eyes turned deep and looked into the distance. "Let's go and continue to purify." "Continue?" The great void baby was speechless. Fang Xing rolled his eyes at him. "Saving a life is better than building a 7-tiered Buddha palace. You actually started to save people. I think that compared to the news that you are still alive, this is even more shocking." Just as Fang Xing was about to continue moving forward, 2 faint figures floated down from the void in front of Fang Xing. The one in front was a woman in green. She had a slender figure and wore simple clothes. Her expression was calm, and when she was serious, there seemed to be deep sorrow on her face. She appeared in the dark red void in front of him and slowly floated down. However, she seemed to brighten up this part of the world. That green figure was like a rainbow that traversed the void, stunning all living beings. The one behind was also a bright and beautiful girl. However, compared to the woman in green, she was much dimmer. Qing Luo? Fang Xing, who was originally merciful and aloof, looked as if he had swallowed a fly the moment he saw this woman. He had never expected that this woman would actually enter the slaughter-floating heaven realm. "You have really changed." Fairy Qing Luo looked at the shocked Fang Xing with a bitter expression. Her gaze was complicated as she stared at him. After a long time, she slowly said, "In the past, you would not have abandoned me and entered the massacre heaven realm alone. You would not have such a kind heart. After entering the massacre heaven realm, you did not go to the most intense battlefield to reap lives, but hid at the back to purify all living beings. Why are you looking for me?" Fang Xing did not have the time to listen to her bitter words. He frowned and interrupted her, asking coldly. When Qing Luo heard his cold words, she looked a little sad. Her eyes were glistening. After a long time, she calmed her emotions and sighed softly. "I did not hesitate to chase you to the massacre heaven realm. Actually, I just want to ask you a question." "Ask me a question?" Fang Xing was slightly stunned. He frowned even more and interrupted her. He said solemnly, "Loved." "Eh? Love your sister?" Even Fairy Qing Luo was dumbfounded when she heard this answer. She looked at Fang Xing's serious expression and did not know whether to laugh or cry. She subconsciously thought that this man was mocking her, and a shadow shrouded her heart. On the other hand, Fairy Qi who was beside her, had a slightly resentful expression on her face when she heard this. But when she thought about it, he said loved, and she inexplicably felt something else. A smile climbed onto her face, and it became even brighter and more moving, and her mood became better. "You wouldn't have made such a joke in the past." Fairy Qing Luo sighed speechlessly, and her complicated gaze fell on Fang Xing's face. "Eh? I'm not asking about that." Fang Xing was also a little embarrassed, but he did not show it on his face. With a faint smile, he said, "Then what do you want to ask?" Fairy Qing Luo's expression became more serious, and she paused for a moment before saying, "In these 1,000 years, where have you been?" Fang Xing's heart trembled, but his expression became even more relaxed. He said calmly, "I was suppressed." "Taishu Immortal King?" Fairy Qing Luo's expression was serious, and her face was full of concern. "Apart from this old man, who can suppress me?" Fang Xing's lips curved in a cold smile, and he looked coldly at Fairy Qing Luo. In truth, he really did not expect that Fairy Qing Luo would chase him into the Buddha heaven realm, because according to his understanding, the Buddha heaven realm was not a place for righteous immortals. At that time, he also thought that by escaping into the Buddha heaven realm, he would be able to avoid a great deal of trouble. This was also the reason why he was so daring in this world. He never expected that Fairy Qing Luo and that girl Qi'er would actually come. Now that he was being targeted by them, he was also very distressed, but he could only brace himself to deal with them. But Fairy Qing Luo was clearly not planning to leave after asking a few questions. When she heard Fang Xing's words, the sorrow on her face seemed to deepen, and she took a step forward with some concern. She said worriedly, "Then how did you escape?" Swoosh, Fangxing noticed her intention to walk forward. His eyes were cold as he suddenly looked at her. What does it have to do with you? I'm just concerned about you. Fairy Qing Luo was overwhelmed with grief. She stopped in her tracks, but her disappointment was obvious. Do you think I need your concern? Fangxing sneered and glanced at her. His expression was cold and arrogant. Let bygones be bygones. Don't bother me in the future. Fairy Qing Luo was at a loss for words. She gently wiped away her tears and tried to control her emotions. After a while, she said, even now, you don't have to treat me like this. I really just care about you. Why can't I feel your immortal fate anymore? Finally, this question. Fangxing knew that no matter who it was, after knowing that he was an emperor, this would be the first question that would come to his mind. This was also the question that he had thought about countless times. Hearing Fairy Qing Luo's question, an unnoticeable disappointment flashed across his face. Then, he purposely pretended to not care and said, in the span of 1,000 years, anything can happen. How is that possible? Fairy Qing Luo seemed to be suddenly shocked. The immortal fate and the divine soul are fused together, it cannot be separated. What does it have to do with you? Fangxing was a little impatient. This was not an act, he was really impatient. Fine, I won't ask any more. Fairy Qing Luo seemed to be very hurt by Fangxing's scolding, like a wife who had been scolded by her husband. She bit her lip and raised her head. She looked at the followers behind Fangxing and said as if she understood something, I can understand that you entered foot of heaven to take back your immortal life, because the immortal emperor will not give you a second immortal life. This is a rule that we all know, but why didn't you kill anyone after entering foot of heaven? Why are you protecting these itinerant immortals? As she spoke, she began to guess. Her voice was neither fast nor slow, so only Fangxing could hear her. She looked at Fangxing's expression and said, you also know that the rule of immortal ascension has been passed down since ancient times. There is naturally a reason for it to exist. The death of these wandering immortals is the foundation for the birth of the immortal fate. If you want to obtain the immortal fate, then these people cannot live. This world will not open, and you cannot leave. But since you know this, you still want to protect these people. As she murmured, her eyes suddenly brightened and she looked at Fangxing. Could it be that you want to gather everyone together? She seemed to think that she had guessed Fangxing's thoughts, and her voice was a little surprised. And then hold a great ceremony? This woman is really ruthless, Fangxing cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he could only act as if she had guessed his thoughts. He looked at her coldly, without a trace of emotion, and said coldly, I'll say it again. Whatever I do, it has nothing to do with you. You'd better not come and bother me. How can your matters have nothing to do with me? Fairy Qing Luo seemed to have made up her mind. Her expression became serious, and then she faintly sighed. I have never forgotten what happened in the past, and it is impossible for me to forget. It is even more impossible for me to ignore you when you are in trouble. You probably do not realize your current situation. I only want to ask you, do you know how shocked we were when we saw you lose your immortal fate? As she spoke, her expression became serious, and her eyes stared directly at Fangxing. As everyone knows, the immortal fate and the soul are fused together, and cannot be separated. This is a publicly acknowledged fact. Unless one dies, everything becomes nothing. But you are still alive, but you have lost your immortal fate. This means that there is a way to separate one's immortal fate. This is something that will shake the entire 33 heavens, eh? Separate one's immortal fate? Even when Fangxing heard this sentence, he could not help but be taken aback too. After all, they were on different sides, so he did not realize that this was the most serious problem he had, and also the biggest secret that these people wanted to know the most. These people did not know that he was a sovereign flow who had taken over the body of a primordial unity immortal, and even more so did not think that a false immortal could take over the body of a primordial unity immortal. No matter how powerful immortal was, it was impossible for him to take over a golden core. Therefore, they all believed that he had truly lost his immortal fate, but this made them realize an extremely serious problem. How could one lose an immortal fate? If one could lose an immortal fate, could one also separate one's immortal fate? In the current 33 heavens, immortal fate was extremely rare, but to be honest, immortals were not that rare. If someone could master the method to separate an immortal fate, wouldn't that mean that there would be countless more prey in the vast 33 heavens? Thinking of this problem, even he could not help but feel his heart thumping wildly. At this time, Fairy Qing Luo had already slowly approached less than 100 zhang away from him, and with a sad expression, she softly said, "Not only that. Your disappearance 1,000 years ago was related to the inheritance of the immortal King Tai Su. Who knows how many people want to obtain that secret, so you have no idea how dangerous you are right now. Now that the news of your appearance has already spread, I don't know how many people will come looking for you, or perhaps they have already arrived at this Buddha realm, but have yet to show themselves. In such a situation, even the identity of an emperor is not enough to protect you, so now is the most dangerous time for you. I cannot leave you, even if you blame me later, even if you scold me, I will use my own method to protect you. What do you want to do?" Feng Xing also sensed Fairy Qing Luo's approach. He hurriedly took a step back and looked at her warily. "Of course I'm going to protect you. I'm even going to help you slaughter the 30,000 rogue cultivators and take another immortal life," Fairy Qing Luo said quietly. This time, she did not stop and walked directly towards Feng Xing. Her eyes were resolute, and after a few steps, she suddenly raised her slender, lily-white hand. Her spiritual power suddenly surged, and the spiritual power between her slender hands seemed to contain a vast world. Unlike her delicate and charming appearance, this move actually contained an indescribable mighty and violent power, and directly suppressed the vigilant Feng Xing. It was clean and efficient, without any hesitation. "Bitch, you dare to attack? Do you believe that I won't really sleep with you if I'm too angry?" Feng Xing was instantly shocked and furious. The ghost-head broadsword instantly appeared in his hand, and for a moment, the sword light was like a waterfall, striking the sky. To be honest, he was most worried that this woman would use force on him. Qing Luo's cultivation base was after all in the primordial unity realm, and now only his physical body had reached the primordial unity realm. Moreover, due to the limitations of his spiritual power, he could not fully exert the power of this prince's body. He could still fight against ordinary immortals, but if he really fought against a primordial unity immortal, there was no need to even think about it. The difference in their realms was too great. In a sense, it was like a powerful spirit formation realm cultivator wanting to challenge a golden core realm cultivator. It was simply impossible. Earlier, he'd only hoped that he could scare her. After all, he was a dignified imperial prince while this woman was merely the daughter of a senior realm region lord under the command of an immortal emperor. After he revealed his identity, she might not dare to do anything to him in public. But now it would seem like this woman was much bolder than he'd imagined. At the very least, she dared to directly detain him. This also made Feng Xing's heart tense up. This situation was very annoying. This was the heaven realm, and primordial unity immortals were almost supreme existences. How was he going to play? Of course, even though he felt despair in his heart, he still put on a ferocious expression on his face. With boundless rage, he ruthlessly slashed out with his saber. "Even if I can't beat you, I'll still slash you." At this moment, he wanted to put up a desperate fight, hoping to scare Fairy Qing Luo away and find a chance to escape. After all, he was a fake. If he stayed with this woman, there was a high chance that he would be exposed. "How could I dare to fight you? I just wanted to protect you," Fairy Qing Luo sighed, seeming to be extremely heartbroken. However, she did not hesitate at all. Her slender fingers flicked away the blade light that flew out from the heaven-deceiving tyrant blade. Then, her index finger was like a sword, directly jabbing at the space between Feng Xing's eyebrows. It looked as if she had no other choice but to knock out Feng Xing first. However, this method was far too terrifying. "I can't defeat him. This woman's strength is terrifying, and she actually gives me even more pressure than the 3 Tai elders." Feng Xing was extremely shocked, and he actually felt a sense of helplessness in his heart, but at this moment, a man's hearty laughter suddenly rang out from afar. Although it was far away, it was clearly audible, causing everyone present to be alarmed. "Haha, Fairy Qing Luo, you two are so noisy that my teeth are aching, Fairy Qing Luo's brows immediately furrowed when she heard this voice, and she hurriedly raised her head to look in the direction of the voice. It was also at this moment that a tall figure suddenly leapt out from behind a barren iron mountain 100 miles away. He leapt into the air, and his aura whistled. Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky with him at the center. In his hand was a large green saber, and with a shake of his arms, the large saber slashed down from the distance. Then, the saber light was like a flying cloud, instantly traversing 100 miles and arriving in front of Fairy Qing Luo. As the saber light flew past, the ground cracked, and a bottomless abyss appeared. Sect Master Xianxia, Guan Feixing. Fairy Qing Luo was also enraged, and she shouted hatefully. Her finger no longer had time to touch the center of Fang Xing's brows. She hurriedly turned around and raised her slender hand to meet the saber light that was descending from the sky. Despite the seemingly vast difference in strength, her slender hand firmly grasped the saber light, and then her hands froze in midair. Bang! Fairy Qing Luo gripped the saber light, and her brows were still furrowed. She exerted strength in her 5 fingers and instantly crushed the saber light. Then, a murderous look appeared in her eyes as she looked at the figure in midair. You traitor of the wilderness, you dare to enter the Buddha realm? Ha 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 ha, you look more pleasing to the eye like this. When you cry, you're so hypocritical that it's irritating. That figure slowly stepped through the air, and his aura continued to surge, causing the clouds in the sky to scatter. When they got closer, they realized that it was a man in a green robe. He looked to be around 30 years old, and he was tall and slender. His face was like jade, and his sideburns were like blades. His eyes were long and narrow, and they carried a light that no one dared to underestimate. He had an imposing aura, and in his hand was a bronze saber that was over 20 feet long. The saber was carved with golden patterns, and the blade was as bright as snow, emitting a cold aura. When we met at the border of the wildlands, I told you that you were looking for someone, but I was also looking for someone. Later on, you got lucky and discovered that the person you were looking for was in Upper Xin City, so you rushed back. At that time I was worried, so I sent someone to follow you. I didn't expect that you would be so lucky. This matter is of great importance, and it's not the time to cherish my life. I had no choice but to think of a way to come in. How dare you? Do you want to harm His Highness Di Lu? Fairy Qingluo's brows were furrowed, and her murderous aura soared into the sky. Her slender fingers pressed down, and countless flying swords appeared in the sky, raining down like a storm. Haha, in my eyes, the DZ you speak of is just the child of a demon immortal. There's nothing special about him. Don't worry, if I want to kill him, I'll do it when he's at his strongest, and I won't take advantage of him when he's crippled. The man called Guan Feixing raised the bronze saber in his hand, and he swung it like a wave, knocking away the flying swords. His aura did not diminish at all, and he stepped on the clouds like a dragon in the sky. He swooped down, and at the same time, his eyes subconsciously turned to look at Qing Luo, and he shouted, I'm looking for him for something else. You and I won't offend each other. Fairy Qing Luo, who was fighting fiercely in the sky, did not notice, but Fang Xing instantly sensed it, and he turned to look at the little blind girl. This person is looking for her? Don't offend each other? Fairy Qing Luo only sneered in response to Guan Feixing's cold shout. It was obvious that she did not trust him. As soon as she saw him, her killing intent surged. As soon as she saw him approaching, she waved her 10 fingers and drew out several strands of immortal qi. These strands of immortal qi were like ribbons that filled the endless void. They looked beautiful but contained an indescribably terrifying killing intent that surged towards Guan Feixing. At the same time, she shouted, You are a remnant of the sinful King Xianxia. You hid in the wildlands and called yourself a seat lord with evil intentions. My father is the Azure Xian domain lord and ruled the Azure Xian heaven in the name of the immortal emperor. I quelled the rebellion on behalf of my father and fought with you at least 7 times in 200 years. Now you say that we don't offend each other? Swoosh, Guan Feixing was also infuriated. The saber in his hand slashed through the void, blocking Fairy Qing Luo's ribbons. His voice was like thunder, Qing Luo, I'm willing to take the risk to escape into the Buddha heaven realm. Do you think you can stop me? These two were obviously old enemies and had fought many times. The moment they met, they would fight fiercely. Moreover, Qing Luo was proficient in immortal techniques. The longer she kept her distance from others, the more powerful her divine abilities could be. Guan Feixing was proficient in immortal martial arts and could only display his talents in close combat. At this moment, one of them was about to rush forward while the other didn't dare to let him get close. As soon as there was a disagreement, they started fighting. In the sky, immortal light danced and divine light whistled. Sand and stones were sent flying and the earth cracked. Even Fangxing was shocked by the ferocious might. Why is there another primordial unity expert? Fangxing couldn't help but scream in his heart. He couldn't understand. In the Buddha heavenly realm, where there shouldn't even be a righteous immortal, Fairy Qing Luo's appearance was understandable. After all, this woman was like a dog skin cake medicine that stuck to him. But why was there another primordial unity supreme immortal? Moreover, this Tai supreme immortal was not here for him, but for the little blind girl. If this was any other time, Fangxing wouldn't have minded speaking with that person about the little blind girl's origins. However, Qing Luo was right beside him, and Fangxing couldn't care less. If he didn't escape while these two enemies were fighting, then wouldn't he be an idiot? Then, he picked up the great void baby, turned around, and fled as fast as he could. But the itinerant immortals who followed him all the way were stunned when they saw the scene in front of them, but before they could react, a piercing cold aura suddenly came from the path that Fangxing was about to escape. Then, Fangxing saw that the ground in front of him had collapsed, and a huge mound rose. When the mound rose to a height of nearly 1,000 feet, the soil suddenly fell, and a bright eye looked at him. Then, he saw a huge mouth open, and a thunderous voice rang out, "Your Highness Di Lu, where are you going? A celestial being?" Fangxing's heart turned cold. Only then did he realize that it was a monster lurking under the ground. It was obviously a powerful celestial being, however, just the aura from his body made Fangxing's heart turn cold. Apart from the almost invincible deity king in Tianyuan, he had never met such a terrifying celestial being. After a slight pause, he wanted to choose another direction to escape in. But just as this thought came to his mind, he stopped helplessly. Haha, Qing Luo, this girl talks a lot of nonsense, but she is right about one thing. We have been here for a long time. Your Highness Di Lu, we have not seen each other for 1,000 years. Why are you not as mighty as before? It was also at this time that a few silhouettes suddenly appeared from the west and east where Fangxing was. They slowly walked over. The ones from the west were a man and a woman. The man was tall and extremely ugly, while the woman was petite and exquisite, radiating beauty. The two of them were completely different in appearance, yet they carried an indescribable sense of harmony. Their appearance attracted the attention of the world. The one from the east was an immortal general in purple armor. He lay lazily on a throne and looked around disdainfully. The throne flew over from the distance, and wherever it passed, a layer of dazzling frost formed on the dark red ground of the Buddha heaven realm. They all looked casual and undisciplined, but they formed a triangle with each other, trapping Fangxing on the spot. Fengjun Yuqia, Shintu Tai Sui, Zhongshuang Immortal Lord. You guys are here too? Fairy Qing Luo, who was in the air, clearly noticed the existence of these people. She quickly retreated and shouted in a low voice. At this moment, even her expression had become extremely solemn. Haha, Your Highness Di Lu has appeared again. This immortal general has such a good relationship with him, how can I not come? The eyes of the purple-armored celestial general, who was lazily sitting on the throne, flickered as he glanced at Fangxing and sneered. The Taisu immortal king once owed the two of us something and has yet to return it. Now that we finally heard that someone who knows about his inheritance has appeared, how can the two of us miss this opportunity? We can only chase after him to Buddha heaven to get to the bottom of this. The ugly man and the handsome woman exchanged a gentle glance, but when they raised their heads to speak, their eyes were filled with malice. Her Highness Profound Emperor has ordered me to come and see if Di Lu has really become a cripple. Even the mountain-like god race being spoke angrily and glared at Fangxing fiercely. Oh no, if these people join forces, even I won't be able to protect you. Don't stray more than 100 zhang away from me. The expression in Fairy Qing Luo's eyes had already changed. She sent a thought to Fangxing, then glanced at those people coldly and said, I know you all have your own motives, but don't forget that he is the son of the Scarlet Emperor. Who dares to be so impudent here? Haha, little Qing Luo, I heard that you are already engaged to Dishur. Is it appropriate for you to protect your lover like this? Haha, the Scarlet Emperor is powerful, but he might not be able to reach all the way to Buddha heaven. I am loyal to Emperor Tsong, but you are using the Scarlet Emperor to scare me? Qing Luo's words did not frighten these people. Instead, they burst into laughter, and their faces turned pale with anger. Sai, how is this Dishur doing? Why is he so unpopular? Even Fangxing felt a little helpless. He shook his head and sighed, despising Di Lu very much. In fact, apart from Fairy Qing Luo, who was fighting in the sky, he did not know any of these people. But at this time, he discovered from their gazes that they were all coming for him, and their strength was probably no lower than the primordial unity realm. Trying to escape from these people was as difficult as trying to put on pants for the Taishu baby. When he thought of this, Fangxing returned to Fairy Qing Luo's side and put down the little blind girl and the Taishu baby. He chose a place with soft soil and sat down cross-legged. Then, he turned to Fairy Qing Luo and said affectionately, "I'm counting on you this time, Qing Luo. This matter is a little troublesome. These people are not from my Scarlet Emperor's bloodline and they are all people that cannot be trifled with. Actually, when I found out that you were still alive, I already expected that these people would cause trouble for you. As a result, I did not dare to announce it publicly. However, when you appeared in Upper Xian City and shocked the Azure Xian Heaven world, even though I ordered people to suppress the news, there were too many people who saw you. I was unable to suppress it and the news was still leaked. Perhaps for their master or for themselves, these people have charged into foot of heaven to find you." Fairy Qing Luo's expression was extremely sinister as she whispered to Fangxing, "It's alright, you can deal with it as you see fit." Fangxing spoke without batting an eyelid, and he had an indifferent attitude. In reality, he could only rely on Fairy Qing Luo to protect his life. At the very least, he could sense that Fairy Qing Luo did not have any killing intent towards him. As for those people, not only were they strong, but they were also looking at him without any good intentions. This was not a difficult choice to make. At this moment, he could only protect his own life, take one step at a time, and find an opportunity to act according to the circumstances. "Haha, little Qing Luo, you are a smart girl. I don't think you will act too stupid at this time." The woman among the Fengjun Yuqiao was the first to speak with a smile. She glanced at Fairy Qing Luo and said, "Since we are willing to enter foot of heaven, we have already shown our determination. Although I love your beauty and really do not want to hurt you, this matter is too important. The Emperor's disciple must be in my hands. If necessary, I will not be polite to you. Haha, the inheritance of the great void immortal king must be obtained by us. We must also know how he lost his immortal life." The Fengjun also said coldly, "Whoever dares to block our way will be killed without mercy." Not bad, an immortal life can be lost. This is a rumor that will shock the entire 33 heavens. Before coming here, I had some doubts about whether this news was true or not, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I know that there really is such a miraculous thing in this world. It seems that His Highness Di Lu must have experienced some incredible secrets in the past 1,000 years. Fairy Qing Luo, this secret is too important, it's impossible for you to keep it to yourself. Hand over the Emperor's son, and after I interrogate him, perhaps I will spare this old friend of mine," the heavenly frost immortal monarch said indifferently. She only stared at her slender fingers as she spoke. "Haha, His Highness originally only wanted me to see if Di Lu is really alive. If he is not, then I will turn him into a dead man. However, since you all said that this secret is very important, then I must obtain it for my master." Even the god race's god Slaughter Taisui, who possessed a terrifying physical body, spoke in a cruel and domineering manner. Only the Xianxia peak master from the wildlands, Guan Feixing, was clearly not interested in Fangxing. He originally wanted to say something, but after hearing the words of the others, his eyes flickered and he shut his mouth. It was clear that these people mentioned the great void immortal king and the great secret of the immortal life stripping. The significance was too great. With his status and cultivation, it was impossible for him not to see it. It could be said that this was indeed a great secret that could shock the 33 heavens and make everyone's hearts pound. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many experts risking their lives to enter foot of heaven. Fairy Qing Luo's face darkened after hearing these people's words. Her face was filled with anger as she said coldly, "You don't have to disturb my mind with the words little lover and engagement. Qing Luo is not only His Highness Di Shi's fiancé, but also a subordinate of the Scarlet Monarch. His Highness Di Lu is not only my childhood playmate, but also the crown prince of the Scarlet Monarch's bloodline. It's only right for Qing Luo to protect him. No matter how many people you have or how strong you are, it's impossible for you to harm him in front of me. Qing Luo will not comply even if I have to die." As she finished speaking, her azure dress fluttered in the air and a jade scepter flew out from her sleeve. She held it in her hand and coldly swept it across Xu Shou's face. Her expression was as cold as frost as her voice shook the heavens and earth. If you don't believe me, then do it. Not only those people, even Feng Xing and the great void baby could not help but raise their heads to look at her. First, they were surprised by this person's loyalty. Second, they really did not expect that fairy Qing Luo, who was so meek and weak in front of Feng Xing, would put on such a domineering face in front of the other exalted immortals of the primordial unity realm. Yes, you can't harm Feng D. You can't harm him. As Qing Luo's anger rose, even the little girl Qia ran to Feng Xing's side to protect him. However, judging from her expression, it was obvious that she did not have much background. Instead, she looked like she would hide behind Feng Xing and ask for protection at any time. It was understandable that she was weaker than an ant in front of the other exalted immortals. She could kill them with a flip of her palm. It was too much for her to say that she wanted to protect Feng Xing. Even more absurd was that up until now, this little girl clearly wasn't sure if she was protecting Feng Xing or the imperial prince. Humph, the atmosphere became murderous. The group of exalted immortals obviously did not expect fairy Qing Luo to be so unyielding. Since they couldn't come to an agreement, then they had to resort to force. These people weren't people that would drag their feet. All of them had gloomy expressions when they saw this scene, and the murderous aura on their bodies rose explosively. Their aura actually affected the heavens and the earth, and the sky was already covered in dark clouds. Little girl Qing Luo, you're asking for death. Don't blame us. The Wind Lord spoke first. His blood chi vibrated, and a strong wind rose between heaven and earth. It whistled and swept across the region. Under the pressure of the murderous aura of this group of people, fairy Qing Luo's face turned paler. She was under a lot of pressure, but she took a deep breath and said firmly, Qing Luo can die, but I won't let you hurt His Highness Di Lu, then you can go to hell. Suddenly, a loud roar resounded through heaven and earth. It was Shen Taisui. He was the first to attack. He leaped forward, and his two huge arms turned into stone. They rumbled toward the area where Feng Xing and fairy Qing Luo were. The power was indescribable. It was like a small planet crashing into the earth. It covered the sky and earth, stirred up the void, and cracked the void like snakes dancing in the air. In the face of such a terrifying attack, most people would temporarily retreat and find a gap to attack. But when Qing Luo looked at Feng Xing and fairy Qi below, she took a deep breath, bit her lips, and directly took out the Rui scepter to resist the attack. I won't let them hurt you, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will create an opportunity for you. Run. Fairy Qing Luo had chosen to receive the slaughter god Taisui's attack head-on. To a female immortal like her, this was clearly not a wise decision. By receiving the attack head-on, she had prevented Feng Xing and the others from being directly exposed to the slaughter god Taisui's powerful strength. The two incomparably huge arms that seemed like they were about to fall from the sky were forcefully received by her. Then, with a delicate cry, she pushed the slaughter god Taisui back a few steps. The entire ground shook endlessly, as if a terrifying earthquake had occurred. However, her face had also paled, and after a long while, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this woman stupid? Qing Luo's decision to sacrifice herself to protect them caused Feng Xing and the Great Void Baby's expressions to change. There was an indescribable feeling in their hearts. This woman was too stupid. With her Tai exalted immortal cultivation, she would not have been injured in just one move against the Shen Taisui. In fact, her chances of winning were quite high. But she had taken the attack head-on to protect Feng Xing and the others. This was equivalent to attacking the enemy's advantage with her weakness. To a certain extent, this was a form of sacrifice. Go. Fairy Qing Luo lowered her head. Her eyes were resolute as she shouted at Feng Xing. Then, she instantly turned around. Once they started fighting, the exalted immortals did not hold back. Although fairy Qing Luo spat out blood and looked so pitiful that all the men in the world would probably feel pity for her, the Wind Lord did not care at all. Instead, a cold smile appeared on his face. Seeing that Qing Luo was already injured and had yet to recover, he immediately seized this opportunity and took a step forward. Wind. Great wind. He shouted coldly. Suddenly, a great wind blew between the heavens and the earth. The wind howled and rolled from the horizon. Sand and stones flew everywhere. It became more and more violent, as if it was going to tear the heavens and the earth apart. Boom. 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 Not only Feng Xing and the others, even the 300 followers were the first to bear the brunt of the wind. They would be drowned in it. Damn it. Qing Luo's eyes turned cold, and she couldn't be bothered about her injuries as she flashed over hastily. Her sleeves swept out and surprisingly transformed into strands of chaotic immortal light, and they were like raging waves that collided directly with the violent gale that assaulted from the horizon. Surprisingly, she was still fighting with her life on the line. The violent gale was too strong, and she ought to dodge it. However, if she dodged, then Feng Xing and the others would be the first to bear the brunt of it. So, she once again made a decision that an intelligent person shouldn't make, and she forcefully circulated her immortal force to block the violent gale. Sigh, when a smart person becomes stupid, they really are stupid to the point of being stupid. When Yu Chia, who had an exquisite figure and radiated with beauty, saw this scene, she revealed a mocking smile. As she spoke, she slowly walked forward. When she was less than 100 feet away from Fairy Qing Luo, she suddenly clapped her hands together. For some reason, the Buddha Heaven realm that was originally incomparably dry and without a trace of moisture suddenly became misty. In the next moment, the misty water turned into dark clouds, turning into violent raindrops that rained down from the sky, like silk or swords. Fairy Qing Luo, who was already injured and had to forcefully resist the demonic wind, immediately showed despair in her eyes. She no longer had any strength left to resist the rain. She waved her hand with all her might, sweeping away most of the rain. But there was still a lot that fell directly. Like flying swords, they pierced through her abdomen. Blood immediately stained her green dress. It slid down her smooth calves and skirt, wetting the dry and cracked ground, causing the dark red soil to turn bright red. Boom, as her body was pierced by the rain, she could no longer resist the demonic wind in the sky. She was directly swept over by the demonic wind. It covered the sky and covered the earth, and there was a deathly atmosphere. Everyone present was terrified and wanted to close their eyes and wait for death. But they discovered that the demonic wind didn't directly attack them. Instead, it turned into a terrifying vortex that directly surrounded them, spinning nonstop. It was like an astonishing sword qi that covered the sky and earth, slicing past the bodies of Feng Xing and the others. When they looked closely, they saw that at the last moment, Fairy Qing Luo had taken out an oil paper umbrella. At this moment, the umbrella had already opened, emitting rays of primordial light that protected them inside, but at this time, it was clearly a little difficult. The terrifying demonic wind had already made the oil paper umbrella creak, and it was on the verge of breaking. Oh no, she alone is not a match for so many people. The great void baby was so frightened that his eyes were wide open. He trembled and wanted to escape, but he didn't know where to go. To be honest, the situation was very obvious. Fairy Qing Luo was definitely not weak. She was a primordial unity supreme immortal, and her strength was also top-notch among the primordial unity supreme immortals. But in the face of so many other primordial unity supreme immortals, even if she wanted to protect Feng Xing, she would not be able to do so. In a one-on-one fight, she might be able to defeat all the supreme immortals present, but in this situation, unless she immediately abandoned Feng Xing and the others and escaped alone, she would eventually die together with Feng Xing and the others. Your Highness Di Lu, I'm no match for them. However, at this time, Fairy Qing Luo clearly had no intention of escaping alone. Instead, she forcefully endured her injuries and turned to look at Feng Xing. But I won't let you fall into their hands. I'll use all my strength to tear open a path for you. If you really make it back alive, please remember to kill all these people and avenge me. This isn't very good. When the great void baby heard this, tears welled up in his eyes. However, Feng Xing's expression did not change. He looked like he was deep in thought and did not say anything for a long time. Your Highness Di Lu, I can't hold on any longer. Fairy Qing Luo's eyes were red, and blood trickled down the corner of her mouth. Sister Qing Luo, even Lady Qi could not help but anxiously hug Qing Luo's arm. Let's go together. You guys go first. Once you escape, I'll find a chance to leave as well. Fairy Qing Luo glanced at Qi and forced a smile as she consoled her. Just by looking at her expression, Everyone could tell that she was ready to die and had no intention of escaping at all. Your Highness Di Lu, please prepare yourself. Fairy Qing Luo looked at Feng Xing and took a deep breath. She was about to forcibly gather the remaining immortal qi. AI, forget it. But it was also at this time that Feng Xing finally let out a deep sigh and stood up in an extremely helpless manner. He took out a pill and stuffed it into Qing Luo's mouth. He lazily sized her up and said, "At this point, I finally understand your intentions." Then, he turned to look outside the primordial precious light of the oil paper umbrella and said with a faint smile, "You don't have to worry about the rest, let me do it." Looks like I'll have to use some real strength. Feng Xing felt a little helpless as he stood up. This Fairy Qing Luo was so loyal and wanted to create an opportunity for him to escape. But what was the use of that? There were so many Tai Supreme Immortals in the Buddha Heaven realm. They were like the heavens. How could he compete with them with his current abilities? Moreover, even if Qing Luo could temporarily stop Feng Xianxia and Shintu Tai Sui, there was still Guan Feixing and immortal monarch Zhong Shuang. Those two weren't easy to deal with. They seemed to be even more ruthless than Feng Xianxia and Shintu Tai Sui. Would he really be able to escape from these two? It wasn't that Feng Xing was looking down on his ability to escape, but he didn't think it was possible. But then again, since he couldn't escape, he had to use other methods. What are you going to do? Fairy Qing Luo seemed to have seen through his intentions and was shocked. She hurriedly reached out to grab Feng Xing and said, "Your Highness Di Lu, please don't take this risk. Although you are an imperial prince and have a noble status, these people have their own backers. They won't be courteous to you, what are you saying?" "I don't intend to be courteous to them," Feng Xing sneered and pushed Fairy Qing Luo's hand away. Then, he stepped out of the radiance of the treasured umbrella. Eh? The Wind Lord, who was using all his strength to summon the wind to tear Fairy Qing Luo's treasured umbrella, frowned when he saw this scene. The heavy rain stopped in an instant, and the sandstorm fell to the ground. The oil paper umbrella that had lost its radiance was also saved from the fate of being torn apart. Several gazes turned to look at Feng Xing with murderous intent. However, none of them were in a hurry to make a move. After all, these people were looking for Feng Xing to find out some of his secrets. They didn't dare to let him die here. Haha, why must we fight to the death for no reason? Is there any meaning to it? Feng Xing, or rather, Di Lu, who had lost most of his cultivation in the eyes of others, acted as if he did not sense the danger around him. He had a cold smile on his face and a malicious gaze as he slowly swept his gaze over the crowd of cultivators. He then faintly smiled and said, "You have something to ask me?" Di Lu's calmness caused these people's hearts to tremble. After all, he was a genius from 1,000 years ago, someone who was extremely famous even among the princes. If it was 1,000 years ago, they would not have dared to directly confront Di Lu. Now, they had only come to try their luck because they had heard that he was weak, but their fear of him was even greater than Qing Luo's. That's right. We didn't hesitate to enter the depths of Buddha Heaven because we do have questions to ask the young emperor. After a while, the few of them also thought that they should hold back for the time being. The Wind Lord looked at Feng Xing and spoke in a deep voice. "If you have something to say, then say it." Feng Xing's reply was straightforward. His eyes were narrowed, and he did not even look at the Wind Lord. "You?" The Wind Lord was also not an ordinary character. His status was extremely high, and now that he was scolded by Feng Xing, he felt a little angry in his heart. But when he thought of the ferocious reputation of this Di Lu, he felt at ease. He subconsciously felt that if the infamous and domineering Di Lu didn't speak in such a manner, he wouldn't be behaving like a Di Lu. Thus, he didn't flare up and exchanged a glance with Xianxia before turning his gaze over. 1,000 years ago, it was said that you chased the Great Void into the Dragon World. Did you find the inheritance of the Great Void? As he spoke, his eyes shone brightly, as if he was afraid that Feng Xing would lie. But Feng Xing's reply was extremely relaxed. He smiled and said, "Of course I found it." Such a simple reply shocked Feng Xianxia. She did not expect him to answer so straightforwardly. In her heart, she did not believe it, but Feng Xing did things without hesitation. He called the Great Void Baby over and took down the bronze mirror on his back. He showed it to Feng Xianxia and smiled. "If the two of you are so familiar with the Great Void, you should recognize this mirror, right? That is. Great Void Illusory Mirror. The couple's eyes were indeed not shallow. When they saw it, their expressions changed and they blurted out. Fangxing nodded and passed the Great Void Illusory Mirror to the Great Void Baby. He smiled. This proves that I found the inheritance of the Great Void, right? Feng Jun and Xiao looked at each other and nodded. Even the Great Void Mirror that the Great Void Immortal King made himself was in his hands. There should be no better proof than this. The two of them fell silent. Their next step was naturally to ask where the inheritance of the Great Void Immortal King was. But this was not an easy question to ask. Fangxing did not give them time to ask the second question. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at immortal monarch Xianxia, who had a terrifying aura but had not attacked yet. He frowned and said with a smile that was not a smile, "What do you want to ask?" Immortal monarch Xianxia's expression was slightly serious. He was not as lazy as when he faced Fairy Qing Luo. Though he was still sitting on the throne, he straightened his back and looked at Fangxing. He said, "I heard that you were still alive. As an old friend, I came to see you. But after seeing you, I found out that you lost your immortal fate." Cut the crap. Fangxing sneered. "You should be concerned about how I lost my immortal fate, right?" When he said this, everyone's eyes flickered, including Shinta Taisui and Feng Jun Yuqia. Though immortal monarch Xianxia felt that Fangxing's words were rude, he chose to endure and did not retort, "I know what you, or rather, the masters behind you, are concerned about." Fangxing sneered. He glanced at Zhu Xiu and said, 1,000 years ago, I made a small mistake and was tricked by the dying Great Void Immortal King. I was imprisoned in his inheritance for 1,000 years. If it wasn't for a few ants from Tianyuan breaking the taboo by accident, I would have been imprisoned until my death. But I was strong and lucky enough to survive. Not only did I survive, but I also discovered a great secret. Speaking of which, it was a blessing in disguise. Hearing his words, the hearts of the immortals all tensed up. Fangxing sighed softly and continued, "You pieces of trash all think that I've lost my immortal life and become a cripple. You're only half right. I've indeed lost my immortal life, but I'll never become a cripple." As he spoke, his eyes turned cold and murderous. "You're asking me if I obtained Great Void's inheritance?" "That's right, all the inheritance belongs to me now." "Did I really lose my immortal fate?" "That's right, not only did I lose my immortal fate, I also unintentionally learned a secret that not only allowed me to get my immortal fate back, I can even make others lose their immortal fate." Make others lose their immortal fate? When they heard this answer, everyone's eyes widened and their hearts raced. Immortal fate can really be taken away? If the immortal fate couldn't be taken away, then I wouldn't have taken the risk to enter the floating celestial realm, nor would I have shown mercy. Not only would I not start a massacre and accumulate my strength, but I would also spend all my effort to help these ants purify their sins and lure them into the depths of the floating celestial realm. Under the shocked gazes of the immortals, Fangxing's expression was calm and collected, as if everything was natural. So that's how it is. His casual flattery immediately made the immortals and even Fairy Qing Luo have an expression that said, "So that's how it is." Originally, when they found Fangxing, apart from being puzzled by his loss of the immortal fate and coveting his secrets, the most unbelievable thing was that this infamous imperial prince didn't go on a killing spree in the Buddha heavenly realm. Instead, he painstakingly converted the sins of others like a monk and even sheltered so many followers. In their eyes, this was as unbelievable as seeing a tiger eating grass instead of meat. After all, this imperial prince was the most bloodthirsty and ferocious in the past, but after hearing Fangxing's words, they suddenly realized, so that's how it is, so this emperor really did comprehend a huge secret in the 1,000 years he was missing. Even though he lost his immortal fate, he accidentally discovered the method to strip away his immortal fate. Now that he came to the floating celestial realm and attracted so many rogue immortals into the depths of the floating celestial realm, it must be to verify this method. This was the only way to explain his abnormality. As long as you aren't fools, I'm sure you understand how important this secret is. This emperor has no intention of sharing it with others. After all, I used 1,000 years of my life to obtain it. Who is qualified for me to hand over this huge secret with both hands? As Fangxing spoke, a ferocious glint flashed in his eyes. His voice was cold, but there was also a hint of helplessness in it. However, all of you trash have sharp ears, quick reactions, and guts. You actually chased me all the way to the Buddha celestial realm. When a tiger falls into a plane, it will be bullied by dogs. This imperial prince has nothing to say. I must verify that method. If all of you really have the intention, you can follow me. Hearing this, everyone's hearts couldn't help but palpitate with excitement. The method to strip away one's immortal fate and use it for other purposes was too tempting. They couldn't help but be tempted. To Count of the Wind and Xianxia, this was a secret even more tempting than the immortal King Taishu's inheritance. And to Guan Feixing, the importance of this secret was no less than the little blind girl in his eyes. Thus, although everyone was hesitant, no one refuted, and at this time, Feng Xing added fuel to the fire. He smiled and said, "If you want to see this heaven-shaking secret, then come with this emperor. If you have ulterior motives, then don't be polite. This emperor has said all I have to say. As for what to do next, it will depend on whether you are smart or not." Having said that, he turned around and walked under the umbrella while thinking, "Since I've already bragged, it will depend on whether you guys are stupid or not." Soon, they set off again. None of the primordial Unity Supreme Immortals could muster up the courage to refuse Feng Xing's suggestion. After all, the secret of the immortal fate was too tempting. Zhu Xiu might have different thoughts, but after Feng Xing's suggestion, they all agreed to follow Feng Xing to have a look. They did not dare to reveal any of their dirty thoughts. Even if they had other dirty thoughts, they would follow him to have a look first. As for the group of followers, they were completely dumbfounded at this moment. They were all prepared to die, but they were saved by Feng Xing, or rather, some of them were harmed. At first, many of them were secretly hating him. What was the background of this secular monk who had popped out of nowhere? Why did he have to purify their sins? Why was he willing to protect the lowest-level immortal competitors in the Buddha heaven? What would happen after they received his protection? Would they live for a few more days, or would they be able to escape from this hellish Buddha heaven realm? No one knew, but they knew one thing: they could survive temporarily by following Feng Xing and avoid being hunted by others. When Fairy Qing Luo and the others showed up one after another, they were terrified to the extreme. A supreme immortal could be said to be invincible in the Buddha heavenly realm, but when more primordial Unity Supreme Immortals appeared, they almost became numb. Naturally, the followers could not hear the conversation between Feng Xing and the others. Therefore, they had no idea what had happened. They only knew that the group of exalted immortals and the eminent monk who had sheltered them had come to an agreement. Instead of killing them, they followed them into the depths of the Buddha heaven realm. Their fate was no longer in their hands. Now, they could only follow in a daze. Do we still need to purify them? Fairy Qing Luo and the others did not know what Feng Xing wanted to do. They only knew that he wanted to confirm a great secret. Because this secret was too big, they did not dare to ask casually. Moreover, because of Feng Xing's identity, they did not have the courage to force him. They were afraid that they would backfire. Therefore, the only way left was to cooperate with him. Of course, the more, the better. Feng Xing answered naturally, as if it was a matter of course. Fairy Qing Luo and the others did not dare to question him. They could only follow his instructions and purify everything they saw along the way. With their help, it was much more convenient. In the Buddha heaven realm, there were some itinerant immortals who had killed countless people. Even Feng Xing had a headache dealing with them. However, they were not worth mentioning in front of Fairy Qing Luo and the others. They were easily captured and forced to kneel in front of Feng Xing. They kowed out and listened to the sutras. They purified their sins like a group of pitiful worms. During this process, the number of followers behind Feng Xing increased day by day: 700, 800, 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, 8,000. In a mere 3 days and 2 hours' time, the followers behind Feng Xing and the others had shockingly already reached 10,000. Feng Xing held a seal and walked in the middle. On his left was the little blind girl chanting the sutras to purify the sins. On his right was the great void immortal mirror that shone directly into one's soul. The exalted immortal protectors followed in midair. Behind them, there were more than 10,000 followers. This was a rare scene in the Buddha heaven: dark red, oppressive, and pungent smell of blood. This was the first and only feeling that the Buddha heaven realm gave people, but now, as Feng Xing led the pilgrimage, there was a faint white glow that shot into the 9 heavens. It could be said that in the previous Immortal Ascension gatherings, this was the first time such a scene had happened in the past 100,000 years. Master, do you really know how to take away an immortal life? Beneath the solemn expression was a nervous heart. The great void immortal baby had almost turned into a guilty baby as he kept asking questions. I want to know how to take away an immortal life. First, I need to take away the immortal life of the suppressed Emperor Flow Divine Soul and give it to myself. Feng Xing was also very shameless. He rolled his eyes and said, "Then how are you going to cover up your bragging?" The great void immortal baby was frightened and asked with a sad face. "We'll take it one step at a time. It's better to scare them first than to be taken down by them directly." Feng Xing was not confident and could only sigh speechlessly. "Then we have to walk slowly. Otherwise, we'll be exposed the moment we enter the depths of the Buddha heaven. Slaughtering 33,000 living beings and incurring a body full of sins in exchange for an immortal life is the rule of this Immortal Ascension gathering. Not to mention that we don't have a trace of sin, we've even purified quite a lot of sin. If sin is the bargaining chip to exchange for an immortal life in the Buddha heaven, then not only do we not have any bargaining chips, we even owe the Zhuang clan a huge debt. Once we enter the depths of the Buddha heaven, we won't be able to cover up this hole anymore." The great void immortal baby was even more speechless when he heard this. His little face was even longer than a donkey's. "Can't you see that I'm already moving step by step?" How could Feng Xing not understand this? He slowed down even more and crawled like an ant. On the other hand, the group of exalted immortals did not know that Feng Xing was deliberately stalling for time. They thought that this was a special ceremony, so they did not dare to stop him. Moreover, they did not dare to disobey Feng Xing's orders at all. When he told them to subdue demons, they did. When he told them to rest, they rested. Apart from feeling guilty, Feng Xing didn't dare to relax and kept thinking of a way to escape. It was almost impossible to find an opportunity to escape when others were not paying attention. The exalted immortals, be it Feng Jun Yu Chia, Shentu Tai Sui, Immortal Monarch Zhong Shuang, or Sect Master Xianxia, Guanfei Xing, none of them were easy to deal with. Their cultivations were profound and they were very alert. They were constantly staring at Feng Xing and wouldn't give him a chance to escape. After all, this was the Buddha heaven realm, an independent world. It was like a huge cage. Even if he escaped, where could he escape to? Feng Xing was a quick-witted person. However, he was really frowning and couldn't think of a way to escape, but now, no matter how slow he was, he had to move forward step by step. He would eventually reach the depths of the Buddha heaven. He could imagine that when that time came, his lies would be exposed and he would lose his life. "Master, if you really can't do it, just kill all the people behind you. At least you can protect yourself." The great void immortal baby was speechless and could only sigh and suggest, "Don't talk nonsense. Am I that kind of person?" Feng Xing glared at the great void immortal baby with a serious expression. Then, he couldn't help but stop. He turned around and glanced at the crowd of bodiless immortals behind him. He instantly attracted a lot of respectful, fearful, or pious gazes. He immediately felt his heart sink. He sighed and wanted to cry but had no tears. "Most importantly, we've already boasted. If we kill now, we'll be exposed, you're regretting it." The great void immortal baby looked at his master with disdain. "It's mainly because I remembered something terrifying." "What is it?" Feng Xing let out a long sigh and answered helplessly, "Since I was young, it seems like I'll be met with misfortune whenever I do something good." "Then what should we do?" The great void immortal baby was dumbfounded. He looked at his master blankly. "Let's take it one step at a time." Feng Xing sighed and said thoughtfully, "I keep feeling that it's not like we don't have any bargaining chips now." When it was dusk again, the world was dark red. The light gradually dimmed as if the entire world had sunk into the depths of a blood pool. Feng Xing and the others stopped at the foot of a cliff. They found a spot to sit down and meditate. At this moment, Feng Xing had ascended to the top of a mountain and was sitting upright at the center. The little blind girl and the great void baby were on his left and right respectively. One was chanting scriptures, while the other was holding the great void mirror. They looked down at the dense mass of itinerant immortals below and started the purification technique. Now, this was their daily homework. More and more bodiless immortals who were captured by them, or those who thought they were weak, came to seek protection. There were also more and more people who needed to be purified. It was no longer a simple chanting of scriptures to purify them. From their point of view, the vast demonic clouds were soaring into the sky. The manic and bloodthirsty emotions were also spreading among the bodiless immortals. Therefore, they could only stop every day and chant scriptures to forcefully dispel the hostility in the bodiless immortals' hearts. During this process, the exalted immortals sat around them and helped Feng Xing to suppress the agitation of the bodiless immortals. The little blind lady's chanting began again. Her voice was gentle and mysterious, like the clouds in the sky. The great void immortal mirror in the great void immortal baby's palm shone her voice directly into the bodies of the bodiless immortals, dispelling the hatred in them. During this process, from Feng Xing's position, he could see a thick blood cloud floating in midair. As the little blind lady's voice sounded, the blood cloud was dispelled bit by bit. It gradually turned into white light and disappeared between heaven and earth. That represents the foundation of this world. Sometimes, even Feng Xing could not help but feel that he was a prodigal son. However, since he had already bragged, he could not expose himself. He could only be determined and continue to purify these bodiless immortals. On this day, as there were more than 10,000 people listening to the scriptures below, the little blind lady spent a lot of effort chanting for more than 6 hours. No one knew where her thin and weak body got such powerful strength. As the little blind lady's chanting continued, thunder began to rumble in the depths of this world. From afar, one could see the layers of dark clouds in the sky. In the depths of the endless darkness, there were flashes of lightning, one bright and one dark, and the sound was faint and terrifying. It's starting. Again? Feng Xing opened his eyes and looked at the depths of foot to heaven with a frown. Is a certain existence there getting angry again? Feng Xing didn't notice it himself. Since when did it start? As long as they started to purify the sins, they would invisibly anger an existence. That was an existence in the depths of foot to heaven. It was furious and thunderous. In the beginning, they thought it was a strange phenomenon in foot to heaven. But as they got closer to the depths of foot to heaven, that feeling became clearer and clearer. Now, Feng Xing could clearly sense that existence. However, he couldn't even be sure if it was a living being. Because he could only sense the anger, he couldn't sense the existence of any living being there. It was a very mysterious feeling. There shouldn't be any living beings in foot to heaven, right? Feng Xing furrowed his brows and thought to himself. Now that he had stayed in the 33 heavens for a long time, he had also learned some of the history of foot to heaven. Foot to heaven was also one of the 33 heavens. In the past, it was said that it was a continent with abundant spiritual qi, which was good for cultivation. Tens of thousands of years ago, when Buddhism was at its peak, it once controlled the 33 heavens. But later, Taoism became more prosperous and all the 33 heavens fell into their hands. Buddhism could not compete with Taoism and wanted to withdraw, but at that time, there was a powerful Buddhist who tried to break through the barrier between this heaven and the Western Buddhist realm and link the two worlds together. But he failed in the end. It was said that he had violated some kind of forbidden power and suffered a terrible backlash. In the end, the eminent monk died and foot to heaven changed. It was also from that time onwards that this part of foot to heaven became increasingly desolate, to the point where there were no longer any living beings. It was known as the Four Great Forbidden Heaven along with the Grand Pure Heaven of the 33 heavens, the Great Devil Heaven where demons ran rampant, and the most mysterious unknown heaven of the 33 heavens. There were no living beings in foot to heaven. This was a common understanding, but Feng Xing could clearly feel that there was a certain existence in the depths of this heaven realm that was angry. However, according to his observation, those primordial unity supreme immortals did not sense that existence at all. This puzzled him, but he did not trust those people, so he did not discuss it with them. Forget it, I'll take it one step at a time. In this situation, it's not necessarily a bad thing for a mysterious guy to hate me. Feng Xing thought about it and felt a little relieved. Then, he sat down with his legs crossed and began his routine cultivation. He was slacking off. Although Feng Xing was the one who purified people and he was the guardian of the Buddhist sect, he did not have to do anything in the process. The great void baby and little blind girl did all the work. He only took part in the karma. As he purified people, he started to feel a strange feeling. It was as if he was soaking in warm water. It was extremely comfortable. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This was the reward he mentioned to the Great Void Baby, ever since he decided to use his identity as the first guardian Vajra of Buddhism to enlighten those crazy itinerant immortals. He began to have this feeling. His whole body felt very comfortable, as though he was wrapped in a gentle but powerful force. Unfortunately, there was still a line that he could not cross. That force wrapped around him, but he could not spit it out. It could only wrap around him like this. Fangxing understood that this meant that the force did not belong to him, so he could not refine it. However, this force was close to him. This must be some kind of Buddhist blessing. After I purify the sins, Fangxing thought of the blessing of Buddhist power that he had felt in Tianyuan. It was very similar to his current situation, but the only difference was that the power of Buddhist power directly blessed him and greatly increased his strength. Now, the power was vague. As the sins were purified, more and more power appeared around him, but it would not directly bless him. That was why he was so distressed. It was as if he had seen silver on the ground but could not pick it up. The thing that I dislike the most about the Buddhist sect is these strange things. Some things come easily, but some are harder than heaven. Fangxing could not help but murmur. He secretly scolded the little monk Xianxia. You have been chanting for 6 hours, take a break. All the immortals present had their own ulterior motives, and no one knew what each other was thinking. Fangxing had been thinking about it for half the night, and had almost forgotten the time. However, someone remembered that after the chanting stopped, Guanfeixing, the lord of Xianxia, flew over with a simple wooden box in his hands. He presented it respectfully to the little blind girl, and his eyes fell on her face, looking very concerned. What are you doing? I told you not to come near me, go away. When Fangxing saw this, he was immediately dissatisfied and angrily scolded Guanfeixing. Guanfeixing was also displeased, but he still obeyed and took a few steps back, handing the wooden box to the Great Void Baby. After a few days, everyone knew the purpose of the immortals. Xianxia was after the Great Void Immortal King's inheritance. Shentu Tai Sui wanted to harm Fangxing, and immortal monarch Zhong Shuang was obviously more interested in the secret of Fangxing's immortal fate. As for Guanfeixing, who came from the desolate Qingxian heaven, although he did not say anything, his attention was clearly on the little blind girl. From his status, everyone guessed that this little blind girl was related to the fallen immortal King Green Evil. She was a rare female immortal king that had only appeared once in tens of thousands of years in the 33 heavens. It was said that she lived a lonely life with no Dao companion or bloodline. Guanfeixing was her eldest disciple, and after she perished, he refused to pledge allegiance to the immortal emperors. Instead, he took all of immortal King Green Evil's former subordinates and hid in the wilderness. However, after guessing that the little blind girl's identity was related to immortal King Xianxia, everyone was even more confused. It was no secret that the little blind girl had the bloodline of an immortal king. It had once shocked Upper Xian City, and the reappearance of the emperor, Fangxing, had spread throughout the 33 heavens. However, it was unlikely that she had the bloodline of immortal King Xianxia, so who was her identity? On the other hand, Fangxing was even more puzzled by the fact that Guanfeixing attached great importance to the little blind girl. After he was clearly aware that everyone had guessed that his objective was the little blind girl, he didn't conceal it anymore and frequently tried to approach her. However, the little blind girl was always extremely resistant to him and would always hide behind Fangxing. She didn't know the reason, nor did she remember the past, but she always felt extremely disgusted by him. When asked about Guanfeixing, he refused to say anything. Therefore, the situation became more and more awkward. As for Fangxing, he had always done things in a rough and direct manner. Since the little blind girl didn't like Guanfeixing, she wouldn't let him get close. Guanfeixing gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Right now, he was also interested in the secret of an immortal fate, so he naturally didn't dare to use force against Fangxing. Moreover, in the current situation, if he used force, the others wouldn't let him get what he wanted. It had to be said that Fangxing's boasting had put him in a difficult situation, but it had temporarily made him a lot safer. However, in order to not be forced into a desperate situation in the future, he had to think of a way out first. Fangxing secretly thought about it. Hey, elder sister Qing Luo asked me to give you these pills. Not long after Guan Feixing left, the little girl Qi also came over unhappily. She threw a bottle of pills at Feng Xing, then turned around and left. Hey! What are you doing? Come back here. Feng Xing was already annoyed, so after seeing Qi ugly appearance, he became even angrier and hurriedly shouted for her to stop. You are now a royal highness Di Lu, why do you still care about a little girl like me? Qi came back dispiritedly, but her mouth was pouting, and her face was full of reluctance. Before I was a royal highness, I didn't really care about you. But who are you trying to show this face to now? Feng Xing glared at her and said with an annoyed expression. Whenever he was annoyed, he would want to quarrel. This little girl was really caught in the crossfire. I knew that you wouldn't care about me anymore. I knew that what you said before was fake. Qi was not a good target to quarrel with. After being mocked by Feng Xing, she actually started to cry. What are you crying for? Haven't I been harmed enough by you? Feng Xing was also speechless and lazily said. He felt that this little girl was a bit interesting. I really didn't know that you were a royal highness, otherwise I wouldn't have dared to talk to you. In fact, I should have thought of it long ago. Besides my mother, only a royal highness would dare to hit me like that. But since you are a royal highness, why did you come looking for me? I know that I can't compare to big sister Qing Luo. She is better than me in every aspect. She is prettier than me, and her cultivation is higher than mine. In terms of status, she is a true young miss, while I am just a wild girl who cannot see the light of day. No matter who it is, they will like her. After being scolded by Feng Xing, Qi suddenly burst into tears as if a floodgate had been opened. This caused Feng Xing to be slightly startled. He thought to himself, I didn't think that this little girl would really like me. Now that there was a girl who liked him, his mood immediately became better. When he heard Qi describe her as unbearable, he was both amused and angry. He put on a stern face and raised his hand to cut her off. He looked her straight in the eye and said, Nonsense, ah? Then do you mean that you will like a wild girl like me more than big sister Qing Luo? Qi's eyes widened, and the rims of her eyes were still red. She stared blankly at Feng Xing. She was pleasantly surprised, but more than that, she didn't dare to believe it. Who said that I have to choose between the two of you? Feng Xing's attitude was very serious. He said solemnly, Can't this royal highness accept both of you? Ah? Qi suddenly didn't know whether she should be happy or angry. This answer was really beyond her expectations. After being stunned for a long time, she suddenly put on a sad face. I won't casually agree, hee. None of my previous wives would agree so casually. Feng Xing didn't care about Qi's reaction, or rather, he was full of confidence out of nowhere. He didn't say much to her. Instead, he inadvertently thought of an idea. He looked at Qi with a smile and said, Let me ask you a question, Qi raised her head. Her eyes wandered, and she was very curious. Feng Xing suddenly laughed in a low voice and said, Little girl, are you willing to die for me? Qi was shocked and said, No, we haven't reached that point yet. Feng Xing was choked by her words. He could only change his words and said, Then, are you willing to risk your life to do something for me? Day after day, the number of followers behind Feng Xing increased. There was almost 30,000 of them. This was an army that would make even a Grand Unity Supreme Immortal frown. Even with their cultivation, they didn't know how long it would take to kill them all. Originally, they thought that this should be enough. After all, the Immortal Ascension Assembly only had 100,000 itinerant immortals. Now that Feng Xing had obtained 30%, it should be time for the second step of the plan. However, looking at Feng Xing, he was neither arrogant nor impatient. He still led such a large group of itinerant immortals around the Buddha land, as if he was still not satisfied with this number. Of course, as the number of followers behind him increased, it became more and more difficult to find people. With the passage of time, even Feng Jun, Yu Qia, and the others couldn't help but say, We don't know how many immortal sacrifices you need to verify the secret of the immortal fate, but 30,000 people is already the limit. After all, in the process of finding and purifying these people, the entire Buddha land has been slaughtering. The number of sacrifices is very high. Perhaps there are less than 40,000 people in the entire Buddha land. Feng Xing knew that what he said was the truth, so he didn't refute, nor would he let them see through his lies. He just frowned and said, "That's true. It's hard to find living people now, but corpses are everywhere. Looks like quite a number of powerful demons have appeared." "That's right." Immortal monarch Zhong Shuang interrupted unhurriedly, "Those who need your protection are probably all dead. As for those who are still alive, they are probably full of sins and have terrifying strength. They won't show themselves in front of us casually. All they want is to obtain the immortal fate and be bestowed the righteous bestowal. Perhaps they are hiding in the dark and coveting our sacrifices." "Heh, you want to become an immortal with a body full of demonic qi?" Feng Xing's expression was cold and contemptuous. He laughed coldly as if he was very disdainful. Fairy Qing Luo sighed and said, "I can't blame you for that. To a certain extent, those who are stained with sins are more like demons than immortals. This isn't the first time this has happened. Although I haven't been to the previous Immortal Ascension assemblies, I've heard that a few demons were born in each of them. He, those who achieved the Tao and ascended to immortality from a pile of corpses, with a firm will and a clear Tao heart, might really be able to seek immortality from the evil path. However, even more of them obtained an immortal fate, but in the end, their evil nature didn't diminish and they were killed by others. This isn't something we need to discuss. If Your Highness Di Lu doesn't mind, why don't you tell us what our next step is?" Xianxia smiled faintly like a fox as she looked at Feng Xing with suspicion. "With the morals of people like you, even if I told you my background, would you still be able to successfully verify my plan?" Feng Xing sneered and glared at her, then he coldly said, "How could the secret of an immortal fate be so easy to obtain? Just follow me." Xianxia was dissatisfied and coldly snorted, but she did not say anything else. Feng Xing also knew that he had gone around in circles for a long time. If he dragged on, these people would become suspicious and he might expose himself. He could only enter the depths of Futu Heaven first. He hoped that there would be chaos after he entered so that it would be convenient for him to act. "Alright, let's leave it at that. I hope there will be some good offerings in the depths of Futu Heaven." After Feng Xing made his decision, the entire army rushed towards the depths of Futu Heaven. Feng Junyu Chia, Immortal Monarch Zhong Shuang, Shentu Tai Sui, Xianxia Guan Fei Xing, and the others felt that they were getting closer and closer to the priceless secret that could shock the 33 heavens. They were naturally excited and didn't dare to offend Feng Xing. They let him do whatever he wanted. However, the surveillance on Feng Xing didn't relax at all. Instead, it became more and more strict. There would be 3 or 4 pairs of eyes watching him at all times, not allowing him to leave their line of sight for even a second and giving him no chance to escape. As for Feng Xing, perhaps because he had been in disguise for too long, he was more suited to the role of a monarch. Under such strict surveillance, he became even more frivolous. Once night fell, he would let the great void baby accompany the little blind girl to chant sutras for transcendence. As the main character, he did not participate at all. He would directly take out the skull and drag the little girl Chi'er into it. They stayed for the whole night, as expected of the infamous Di Lu from 1,000 years ago. Even at this time, he still has the leisure. The group of exalted immortals who were watching him were simply speechless. Fortunately, the Di Lu's reputation had left them with such an impression. Although they felt that it was absurd, it was also reasonable. Seeing Feng Xing's nonsense every day, another sad person couldn't help but attract everyone's attention. Naturally, that was Qing Luo. After entering the Buddha Heaven realm, Qing Luo repeatedly risked her life to protect him. She even sacrificed herself to create a chance for the Di Lu. Although she said that she was loyal and didn't have any personal feelings, everyone who saw it thought that she was unforgettable. However, such an old lover guarded him loyally in the night sky every day to ensure his safety, while the person being protected dragged her sister into the divine palace every day to do those absurd things. Anyone who saw this couldn't help but feel that Fairy Qing Luo wasn't worthy of it and felt that the world was absurd. Moreover, the exalted immortals could also see that little girl Chi'er came out of the divine palace with a blushing face every morning. Although Fairy Qing Luo didn't show any emotion on her face, under her calm expression, there was a deep sorrow that couldn't be dispelled no matter what. Perhaps this Di Lu also hates Fairy Qing Luo for joining Di Shi's embrace, so he purposely did this to anger her. As a woman, Xianxia had already said this many times. And while the other exalted immortals disdained to talk about this topic, they had more or less come across this saying in their hearts. This Di Lu, who was known as the most absurd Di Lu in the 33 heavens, was truly absurd in the way he did things. Amidst all these speculations, the large group of over 30,000 sacrifices finally got closer and closer to the depths of Buddha heaven. The heavens and earth were the heavens and earth. It was very difficult to say that it was deep or not. But Buddha heaven was clearly not an exception. In this world, there was indeed a center. Looking at it with the naked eye, one could even see that the entire sky had formed a funnel shape at the center. The sky hung upside down and connected to the earth. It was truly an unimaginable scene. And where the sky and earth connected was what the ordinary exalted immortals called the depths of Buddha heaven. This was also the final location of the Grand Immortal Ascension Gathering. In the past Heavenly Immortal Ascension Gatherings, the survivors who killed their way out would all come to this place to obtain an immortal fate, and the passage to leave Buddha heaven was also here. In the past, this was also the final battlefield for the survivors of the Grand Immortal Ascension Gathering. No matter how many people survived, they could only come here and fight with their lives on the line. In the end, those who survived would obtain an immortal fate and leave Buddha heaven realm, while those who died would become the final step for the survivors to ascend to the position of righteous immortal. However, in the past, the survivors who came here were at most a few dozen people. Now that tens of thousands of people had squeezed their way here, it was truly an unimaginable miracle. Get ready, the other itinerant immortals who survived are now covered in demonic chi and have terrifying strength. Even Grand Unity immortals like us can't underestimate them. To them, the sacrifices we prepared are also stepping stones for them to ascend to the position of immortal. Although they have always been wary of us exalted immortals and didn't dare to provoke us, as time passes, their patience will wear thin. If I'm not wrong, those people are probably already eyeing these sacrifices. The Wind Lord spoke indifferently, reminding Feng Xing, who had just walked out of the skeleton divine palace with his pants up. It's better if they come. Feng Xing raised his head to take a look. From time to time, he could see faintly discernible wisps of demonic chi soaring into the sky. He knew that these were the outstanding figures of this year's Grand Immortal Ascension ceremony. He deliberately sneered and said, "Now, these 30,000 offerings are still not enough. Those people are the highest quality offerings. The amount of sins they have on their bodies will be enough to compensate for a few people. It's just right for us. Those fellows who survived probably have at least a few hundred lives on them, and at most a few thousand lives on them. There are even some who have taken the lives of tens of thousands of people. They are simply evil spirits in the netherworld, the kind that can never be transcended. Are you going to transcend them as well?" Immortal Monarch Zhong Shuang frowned slightly and looked at Feng Xing in surprise. "That's right." Feng Xing knew that he could not show the slightest bit of hesitation. He nodded and said, "Since it has come to this, I will not hide it from you. In another 300 miles, when we are close to the place where the heavens and the earth connect, I will erect a great sacrificial altar and offer all the sacrifices at once. At that time you will be able to clearly see how I strip away the immortal lives." However, success or failure is closely related to the sacrifices. If the sacrifices are enough, then it will be easy. If the sacrifices are not enough, then it will not be a matter of failure. I hope His Highness Di Lu has a higher chance of success. If he fails, the immortals' faces were cold. After a long while, Immortal Monarch Zhong Shuang finally spoke. "I will not fail." Feng Xing interrupted him and stared into the distance. His smile was cold and wild. "Very well, then we will wait for His Highness Di Lu to verify this shocking secret that will shock all 33 heavens." The Wind Lord and the others were hesitant, they chose to believe him. After all, their impression of Di Lu, though he was arrogant, bloodthirsty, and notorious, he was truly talented and rarely lied. Plus, with so many people around, they were confident that they could keep an eye on Feng Xing and prevent him from escaping their control. "There's no need for you to say more. I too am looking forward to this moment." Feng Xing snickered in a low voice and his eyes shone. If one had to use a word to describe him, it would be evil and wild. In the depths of Futu heaven, where heaven and earth were connected, there was an abyss. The abyss suddenly appeared at the end of the earth, as if the earth had ended here. The firmament was here, pouring down like the Milky Way, straight into the abyss. It looked like a hole that pierced through the earth and the 9 heavens. Black fog billowed in the abyss, and it was hard to tell its quality or how deep it was. However, when one approached it, one could feel the terrifying pressure. Even Grand Unity Immortals didn't have the courage to enter it. They didn't know what was at the bottom of the abyss, but they could clearly feel that once they went down, they would never be able to come out again. Feng Xing's feeling was even more vivid than the others. He could feel that there was an existence down there that was raging and roaring, triggering a huge change in the heavenly secrets. When he was very far away, he could already feel its existence. Now, that feeling was even more obvious. To be honest, when he first approached this place, he was worried that some monster would jump out. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Now that he was close enough, he could clearly feel the existence of that monster, but he still couldn't sense what it was. He even had an urge to jump down to take a look, but he quickly dispelled that thought. Jumping down was no different from a mortal jumping off a cliff. This is the end of Foot to Heaven, the legendary heavenly death ground. Qing Luo, Feng Junyu Chia, Shentu Taisui, Immortal Monarch Zhong Shuang, Lord Xianxia, and Guan Feixing all came to the top of the abyss and looked down. A trace of fear appeared on the faces of exalted immortals like them. Fairy Qing Luo took a few glances and said solemnly, "There are many legends about the Foot to Heaven domain and the Immortal Ascension Assembly, but the true secret of the Foot to Heaven is not something that people of our status can see. I've only heard that there is a burial abyss in the depths of the Foot to Heaven domain. It is an extreme death ground, and everything ends here. It can be said to be a death ground among death grounds. However, there are also rumors that the immortal fate of the Immortal Ascension Assembly is also born here. I know a little more." The immortal monarch who was loyal to Emperor Tsong stared at the cliff and said, "Array techniques are the techniques of the heavens and earth. If we compare this heaven and earth to a grand array, then this dead heavens would be the life gate of the Buddha heaven array. However, it was broken by an esteemed monk tens of thousands of years ago, connecting the heaven and earth. Hence, this life gate became the death gate. In other words, from that time onwards, the Buddha heaven realm became a death array. There are no spirits in this place because the vitality has not circulated and the heaven and earth are isolated." The immortal monarch turned to look at Feng Xing and said, "Although I have never participated in the immortal ascension ceremony, I know the rules. To obtain an immortal fate, one must kill 33,000 living beings, be stained with sin, and then step into this dead end of heaven. At that time, life and death will be reversed, and the heaven and earth will be in chaos. Descending is ascending, and dying is becoming an immortal. As long as one meets the rules of the immortal ascension ceremony to a certain extent, after jumping into this dead end of heaven, one will have found the exit to leave this place, and one will have an immortal fate." It's not hard to guess that the birth of an immortal fate is actually related to sin, and it is related to the Buddha heaven's fate that is hard to find throughout the ages. Although immortal fates are born in other heavens and earth, the secrets are controlled by immortal kings. Us minor immortals rarely get a chance to see them, so this is the only place where we can see the secret of the birth of an immortal fate. Perhaps, what His Highness Di Lu has been talking about is also related to the unique heaven and earth formation of the Buddha heaven. Am I right? As he spoke, all the immortals turned to look at Feng Xing. Perhaps they had been deceived by Feng Xing's lies from the beginning, and because of these changes, they became more and more convinced that Feng Xing, or rather, Di Lu, had an immortal fate, because all the details matched up with their speculations. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Feng Xing naturally wouldn't reveal any flaws. He only coldly smiled and said, "This is not my method, it was the result of old man Tai Su's research, but I obtained it. What I need to do now is to verify whether his method is effective or not, and whether it can really break the iron law of the 33 heavens." Immortal King Tai Su. Hearing Feng Xing's words that didn't seem to be very confident, the immortals were even more convinced. Feng Xing had learned the art of lying since he was 3 years old. The more one spoke as if it was a matter of course, without any hesitation, and even added elements that were hard to verify, the more likely it seemed to be the truth. This group of immortals naturally didn't believe that this secret could be comprehended, but once they heard that it was the immortal King Tai Su who comprehended it, they were convinced. This was because, among the immortal kings in the 33 heavens, the immortal King Tai Su was famous for being all-encompassing, all-knowing, and well-versed in the Tao of immortals. They also believed that if there was an immortal king who could comprehend this secret, it would definitely be the immortal King Tai Su. moreover. The fact that the immortal King Tai-Su was the first to be hunted down and was the first to fall seemed to prove this point to some extent. Okay, build the altar and wait for the time to come. Fangxing was worried that he would be exposed, so he naturally didn't say much. He just ordered people to build the altar expressionlessly. With the presence of the immortals, it wasn't difficult to build a mere altar. He didn't even let the followers of the individual immortals do anything. Shentu Tai Sui turned the soil into a mountain, and built the altar that was 99 feet high. Yu Chia summoned rain to pour the soil into the mountain, and Fairy Qing Luo used the Samadhi true fire to cast it into glass. Then, Lord Wind summoned Gale to carve 9,900 talismans, and the immortals turned the weather upside down. Within 2 hours, a huge white glass altar that was carved with talismans was formed. After doing all this, Fangxing summoned the skeleton palace and sat on the top of the altar. On his left was the little blind girl, and on his right was the baby Tai-Su. Fairy Qi who was always by his side, also followed him to the top of the altar and stood beside the skeleton palace. Below, more than 30,000 individual immortals knelt in a black mass. They were nervous and didn't know what was going to happen to them. It's time for all of you to contribute. Fangxing was not courteous towards the group of exalted immortals. He raised his eyebrows and looked into the distant sky. There were layers of devil clouds there, and one could always see a lot of devil chi looming in and out of the sky. One could imagine that these were the lucky survivors of the Buddha celestial realm. Currently, they had yet to meet the conditions to win this immortal ascension assembly. They did not have enough sins on them. Hence, they had their eyes on these exalted immortals who followed Fangxing. They hoped to make up for their 33,000 sins and karma with these people. It was just that they did not dare to approach them for now. As for Fangxing's request to the immortals, it was very simple. No matter what method he used, he had to capture those demons and bring them to the altar to be enlightened by him. The exalted immortals did not trust Fangxing very much. However, since things had come to this point, they were not too suspicious. At that moment, they were scattered in the surrounding void and sat quietly. As they waited for the fiendish demons to lose their patience, they monitored Fangxing's every move. Soon, the sky turned dark, and a dark red blood moon hung in the sky above the land. The surroundings were silent, and only little blind girl's ethereal chanting reverberated across the land, like the voice of Buddha. From time to time, this kind of Buddhist voice would catalyze the evil spirits above the heads of the individual immortals below. Strands of evil spirits would scatter between heaven and earth. No one knew how many vengeful spirits were freed by the chanting and drifted between heaven and earth. They would worship Fangxing, little blind girl, and the others who were on the altar from afar. Then, they would rush up to the sky gratefully. Usually, this would be a rare scene of benevolence. However, at this time, it was as if demons and devils were surrounding them, and all the immortals had their own worries in their hearts. It was inevitable that people would feel a little depressed and a little strange. You're quite patient. Fangxing poked his head out from the skeleton divine palace, looked into the sky, and shrank back again. If I expiate in front of you, it'll be like throwing gold, silver, and jewelry into the water in front of a miser. I don't believe you can bear it. He thought to himself, and then told little blind girl, chant the scriptures louder. Little blind girl seemed to have also sensed the murderous intent in the dead silence around her, and her voice was a little trembling. However, after hearing Fangxing's voice, she calmed down a little, and threw away the fear in her heart. The chanting gradually became louder, and the ethereal and merciful intent became more intense. Even more sins were purified. This dark red world actually seemed a little clear and spiritual. However, as this situation was discovered, some kind of restlessness in the distant sky became more intense. 33 killed all living beings, and cultivate to become an immortal. Unknowingly, a hoarse voice rang out, and it seemed to have come from the land of demons, and it contained traces of blood. 33 killed all living beings. How can you become an immortal if you don't have enough sins? How can you become an immortal? Kill, kill, kill. Kill Yan Qingyue Lang, kill him to become immortal. As that sentence rang out, it seemed to have triggered some mysterious opportunity, and more voices rang out. Some were near, some were far, some were clear, and some were blurry. However, one thing was certain, more and more murderous intents began to appear, staring at them from afar like a pack of wolves. In the distant sky, more and more demonic aura soared into the sky, like a forest or a pillar. Kill. Kill. Suddenly, one of them could not hold back anymore, and with a roar, he leaped out of the clouds. Boom, his body was covered in a thick bloody shadow, like a long cloak, and he rushed toward the loose immortals below him. His momentum was like a wolf rushing into a flock of sheep. At this moment, countless figures rushed over from all directions, from the mountains among the clouds, and pounced on the loose immortals. They're here. At this moment, all the exalted immortals opened their eyes at the same time, and their faces revealed a disdainful sneer that only high-ranking immortals had. They're finally here. At this moment, Feng Xing also revealed a happy expression, as if he had let out a long sigh of relief. On one hand, he wanted to enlighten people. On the other hand, he wanted to kill people. This was an irreconcilable conflict. The eruption of this war was within Feng Xing's expectations. Now, he only hoped that the group of fiendish demons wouldn't be easy to deal with. Ever since he boasted, he had temporarily resolved the crisis at that time. However, it was as if he had woven a net for himself. Being closely watched by so many celestial immortals, he could not escape even if he wanted to. In desperation, he could only brace himself and continue to insist on this lie until some variables appeared. Only then could he create a chance for himself to escape. Up until now, there were not many chances for him to escape. These demons who had shown up because they were too eager to kill were the first chance that he had hoped for. Chaos, 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 chaos. He was laughing wildly in his heart, but on the surface, he frowned and looked at the war in the distance. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have thought that there were so many fiendish demons hidden in this Buddha heaven and earth. They were like a pack of wolves charging into a pen of sheep. It was bloody and cruel. From afar, even their eyes were scarlet red, like two terrifying lanterns. Most importantly, there were so many of them. They surged out from all directions, and in the blink of an eye, there were dozens of them as far as the eye could see. Even further away, countless demonic clouds could be seen surging, rapidly approaching the group of loose immortals below the altar. Some of them moved so quickly that they appeared in the sky in the blink of an eye. Then, their demonic aura surged as they charged towards the crowd below. Boom! Chi, amidst the screams, a rain of blood and wind. Countless people died under their claws. Exalted immortals, save me. These loose immortals had different levels of strength. However, there was one thing they had in common: they didn't have any sins on them. Even if they did, they were mostly refined. Compared to the fiendish demons that had killed countless people, the difference in strength was huge. Perhaps when they first entered Buddha heaven, their strength was about the same. But now, the difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. In front of these fiendish demons, they simply couldn't fight back. Now that they had suffered heavy casualties, they could only desperately ask for help. Haha, a mere bedeviled evil immortal who hasn't even obtained an immortal fate dares to be so presumptuous in front of us? It was also at this moment that Feng Junyu and the others all attacked with cold smiles on their faces. Each and every one of them had a contemptuous look on their faces, as though they did not care about these fiendish demons at all. And to a certain extent, they really did not need to take these fiendish demons seriously. Boom! The Xianxia Taisui was the first to make a move. His mountain-like body was like an immortal mountain floating in the air. He charged forward and intercepted 3 or 4 demons that were charging at him in midair. Then, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed all the itinerant immortals who were covered in demonic clouds. Even though those demons were filled with demonic chi and were full of grievances, they were like meatballs in front of the Xianxia Taisui. At most, they only let out a long burp. He actually used his powerful physical body to forcefully suppress them. The Wind Lord was even more straightforward. His figure flashed and he was already in midair. Then, he raised both his hands and an earth-shattering gale swept over from all directions. Countless fiendish demons were swept up by his gale and torn apart. He himself was hidden within the gale as he passed through the void. Behind him was a thick mist of blood and the demons that had their bodies torn apart but were still alive. It was just that they were too heavily injured and could only helplessly lie on the ground and wail. Yu Qia's attacks were not as powerful. Instead, they were agile and difficult to find. When she took a step forward, a misty drizzle fell from the sky. Her charming figure was also like a raindrop, appearing here and 100 miles away. All the raindrops that fell from the sky actually became her incarnation. Wherever the raindrops went, she would also appear. All the fiendish demons that had rushed into the group of itinerant immortals were stopped by her misty figure before they could kill them. Then, one by one, they were sent to the vicinity of the altar. The moment the primordial unity supreme immortals made their move, they displayed overwhelming strength. Those fiendish demons were already very terrifying existences compared to ordinary itinerant immortals. However, in the eyes of this group of exalted immortals, they were no different from ants. This was not difficult to understand. After all, no matter how strong the power of grievances in these fiendish demons was, they were probably no match for immortals. However, this group of people were primordial unity supreme immortals, who were a realm higher than immortals. The gap between them was like a father hanging his son on a tree and beating him. Roar, kill all 33,000 living beings and cultivate to immortality. I wish to become an immortal. If God stands in my way, I will kill God. If Buddha stands in my way, I will kill Buddha. Heaven and earth cannot stop me from becoming an immortal. However, the attacks of this group of exalted immortals clearly did not scare the fiendish demons. Or rather, the group of itinerant immortals, who were dizzy with the opportunity to become an immortal, had completely forgotten how to write the word fear. The scene of some people being suppressed did not scare them at all. Instead, it made them even crazier to think that they were less competitive. An endless stream of fiendish demons rushed over from all directions, their numbers increasing. Dozens, hundreds, Feng Jun, Xianxia, and the others were fighting with all their might, but they were still a little overwhelmed. The fiendish demons naturally did not have the qualifications to fight them, but the 30,000 itinerant immortals below were unable to protect them. In such a short period of time, hundreds of itinerant immortals had already been devoured by the fiendish demons. At this time, if I don't put in some effort, I won't be able to share that secret. At this time, even immortal monarch Xianxia, who had been watching Feng Xing calmly, and Guan Feixing, who only had eyes for the little blind girl, could no longer sit still. They looked at each other helplessly, but still stepped into the battle. In an instant, frost flowers bloomed on the Buddha's land, and countless fiendish demons were sealed in the frost by immortal monarch Xianxia. Guan Feixing put away his saber, and with a wave of his hand, a red chain bound 7 to 8 fiendish demons tightly. At this moment, all of the exalted immortals had made their moves. Only Fairy Qing Luo remained. She didn't care how chaotic the situation below was and continued to guard the altar. She didn't care whether the itinerant immortals were dead or alive, or whether the ceremony to verify the secret of the immortal fate would succeed or fail. She only cared about Feng Xing's safety as the most important thing. No, I'm still too weak. If this goes on, I still can't create a suitable opportunity. At this moment, Feng Xing couldn't help but frown. As the two exalted immortals, especially immortal monarch Xianxia, took action, the fiendish demons were suppressed even faster. Every single one of them seemed to be boundlessly violent and terrifying, but in the hands of the group of exalted immortals, they were like mortals that could be destroyed with a wave of their hands. Moreover, it was obvious that the group of exalted immortals had not used their full strength. At this moment, although they were helping Feng Xing suppress the demons as fast as they could, they still had the leisure to keep an eye on Feng Xing. At their cultivation realm, as long as they spread out a strand of their divine sense, it was no different from specially sending someone to keep an eye on Feng Xing. There was not a single chance. Not enough. Feng Xing's brows were already tightly knitted, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword. However, on the surface, his expression was calm and determined. From time to time, he would raise his hand and shout, "Send all the fiendish demons to the front of the altar, and edify them is the key." Coming, the exalted immortals answered in a low voice. Then, the suppressed fiendish demons were thrown to the front of the altar. There were all kinds of them. Some were crushed by mountains, some were frozen by ice, some were tied up by chains, and some were half dead. "Edify, hurry up and edify," Feng Xing gritted his teeth and bellowed in a low voice. "Is there any meaning to it now?" Great Void Baby's little face turned green, and his voice trembled as he asked. He knew Feng Xing's trump card. The so-called purification was a lie to begin with. Feng Xing was probably hoping for such a chaotic situation so that they could take the opportunity to slip away. However, the strength displayed by the group of exalted immortals was too terrifying. No matter how chaotic the situation was, it was impossible to escape. Now that things had come to this, the lie was about to be exposed. What was the point of continuing this lie? I don't know if it's true, but since I've already bragged, I have to keep up the act, Feng Xing sighed softly, and then turned to look at Sky Impasse. Alright, Great Void Baby had no other choice. He could only grit his teeth and shone the void mirror down again, revealing the souls of those people. On the other hand, little blind girl did not stop even when the situation was so chaotic. She was still silently chanting the scriptures. Meanwhile, Feng Xing took a deep breath and thought to himself, please don't let me down. What he was paying attention to at this moment was the endless abyss behind the altar, the end of the heaven and earth. Previously, when he was purifying the sins of the scattered immortals, he could feel that there seemed to be a certain existence here that was angry, but only he could feel it. Now that he was closer, that feeling was even clearer. Thus, he had to double the amount of sins he purified. He tried to anger that existence at the edge of this impasse heaven and earth. No matter if he wanted to come out to kill or destroy the world, he had to mess up the situation first. At this time, the more chaotic the situation was, the more advantageous it was for him. Roar! As little blind girl chanted the scriptures, the existence below became even more furious. Even Feng Xing could hear a roar that seemed real and illusory at the same time. It was a furious roar that emitted a torrential murderous aura. Finally, when the rage of that existence had reached a certain critical point, a terrifying strand of devil chi suddenly surged out from the boundless abyss. It was like a volcanic eruption, and a column of devil chi shot into the sky. After that, it suddenly dispersed and transformed into 9 rays of black light that directly entered the bodies of the last 9 demons and loose immortals who were fighting desperately on the battlefield. Are you finally going to intervene? Everyone was shocked when they saw the demonic smoke. However, Feng Xing's eyes lit up. His final persistence had finally paid off. As the strand of demonic chi shot into the sky, it split into 9 strands and strengthened the 9 loose immortals with the strongest sins. The situation instantly changed. Feng Junyu-Chia, Shinta Sui, Immortal Monarch Zhong Shuang, and the others, who were killing people like they were mowing grass, suddenly changed their expressions. They gave up on the opponents in front of them and looked at the 9 demons who had been strengthened by the demonic chi. Roar! One of the demons had already been sealed by the immortal lord's heavy frost, and could not move at all. No matter how strong the aura of sin on his body was, he could not break free at this time. However, after the demonic aura descended, the demon's entire body changed. The aura of sin on his body was suddenly like hot oil touching a spark, and it exploded with a loud bang. The rising flames were like a volcanic eruption, and the power in his body also increased by dozens of times in the instant that the demonic aura descended on his body. The frost that sealed him was directly evaporated by the demonic flames on his body. This earth-shattering change was like an ant instantly turning into a giant demon that could tear the stars and split the moon. What is that thing? It can actually ignite the sin on their bodies? Guan Feixing, the sect leader of Xianxia, cried out involuntarily with a shocked expression when he saw it. It's definitely not celestial energy, but more like. Immortal Monarch Zhong Shuang also frowned at this moment and said coldly, like a demonic seed. They could all see that these demons had undergone earth-shattering changes after coming into contact with the demonic chi that gushed out from the depths of the Sky Impasse. Before this, although the sin on their bodies had been strengthened by a lot, they still did not care about it. But now, these people seemed to have been ignited by a fire seed. It was like a spark igniting a volcano, causing the accumulated power to burst out at the same time. It was indescribably terrifying. In fact, Feng Xing knew this all too well. When he was in Tianyuan, he had used a similar method to ignite the sin and obtain an almost endless increase in power. Roar! Without waiting for them to react, the demons that had been blessed had already started moving. They stepped through the air, dragging long trails of demonic flames behind them. They did not look like humans at all, but like demons as they charged towards the immortals. Roar! The Shinta Taisui was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He also let out a long roar into the sky, and then spat out a black light from his mouth. He charged straight at the demon closest to him. He had already used all his strength in this attack, but when it collided with the demonic flames on the demon's body, he actually did not succeed in repelling the demon. Instead, the black light was scattered by the demon's attack, and then it directly rushed in front of him. Their physical bodies collided, and they were both knocked back by the other party. Interesting, it seems that we have indeed touched upon some kind of taboo, and that is why this group of demons has changed. Seeing that even the ferocious Xianxia was knocked back, everyone's faces turned a little pale. The individual immortals who were under the protection of the immortals were also shocked, and they secretly prayed in their hearts. On the contrary, the primordial unity supreme immortals in the air smiled when they saw this scene, as if they were interested in it. Immortal monarch Xianxia waved his sleeve slightly and stood up from the throne. Then, he slowly stepped forward and said, "That proves that what we are doing is valuable." As he spoke, he had already raised his hand and swept down a thick layer of frost between the heavens and the earth. It seemed as if half the sky had been frozen, and he was fighting with the demons that were moving freely in the sky. His divine ability was terrifying, and his immortal might covered the sky. He actually didn't hold back at all. "That's right, we have already come this far, how can we retreat?" Feng Jun and Xianxia also looked at each other, and then turned to look at the altar behind them. At this time, they saw that Di Lu was already sitting cross-legged on the altar, holding the lotus seal in front of his chest, and silently chanting sutras to purify the evil. They were a little relieved, and at the same time, they rushed out to meet the demons who had been strengthened by the lotus seal. They were truly displaying the power of a primordial unity supreme immortal. Then, Lord Xianxia, Guanfeixing, also joined in, and then Xianxia. At this time, Fairy Qing Luo was still not far from the altar, her dress fluttering in the wind, and rays of immortal light blocked all the demons that were charging at her, as if to prove that as long as she stood guard in front of the altar, none of the demons that filled the sky could get close to her and threaten Fengxing. Now, the situation of the battle had completely turned upside down. Smoke was everywhere, there were demons everywhere, and there was killing everywhere. The strength of the 9 demons who had been strengthened by the demonic chi skyrocketed, and it was terrifying. Although they were burning their own evil, when the evil was completely burned, not only would their strength fall to its original state, but their energy would also be overdrawn, and they would die on the spot. But one thing had to admit, now that they had been strengthened by the demonic chi, they were really too terrifying. Perhaps it would be a little difficult for them to fight a primordial unity supreme immortal one-on-one, but it was not a big problem for the 9 demons to hold back 5 primordial unity supreme immortals. And with their fight, the other demons went completely crazy. They rushed into the group of loose immortals and killed to their heart's content, like tigers falling into a flock of sheep. No one could stop them. In just a few breaths, the world under the sky was in chaos, and a sea of blood rose to the sky. It's time. At this time, Fengxing, who was silently chanting scriptures in front of the skeleton divine palace, suddenly opened his eyes. He glanced at the chaos, then at Feng Jun Xianxia, Xianxia, immortal monarch Xianxia, Lord Xianxia, and Guanfeixing, who were fighting fiercely against the demons. Then he looked at Qing Luo, who was guarding the altar and not letting any demons get close. After a silent calculation, he nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Qi who had been standing beside him, and asked, "Are you ready?" I'm ready." Qi seemed a little scared, but when she heard Fengxing's question, she forced herself to nod. "Good, then let's begin." Fengxing's expression was very calm. He nodded and raised his fingers. A ray of immortal light landed on Qi without anyone noticing. At this moment, Great Void Baby suddenly gritted his teeth and activated the power of the Great Illusionary Mirror to the maximum. A blinding ray of light shone down from above the altar, enveloping countless loose immortals and demons. At the same time, Fengxing's chanting also became louder and clearer. It looked like the emperor-style ritual on the altar had reached a critical moment, and it was increasing the power of purification with all its might. It made everyone's heart skip a beat. After the ray of light flashed, the exalted immortals turned to look at the altar at the same time. They were relieved when they saw that nothing was wrong. "Master, it's done." Great Void Baby's face was ashen, and he said anxiously, "Are we going to use this opportunity to escape?" As he said this, Qi and even little blind girl, could not help but turn to look at him. "Escape?" Fengxing was slightly taken aback, but he said calmly and in a mocking tone, "Who said I'm going to escape? This is the Buddha heavenly realm, my precious disciple. This is a sealed world. Where can we escape to? Even if we get rid of these people and escape this battlefield, they will find us sooner or later." It's like catching a mouse in a jar. Where can we escape to then? Great Void Baby was stunned, and he asked anxiously, if you're not going to escape, then you're going to, I'm going to kill someone. Fang Xing's voice was clear and ethereal, and it gradually faded into the chaotic world. Kill someone. Master, that's a primordial unity supreme immortal. Great Void Baby was shocked, and he asked anxiously as if he had heard a bad joke. Primordial unity supreme immortal? Fang Xing laughed coldly in a low voice, I'm going to kill exalted immortals. Looking at the situation below, his eyes turned slightly cold. Now that I've been targeted by this group of people, there's no point in running away. I've already dragged it out to the extreme. Now that I've triggered this shocking chaos, it's a golden opportunity for me. However, if I take this opportunity to run away, it'll be a waste of an opportunity. How can it compare to directly using the method of killing immortals and killing this group of people first? It's indeed satisfying, but, can you kill them? Great Void Baby was not a real human, but at this moment, he almost broke out in a cold sweat. I have the immortal slaying technique, wouldn't it be a waste if I don't use it? Fang Xing's voice was also slightly cold. He moved his fingers slightly, and a green mist appeared in the sky above the altar, causing his figure to become ethereal. Then, he said in a light voice, in the Tianyuan era, someone taught me the Great Sword Demon technique. It's actually an assassination technique that focuses on killing and killing. After stepping into this Foot of Heaven, I've already guessed that the guy most likely killed his way out of the Foot of Heaven's Immortal Ascension Assembly. That's why he was able to understand this technique. In order to completely understand this technique, I naturally have to fight with people in this Foot of Heaven. However, I don't want to kill anyone, so I can only slay immortals. You don't even have an immortal life, yet you want to assassinate a primordial unity supreme immortal in the chaos? Is this all you've got? Great Void Baby was completely stunned, and his small eyes were wide open. That's right, Fang Xing's reply was natural and effortless. Then, how confident are you? Great Void Baby asked after being stunned for a while. Right now, I lack a good sword, so I can only say that I'm 30% confident, Fang Xing said in a low voice, as if he was giving this answer after careful consideration. You want to assassinate a primordial unity supreme immortal with just 30% confidence? Great Void Baby was stunned, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Hearing this, Fang Xing sneered and snorted, nonsense, I'll do it if I'm 10% confident, let alone 30%. In fact, everyone who knew of Fang Xing's plan thought that he wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. But after learning of his true plan, the shock in their hearts was indescribable. However, there was no time to say anything. Taking advantage of the time when the demons below rushed towards the altar, he had already rushed off the altar. Shrouded in the green fog, he seemed to have disappeared from the world. Even though one could still see his faint shadow with the naked eye, if one used their divine sense to sense it, they would only feel that there was nothing there. Fang Xing had named this mystique ghost occlusion. Only now could he conclude that it could even blind the eyes of immortals. His movement technique was like smoke as he blended into the chaotic crowd. In his heart, Fang Xing began to carefully recall the Great Sword Demon technique that the pretty boy known as the Demon Ancestor had imparted to him. A long time ago, Fang Xing had already thoroughly understood this great technique. It was just that due to his realm, he could not unleash its true power. In fact, since the Demon Ancestor could rely on this technique to dominate the 33 heavens for a time, how could he only be at the great technique realm? Thinking about it more deeply, this was basically an immortal's assassination technique, and now, the situation was chaotic and everyone was engaged in a fierce battle. It was the best time to unleash the power of this technique. Chi, a demon, was massacring the itinerant immortals below, killing countless struggling and crying itinerant immortals. It was as if he was immersed in a sea of blood. But just as he felt the accumulated evil in his body and was laughing maniacally at the sky, a faint wisp of green smoke suddenly floated past him. The demon suddenly froze on the spot. His body trembled uncontrollably, and a crack suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. He looked around in horror, but all he saw was chaos. He could not see the source of danger at all. He was even more terrified. At this time, his crazed desire to kill actually dissipated like melting snow. He did not dare to make a move for a long time. As expected, I lack a good sword. The power is not very ideal, and at this time, Fang Xing's figure floated away from the demon. It was not that he could not kill the demon, it was just that he had not used his full strength. He was just using the demon to test his sword. Assassinating a primordial unity supreme immortal was definitely not a trivial matter. Even though he had mastered the great sword devil technique, Fang Xing still needed to test it out in advance. He was satisfied with the result. From the moment he approached the demon, drew his sword, and left, the demon did not even touch his shadow. It was completely unaware of his existence, and this was the crux of the great sword demon technique. The only thing he lacked was a good sword in his hand, which prevented him from maximizing the power of his attacks, but he couldn't care less. In this situation, if Fang Xing wanted to get out of this desperate situation, he would have to risk his life and assassinate the exalted immortal. After several attempts, the great sword devil technique's methods had already circulated in his mind. When he felt that the time was right, Fang Xing took a deep breath and looked for his first target in midair. Soon, he made his decision. Wind Lord, that tall, ugly man was riding on a gale at this moment, fighting alone against two fiendish demons that were enhanced by demonic chi. His momentum was vast and mighty, and a gale swept across the heaven and earth, almost directly toppling the mountains in the area, turning it into a mess. The two fiendish demons that were enhanced by demonic chi actually did not have the slightest ability to fight back against him. Demonic flames surged, and they wailed, pitiful like two little lambs, "You're so ugly, I'll kill you first." Fang Xing's figure was covered by the green smoke. He quietly leaped into the air and hid in the silent void, looking for an opportunity. 50 kilometers. 10 kilometers. 10,000 feet. 1,000 feet. 300 feet. At this time, Fang Xing was only a foot away from Wind Lord, but Wind Lord was still attacking violently and did not notice him. Good, very good, Fang Xing kept himself as calm as still water. There was not a trace of fluctuation in his spiritual will, and his blood and flesh stopped flowing. Then he stared at Wind Lord's brow, observing the changes in his aura when he used his mystique, the flow of his spiritual power, the direction of his body, and even the defense and counterattack of the two demons. Soon, he found the angle and position of his sword. Success or failure depends on this, Fang Xing thought to himself. Then, his aura gradually rose, and he was about to strike. However, just as he was about to swing his sword, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked behind him. In the direction of the altar, countless fiendish demons rushed up to the altar. From afar, it looked like a pack of wolves, and soon, the entire altar was submerged. The huge azure stone platform was filled with fiendish demons with bloodthirsty eyes. Above the azure stone platform, the skeleton god palace was still there, but Di Lu, who was next to it, was nowhere to be seen. Not good, Qing Luo was not able to stop the demons rushing towards the altar. The Emperor Flo is nowhere to be seen. In the distance, Xianxia also saw the scene and shouted loudly at Wind Lord. Wind Lord was enraged. He turned around, his expression solemn. Ah? Fang Xing was also stunned, and looked over in disbelief. Everything had been going smoothly, but suddenly there was an unexpected turn of events. Fairy Qing Luo had been quietly guarding in front of the altar, killing any demons that tried to rush up. But she did not expect that it was not just the demons that wanted to rush up the altar, but also the terrified itinerant immortals. After the exalted immortals were entangled by the demons, they were like defenseless sheep that had been attacked by a pack of ferocious tigers and wolves. They were slaughtered wantonly, and they had no power to resist at all. Because of this, they wailed and screamed and struggled with all their might. Some of them noticed the azure platform and felt that the demons couldn't get close, so they charged forward without a care in the world. Hundreds and thousands of itinerant immortals charged forward. Even Qing Luo was stunned. She could kill the demons that charged at her, but she was a little soft on these itinerant immortals. She hesitated a little when she attacked. And because of this moment of hesitation, the itinerant immortals broke through her line of defense. Even she herself was surrounded by countless itinerant immortals, and it was inconvenient for her to attack. As for the demons that were chasing after him, they were either stimulated by the massacre or had gone berserk. Thus, they followed suit and charged forward. The 99 zhang tall sacrificial altar was instantly submerged, and at this critical moment, Qing Luo only had time to make one move, and that was to release immortal light without hesitation, frightening Di Lu, who was sitting in front of the skull god palace. Then she shot up, sticking close to the sky and ground, and fled into the distance. As for the little girl, Chi-er, who was still standing in front of the Skull God Palace in a daze, and did not know where she was going, she completely ignored them. She fled with all her might, and in the blink of an eye, she had flown 1,000 li away. There were no more cries of pain and killing behind her. Only then did she stop, and after taking a few breaths, she put down Di Lu. At this moment, Di Lu was clearly stunned, and his eyes were wide open as he stared at Qing Luo. Qing Luo didn't immediately speak. She first waved her hand at Di Lu, then calmed down. She spread out her divine sense as if she was sensing something. After a long while, she finally let out a sigh of relief and opened her eyes. She calmly looked at Di Lu, who was sitting on the ground, and smiled mischievously. I finally got rid of those annoying fellows. Di Lu didn't speak, clearly not knowing what was going on. Qing Luo didn't wait for his answer and asked curiously, Your Highness Di Lu, do you really know how to strip away an immortal fate? Di Lu still didn't speak and only stared at her with wide eyes. I'm really looking forward to it. A secret that can shock the entire 33 heavens, I really want to see what it is. Can you tell me? Qing Luo smiled with a devastatingly beautiful smile as she stared at Di Lu in fascination. However, she only waited for a breath's worth of time before shaking her head and sighing, Forget it, this information is indeed important, but it isn't the most important thing to me right now. Sir Di Lu's disappearance is the most important. As she spoke, she very naturally pointed at Feng Xing, and an immortal sword in her sleeve pierced through Di Lu's heart. You, Di Lu was dumbfounded. He looked down at the immortal sword that pierced through his body and didn't know what to do. The shock on his face was definitely not an act. It was as if he absolutely didn't expect Qing Luo to stab him like this. What about me? Qing Luo smiled and unleashed another palm strike. A torrential immortal light exploded and heavily struck Di Lu's head, causing his spirit light to scatter. He had a strange expression as he stared at Qing Luo for a long time before slowly falling down like a piece of wood. Even at the moment of his death, his eyes were still filled with shock mixed with a bit of fear and shock. Even though his skull was shattered, his eyes didn't close. As his body fell to the ground, he still stared at Qing Luo. Huff, Qing Luo knelt down and stared at Di Lu's corpse. After confirming that he was dead, she let out a long sigh. Then she looked at the corpse with a mischievous smile. Big brother Di Lu, you look better dead. Di Lu had already been killed by her, so he naturally wouldn't answer. He only stared at her with a dazed expression. But in her eyes, it was as if Di Lu was still alive. That lifeless gaze fell on her face, and there was no longer any luster. Fairy Qing Luo seemed to blush under that gaze, and she said with some embarrassment, Don't blame me. Now that you're dead, I can finally relax and talk to you for a while. I've been a little lonely without your company for more than 1,000 years. You know, I can't tell you the truth when you're alive, but it's fine when you're dead. Having said that, she carefully looked at Di Lu's face and shook her head with a sigh. We haven't met for 1,000 years, but you are still so majestic and handsome. Even without an immortal fate, you are still so domineering, but, you've become a bit stupid. If you hadn't become stupid, I probably wouldn't have found this opportunity. Fairy Qing Luo seemed to be very satisfied as she looked at Di Lu's lifeless face. She smiled and said, Actually, I thought I wouldn't be able to fool you. After all, 1,000 years ago, you always said that I wore a mask on my face every day and that I was disgusting. I cried many times because of that, but your heart didn't soften. I didn't think that after 1,000 years, you would really be fooled by me. She looked at Di Lu with a faint smile in her eyes, but her expression became sad, just like when she was wronged by Di Lu. There was a hint of pride in her voice. You don't really think that after 1,000 years, I'm still as infatuated with you as before, do you? Haha, how can you be so childish? Who were you before? You were the successor of the immortal emperor's bloodline, the strongest Di Lu, but now, you're just a cripple, while Lord Disher's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. He's a good match for you. As she spoke, a hint of resentment appeared in her eyes. Your Highness Di Lu, you really shouldn't have come back alive. I was already prepared to marry Lord Disher and become the crown princess of the Crimson Emperor's bloodline. But you, a dead person, why did you have to come back? You shouldn't have come back, you deserve to die, but it's so hard for you to die. I sent Hong Ran to kill you, but you heavily injured her and escaped from the dragon world. I had no choice but to do it myself, but you just had to hide in the green parasol immortal palace. I couldn't find you, and when I finally found you, you had already revealed your identity. In front of so many people in Upper Xian City, I naturally didn't dare to do anything to you. Instead, I tried my best to rid myself of suspicion. For this, I could only sacrifice Hong Ran. She was actually quite loyal, but I still couldn't let you live. That secret couldn't be known by others, so I chased you into the pagoda, but when I finally found you and wanted to capture you, those annoying people appeared. Sigh, I couldn't let them know that I wanted to kill you, could I? I can't even give them the impression that I'm watching you die, so I can only pretend to be very loyal and try my best to stop them, creating an opportunity for you to escape. Isn't it better if you escape? Haha, you escaped. At that time, so you were destined to die. As for me, I would at most be heavily injured, but I would still be able to survive. I would also be able to leave a good reputation as a loyal protector of my master. How infuriating. You didn't escape and instead threw out the secret of the immortal fate, causing those annoying people to wholeheartedly protect you. I had no choice but to endure until now. I knew that I couldn't wait any longer. If you really did see the secret of the immortal fate, you would definitely be the center of attention. Perhaps you really could become the successor of the Crimson Emperor's bloodline, the next Crimson Emperor. That would naturally be a good thing, but it is not good news for me. If you continued to love me and didn't care about my relationship with Lord Disher, then I would have continued to help you. Unfortunately, I know you too well, your heart is as narrow as a needle, you definitely won't be able to tolerate a stain on my name. Although Fairy Qing Luo had already decided to kill, she wanted Di Lu to die knowing the truth. The more she spoke, the colder her eyes became. In the end, her smiling face had traces of resentment. Although you are polite to me on the surface, do you really think I can't see it? You hate me in your heart, that's why you've been hiding from me, wanting to get rid of me. And that little girl, Chi. Haha, that girl is only a bastard child left behind by my father in a moment of absurdity. How can her status and even her appearance compare to mine? But you were so close to her and even took over her body. Do you really think I can't see it? You are taking revenge on me, you still hate me. Qing Luo seemed to have endured for a long time. She finally said it all in one breath and let out a sigh of relief. She smiled sweetly, but there was a creepy feeling in her eyes as she looked at Di Lu. Thus, I had to make a choice. The secret of the immortal fate is indeed important, but making you disappear without anyone noticing is even more important. I've waited, and finally, this chaotic situation has arrived. I can only take this opportunity to send Lord Di Lu to where you should go. As she spoke, she grabbed Di Lu's arm and was about to throw him into the terminus sky. The news of your death will soon spread throughout the 33 heavens. Haha, the great Di Lu who survived after being suppressed for 1,000 years finally returned. However, because he coveted the secret of the immortal fate, he teamed up with Feng Jun Yuqia and immortal monarch Zhong Shuang to force their way into the depths of Futu Heaven. Unfortunately, they failed just as they were about to succeed. His Highness Di Lu died in the terminus sky. Fairy Qing Luo was loyal to her master and had no choice but to return. She softly narrated these words and prepared to use force to push Di Lu's corpse into the terminus sky. However, when her hand touched Di Lu's corpse, she was slightly startled and had a strange expression. Di Lu had once cultivated to the primordial unity supreme immortal realm. Even if he had lost his immortal fate, his corpse should not be this light. The smile on Fairy Qing Luo's face suddenly froze. She suddenly lifted Di Lu's corpse. Clang clang, as Di Lu's corpse was lifted up, a mirror fell from his body and the light from the mirror faded away. As the light from the mirror faded away, Di Lu's appearance kept changing. It was as if an infinite amount of light was emitted from his body, causing his appearance to change. In the end, his body became smaller, his facial features became softer, and even his aura completely changed. He had actually turned into a different person. It was not Di Lu, not a man at all, but a girl that she was very familiar with. Qing Luo's eyes narrowed as she subconsciously called out. Her face was filled with shock. At this moment, she realized that she might have made a huge mistake. She stared at Di Lu for a moment and even used her divine sense to examine him. She finally confirmed that it was true. Her expression was as if she had seen a ghost. After a while, she suddenly screamed with a ferocious expression, how could it be you? Whoosh! Chi who was already dead, naturally could not answer her question. However, at this moment, a dazzling sword light suddenly appeared in the void next to Qing Luo. It was less than 100 zhang away from her, and it carried a monstrous murderous aura as it stabbed toward Qing Luo's forehead. This sword attack was too mysterious, too vicious, and too unexpected. Coupled with the fact that Qing Luo was panicking, it was difficult for her to dodge. With a scream, her entire body was wrapped in immortal qi, and she turned into a green immortal light that shot away. With a qi sound, the sword light passed through the immortal light and descended beside Chi. Fairy Qing Luo instantly reappeared 100 zhang away. A terrifying wound had appeared on her forehead, and blood was dripping from it. Her beautiful face was dyed red, making her look extremely ferocious and terrifying, and filled with endless fear. What a pity, what a pity. I don't have a suitable sword. The person controlling the sword light no longer concealed himself. He held the ancient sword in his hand and stared hatefully at Fairy Qing Luo. Di Lu, suddenly, another emperor flow appeared next to Qing Luo's mind was in a mess. She realized that she had made a grave mistake. She could not help but feel an indescribable fear when she met the hateful gaze of the Di Lu. Chills ran through her heart, causing it to contract violently. She quickly recalled that Di Lu and Qi had been staying in the Skeleton Divine Palace for the past few days. She also recalled that the great illusionary mirror had shone with an astonishing treasure light on the altar just now. She also recalled that the great illusionary mirror had rolled down from Qi's body. Many cultivators were proficient in the art of disguise. They could even deceive a primordial unity supreme immortal, as long as a few conditions were met. Most importantly, one had to use a secret technique to exchange a portion of the bloodline, so that the impersonator would have the bloodline and qi of the original owner. The second condition was to have a strong foundation in the art of illusion, so that the impersonator would be able to deceive the divine sense of others, so that they would not be able to see through the great illusionary mirror. As long as these conditions were met, the impersonator would be able to disguise himself in an instant, deceiving everyone. She was not a fool. After considering all the conditions, how could she not understand what had happened? Lord Di Lu, just now Fairy Qing Luo subconsciously opened her mouth and tried to explain. Didn't you refuse to die for me? How can you die now? Di Lu ignored her completely, and only glanced at Qing Luo with killing intent in his eyes. Then he squatted down beside Qi's corpse, and touched her forehead with his hand. Then, a monstrous killing intent appeared in his eyes, and his gaze was terrifying, like that of a wild beast. Looks like I can't hide it anymore. Fairy Qing Luo had only subconsciously explained this sentence before coming to a realization. Di Lu's gaze let her know that her killing intent had been exposed, and there was no way she could hide it anymore. Then, after a pause, a faint smile appeared on her face. Looks like you have indeed changed. Although the Di Lu of 1,000 years ago was fierce and domineering, he definitely would not have thought of letting a little girl attract the attention of others for you, and then leave her behind to escape. Haha, this is my fault. I underestimated you, and also underestimated the hardships you have suffered over the past 1,000 years. As she spoke, she raised her hand and wiped it on her forehead, and then looked down at the blood on her hand. A cruel expression appeared on her face, and when she suddenly raised her head, her eyes were filled with killing intent. Moreover, is this the remarkable ability you found in the Tai Su Immortal King's inheritance? The essence is not very profound, but the power is not small. If your sword was just a little faster, or if the surroundings were a little more chaotic, I would definitely have been killed by your unexpected sword. Now that I think about it, I still feel afraid. However, since I was lucky and did not die under this sword, then, she raised her head, and smiled sweetly, but it was even more ferocious. The one who died was you, Lord Di Lu. The sounds of fighting still lingered in the distance. The sky was dark red as if it was filled with murderous intent, and the two people in the field were also filled with murderous intent. Fan Xing would never have thought that things would develop to such a state. He was being watched by Feng Junyu Jia, Shinta Taisui, Immortal Monarch Zhong Shuang, Qing Xieguan Feixing, and the others. It was difficult for him to move, and he couldn't do anything. Thus, he had no choice but to let Qi disguise herself as him to attract their attention. Then, she would create a chance for him to assassinate a heavenly immortal. This method was naturally dangerous. Once it was discovered, Qi might not be able to escape death. Thus, he had asked Qi beforehand if she was willing to die for him. Qi's answer was very straightforward. She wasn't willing to die for him, but she could take the risk to help him, but he did not expect that she would still die. Today, her head had already been smashed by a heavy blow. Her soul had dispersed, and she had perished. This was beyond Feng Xing's expectations. He was completely dumbfounded. This little girl's life was really not good. She was abandoned when she was young and had to depend on her mother. She was beaten up by her birth mother. Later, when her father found her, she was just an illegitimate daughter who could not see the light of day. He left her in the Green Parasol Immortal Mansion and did not care about her. In the Green Parasol Immortal Mansion, everyone respected her and did not dare to get too close to her. Even the commander of the Green Parasol Immortal Mansion, Tiger General Li, who was in love with her, only wanted to use her identity to climb up. Everywhere he looked was fake love. Later on, she finally got to know him, but she was deceived again and again. Most importantly, she placed her hopes on him, but he did not even tell her who he was, and now, this little girl actually died because of him. A person should not die like this, especially someone he knew. You can't die. I didn't even let you die. Where did you get the courage to die? The hatred in Feng Xing's voice grew heavier. He suddenly took out a Master Heaven pill and stuffed it into her mouth. Then, he placed his palm on her chest and forcefully injected his spiritual energy to help her refine it. He wanted to forcefully use the Master Heaven pill's medicinal properties to stimulate her vitality. Such a precious pill was actually fed to a dead man? Fairy Qing Luo's voice slowly rang out as she sighed. This really isn't like you, Your Highness Di Lu. Although you were extremely arrogant in the past, you were never so arrogant as to think that you could seize the heavens and reverse life and death, right? The way he looked at her was even tinged with jealousy. She had also been fed a tianite pill by Feng Xing before, so she knew how precious that pill was. She thought that it was a precious pill that Di Lu had brought out from the Tai Su Immortal King's inheritance ground, so she was a little greedy for it. Now that she saw Feng Xing wasting such a precious pill on a dead person, she felt a little uncomfortable, especially when the dead person was the wild girl that she had never cared about. However, Feng Xing turned a deaf ear to her words. He forcefully refined the medicinal properties of the pill and channeled his spiritual energy into Qi body. After the Master Heaven pill entered her body and was forcefully refined by Feng Xing's spiritual energy, Qi pale face became a little rosier. Her originally cold body also became a little warmer at this moment. If an ordinary person saw this, they would be shocked. However, in reality, this was only the powerful medicinal properties of the Master Heaven pill being refined by Feng Xing. They flowed through Qi's body and only appeared on the surface. Forget it, you really seem to have changed. You didn't do such useless things before. Fairy Qing Luo sighed and slowly walked towards Feng Xing with a mocking smile. Reversing life and death is not necessarily weaker than the rebirth of an immortal fate. I'm sure you understand this better than me, so why waste your energy now? Or are you just putting on an act in front of me to stall for time? Haha, I won't be fooled again. Royal Highness Di Lu, it was you who taught me that those who talk nonsense before their opponent is dead are fools. I've learned it, so I won't do such stupid things again. Reversing life and death, rebirth. After hearing her words, Feng Xing's heart skipped a beat and his eyes flashed with a light. Immortal fate, yes. Immortal fate. Other than an immortal fate, what else can reverse life and death, and what else can rebirth? For a moment, Feng Xing's eyes were filled with despair, but there was a glimmer of hope in them. If you don't want to leave her, then go to the Nether Palace and meet her. I won't disturb you this time. But at this time, Qing Luo was already within 100 feet of them. Suddenly, she made her move with an immortal wind that was boundlessly violent. Boom. 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 Qing Luo was indeed not a person who liked to waste time. At this time, she used all her strength, exerting all the cultivation of a primordial unity supreme immortal, and condensing it into one attack. From a distance, it did not seem too powerful, but within this area, even the void seemed to have solidified. The void within a radius of thousands of feet was almost solidified by her attack. The whole world, along with her palm, fiercely collided with Feng Xing, wanting nothing more than to crush him into powder. Bitch, don't disturb me. Fang Xing was agitated by Qing Luo's relentless attacks. He suddenly roared, held Qiyer's corpse in one hand, and clenched his fist with the other. He fiercely punched back. The powerful strength contained in the emperor's body had been stimulated by his rage, and collided head-on with Qing Luo's attack. At the same time, he hurriedly leaped up and rushed toward the battlefield in the distance. At this time, it was as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw, and all he wanted to do was to kill as quickly as possible and obtain an immortal life. Unfortunately, Fairy Qing Luo was a dignified primordial unity supreme immortal, and was not someone he could easily defeat. Although that all-out punch had forcibly shattered most of Qing Luo's power, there was still a turbulent aftershock. He gritted his teeth and forcibly withstood it with his body, but Qiyer's corpse in his arms was as brittle as porcelain in the face of this power. Her shoulder blade was swept by the power, and a large piece of bone and blood was immediately cut off. This frightened Fang Xing, and he immediately tilted his body to protect her, and then he staggered backward. He only managed to stabilize himself when he was only half a foot away from the place of heavenly despair. "Make way," he shouted in a deep voice, and his anger soared to the sky. He once again mustered all his strength and rushed toward the battlefield. It was also at this moment that several powerful immortal chi spread out from the distance, and several experts rushed over from afar. I heard Di Lu's voice, "He's over there. Quick, quick, find him." It was obvious that Feng Junyuqia, Shinta Taisui, and the others had discovered that Di Lu was not on the altar, and had hurried over to find him. Fang Xing's expression turned cold, and he began to ponder if he could borrow the strength of these people. However, Qing Luo's reaction was even faster. She emitted a shocking aura in an instant, and her face darkened, but her voice was anxious and sincere as she shouted, "Your Highness Di Lu, hurry and leave, those people are here. They know that you lied to them, and they will not let you go. Hurry and escape with Qi. I will hold them off for you, you don't have to worry about me." As she spoke, her attack became even heavier, and a monstrous immortal Qi surged toward Fang Xing. The earth was gloomy, and sand and stones flew everywhere. The wind and clouds changed colors, and the void shattered. It was like a tidal wave crashing toward Fang Xing. While doing all this, she even winked mischievously at Fang Xing. The feeling that everything was under her control made her feel a little proud, and Fang Xing's heart sank at this moment. This woman really has a good mask, to be able to play with all the immortals in the palm of her hand. They are over there, that bastard really lied to us, kill, kill, kill. I knew that the secret of an immortal fate was so important, how could he really have? Feng Junyuqia and the others became even more enraged when they heard this, and they hurriedly rushed over. But Fang Xing knew that he was in a real desperate situation. He originally wanted to charge out and kill as quickly as possible to exchange for an immortal life. However, at this moment, he knew that this was impossible. Not to mention Fairy Qing Luo, these people would not let him off easily once they were certain that he was lying to them. Even if he wanted to explain, the longer Qi died, the less likely she would come back to life. He couldn't afford to waste time like this. The great sword demon art that he had previously relied on the most was used for assassination. In a direct confrontation, none of these primordial unity supreme immortals would lose to him. When he thought of this problem again, his heart constricted violently. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. As Fairy Qing Luo's palm approached, he did not force his way forward. Instead, he dodged and borrowed the momentum to retreat. At the same time, he picked up the great illusionary mirror and leaped into the sky above the wall of despair. In his eyes, there was no longer any resentment. Instead, there was a wild sneer and ruthless indifference. Even his voice carried a hint of relief. He shook his head as if he was speechless and sighed. "Fairy Qing Luo, your acting is really not bad. Even I was fooled." Fairy Qing Luo was slightly taken aback, then she smiled and said, "Should I thank you for your compliment?" "Ha ha ha ha, you're welcome." Fang Xing suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Because my acting skills are a bit better than yours. I deceived everyone." Fairy Qing Luo furrowed her brows as if she was a little surprised. But Fang Xing obviously could not explain further. In fact, when he leaped into the sky above the wall of despair, he did not have much time left. It was a place where heaven and earth were connected, where yin and yang were reversed and formed a world of their own. A powerful force had already pulled him off the cliff. At this time, he had exhausted all his strength and could only stay in the air for a few breaths' time, just enough time to say a few words. Pray that this girl can appear in front of you alive. If that's the case, you'll be the only one dead, but if she doesn't come back alive, I'll make the entire green mysterious heaven realm die with her. After Fairy Qing Luo's reminder, Feng Xing realized that the immortal fate could reverse life and death. After all, even a device spirit like the Great Void Baby believed that the immortal fate could help it transform into a human. If a cultivator obtained the immortal fate, they could also live forever. In that case, Qi who had just passed away and still had a trace of vitality in her body, might also be able to use the immortal fate to be reborn. However, it was not that easy to obtain the immortal fate. One option was to follow the rules of the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Gathering and kill 33,000 people in exchange for an immortal fate. This was the first thought that appeared in Feng Xing's mind. However, he soon realized that this was actually an impossible path. Firstly, he did not have the time. Secondly, it was too much of a hindrance and he had no time to kill. The second option was to directly enter the land of Terminus. The immortal fate was born there, so naturally, there would be an immortal fate there. More importantly, he didn't have any other choice at the moment. After all, Fairy Qing Luo was a primordial unity supreme immortal. There was no denying that he was no match for her in a head-on battle. This woman did not give him a second option. Since that was the case, rather than being forced into the land of Terminus by her great divine power and being injured all over, it was better to save some energy and take the initiative to jump in. At least he would have some energy and foundation to deal with the dangers that he might encounter down there. Bitch, when I return, you will know what kind of mistake you have made. You are afraid of the return of the Di Lu, but now you are forcing the Di Lu who originally did not want to come back. Whoosh, Feng Xingji leaped into the place of heaven's terminus. Soon, his figure became blurry. He seemed to have leaped off the cliff, but also seemed to have disappeared from this space. In the distance, the divine skeleton palace seemed to have sensed his presence. It flew over from afar and turned into a beam of divine light, chasing after him. In an instant, he and the great illusionary mirror disappeared between the cliff and the devil chi that connected heaven and earth. Roar! At this moment, there seemed to be something roaring and cheering in the depths of the broken abyss. Before this, Qing Luo and the others did not notice its existence. But now, they could clearly feel it. What a pity, I didn't know you had such courage. Fairy Qing Luo was also startled for a moment, and then she walked to the edge of the cliff. Looking down, there was no sign of Di Lu. Her expression was somewhat unsightly. For her, this was not the situation she had expected. She had hoped to kill Di Lu with her own hands and then throw his body down, rather than watch him jump down. After all, although the place of terminus of the sky was a legendary place of burial, and even a perfected golden immortal would not be able to come out alive after jumping down, she was still a little worried. She could not rest easy without seeing Di Lu's body. Forget it. If even the heavenly terminus can't bury you, I have nothing to say. Fairy Qing Luo's eyes turned cold for a moment, and then she let out a long sigh, muttering to herself, as if trying to console herself. Where is Emperor Flo? How dare you, bitch? Are you still going to loyally protect your master at a time like this? Immortal lights flashed in the distance. Feng Junyu Chia, Shinta Tai Sui, and the others had all rushed over, all of them brimming with murderous intent. Fairy Qing Luo's expression changed abruptly, revealing a trace of sadness again. She turned around bitterly and flew into the air, shouting at those people, Master Di Lu has already left. With me here, you will not be able to catch up to him, beside the heavenly terminus. The wind howled. Her long robe fluttered in the wind, and her hair was disheveled, showing only her loyalty and determination. No one knew whether it was ascending or descending, or whether it had crossed hundreds of millions of miles in an instant, or whether it had not moved at all. After jumping into the heavenly terminus, Feng Xing only felt that all his senses were in chaos. He felt as if he was a small boat in a storm, drifting along with the waves. He had no control over his own body. In such a chaotic scene, even he could only hug Qi tightly, close his six senses, and protect himself. After an unknown period of time, the surroundings seemed to have quietened down a little, and he released his divine sense again to survey the surroundings. After releasing his divine sense so gently, his expression finally changed. The current him was actually not at the bottom of some cliff, but had instead arrived at another world. At this moment, He was shockingly above an ocean of rage, and he couldn't see the end of it. Evil tides frequently surged over and struck the sky. Even more terrifying was that this ocean of rage below him was actually completely covered in fresh blood, and it was a dazzling red that caused fear to arise in one's heart. It was real fresh blood, and it was even to the extent that Feng Xing was able to smell a dense smell of blood that caused him to feel nauseous. Countless vengeful spirits floated within the sea of blood. It was a terrifying sight, and it made the sea of blood a symbol of death. However, the sea of blood didn't just represent death. It also contained an indescribable life force. Deathly stillness and life were two completely different feelings, and because of the existence of the sea of blood, they strangely intertwined with each other. It made Feng Xing feel as if he was caught in a crevice. Ha 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 ha, you're finally here. Just as Feng Xing realized where he was, a voice suddenly came from above the sea of blood. He had no idea where the voice came from, as if it came from far away, but it did not weaken at all after it reached him. When he heard the voice, Feng Xing's body and mind trembled, as if the voice had come directly from the top of his head and not his ears. What the hell is this place? Feng Xing was also shocked, but he tried his best to pull himself together and asked coldly. Ha 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 ha. This is my world, this is the terminus. The voice immediately followed Feng Xing's words, and it laughed ferociously. Then what the hell are you? Feng Xing frowned and had a strange look in his eyes. He tried his best to look through the skeleton palace, as if he was trying to find it. I am. Bullsh*T, you're the ghost. The existence shouted and immediately scolded, I am not a human, a ghost, a deity, a Buddha, a demon, or a monster. I have no soul, no spirit, no body, no sense, no life, no death, forever outside the three realms, not in the five elements. I woke up first in the vast universe, and I was the one who gave birth to the chaos. You're just an ant that doesn't enter my eyes, an ignorant fool with a mortal body and a foolish heart. How can you recognize my true form? Could it be that you are? After listening to the existence's words, Feng Xing was shocked. He seemed to have realized something and shouted in shock. Huh? Could it be that you still have some intelligence and have guessed the truth about me? The existence was also stunned, and then became overjoyed. Quick, 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 say it, say it. Could it be that you're a bastard that hasn't been born yet, so you don't even know who you are? Feng Xing picked his nose and asked with a look of disdain. You, how dare you? The existence was immediately enraged, and Feng Xing's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to see if the existence would show up because of his anger. However, to his surprise, that existence had no intention of showing himself at all. In its rage, the entire sea of blood began to roll back, covering the sky and covering the earth. Huge waves surged, and a strange black wind appeared between the heavens and the earth, slowly brushing past the sea of blood. Everywhere it passed, the entire world seemed to distort. Feng Xing even felt that the power had directly enveloped his entire body. His physical body was already extremely strong, but under the tearing of this power, it was actually unable to withstand it, and felt as if it was going to be torn apart. The sea of bitterness is boundless, but the body crosses it. There is life in the desolate places, and there is light in the desolate places. The vast power above the blood sea gave Feng Xing a fright, and he didn't know how to resist it. But at this moment, a faint white light appeared around him, and it contained endless benevolence. It suddenly appeared and wrapped around his body. The black wind and raging waves above the blood sea were actually forced back by this white power. At this moment, he was like a Buddha, and the lotus-like white light protected him, resisting the black wind and strange waves that kept attacking him. It's the power that appeared after I purified the sins of the Buddha realm. Feng Xing was shocked, and his heart relaxed. When he purified the demons in the Buddha heaven, this power had appeared around him and rose around him like an abyss. Although this power was powerful, he couldn't make it his own. Therefore, he felt that this power was useless. However, he never expected that this power would suddenly appear above the sea of blood and help him resist the black wind and strange waves in this world. Buddhist faith power. A little brat like you who doesn't even have an immortal fate is actually a Buddha with a large number of believers? The existence deep in the blood sea was a bit surprised and became even angrier. More black winds and strange waves rushed out from the depths of the blood sea. Even within the blood sea, there were countless demons and ghosts struggling to climb out, surrounding Feng Xing and tearing at him. They were actually using the stupidest method to tear apart the psyche energy around Feng Xing's body and stain the treasure light around his body. Hey, I was just joking with you earlier, why are you so angry? Feng Xing, on the other hand, was taken aback. He could clearly feel that the thoughts around him were gradually decreasing. It could be seen that this kind of power was constantly being consumed, and the black wind and strange waves above the blood sea seemed to be endless. If this continued, when his psyche power was exhausted, his physical body would be directly exposed to the world of the blood sea. He was so frightened that his expression immediately changed, and he smiled apologetically. Haha, joking? Joking between equals is a joke, but an ant joking with an elephant is courting death. You don't even know who I am, so where did you get the courage to joke with me? The other existence's anger didn't lessen. On the contrary, the black winds and strange waves above the blood sea surged even more violently, causing the sea to connect with the sky. Feng Xing was engulfed inside as the faith power around him rapidly decreased with a terrifying momentum that sent chills down one's spine. Why are you so unreasonable? Feng Xing's shock was not small. He was so frightened that he hurriedly cried out. He had fallen into such a strange world without even knowing where he was or what kind of existence he was facing. He had actually angered the other party, causing the black wind to cover the sky and the earth to attack him. The situation was extremely dangerous. Hey, brother, let's have a chat. At this time, Feng Xing really had no other choice but to shout. Haha, you don't even know who I am. What's the point of talking? But that existence did not have the slightest intention to chat. It drove up even more black wind and strange waves. Feng Xing's heart was already half frozen. He was secretly lamenting, already foreseeing the scene of him being torn apart by the black wind and strange waves not too long later. But at this moment, a divine light suddenly chased him from behind, directly breaking through the encirclement of the blood sea and arriving in front of Feng Xing. It was a huge skull, flashing with divine light and good nature. It was his skeleton divine palace small world, activated by some kind of spirituality. It took the initiative to open its mouth and swallow him into the skeleton divine palace. Then, the power of the formation operated, firmly protecting him in it. Mine, that's mine, give it back to me. When the mysterious existence saw the skeleton god palace, it was also shocked. It spun even more crazily and screamed. The black winds and strange waves became even more ferocious. But at this time, the skeleton god palace was already emitting a blinding golden Buddha light. In an instant, all the blood sea, demons, black winds, and ghosts were forced back. It protected Feng Xing well, and he was no longer in danger of being torn apart. Good. Feng Xing also let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. He hurriedly placed Qi-Er on the ground, and then shouted angrily, you bastard among bastards, you actually want my life. Mother **Ker, if you have the ability, show yourself and let's see who's better. Ha. That being stirred up black winds and strange waves, attacking Feng Xing's skeleton divine palace in a frenzy. He kept cursing, but it was all useless. What he was doing now was like a child tripping over a tree root, and then an adult going up to hit the tree to vent his anger. After 15 minutes, he calmed down a bit and said with hatred, you want to see me? Alright, as long as you can expose my identity, I will appear in front of you. Speak, let's see if you have the intelligence. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice that sounded like a song yet not a song, like a ballad yet not a ballad resounded once more, and it carried a mysterious aura as it reverberated above the sea of blood. I'm not a human, not a ghost, not a god, not a Buddha, not a demon, not a monster. I have no soul, no spirit, no body, no sense, no life and death. I'm eternally outside the three realms and not within the five elements. I'm the first to awaken in the boundless universe, and the creation of chaos is born from me. If you can recognize my truth, then you can see my body. It's just a little bastard that hasn't been born yet. Who else could it be? Feng Xing was infuriated. He hated this kind of person who pretended to be mute the most, so he retorted sarcastically. Damn it! The existence roared again and shouted with all his might. Black winds and waves of blood came crashing down one after another. Feng Xing was very pleased with himself and purposely tried to provoke the existence. If you can't guess my true body, then you can be trapped here forever. Anyway, I have plenty of time, but you don't have much time. It seemed that the existence himself felt rather bored and actually changed his mind. In an instant, the sea of blood quieted down and became calm and tranquil, and he actually retreated by himself. Only Fangxing's skull was left, quietly floating on the sea of blood, drifting with the waves. You can do that? Fangxing was also a little surprised. After waiting quietly for a while, he realized that the existence seemed to have really given up. Bastard? Hello, senior? Idiot who doesn't dare to show his face. After calling for a while, the existence actually restrained himself and didn't say a word, as if he had disappeared. Fangxing couldn't help but frown. He looked at Qi who was lying in the skeleton palace and her body was gradually turning cold. He thought to himself, even if I can reverse life and death, it should be as soon as possible. The longer I drag it out, the higher the possibility of reversing life and death. Now, it's just like what that person said, I really can't afford to waste any more time. I have to guess who he is as soon as possible. However, when he started to seriously think about this question, he couldn't help but frown even more. Not human, not ghost, not immortal, not Buddha, not demon, not monster. No soul, no spirit, no flesh, no sense, no life and death, forever outside the three realms, not in the five elements. I woke up first in the vast universe, and I was born from the chaos. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed to deny all possibilities, as if it was saying that it was nothingness. Based on the literal meaning, it was impossible to really guess who it was. Moreover, judging from the fact that it wanted Fangxing to guess who it was before it could see him, it didn't seem like it was purposely making things difficult for him. In fact, it really wanted to see Fangxing, or rather, it wanted Fangxing to see it. However, it couldn't say who it was, and could only let Fangxing guess it. It was like there was a great rule that fixed all truths, and it had to be obeyed. It seems to be. At this moment, a chubby little head popped out from the great illusionary mirror. It was the great illusionary baby, who followed his real body into this world. It had obviously heard the conversation just now, and from the looks of it, it seemed to have understood something. Hurry up and tell me, what is it? Fangxing was a little anxious, and he asked with a frown. I don't dare to say. The great illusionary baby's expression was very ugly, and it said hesitantly, if I say it, I will see it, but you still can't see it, and then I won't have your protection. So, you have to say it, and then I can say it with you. So strange? Fangxing also frowned when he heard that. The great illusionary baby was an artifact spirit, and it was possible that it could sense something. Then, if I have to guess, Fangxing pondered for a while, and he really started to think seriously. He was usually a little lazy to use his brain, but he wasn't really stupid. At this moment, all the clues immediately gathered in his mind, and he gradually began to have an answer in his heart. His expression became even more shocked, and it could even be said that he was terrified. This blood sea is a little similar to the time when my realm of consciousness was first opened, and that existence in this blood sea also has the ability that I had in the realm of consciousness. It is everywhere, and there is nothing that it can't control, and the heaven and earth have me as its heart. When I first arrived in this world, I was almost torn apart by him, and I only managed to save myself because of the Buddhist sect's mind power. His power seems to be everywhere, and it's also unstoppable. Divine powers and laws are all useless in front of him, and a strong body is also as fragile as a piece of paper. However, the Buddhist sect's mind power can stop him, and so can the skeleton palace. These two kinds of power, one is the power of vow of the Buddhist sect's believers, and the other is because of the great Buddha formation support. And these two kinds of power, one repels it, and the other has the same wish, and when I first entered this world, the feeling that it wanted to harm me relentlessly, Fangxing's face gradually turned cold, and he guessed a possibility, but he subconsciously felt that it was a little too exaggerated. Master, have you guessed it too? The great illusionary baby was terrified, and he asked softly, and there was a layer of cold sweat on his head. Fangxing nodded, and he said softly, if I knew it was this thing, I wouldn't have dared to joke with it just now. The master and disciple looked at each other for a moment, and they gradually became certain of their thoughts. So what if it's him? Compared to me, he's only the second. Fangxing secretly swore in his heart, and then he turned to look at the depths of the blood sea, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly. Show yourself, Buddha! Meanwhile, the great void baby added softly, "Heavens." It was just a sentence that seemed ordinary, but when it was heard above the blood sea, it suddenly triggered a monstrous wave, and the wind blew the clouds away, and the sky changed color. Deep in the blood sea, a voice laughed loudly, and the laughter became louder and louder, and the entire world was filled with its voice. Then, the blood sea began to split into two sides, like a curtain, and the truth was revealed bit by bit, and the existence's voice was heard at the same time. "Good, good, good, you can really guess who I am." Feng Xing's expression turned serious, and he knew that he had guessed correctly. He finally knew who he had been sensing all this time, the Buddha's will. In fact, the answer was not difficult to guess, but the difficult part was that even if he had guessed it, Feng Xing did not dare to confirm it. Apart from the Buddha's will, who else would be in the land of extinction? Apart from the Buddha's will, who else could cause the weather to change because of his anger? Apart from the Buddha's will, who else could jump out of the three realms and not belong to the five elements? In other words, apart from the Buddha's will, who else could ignore Feng Xing's supernatural power and directly threaten it? It was the heavenly Tao, and all its power originated from it. The only thing that could resist the power of the heavenly Tao was the wish energy of the human world. The reason why Feng Xing could not refine that wish energy was because it did not belong to him in the first place. It was the reward given by the living beings in the human world after he had purified his sins. The Buddhists called it the wish energy, and the Taoists called it the incense. That power would protect Feng Xing, but it would not be refined by Feng Xing directly. Not only could Feng Xing not refine it, but even the heavens could not refine it, and could only destroy it. As for why the Buddha's formation could better resist his power, that was a guess in Feng Xing's mind. The sea of blood parted, revealing a strange land. The location of Feng Xing's skeleton palace did not change, but everything around him seemed to be approaching him rapidly. Then, a strange island appeared in front of Feng Xing. To be precise, it was not a small island, but a monster. Its roots were intertwined, and it was deeply rooted in the sea of blood. The tree trunk was twisted, and there were words imprinted on it. The withered branches were like swords, and they pierced the sky. There was not a single leaf on the entire tree, and there were only a few withered fruits hanging on the branches. The tree gave off a sense of desolation. "Ha ha ha ha, I finally see you. I've been waiting for you," a voice rang out, and it came from the strange tree. Feng Xing's expression became extremely strange. Damn, why is the heavens will so ugly? Heaven's will shouldn't be like this. Although Feng Xing had never seen heaven's will, he had a vague impression of it. To him, heaven's will was a lofty and illusory existence. It was formless and traceless, similar to the state of neither human, ghost, immortal, Buddha, demon, nor monster, soulless, corporeal, senseless, and lifeless. It was indeed not in the three realms or the five elements. To be precise, it was a kind of power, or rather, a will. It was everywhere and unpredictable, similar to the state of the Taishu baby in the celestial mirror. However, this heaven's will far exceeded Feng Xing's expectations. It was too specific. The Buddha's will is actually a strange tree that grows in the blood sea. Most importantly, it's so ugly. It doesn't look like an immortal at all. It's not even comparable to those towering ancient trees. Living being, since you've seen my true form, why don't you bow down and worship me? The strange tree shook its leaves and branches, letting out an awe-inspiring and holy voice as it shouted at Feng Xing. To be honest, Feng Xing almost fell to his knees. After all, when the strange tree really spoke to him, it was an indescribable feeling. It was as if a powerful aura descended from the heavens and pressed down on his heart, making him want to bow down. It was like a commoner looking at an emperor and thinking that he was nothing special. However, when the emperor unleashed his imperial aura, the commoner could feel an overwhelming imperial aura, causing his soul to tremble and not daring to look at it directly. However, Feng Xing was Feng Xing after all. It only took him a moment to regain his courage. He already thought that the strange tree was ugly and looked down on it. Now that the mysterious aura was gone, he despised it even more. There's no benefit in worshipping you, why should I? Feng Xing calmed down and came to the entrance of the skeleton palace. He leaned against the doorframe and asked. Benefits? Surprisingly, the strange tree didn't get angry. Instead, it laughed coldly. Its branches and leaves trembled as it said in a deep voice, I can see everything that happens in foot to heaven, including you. Naturally, I know why you came down. Hee hee, the longer that girl has been dead, the lower the chances of you saving her. When her 7 apertures turn cold and her soul flies to the 9 heavens, hee hee, Hearing this, Fangxing was shocked, and his expression immediately became serious. He hurriedly asked, "You can save her?" "Ha ha ha ha, reversing life and death, rebirth, that's a forbidden power. Who can do it?" The strange tree shouted. Fangxing's face turned cold when he heard it, but he suddenly heard the tree continue, "I am the only one. I am the heavenly Tao, I am the chaos, I am the creation. Thousands of living beings are born because of me, and thousands of living beings are destroyed because of me. Life and death, in the eyes of all living beings, is a tribulation, but to me, it is just the 2 sides of yin and yang. What is so difficult about overturning my palm? Damn, this B***starred is so full of breath." Fangxing was stunned, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. However, he showed an ecstatic expression on his face. "Is this true? I have the fruit of creation. If I give her one, it will be easy for her to rebuild her creation and gather her soul again." The strange tree shook its leaves and shouted. For a moment, the sea of blood was filled with chilly wind, and the sky changed color. That kind of fruit? Fangxing was stunned, and he immediately focused his attention to look at the few sparsely dried fruits that hung on the monster, and he was more shocked the more he looked at them. Every single fruit was only the size of a pomegranate, black and shriveled, and was extremely inconspicuous. Their outward appearance seemed to have already withered, but for some unknown reason, when he concentrated his attention to look at them, he felt more and more that under the deathly still appearance of the fruit actually contained intense and terrifying vitality. It was even to the extent that it wasn't just vitality, it was a mysterious energy that was vast and powerful to the point it exceeded the imagination of Fangxing and the others. Immortal life? Fangxing and the Great Void Baby exclaimed at the same time. Both of them had noticed something. The Buddha's will had turned into a strange tree, and it was rooted in the sea of blood. On this strange tree, there was a immortal life. At the very least, the fruit contained the power of a immortal life. Fortunately, Fangxing and the Great Void Baby had seen a immortal life before, or else they wouldn't have recognized it. "Ha ha ha ha, you guys know your stuff." "That's right, these are the immortal lives that you living beings talk about," the strange tree laughed. And its leaves shook vigorously, looking unusually arrogant. "It's good that you have a immortal life, I'll kneel to you now." Fangxing didn't hesitate at all. He held onto the doorframe and was about to kneel. The strange tree was stunned, and it said, Hey, don't rush, I didn't say that you'll get a immortal life if you kneel, F***ck, then why do you want me to kneel?" Fangxing was stunned as well, and then he forcefully stopped himself from kneeling before jumping up and cursing. "You are a living being with the heavens as your father and the earth as your mother. How can you not kneel when you see me?" The Buddha's was a little confused. He didn't know how he assumed that he had to give a immortal life if Fangxing knelt. He could only try his best to explain and maintain his dignity, but it was obvious that his voice was no longer as confident as before. "Son of AB***tch, why haven't I heard that the will of the heavens can lie?" Fangxing was also choking with anger, and he couldn't help but scold them harshly. "I can't lie." The strange tree shouted angrily, "I was originally Tian, a will of heaven and earth, faintly discernible and senseless. Unfortunately, I was framed by someone and turned into this strange appearance, which is actually somewhat similar to a living creature. However, I am still born from the heavenly Tao and will not lie. Then what do I have to do for you to give me a mortal life?" Fangxing frowned and interrupted him, asking a question. "You want a immortal life?" The strange tree was silent for a moment as if it was hesitating. After a few breaths of time, it spoke in a deep voice, "All right, I can give you the immortal fate and help you reverse the fate of that little girl, but you have to give me something in exchange. What is it?" Fangxing thought, if he dares to ask me to give my life in exchange for that lass's life, I'll scold him right away. However, such a melodramatic scene did not appear. Suddenly, rays of light appeared on the body of the strange tree. In the end, it turned into the shape of an eye, floating on the top of the tree. After which, it stared at Fangxing. Its voice seemed to descend from the heavens, bringing along a domineering and unquestionable might as it fiercely resounded in Fangxing's heart. "Use that great formation to exchange, Buddha formation?" Fangxing was also taken aback, and the expression in his eyes immediately changed. He didn't expect the will of the Buddha's will to take a fancy to the formation in his skeleton divine palace. Without any hesitation, he shook his head and said, "This formation isn't mine, of course it isn't yours, it's mine." The strange tree's voice soon rang out violently, filled with deep hatred. "Back then, it was that group of bald thieves who forcefully took it from me and refined it into their damn formation. That was originally a part of me. If I hadn't lost so much of myself, causing me to have less than 30% of my power, who could have suppressed me here? Who could have stopped me from returning to heaven? Yours?" Fangxing couldn't help but be shocked. In fact, he had already sensed that the Buddha formation was similar to the will of the Buddha's will, as if they were connected. However, the truth was just too shocking, so he didn't dare to think in this direction. "Of course it's mine in the first place," the monster roared. "Brat, hurry up and return the formation to me. As a reward, I will allow you to leave with your life. I will also help you resurrect that little girl. In fact, when I break the seal and return to outer space, I will let you establish your Tao and foot to heaven. With my protection, you will be able to succeed and become the new immortal king. Your lifespan will be the same as mine. You will live for millions and millions of years." Immortality. The sound was so deafening that it hurt his eardrums. Fangxing's face darkened. "Master, this seems to be a very good deal," even the great void baby couldn't help saying softly. "Based on his nature, he won't lie easily. This seems like a good deal, but I keep feeling that." But at this moment, Fangxing actually hesitated. He seemed to have discovered something suspicious, but he was still not very sure. He frowned tightly and looked at every branch, and even every piece of withered bark of the strange tree. He did not answer. After looking at it for a long while, he could not help but reply in a small voice, "I keep feeling that there seems to be something more worthwhile than exchanging the great Buddha formation." "Something more worthwhile?" The great void baby was stunned. He really didn't know what Fangxing was referring to. Fangxing, on the other hand, stared at the monster and clasped his hands behind his back. He began to speculate to himself, based on its nature, it naturally wouldn't lie. The will of the world would never lie, but look at its current appearance. It's more like a living creature than the will of the world. The will of the world is originally formless, but it already exists. What else can it guarantee? Moreover, even if he won't lie, he'll obviously hide some things. At the end of his sentence, Fangxing's voice was getting further and further away. He was already asking the strange tree a question. "Hide? Why would I hide anything from you?" The strange tree was clearly panicking. It retorted angrily, but it also revealed its lack of confidence. "If you're not hiding anything, then tell me, why did you want to kill me the moment I entered this world? Why did you use all your power to kill me the moment I entered the Blood Sea? Why did you not mention the word kill after I met you, and you're ready to exchange with me instead?" Fangxing asked a few questions in a row. He placed his hands on his waist and raised his eyebrows. He looked like he was scolding someone on the street. I. After he asked a few questions, the strange tree's branches and leaves shook wildly. It seemed to have gone mad. It was as if it didn't want to answer the questions and wanted to deceive Fangxing, but it was unwilling to lie. Therefore, its entire mind was in a mess. After seeing this, Fangxing confirmed a certain question. He suddenly stepped out of the skeleton palace. He actually stepped on the sea of blood and walked directly toward the strange tree. His eyes were shining brightly. "That's because you're afraid of me." "My goodness, isn't this a little too much of a joke?" Fangxing's words made it hard for the void baby to understand. That was the Buddha's will, a supreme existence. Countless people, even Tai supreme immortals, could not sense this existence because their cultivation levels were too low. Now, they had seen it with their own eyes and were conversing with it. This was probably due to their strange circumstances. But Fangxing was so arrogant to say that the will of heaven was afraid of him. This was like an ant being scared off by a giant elephant, but Fangxing was not joking at all. He walked out of the skeleton divine palace and stood on the Blood Sea, his eyes fixed on the strange tree. "You said I'm afraid of you? You said I'm afraid of you?" At this point, the strange tree seemed to have gone mad. Its branches and leaves trembled, and its voice was filled with panic as it roared, "I'm not afraid of you. How could I possibly be afraid of a puny ant like you? I hate you, I hate you, I hate your bloodline to the core." Boom. Boom. Boom, as it roared angrily, a monstrous black wind and strange waves swept over, covering the sky and covering the earth. The monstrous waves almost reached the sky, and it was exceptionally terrifying. Fang Xing, who was standing on the sea of blood, only felt as insignificant as a drop in the ocean. The strange tree's angry roar even triggered bolts of blood-red lightning, which filled the space between heaven and earth. I was originally high and mighty, never changing, staying outside the three realms forever, transcending the five elements, controlling the operation of all things, and enjoying eternal peace and freedom. But I was tricked by you, causing me to be split into pieces and my power to be greatly reduced. In the end, I was also forcefully suppressed and turned into a living being. Do you know how this feels? This is like a giant elephant turning into an ant, or an exalted immortal turning into a mortal. The great heavenly Tao was actually sealed by someone and left here, unable to live or die. They made it sound nice, saying that I would enjoy 100,000 pieces of flesh and blood once every 3,000 years to appease my anger, but how is that possible? How could an ant-like existence like you afford to raise me? I want to break free from my shackles and return to the prime clear lineage. Fortune has arrived. This exalted one saw you returning with a portion of my origin source that had been taken away by someone. As long as I retrieve that portion of origin source, this exalted one would be able to regain a portion of my power, struggle free from the shackles of this world, and return to the prime clear lineage. Yet, you are that person. The roar of the strange tree was as terrifying as a great change in the world. In this world of the bloody sea, it was like a huge tsunami had been triggered. It was as if the entire world was about to be turned upside down. In this world of the bloody sea, Fang Xing was like a mosquito flapping its wings. He was simply insignificant. It was as if a little bit of power could extinguish and tear him to pieces. However, at this moment, he could only grit his teeth and do his best to move forward. He allowed the remaining power of will of the believers to protect him and prevent him from being torn to pieces by this power. I won't let the prophecy come true. This exalted one will tear you apart. This exalted one will take back the origin source that belongs to me, and return to the prime clear heavens. Under this vast and terrifying force, even a Daluo golden immortal would lose his composure and be unable to control himself. However, Fang Xing was even more certain of his guess at this moment. Instead, he clenched his teeth and charged forward. His gaze was fixed on one spot, that scripture that was engraved on this strange tree. When he first saw the strange tree, he had already discovered the existence of that scripture. At first, he did not pay much attention to it. However, when he discovered that the strange tree was secretive like a very stupid person trying to play tricks, he became suspicious. Thus, he directly said that the strange tree was afraid of him. He did not expect that the strange tree would actually get angry. This also made Fang Xing certain that it was really afraid of him, but what was the reason for it to be afraid of him? Fang Xing racked his brains and scanned its entire body, not missing a single inch. Finally, he found the key. Whether it was from the strange tree's words or its current situation, it was not difficult to determine its current situation. That was, the originally high and mighty will of the heavenly way that controlled everything was ultimately deceived and split into pieces. A part of it was taken away by the Buddhists and turned into the Great Buddha Formation. Another part was imprisoned here. As for how much of it was taken away by others, no one knew. As for the part of the will of the heavenly way that was imprisoned here, it was not that easy to trap it. Since the will of the heavenly way was shapeless, it naturally could not be trapped. However, the way those people dealt with it was also very simple. They actually used a scripture to turn it from shapeless to tangible. Then, they trapped it in this part of the blood sea. Every 3,000 years, there would be a great sacrifice to appease its anger. According to Fang Xing's guess, this was probably just a superficial excuse. The so-called appeasing of anger was fake. With the help of its origin source, using 100,000 itinerant immortals as materials, the real deal was to form an immortal's life. Amidst all these conjectures, a bold answer had already formed. Facing the wrath of the Futu will, he strode forward with a ferocious aura. What Futu will? I think you're just a failed experiment, right? Or rather, a hen that lays eggs? Boom. 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 The endless raging waves of the strange tree slammed towards Fang Xing. The reason it drew Fang Xing here was because of the Futu will in the skeleton shrine. It wanted to take back its origin source, but doing so was taking a risk. It knew that it couldn't let Fangxing get close to it, otherwise, it would lose more than it gained. Thus, at this moment, it wanted to tear Fangxing to pieces and completely destroy him before he could reach it. Only by doing so could that terrifying prophecy not come true. The huge blood wave was already crashing down on Fangxing's head. It was like a cage of heaven and earth, making one unable to summon the will to resist. Fangxing, who was under the huge wave, was more like a small mosquito. He was helpless and could be overturned by the huge wave at any time. Normally, Fangxing would have fled into the skeleton divine palace, but at this time, he was unusually bold. With a cold face, he directly rushed towards the strange tree, his eyes fixed on the scripture, and there was a gleam of light in them. His heart was filled with endless joy. He had finally seen the essence of the scripture had no name and was only engraved there. It had forcefully turned the heavens will into an existence that was similar to a living creature. Previously, he could guarantee that he had not seen this scripture, but he had felt a sense of familiarity with it at first glance. Now, as he looked more and more carefully, he immediately felt a resonance in his soul when he read some of the words on the scripture. It was as if he had finally stumbled upon an answer that he had been unable to understand even after searching for so many years. Even though he had not seen what the answer looked like, he could conclude that it was true from just a few words. Sovereign Ninth Scripture. Fangxing suddenly shouted. His voice was like thunder, piercing through the entire bloody sea world. In that instant, the raging sea of blood seemed to have quietened down for a moment, as if time had frozen in the entire sea of blood. Then, the intense anger turned into a strong sense of sorrow, and even brought with it a feeling of trembling. Don't be seen through by him, the strange tree felt as if it had been hit in the head with a stick. It was also like a timid person who had heard the cry of a ghost. It was so frightened that it began to roar incoherently. It shouted with all its might, stirring up endless black winds and angry waves. It wanted to use all its strength to tear Fangxing into pieces. At the very least, it wanted to force him back into the skeleton shrine so that he could not see the scripture clearly. At this moment, the power of will around Fangxing was already being consumed rapidly. The situation was also very dangerous, however, he had already made up his mind. He had made up his mind and persisted in moving forward step by step to carefully read the scripture on the tree. In this bloody sea world, he could not directly use his divine sense to scan it. He could only look with his naked eyes. He knew that this was because the rules of heaven and earth had been changed by the strange tree. Only the simplest rules were left, that was to watch, listen, and read. Every word entered his eyes. Then, it connected with some foundation in the depths of his sea of consciousness and resonated with it. Bit by bit, he comprehended it and solved some puzzles in his mind. He was like a person who had been put in a sack for his whole life, and now the rope above his head was being untied. A huge and brilliant world was unfolding in front of him bit by bit. This scripture is indeed a scripture from the Taishang lineage, and the content of the scripture is, based on this. It's not difficult to guess its name. At this moment, there was not much power of will left around Fangxing. Fangxing was almost in front of the strange tree. The endless sea of blood around him had almost directly slammed onto his body, turning his flesh into a bloody mess. After the last bit of power of will was exhausted, he could not escape the fate of being smashed into pieces and having his soul destroyed. At this moment, it was impossible for him to return to the skeleton shrine. If this was a gamble, then Fangxing had obviously lost everything. Ha 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 ha, I've won in the end. Even the strange tree began to laugh maniacally at this moment. But it was also at this moment that Fangxing softly called out the name before the last wave of blood surged towards him. Taishang unrestrained scripture. Boom, as he shouted, the scripture on the strange tree suddenly emitted an endless golden light. The dazzling golden light almost illuminated the entire world. The moment the golden light shone, the strange tree suddenly struggled with all its might as if it had fallen into endless pain. It roared loudly and seemed to have lost control of the world of blood. The sea of blood and the black wind that were surging towards Fangxing instantly calmed down and retreated from Fangxing's body. I told you there was a more cost-effective way. Meanwhile, Fangxing walked up to the strange tree with a smile on his face and said with a strange smile, robbery. Hand over the immortal life. He had robbed countless people in his life, but this was his first time robbing an incarnation of heaven's will. It was clear that even Fangxing felt that this was a new experience. His face was full of smiles. Meanwhile, the strange tree that was Futu Tian also became anxious and roared with all its might. Its branches shook wildly and shot towards Fangxing like arrows. But at this moment, Fangxing seemed to have understood something and was not afraid at all. He didn't even put up any defenses. He looked at the scripture on the strange tree and read it word by word. The more he read, the faster his voice echoed between heaven and earth. The golden light on the strange tree became even more dazzling. The strange tree also shone with the golden light as if it was experiencing endless pain. Its sorrowful howls caused waves of anger in the sea of blood. Fangxing's guess was right. This strange tree was really afraid of him, and the reason for this fear was because of this scripture. This scripture was called the Supreme Freedom Scripture. It was the 9th and last scripture of the Supreme 9 scriptures. Fangxing had yet to study this scripture in detail, but he already vaguely understood its essence. It was this scripture that suppressed the foot of heaven's will, turning it from a supreme and formless heaven's will into a strange tree that took root in the sea of blood. Then, through the great ceremony that happened every 3,000 years, it was bestowed with flesh and blood and used its nature to form an immortal fate. Fangxing was the true successor of the Supreme Scripture. He had already cultivated the first 8 scriptures and his identity as a remnant of the Supreme Path was confirmed. Therefore, this scripture also belonged to him. It could even be said that this scripture was left here not only to suppress the foot of heaven's will, but also to wait for the arrival of the remnant of the Supreme Path. Both the Xianxia heaven's will and the foot of heaven's will were clearly aware of his identity, so they subconsciously rejected him. This was also the reason why Fangxing was attacked by the heaven's will twice in a row. The only difference was that the foot of heaven's will was fragmented and extremely weak. However, it had turned into an existence similar to a living being, so it was more intelligent than the other heaven's wills. The other heaven's wills were merely the will of the laws of heaven and earth. Only the foot of heaven's will could be considered a living being to a certain extent, possessing the emotions of a living being. Because of this, the other heaven's wills subconsciously rejected Fangxing, while the foot of heaven's will hated Fangxing and was afraid of Fangxing. He sensed an aura from Fangxing that came from the same source as the scripture, so he knew that he was the one in the prophecy. Of course, Fangxing couldn't think of any prophecy at the moment. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He knew what kind of existence he was in the great immortal realm's prophecy. Right now, he only wanted to reap benefits from the Supreme Path and didn't want to shoulder the responsibility that the Supreme Path had bestowed upon him. Now that everything was as he expected, the foot of heaven's will was indeed afraid of him after gaining a bit of control over the 9th scripture. He was so excited that he wanted to throw his head back and laugh out loud. The scripture itself was an existence that suppressed the foot of heaven's will. Reciting the scripture silently could subdue the heaven's will. The foot of heaven's will was also unlucky. If he had seized the portion of the origin source in the skeleton shrine before Fangxing grasped the scripture, he would have been able to break free and counter Fangxing. But in the end, he was still a step too late. Fangxing discovered the truth that he had been hiding and subdued him. Of course, rather than saying that he had lost to Fangxing, it was more accurate to say that he had lost to the Supreme Path from 10,000 years ago. Those old undyings had calculated everything clearly and left him with no chance of resistance. Rather than calling the prophecy a prophecy, it was more accurate to say that it was a plan, and now, everything was going according to plan, without the slightest deviation. I hate. I hate. I hate, the strange pagoda tree roared with all its might and went crazy. Eventually, its voice weakened and it began to weep. The mighty manifestation of the heavens was actually crying at a time like this, and it was crying in a very sad and aggrieved manner. Look at you. Hearing this cry, even Fangxing's expression changed and he said with a pained expression, I've robbed so many people, but I've never met anyone who cries. To think that you're the heaven's will. Didn't I just take a few of your immortal lives? Don't cry, others might think that I'm bullying you. You've always been bullying me, all of you from the Supreme Path have been bullying me. The strange pagoda tree cried even more miserably as its branches and leaves shook. I was originally the heaven's will, high and mighty, ignorant and senseless, overlooking the life and death of all living things, controlling the laws of heaven and earth. It was your Tao of the Supreme Path that came up with the idea of teaming up with the Buddhists and Taoists to pull me down to the mortal realm and split me into pieces. You stole countless of my origin source energy and trapped the rest of it in this lousy place. A single scripture has trapped me for 10,000 years, and now that I've finally reached the end, those old undyings are already dead, and a small one like you has to come. Don't worry, I'm not like them. Feng Xing was also a little speechless and could only try to persuade it. Different? How so? The strange pagoda tree was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "You won't take my immortal fate, or will you set me free?" Feng Xing was stunned and thought that he couldn't agree to either of these conditions, so he laughed dryly and said, "Different names, sob sob sob." The strange pagoda tree started to cry again. Sigh, never mind, Feng Xing didn't want to bother with it. He leaped up the tree and plucked a dried fruit, feeling a little emotional. After all, this tree bore an immortal fate, and he was in a hurry to use it to save Chiyer's life. He didn't have the time to talk to this sad strange pagoda tree. He would save Chiyer first, then comfort its wounded heart. At the entrance of the skeletal divine palace, Great Void Baby was jumping up and down while shouting, "Give it to me, give it to me." Feng Xing plucked 2 fruits and threw one to him while he took one for a closer look. But as he looked at it, he immediately frowned. The more he looked, the more he felt that something was wrong. At the same time, Great Void Baby's chubby little hands held the fruit for a while and exclaimed, "Something's not right." Something was definitely not right. The fruit in Feng Xing's hand indeed had an immortal fate aura and contained a dense life force. However, when Feng Xing took a closer look, he realized that the fruit was really dry and shriveled as if it had lost all of its immortal intent. The immortal fate aura was only a tiny remnant, most of the immortal chi had already disappeared. This was a real fruit that had lost all of its nutrients, leaving only a dried husk. Looking at it carefully, Feng Xing's anger rose. He suddenly roared and reached out to grab one of the branches of the crying tree. With a loud shout, he tore it off, causing the heavenly will to howl in pain and tremble in fear. Feng Xing, on the other hand, had a ferocious look on his face. He threw the fruit onto its body and scolded, "B*****, you dare to trick me?" "No. I didn't," the strange tree cried out in pain and trembled like a little child as it spoke in a trembling voice. "Then tell me, what about the immortal fate? This is clearly an empty husk." Feng Xing's expression was vicious, he was not joking at all. "This? You can't blame me for this," the strange pagoda tree cried out. "Every 3,000 years, I have enough resources to create an immortal fate. However, this time's ceremony was completely ruined by you. Up until now, the offerings I received were less than 30% of the usual amount. Not even a few fruits of creation were born. Moreover, in order to stop you earlier, I had to release my essence energy to create the 9 devils to defend against the immortals. Where do you think the essence energy came from? It must have come from those fruits, Feng Xing frowned with a strange expression. Now that he understood the theory behind the birth of an immortal fate, he knew that the strange pagoda tree was right. Now that he thought about it, the reason he couldn't obtain an immortal fate was truly because he disrupted the immortal ascension conclave. However, he refused to admit his mistake and became even more furious. He grabbed another branch of the strange pagoda tree and stomped on it as if he was going to tear it off at any moment. He angrily shouted at the strange pagoda tree, "Bastard, then why did you say that you only needed 1 fruit to save that little girl? I heard your words clearly, I didn't accuse you wrongly, did I? That was because I wanted you to return that part of the origin to me first." The strange pagoda tree's expression was very strange as it stammered, "With that part of the origin, I can indeed save her. You were lying to me after all." Feng Xing exerted his strength and pulled on the branch, causing it to make cracking sounds. No, the strange pagoda tree was so scared that it started to cry. "I only hit a little bit, you're really dishonest." Feng Xing was so angry that he almost laughed. He fiercely kicked the strange pagoda tree. Crackle. Hey, don't hit me, let's talk this out." The strange pagoda tree was completely different from its arrogant and domineering self at the beginning. It looked like a pitiful worm as it hurriedly shouted, "It's not impossible for you to save her. In fact, as long as she's in my world, she won't lose her vitality and will remain in this state. Then, I'll wait for those who have accumulated demonic energy to become my sacrifices and use them as my foundation. Even though it's a little, it's still not a problem to form an immortal fate to save that little girl's life, big brother." Feng Xing was slightly stunned, then he hit it even harder. "How can one immortal fate be enough? There's still mine." why do you want an immortal fate? This time, it was the strange pagoda tree's turn to be shocked. You Supreme Path disciples never use an immortal fate. The Supreme Path's disciples don't need an immortal fate. Fangxing was startled by the tree's words and couldn't react for a long time. He asked again to confirm this statement and looked at the tree with a strange gaze. If I don't have an immortal fate, how can I cultivate? You don't know? The tree was also surprised and asked, did I see wrong and you aren't a supreme disciple? I should be a supreme disciple. Fangxing's expression was very strange, but I also need an immortal fate. I saw that you purposely messed up the ceremony and thought that you were the same as the previous supreme disciples and didn't need an immortal fate. This time, the tree was extremely confused. Facing Fangxing's anxious gaze, it hurriedly replied, don't ask me, I don't know either. I only know that demons, devils, Buddhas, and Taoists all need an immortal fate. However, there is one exception, the Supreme Path's disciples. 10,000 years ago, the Supreme Path's disciples were extremely arrogant. Even the leaders of the demons, Buddhas, and Taoists would be polite to their ordinary disciples. Their path of cultivation was completely different from the other Taoists. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that they were able to use a single scripture to transform their true form into a strange tree rooted in this world is enough to show their prowess. Could it be that there is something I didn't notice? Fangxing knew that even though the strange Buddha tree had turned into a living being, its essence was still there and it wouldn't lie easily. At this moment, he hesitated for a long time before returning to the skeleton shrine without saying a word. He sat down and pondered carefully. At this point, Fangxing did not have to worry about the strange Buddha tree causing trouble. Fangxing had memorized the 9th scripture of Supreme Scripture, Freedom Scripture. To a certain extent, it was equivalent to learning the band-tightening incantation on the monkey's head. If he chanted it at any time, he would be able to torture the strange tree to death. This was also the reason why the strange Buddha tree had always been afraid of Fangxing and wanted to kill him from the moment he appeared. The Supreme Path doesn't need an immortal fate to cultivate? Even now, he still found this information unbelievable. It seemed that the Supreme Path had a lot of secrets. In fact, ever since he first came into contact with the Supreme Path, he had already felt that this orthodoxy was different from the rest. First of all, the disciples recruited by this orthodoxy were all outstanding existences in various aspects. From the spirit form scripture, undying scripture, and perception scripture at the very beginning, it already encompassed the 3 most important foundations of cultivation. One was the ability to refine, one was the strength of one's physical body, and the last was the strength of one's soul. Without a doubt, the existences that created these 3 scriptures were absolutely 3 people who had respectively cultivated their cultivation speed, physical body, and soul to the extreme. Only such legendary existences were able to write these miraculous scriptures. As for the middle stage, the unfettered scripture, the solitary breath scripture, and the formation-breaking scripture, they corresponded to movement techniques, divine abilities, and martial techniques respectively. Obviously, these were 3 top-notch inheritances of the same kind. At the very least, Fangxing had never met a worthy opponent among cultivators of the same realm after he started cultivating them. Even a freak like LV Fengxian, who was born with a battle physique and should be the number 1 in martial arts, was able to compete with him after Fangxing cultivated the supreme formation-breaking scripture. This was a very incredible thing. As for the later stages, the Tao-seeking scripture and the heart-questioning scripture were even closer to the Tao. Even now, Fangxing didn't dare to say that he had completely mastered them. It could be said that each of these 8 scriptures could establish a Tao orthodoxy that would be passed down for tens of thousands of years. As for the supreme Tao, it was a strange orthodoxy that gathered all these profound scriptures into one. Fangxing had inherited the orthodoxy of the supreme Tao. His path of cultivation had always been specious and different from ordinary cultivators. It also allowed him to break through many shackles, such as the transformation of the sea of consciousness into the realm of consciousness, the use of one qi to control 10,000 techniques, and a powerful physique. These subtle differences allowed Fangxing's cultivation to progress rapidly. Moreover, his foundation was solid, which was an existence that ordinary people couldn't imagine. The first 8 scriptures were already so mystical. Then, what was so special about the last scripture? It seems that if there's any mystery, it's probably hidden in the 9th scripture. Fangxing sat cross-legged with rapt attention and took a deep breath. In his mind, the scripture's meaning began to flow, the supreme freedom scripture. Just now, he saw it, and even roughly read through this scripture. Moreover, every single word and sentence was deeply engraved in his mind, to the extent where he could even recite it. However, the principles within were extremely difficult, and he did not understand much. At this time, he already realized where the problem lay. Perhaps after he truly understood this scripture, he would be able to discover the true principles of the supreme orthodoxy, and comprehend its mysteries. The world is vast. Seek the Tao to solve your doubts. Seek the truth from your heart. Cut off all the lives, split the heavens and earth, and find your true self. Feng Xing recited silently. He fell into a strange state as if he had turned into a statue. The great void baby realized that something was wrong. He didn't dare to disturb him and could only sit at the entrance of the skeleton divine palace obediently. He looked at the strange Buddha tree, who was chattering away in a daze and had no idea what was going on. That can't be. Why does this disciple of the Supreme Tao look like an imposter? The strange Buddha tree was at a loss. Hey, heavens, can you help me fulfill my wish? The great void baby was also bored. He started chatting with the strange Buddha tree and pretended to be cute. What wish? The strange Buddha tree glanced at the great void baby disdainfully. I'm an existence in the vast universe. If I want to turn into a human, I don't care if it's not a human, as long as it's a living being. The great void baby was very obedient. I'm the exact opposite of you. I just want to turn back. When the strange tree heard this, it was as if it had found a confidant, and it immediately became somewhat excited. The old man and the young man chatted happily, almost forgetting about Feng Xing. Of course, Feng Xing also forgot about them. He was immersed in the contents of the ninth scripture and had entered a mysterious state. To him, the ninth scripture was definitely not just the ninth scripture. It was a primer that would draw out some of the hidden secrets of the other 8 scriptures. It was like the last link of a huge formation or the finishing touch to a dragon. Feng Xing, who was studying the scripture, was not just studying the scripture. He was more interested in the secrets revealed by the scripture, severing 998 lives, splitting the heavens and earth to reveal one's true self. As he comprehended the scripture, he felt that he had first sunk into the depths of his sea of consciousness, then into his realm of consciousness. After that, his entire body seemed to grow bigger and taller. In the end, he had already surpassed his realm of consciousness and actually arrived outside it. Then, he saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. He saw himself, who was even bigger than his realm of consciousness. He was actually sitting cross-legged in an endless void, and there were thick iron chains extending from an unknown place, tightly wrapping around him. They extended from the depths of the void and wrapped around his body. Feng Xing did not need to count them to quickly understand that those chains were the 998 lives mentioned in the scripture. Each life was a chain that eternally shackled his Zizai true body. There were 81 chains in total. Once these chains were severed, he would obtain Zizai. So, from now on, my path of cultivation will be different from others. Feng Xing took a deep breath and said with a frightened expression. So, this is the great liberation, he spoke slowly. When he reached the end, he suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was extremely strange. So, the Taisheng orthodoxy really should be destroyed. So, I really need to destroy the world. So, I'm just a chess piece, forced into the chessboard that was set 10,000 years ago, he muttered to himself. He looked down at himself and suddenly burst into laughter. The more he laughed, the crazier he became. What he did not know was that when he laughed, he was also laughing in the Bloody Sea realm. His crazy laughter shook the entire Bloody Sea realm, causing waves of blood to surge. Even the great void baby and the strange tree Buddha were scared out of their wits. The strange tree Buddha was trying its best to calm the surging sea of blood, but it realized that it could not do it. The sea of blood seemed to be attracted by Feng Xing's power. This is indeed the Taisheng disciple, the real deal. The strange tree Buddha was shocked and angry. It cried out in fear. If I knew Master was so fierce, I would have respected him more. The great void baby was also scared out of its wits. It kept burrowing behind the strange tree Buddha's trunk. The laughter grew louder and louder, however, it was not a joyous laughter. In fact, it could be said that the laughter was filled with inexplicable sorrow. It was more like a helpless, self-mocking laugh. The one laughing was himself. At this moment, a deep sorrow appeared on the face of Feng Xing, who was laughing maniacally. His eyes were filled with sorrow. At this moment, he only felt that everything was so ridiculous and laughable. It was as if he had never expected that he, who had always been a carefree person, who had lived willfully and freely, who had lived as he pleased until now and was prepared to continue on this path. But now, when he read the last scripture of the sovereign Taoist orthodoxy, he realized that everything had been decided 10,000 years ago. The more others cultivated, the more carefree they became, and the more they sought to transcend. However, his path actually became narrower and narrower. Now, he could see the path ahead of him, but how should he choose? I didn't expect that there would be two paths in front of me. Should I stop here, find another successor for the Taishang path, disperse my cultivation base, and live in seclusion? Or should I follow the calculations of the Taishang path and move forward step by step, walking into the dead end that they had planned for me? The Taishang Taoist had left a difficult problem for their disciple. Feng Xing had never expected that he, who had always wanted to inherit the Taishang Taoist's legacy but did not want to bear the responsibility, would encounter such a difficult problem after obtaining the 9th scripture of the Taishang Taoist. The Taishang Taoist's plan was not something he could freely choose whether he wanted to or not. It was a dead end. After obtaining the 9th scripture of the Taishang Taoist, he understood that as long as he wanted to continue on the path of cultivation, he would have to walk the path that the Taishang Taoist orthodoxy had arranged for him. Unless he stopped at the precipice, found someone else to replace him, and dispersed his cultivation base to live in seclusion, in other words, he would have to stop his path of cultivation. This feeling was even more painful than the 10 years he had lost his cultivation base in Tianyuan. That was because he did not want to lose his cultivation base during those 10 years. His heart was still there, it was just that he had lost his ability. However, if he retreated now, he would lose his heart as well. Once he chose to give up, he would truly lose all hope. There would be no turning back in the future, and he would disappear forever. However, if he did not make this choice, he could only follow the path that the Taishang Taoist had set, and walk down step by step, and the end of that path was a dead end. Not only was it a dead end, but many other things would also be sacrificed. This was a difficult question to answer, and it was enough to trouble any cultivator. However, Feng Xing did not think for long. In fact, it could be said that he used less than 3 breaths' time to make up his mind. I've had enough of the uncomfortable feeling in those 10 years. How can I endure it again? Even if I'm digging my own grave, I have to go crazy. Moreover, the so-called dead ends aren't necessarily dead ends. In the eyes of others, they're dead ends because they can't walk them. But who am I? I'm the Crown Prince. Oh, no, I'm Lord Feng. In front of me, there's no such thing as a dead end. This eternal problem of yours may not be difficult for me. After Feng Xing's maniacal laughter, he soon muttered to himself, as if he had made up his mind. Then, he shouted coldly, I'm walking this path. At this moment, the expression on Feng Xing's face was unprecedentedly solemn and domineering. There was a resolute look on his face that said he wouldn't turn back until he hit the southern wall. At the same time, Feng Xing's spirit power soared, and the huge body that was tightly bound by 81 iron chains suddenly opened its eyes. For the first time, it saw the world of nothingness and the 81 destinies that were entangled around it. Then, in the bloody sea world, Feng Xing suddenly raised his hands and formed a Taoist seal. In the sky beyond heaven, Feng Xing also raised his hands and formed a Taoist seal. An indescribable monstrous force burst out from his body, mighty and boundless. Crack! That kind of vast energy burst forth, and the iron shackles on Feng Xing's body were instantly broken by him. At the moment when the iron chain was broken, an inexplicable force seemed to burst out from the depths of Feng Xing's heart. This force had always been there, from the moment it was born. It was contained in everyone's body, but it was sealed by the 81 destinies. However, at this moment, when Feng Xing broke the iron chain, it seemed to release a little bit of the seal on that force, and a little bit of it was leaked. Although it was only a broken iron chain and a little bit of power was leaked, it represented a kind of resoluteness. It also meant that Feng Xing had taken a step forward, he had taken a step towards the hopeless path. Then, there was no turning back. However, just taking a step forward was obviously not enough to satisfy Feng Xing's Ambition. After breaking a chain, the ruthlessness on Fangxing's face became even stronger. He gritted his teeth and the vast supernatural power in his body rose again. It was much more vigorous than before. The various powers were the foundation that he had accumulated over the years. At this moment, he was stirring them up to cut off even more fates. It was strange that when he called upon all these powers, a ray of sword light suddenly appeared. It was as if it came from beyond the heavens, and it carried a majesty that could not be resisted at all, and with this ray of sword light as the center, endless power was attached to it, and it turned into a long sword that pierced through the endless void with terrifying power. Under the control of Fangxing's thoughts, it tore through everything under the sword and fiercely slashed at the second iron chain. Crack, the second chain was also cut off, disappearing into the boundless darkness of the void. After that, Fangxing did not even have time to comprehend anything. He waved his sword again and slashed at the third one. Whoosh, another chain was broken. In Fangxing's eyes, there was already a bloody glint flashing. Boom! 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 In the surrounding blood sea, 3 huge waves were suddenly triggered by the mysterious aura. Each wave was 999 zhang tall. It was no longer a blood sea. It was as if 3 mysterious energies had appeared at this moment and affected the blood waves. It actually caused the blood waves, which were originally completely controlled by the Buddha's will, to possess the ability to pierce through the heavens and the earth. It was as if they could shatter the heavens. His aura changed. The Void Baby was taken aback and subconsciously said, "He clearly doesn't have an immortal fate. How did his cultivation level increase?" It was no wonder that it was surprised. It was common knowledge in the cultivation world that after reaching a certain level, one would need an immortal fate to continue cultivating. Especially for Fangxing, who had already reached perfection. Without an immortal fate, it should be difficult for him to advance. However, the Void Baby clearly sensed that Fangxing's aura was skyrocketing inside the skeleton palace. Moreover, it was increasing bit by bit. In just a blink of an eye, it had increased 3 times consecutively. The speed at which the Void Baby was growing frightened, even though it had heard from the Buddha tree that the disciples of the Supreme Path's lineage did not need an immortal fate, it was still astonished by this scene. At this time, the Buddha tree also shouted, "How would I know that the disciples of the Supreme Path have always been so annoying?" However, he didn't shout for long before he suddenly shut up in shock. He seemed to have realized something, and his expression was extremely strange. After a long while, he almost cried out, "Heavens, why did you feel my aura again? You ants, what do you think I am? A hen that lays eggs? A guardian that protects the Buddha's treasure? A raw material for refining swords or an undead experiment subject?" The sorrow in its voice was not an act. "Looks like I have no choice but to sever these 3 lives with my current accumulation." While the Great Void Baby and the strange tree Buddha were crying in shock, Fangxing had stopped. Just as he was about to slash at the 4th chain, the power outside the sword light disappeared, and the sword light turned into something like a protective sword. Like a silver snake, it slithered in front of Fangxing's true form. He calmed down a little, knowing that this was the only thing he could do. He didn't feel any regret in his heart. In fact, he even felt pleasantly surprised. After concentrating on comprehending for a moment, he began to laugh. His laughter was extremely carefree. The Supreme Tao wants the disciples to walk on a dead end, but this last meal is very sumptuous. Although this is a dead end, I have to say that this dead end is really smooth. He slowly closed his eyes. He could feel that after severing 3 lives, his cultivation had taken a big step forward. The threshold that ordinary cultivators would need to obtain an immortal fate to cross was easily crossed by him at this moment. This increase in cultivation was not only an increase in power, but also enlightenment and understanding. He couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at the sword ray that slithered around him. He opened his palm, and the sword ray curled up in his palm like a small silver snake. It was a sword ray of heaven's will that he obtained when he was at the Blue Cloud sect. This sword ray was extremely difficult to control, and he would only use it when he was lucky. Normally, he would not even be able to summon it. However, after he took that decisive step, the sword ray appeared before him on its own. What made Fangxing even more interested was that the sword ray seemed to be related to the Buddha's will. Of course, the sword ray was just a sword ray and a sword intent. It was not a real sword, so he couldn't tell the relationship between them. Fangxing paid no attention to all of this. After all, the might of this sword light was truly extraordinary in his opinion. An immortal fate, so, an immortal fate is actually such a simple thing. A cold smile could be seen on his face as he returned to the world of the Sea of Blood. When he opened his eyes again, the world around him was very different. Because of the enlightenment he had gained, his aura had changed a bit. Before, because he had put away his emperor-type fleshly body, his aura and sharpness had sometimes been stolen away by his fleshly body. But now, his aura and sharpness had surpassed his fleshly body by a level. Let's not talk about the future. What happens next is going to be interesting. Fangxing muttered to himself. Without hesitation, he stepped out and returned to the bloody sea world. He got up and walked out of the skeleton palace. Then, he saw the great void baby and the strange Buddha tree looking at him in fear. He said calmly, "Let's go." The great void baby was stunned. "Where to?" Fangxing said, "To go out and do something fun, of course." "Oh." The great void baby was stunned. Then, it hurriedly jumped up and ran to stand behind Fangxing. It was extremely obedient. Then, Fangxing turned to look at the strange Buddha tree with a strange look. The strange Buddha tree suddenly trembled. Its branches and leaves were shaking in fear. It said in a sobbing tone, "Spare me." Fangxing looked at it for a while before he grinned, revealing his white teeth. "Don't worry, I won't eat you." The strange Buddha tree was overjoyed. However, before it could speak, Fangxing added, "But I have something to tell you." The strange Buddha tree was stunned. Then, it immediately said in a flattering voice, "What else do you want me to do?" "Humph." Fangxing's face suddenly darkened. He shouted coldly, "Remember to keep it a secret. Otherwise, I'll kill you later." "Alright, don't worry. I won't tell you even if you beat me to death." The laws of the Buddha realm are shattered and barren. Even if he escapes, where can he escape to? At this moment, in the Buddha heavenly realm, Feng Junyu, immortal monarch Zhong Shuang, Shinta Taisui, and the others all had cold expressions as they tried to guess where Di Lu had escaped to. As for Fairy Qing Luo, she was already trapped in a small valley by them. She looked at them calmly with a sneer in the depths of her eyes, as though she was mocking them. At this time, if they worked together, they could definitely break the restriction above the valley, but they couldn't care about Qing Luo. After all, finding Di Lu was the most important thing. However, they had already used all sorts of techniques to follow the direction Di Lu escaped to. They had even traveled 1,000,000 li in that direction, but they still couldn't find a trace of him. They had no choice but to gather here and discuss with cold expressions. "He can't really be hiding and not coming back, right?" Yu Che glanced at Fairy Qing Luo and sneered, "The Buddha heaven is different from other places. The grand ceremony is held once every 3,000 years, and it only opens once every 3,000 years. If he doesn't come out before the Immortal Ascension gathering ends, does he want to hide here for 3,000 years?" Fairy Qing Luo's expression was calm and she didn't care about her speculations. "Humph, he has already lost his celestial fate. If the method to strip away his celestial fate is fake, then he must have entered Fu to heaven this time to steal another celestial fate. But with us here, how can he succeed? Qing Luo, oh Qing Luo, you've miscalculated. So what if Di Lu escaped from under our noses? All his efforts have been in vain, and you have fallen into our hands. Is the restriction above the valley your only way to save your life? Humph, breaking it is as easy as flipping your hand." Feng Jun landed above the valley and looked down with a cold voice. "Sir Di Lu has his own arrangements. Lord Di Lu has his own arrangements, and Qing Luo does not have the right to question him. He told me to stop you at all costs, to at least stall you for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, and I've already done that. As for the rest, even I don't know where His Highness has escaped to, or what other arrangements he has made, and I don't want to know. Now, I feel that your conflicted expressions are laughable. Forget it, Qing Luo is right here. If you're really angry, you can break the taboo and capture me." Only now did Fairy Qing Luo open her eyes and speak softly, as if she was a righteous person. This wasn't the first time she had said this. This was also what gave Feng Junyu Chia and the others a headache. With Di Lu's temper, it was completely possible for a woman to risk her life for him. If it was them, they wouldn't tell their plans to a chess piece that they had already decided to abandon. Therefore, they believed that Qing Luo didn't know anything about what would happen next. If this little girl wants to resist to the end, then I'll give her the chance. Shentu Tai Sui was already enraged. Break the taboo, capture her, and torture her. Don't worry, she won't talk. That's right, after all, we don't have much time left. If we don't leave before the Immortal Ascension gathering ends, I'm afraid we'll be trapped here for 3,000 years. Immortal Monarch Zhong Shuang also spoke, actually echoing Shentu Tai Sui's words. The immortal generals surrounded the valley with mocking eyes. Just now, Qing Luo had fought with them for a long time, and then she found an opening to escape into the valley. She took out all kinds of treasures and guarded the top of the valley, confronting them. To them, the taboo that sealed the valley was not a problem that they couldn't break. It was just a waste of time, which allowed them to delay until now. Now, they were sure that they could no longer catch up to the escaped Di Lu, so they could only attack Qing Luo. Find him, we must find him. It was also at this moment that a furious roar suddenly came from the distant sky, and a figure flew over at the same time. Everyone turned to look and saw that it was the sect leader of Xianxia, Guanfeixing. In the chaos just now, everyone was concerned about Di Lu's whereabouts, but Guanfeixing was the least interested. Compared to Di Lu, he was more concerned about the little blind girl who was chanting scriptures next to him. Taking advantage of the chaos, he rushed over and rescued the little blind girl from the horde of demons. Then, he went on his own, not knowing what to ask. Now that he hadn't shown up for an hour, everyone thought that he wouldn't get involved, but now he had rushed over. That Di Lu is so despicable, we must find him. Guanfeixing flew over, leaped down, and placed the little blind girl on the ground. Then, he let out a dark roar. Hee, why are you suddenly so concerned, fellow Taoist Guan? I thought you kidnapped the little girl and ran away. Immortal Monarch Zhong Shuang saw Guanfeixing's expression and teased him with great interest. I'm indeed not that interested in Emperor Path cultivators. If he had truly grasped the secret of an immortal fate, then I wouldn't mind following him. But since he was just bluffing and ran away, I couldn't care less about where he died in the end. Guanfeixing said coldly with anger burning in his eyes, but I didn't expect him to be so greedy at this moment. A dignified emperor's disciple with a high status and influence actually disregarded his status to steal a strange treasure from this little girl from our Azure evil bloodline. A rare treasure? The exalted immortals glanced at each other and felt a little curious. In fact, they already knew that the little blind girl had an extraordinary background. After all, it wasn't a secret that the immortal mirror revealed her immortal monarch bloodline back at Upper Mystery City. However, compared to her, the exalted immortals were more concerned about Di Lu. Now that they saw Guanfeixing's anxious expression, they knew that this little blind girl's identity wasn't just a remnant of the sinful monarch. Maybe she had some other secrets that Di Lu stole first. We can't help you with this, hee. Di Lu left the little girl Qing Luo behind and ran away. The Wind Lord opened his mouth and said coldly. That's right, even the little girl Qing Luo doesn't know where he went. It won't be easy for you to find him. Yuqia also sneered, as if she wanted to watch Guanfeixing's show. She doesn't know? Guanfeixing turned around and glanced at Qing Luo, who was meditating in the valley, and sneered, what a joke. I've interacted with this woman too many times. Do you really think she's that kind of person who's foolishly loyal? This woman is sinister, cunning, and ruthless. She's best at pretending to be innocent but stabbing people in the back. If she says that she's risking her life to block the way for Di Lu, I definitely won't believe it. The biggest possibility is that she and Di Lu have already discussed this, and we don't know what they're up to. As he spoke, he suddenly stepped forward and came to the edge of the valley. He shouted coldly, everyone, let's work together to break these restrictions. I can guarantee that as long as we torture this woman, search her soul, and destroy her heart, we'll definitely find something. Zhu Xiu was slightly startled when he heard this, and he began to trust Guanfeixing a little. In terms of understanding of Qing Luo, they naturally couldn't compare to Guanfeixing. The two of them were old enemies, and they had fought countless times. Moreover, they were only analyzing from the perspective of Di Lu, but now that they thought about it, this Qing Luo really didn't seem that stupid. Alright, let's listen to Peak Lord Guan's suggestion. Let's break the restrictions first and capture this girl. Immortal monarch Xianxia smiled lightly, stood up from his throne, and came to the front of the valley. Haha, if she didn't say it, I'd like to taste the taste of an exalted immortal. Shui laughed coldly and spoke in a sinister voice. The exalted immortals had made up their minds, and they all gathered above the valley. Immortal light gathered on their bodies, and they were as dazzling as the sun. Immortal chi that seemed to be solid rolled down from their bodies, as deep as the sea. Not to mention anything else, just this aura alone was frightening enough. At this time, Fairy Qing Luo, who was below the valley, actually laughed softly. She raised her head to look at the exalted immortals surrounding the valley, bit her lips, and smiled like a little fox. Do you really think you can trap me with just these few people? After saying this, a purple immortal light floated above her head, and it was like an smoke. In the next moment, she suddenly raised her voice. Seat Master Guan is right. I always plan before I make a move. Before entering the pagoda realm, I already had a way to escape. The reason why His Highness Di Lu allowed me to bring up the rear was because he believed that I would be able to escape easily. Alas, it's a pity that I kept this method in reserve so that he could leave with me. However, he insisted that he had yet to accomplish his mission and refused to leave with me. He also refused to allow me to participate in the mission, so I could only protect myself first. This is the pagoda realm. Heaven and earth are separated, and the laws are shattered. There's no way to set up a teleportation array here. Even if you have any life-saving methods, you can't leave this day, so where can you escape to? But you're a dead duck with a stubborn mouth. Even if you have a Daluo immortal treasure, I'm afraid. Yuchia laughed coldly, and directly interrupted Qing Luo. However, before she could finish, her expression suddenly changed. Because at this time, a talisman had appeared above Qing Luo's head. The talisman's purple aura was extremely faint, but it contained a powerful majesty that no one dared to look directly at. The strokes on the talisman, in particular, danced like dragons and phoenixes, and had a majestic aura that encompassed all things in the world. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the talisman. Hee, the origin celestial treasure indeed can't save me, but what if the thing I'm relying on to escape is the talisman of an immortal emperor? Qing Luo was extremely proud of herself. She suddenly raised her head and blew a breath of immortal aura onto the talisman. In an instant, immortal aura drifted out, and purple light rippled. Like a bolt of purple lightning, it directly shot out from the talisman and struck the 9 heavens. No one would have thought that Qing Luo would have a talisman personally written by an immortal emperor. That was a dignified immortal emperor. Originally, the immortal kings of the great immortal world were all top existences. But after the chaos, the 3 immortal kings won and became emperors. It was said that they had surpassed the immortal king realm. Now, immortal emperors were supreme existences in the 33 heavens. With their status, how many people would have a talisman personally written by them? No one would have thought that someone of Fairy Qing Luo's status would have one. To be honest, this talisman was not a magic treasure, but it was better than a magic treasure. All kinds of magic treasures had their own characteristics, but this talisman contained the power of an immortal emperor. It could do almost anything. After seeing the immortal emperor's talisman on top of Fairy Qing Luo's head, the exalted immortals didn't even rush to stop her from leaving. Instead, they scattered and avoided each other. After all, this was a talisman personally written by the Scarlet Emperor. Qing Luo could use this talisman to break through the Buddha Heaven realm and leave, and she could also use it to kill people. Of course, a talisman was only a talisman, it could only contain one strand of immortal force. If it was used to escape, it couldn't kill people. If it was used to kill people, it couldn't escape. If it was used to kill people, then there was no need to worry. A ray of purple light soared into the heavens. It looked like a hole had been opened in the heavens. Fairy Qing Luo laughed proudly. In fact, the reason why she dared to enter the Buddha heavenly realm was because she had the talisman in her hand. She could have left a long time ago, but she was worried that Di Lu was still alive, so she stayed to observe for a while. Now that Di Lu had fallen into the heavenly end land for almost a day and there were still no changes, she could leave with a peace of mind. After all, she was very confident that the terminus heavens was a place that could even bury the heavens. Even her father, the Azure Xian Domain Lord, wouldn't be able to come out. She didn't believe that a cripple like Di Lu could survive a day in the terminus heavens. That was simply a legend. With a clear laugh, Fairy Qing Luo soared into the sky. Purple energy shrouded her, and her green dress fluttered in the wind. She was truly stunning. None of the exalted immortals dared to stop her. They were like frightened rabbits, running as far as they could from the light of the immortal talisman. They were afraid that even a strand of the boundless power would fall on them. As Fairy Qing Luo flew away, her eyes suddenly shifted. She was a little surprised, then delighted. Around the valley, Feng Jinyu Chia, Shinta Taisui, Immortal Monarch Zhong Shuang, Lord Xianxia, Guan Feixing, and the others had all fled. At this time, they were already 100 li away. However, there was still a figure around the valley. It was a little girl, standing at the edge of the valley, not knowing what had happened. It was the little blind girl. She had been brought here by Guan Feixing and left not far away from the valley. He hadn't expected Fairy Qing Luo to flash the Emperor Talisman, and Guan Feixing had fled in panic, leaving her behind. Back in Upper Xian City, when the little blind girl's immortal king bloodline was revealed, Qing Luo wasn't in the city, so she didn't know about it. However, after entering Futu City, she heard about it from others. She also saw how much Guan Feixing paid attention to her. She knew that this little blind girl of unknown origin definitely had some kind of relationship with immortal King Xianxia. Guan Feixing was also her old enemy. The two of them had fought for hundreds of years. This little girl was very close to Guan Feixing, so she naturally couldn't let him get what he wanted. As this thought flashed through her mind, she formed a seal with her fingers, and an immortal belt floated out. The immortal belt was like a spirit snake. It instantly coiled around the little blind girl's waist, and then it directly brought her up into the sky. You dare, no." In the distance, Guan Feixing saw this scene. He was so scared that his face changed color, and he rushed forward as if he didn't care about his life. Unfortunately, he was too focused on saving his life and had fled too far. He wanted to catch up now, but it was already too late. Ha 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 ha, Guan Feixing, while you're in Futu Heaven, I'll enter the wildlands and destroy the remnants of the evil you lead. Fairy Qing Luo, on the other hand, was in high spirits. She laughed loudly and her figure disappeared into the clouds in the sky. At this moment, she was extremely excited. She felt that this trip to Futu Heaven was not in vain. Not only did she get rid of a thorn in her heart, she also got rid of her biggest hidden danger. She even managed to scam the remnant of Xianxia that the Azure Xian Domain Lord had specially left behind to train her. Even though she was ambitious, she was very satisfied at this moment. On the other hand, the other exalted immortals were the complete opposite of her. When they arrived at the valley again, everyone's expression changed greatly, and they were filled with anger. Especially Xianxia Peak Lord, Guan Feixing. He felt as if he had gone for wool and come home shorn. The secret of the immortal fate that he coveted was gone. It wasn't easy for him to find the little blind girl, but the treasure that he had been searching for was not on her. At the last moment, because of his carelessness, the little blind girl was kidnapped by that sinister Qing Luo. We took such a huge risk and angered the Scarlet Emperor to come to Futu Heaven. Who would have thought that it would all be for naught, Immortal Monarch Zhong Shuang said with a regretful expression. Hee, it's not all for naught, it's a huge loss. Although we all have our own backers, we have clearly offended the Scarlet Emperor's bloodline by barging into Futu Heaven to kill Di Lu. I'm afraid that they will definitely come for revenge in the future. Anyone who meets them will have a headache. Most importantly, none of us seem to have achieved our goal. That Di Lu is still alive, and according to the legends, he is not a benevolent person. If he survives, he will probably bite us like a mad dog. Feng Jinyu's beautiful woman laughed. However, it was a self-deprecating laugh with a hint of helplessness. It's all because of him. If he appears in front of me again, I will tear him into pieces. Guan Feixing gritted his teeth. And shouted coldly. Although he hated Qing Luo to the core, he also hated Di Lu to the core. He had thought that he would succeed this time, but he had failed miserably in the end. If Di Lu had not disregarded his status and snatched the treasure from little blind girl, he would have succeeded a long time ago. Why would he need to surround Qing Luo and be taken away by her along with little blind girl? Master has ordered that Di Lu must die. Even the Shinta Taisui suddenly spoke with a buzzing voice, and his voice seemed to be filled with shock. When the others heard it, they shook their heads with a smile. However, they understood that although a divine general like Xianxia Taisui was not weak, he was still a member of the god race, and his status could not be compared to that of an exalted immortal. This time, he had come under orders, and the one who had sent him was naturally the prince who was also infamous in the 33 heavens. Yet, he had returned empty-handed. Even if he returned, he would not have a good ending. Forget it, let's go and see how the last massacre of the Immortal Ascension gathering is. We don't have any Emperor talismans with us. If we want to leave, we have to take advantage of the opening after the pagoda's immortal bestowment. If we miss it, I'm afraid we will have to guard this place for another 3,000 years. Immortal monarch Xianxia sneered. He was the first to return to his throne and flew towards the depths of the pagoda. The others looked at each other and could only follow him. Although they were unwilling, they knew that the pagoda heaven was a vast continent. If Dilu really wanted to hide, it would take them several years to search the entire pagoda heaven with their cultivation. Now that the Immortal Ascension gathering was about to end, they had no choice but to leave. Kill, as expected, when they arrived at the place where the sacrificial altar was first set up, it was already a scene of chaos. Blood flowed like a sea, corpses piled up on the ground, and the stench of blood was unbearable. At this moment, almost everyone on the battlefield carried a terrible sin and was fighting with their lives on the line. When they first chased after Dilu, there were nearly 40,000 rogue cultivators here. However, looking at them now, there were only a few that were still fighting. Even if all of them were counted, there were probably less than 1,000. Everyone says that there are many demons in the pagoda heaven. Although they have obtained the immortal fate, they are more like demons than immortals. However, we have to admit that the pagoda heaven that emerged from the sea of blood and corpses are not weak. Ordinary righteous immortals would not be able to defeat one of them even if there were 10 of them. Didn't the self-proclaimed demon ancestor who wreaked havoc in the 33 heavens with a demon sword also come from the pagoda heaven? Celestial monarch Xianxia looked at the battlefield below and sighed, feeling a little emotional. If that's the case, the demon woman among Feng Jinyu's concubines suddenly had an idea and whispered to Feng Zhenyan, then why don't we support one of them? At this moment, the others also thought of this problem. Close to 1,000 demons were fighting each other, and only the 3 that emerged victorious would be qualified to obtain the immortal fate. Why didn't they choose one of them to support? Using their loyalty as an exchange, he would choose one of them to help him win the battle. In this way, he would be able to obtain the loyalty of an upright immortal Futu in advance. His trip to Futu heaven this time was not in vain. Good idea. While Feng Zhenyan was still pondering, immortal monarch Xianxia was the first to rush out. His throne descended on the battlefield with boundless presence. His clear voice echoed throughout the battlefield, suppressing the sounds of fighting and killing. Whoever wishes to become an immortal, come worship me. Xianxia shouted and suppressed the sounds of killing in the air, attracting thousands of gazes. All the loose immortals had bloodshot eyes. They were more like demons than humans, more like demons than immortals. Ordinary people would be afraid if they were stared at by them. However, under the stares of countless bloody and violent gazes, Xianxia was even more indifferent. He raised his hand and looked at his newly trimmed nails. He said slowly, "Let's cut the crap. Since I am here, I might as well join in the fun. Ants like you want to reach the heavens with one step? How can it be so easy? But don't say that I am not giving you a chance. I will leave my words here. Whoever is willing to pledge loyalty to me, I will help him take an immortal life. Seize the chance." These words were really hard, not giving him any face at all. The loose immortals who were fighting for their lives were obviously startled. Their expressions froze and no one spoke for a long time. Us husband and wife are the same. We want to help others become immortals, but we don't know which one is more suitable. Feng Junyu also spoke at this moment. The two of them stepped into the void together, smiling. Their words were much more polite than immortal monarch Xianxia's, but there was also a domineering air about them. They looked coldly at the battlefield below, waiting for the answer. Alright, since that is the case, then I will help one too. Even Xianxia's sect master Guan Fei Xing gritted his teeth and jumped into the air. He had already lost everything. At this moment, he wanted to make some money. His face was twisted and his gaze was terrifying. He glanced at Feng Xing and Zhu Xiu and said coldly, "Whoever is willing to pledge loyalty to me, I will help him take an immortal life." In just a short while, 3 immortal lives were taken. The remaining one, Shintu Tai Sui, only shook his head and didn't fight for it. He was originally a living being of the celestial race, his status was low. Immortal monarch Zhong Shuang and the others could control immortals, but he couldn't. Otherwise, if a mere celestial race living being wanted a righteous immortal to pledge loyalty to him, it would incur the wrath of everyone in the celestial world. Heaven and earth were silent, not a single sound could be heard. The wind was desolate as it swept over the mountains, the expressions of all the bodiless immortals below changed. They seemed to have never imagined that such a scene would occur. In their hearts, there was a strange feeling rising. It was a feeling of grievance. Originally, all of them had risked their lives to go on a killing spree in foot of heaven, all for the sake of killing someone to stand out and fight for a chance to become an immortal. Only 3 out of 100,000 people, how great of a price was this? It could be said that every single one of them was prepared to give up their lives. The only thing that could give them some hope amidst their despair was the glory and respect of becoming a righteous immortal. But at this time, a few exalted immortals suddenly jumped out and demanded their loyalty before helping them become immortals. This was like a person painstakingly climbing a mountain to gather herbs, going through all sorts of hardships, but when he was about to climb to the top, a monster suddenly appeared and said to that person, "Why do you have to painstakingly climb the mountain to gather herbs? Just kneel down and beg me, and I'll help you gather the herbs." The person climbing the mountain immediately cursed in his heart. "Why the fuck didn't you say this earlier? I'm already about to climb to the top, and now you're telling me this? Then what about all my hard work and sweat? Did everything I did before go to waste?" Although they knew in their hearts that they would still have to find a powerful faction to pledge their loyalty to after becoming righteous immortals, it was different from the current situation. At that time, they were righteous immortals that were valued by everyone. Even if someone wanted their loyalty, they had to be polite and be invited over. But now, they had to take the initiative to kowtow in exchange for a chance to become immortals. It felt like even becoming an immortal was bestowed by someone, although it didn't seem like much of a difference. Only those who fought to the end could understand the various feelings within, and because of this, in front of this seemingly great thing, no one spoke for a long time. After all, at this point, it could be said that everyone had a chance to fight for the last 3 immortal lives. Hee, could it be that all of you are still a little unhappy? But in this suffocating silence, immortal monarch Zhong Shuang chuckled and said, "That's true. I don't like to force things. Those who think that they are capable can choose not to worship me, but those who want to become immortals can come. All of you need to remember, I'm not looking for a righteous immortal to be loyal to me, I'm looking for a wandering immortal who is loyal to me to help him become a righteous immortal." At this moment, his expression was relaxed and he wasn't worried at all. Instead, he was very interested. Feng Junyu-chia, Xianxia, Guan Feixing, and the rest were the same. All of them were waiting quietly. The bait had been thrown out, and they didn't believe that there wouldn't be a big fish that took the bait. This little one is willing to worship a mortal monarch, willing to serve a mortal monarch. Actually, they didn't have to wait for too long before a trembling voice rang out. It was an itinerant immortal whose body had already been smashed and only his upper body was left. He was clearly the weakest in this battle and was about to lose his life. However, at this moment, he grabbed the opportunity and climbed up with both his arms. As he shouted with all his might, he charged towards immortal monarch Zhong Shuang with an extremely flattering appearance. Me. And me. More people seemed to have woken up from a dream as they rushed over and knelt down on the ground. Once something like this started, it was like there was a hole in the dam. Very quickly, it caused a huge flood. All the wandering immortals seemed to have been reminded as they rushed towards immortal monarch Zhong Shuang. Some of them realized that there were too many people gathered around immortal monarch Zhong Shuang, so they rushed towards Feng Junyu-chia, Guan Fei, and the rest. There were even some who rushed towards Shintu Tai Sui, who was not involved in the battle. However, Shintu Tai Sui, who was extremely depressed, opened his mouth and swallowed a few of them. Only then did the rest retreat in panic. After all, this group of wandering immortals was only unhappy for a moment. Most of them reacted very quickly. These people were upper immortals, existences that were one realm higher than the righteous immortals that they were pursuing. No matter how strong they were merely tainted by the aura of sin. Who could fight against upper mortals like them? Originally, there were still 9 people who had received the support of the strange demonic energy and had terrifying strength. However, that support did not last for long before it mysteriously disappeared. Among the loose immortals present, there was still no one who dared to fight against an exalted immortal. Ha 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 ha, immortal monarch Xianxia was obviously in a great mood. With a sweep of his gaze, the number of people kneeling before him was already a black mass, and there were no less than 100 of them. Everyone was squeezed together, fighting to be the first to kowtow with all their might, and their mouths were shouting the words of loyalty. In the other 2 places, Xianxia and Guanfeixing also had a group of people gathered around them. Now, other than a few groups of wandering immortals who were standing far away in despair, more than 30% of them had already kneeled down. Those who kneel first are spineless and useless. Those who kneel last are arrogant and hard to order. Immortal monarch Xianxia and the others slowly swept their gazes across the people kneeling in front of them. In the end, their gazes landed on the group in the middle. If that's the case, only those in the middle can be of use. We have to pick out a suitable one from among them. The one with the heaviest sins is undoubtedly the strongest and the most vicious. Only this kind of demon immortal Futu is the most suitable. Now, no one remembered the first wandering immortal who crawled over on his knees. The first one to kneel did not necessarily have the advantage. Are you willing to pledge your loyalty to me? Immortal monarch Xianxia's eyes finally locked onto a middle-aged wandering immortal. He pointed his finger and asked calmly. I am willing to sacrifice my life for immortal. The middle-aged wandering immortal revealed a look of surprise and hurriedly kowtowed. All right, I shall give you this chance to become a celestial. Immortal monarch Xianxia smiled faintly and said softly. It was as if he had just given the celestial a title. At the same time, Xianxia, Xianxia, Guanfeixing, and the rest were the same. They had chosen their own targets. Those who were chosen were naturally overjoyed and kowtowed continuously. However, those who weren't chosen were ashen-faced and trembling. Some were filled with despair, some were filled with ruthlessness, and it seemed like they wanted to give it their all. Most of them looked as if they had lost their parents and fell to the ground in a daze. All right, go and kill them all. With me protecting you, you can obtain the celestial life at all costs. Immortal monarch Xianxia and the rest smiled at their chosen ones and waved their hands, ordering them to attack. Kill, fight them to the death. Great immortals actually interfered with the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Assembly and took away our only chance to fight. This old man is not satisfied. Boom boom boom, it was as if they had provoked a hornet's nest. Chaos ensued. Although there were many who knelt down, to be honest, none of the wandering immortals who were able to survive until now were simple. They had fought their way through seas of blood and mountains of corpses. When they still had a chance, they could kneel down and pretend to be weak. However, when they saw that there was no hope, their ferocious nature was revealed. They roared and even hated the great immortals. Hee, if I let you become celestials, you will become celestials. Even if you can't, you can. Immortal monarch Xianxia sneered and his gaze was domineering. If I don't let you become celestials, you won't have a chance to become celestials. Even if you can't, you won't. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand, and frost appeared all over the sky. 4 or 5 despair itinerant immortals who charged at him without a care for their lives were immediately frozen into ice cubes. They fell to the ground and shattered into pieces before they could say a word. Then, there seemed to be a hint of cruel pleasure in his eyes. He coldly looked at them and sneered in a deep voice, how can mere ants have a choice? Under the awe of his celestial aura, everyone became silent. They were filled with hatred, but no one could refute him. However, at this time, a loud laughter came from afar. It was as if it came from the netherworld, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Of course there is a choice. Either follow them, or purify all the sins and become a Buddha, or, a figure appeared from afar with a hint of mockery, come and call me master, I will protect you. That's Emperor Flow. When the figure hidden behind the mist became clearer, everyone's heart suddenly skipped a beat, including the high and mighty exalted immortals who controlled the lives and deaths of the itinerant immortals. They couldn't believe their eyes as they stared in that direction, only to find that they were not mistaken. That tall, slender figure with shoulder-length hair, bright eyes, and a cruel and callous smile on his face was accompanied by a timid child who peeked his head out to look at them. Who else could it be if not the Emperor Flo that they had been searching for but ultimately failed to find, who had escaped into an unknown part of Futu Heaven Realm? How was this possible? That bastard had finally escaped. How could he have returned so easily? That's Sir Emperor's son. Apart from the group of exalted immortals, some of the itinerant immortals also widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene before them. Some of them were so excited and overjoyed that they suddenly knelt down and kowtowed frantically to that person. Countless people's despairing faces lit up with hope at this moment. It had to be said that even that Emperor Flo himself probably hadn't expected this. In fact, over the past few days, he had become a messiah in the eyes of the itinerant immortals who were fighting in Futu Heaven. More than half of the nearly 1,000 fiendish demons here were his followers who had been sheltered for a few days. Those people had come to Futu Heaven in despair and witnessed the cruelty of Futu Heaven. However, they had unexpectedly received his protection and survived under impossible circumstances. They had even ventured deep into Futu Heaven, and there were already rumors that this person was prepared to take them away. What was a messiah? Clearly, this person was the one who held the whip and had lashed away everyone's killing intent. Not everyone recognized the Emperor Flo from 1,000 years ago and knew of his ferocious reputation. Or even if they knew that the Emperor Flo from 1,000 years ago had a bad reputation, they had only heard of it from others and had never seen it for themselves. Now that they had come into contact with the Emperor Flo, they knew that he was indeed powerful and could easily take their lives. However, he had not attacked them, but had instead sheltered and protected them. Of course, this recognition had not been smooth sailing. There had also been twists and turns. In the beginning, all sorts of rumors had been circulating among the followers. Not only were there good ones, but there were also many bad ones. Many people had said that the Emperor Flo was actually prepared to take them into the depths of Futu Heaven and kill them directly. At that time everyone had been panicking. But in the end, when they had reached the depths of Futu Heaven and faced countless powerful fiendish demons, the Emperor Flo had still chosen to protect them. He had even ordered the exalted immortals to protect them, causing them to hold on to the hope of survival amidst their despair. But in the end, an accident had happened. The fiendish demons had attacked the altar, and the exalted immortal had disappeared. The last shred of hope in the hearts of the followers also disappeared. Many people only let go of all hope the moment the figure on the altar disappeared, and started to kill the people around them like crazy. It could be said that for a very long time, the exalted immortal had represented their rationality and hope. If the exalted immortals had fallen into despair since the exalted immortal's disappearance, then their despair had reached its peak after the exalted immortals had attacked. Because no matter how desperate they had been at the beginning, they still had 3 immortal lives to fight for. At least there was still a glimmer of hope in their hearts. However, the intervention of the exalted immortals had destroyed this glimmer of hope. The exalted immortals had directly chosen the person they were loyal to become an immortal, so no matter how they fought, they would still lose. Then, in this despair, they once again saw the exalted immortal that they had thought was dead. Just like that, his reputation had been built up bit by bit. Perhaps it was a little coincidental and absurd, but the current Emperor Flo was indeed as dazzling as a Buddha in the hearts of his followers. It was also because of this that the appearance of the exalted immortal caused a shocking scene. Some people suddenly collapsed to the ground and wailed loudly. Countless people directly rushed forward, beating their chests and stamping their feet in sorrow and joy. They could not control themselves as they rushed forward to welcome the return of the exalted immortal. C. Kami. The enthusiasm of these people gave Fangxing a fright. He drew his saber and was ready to attack at any time. Originally, he thought that these crazy fellows had ill intentions towards him, but when he saw their sorrowful and passionate gazes, he realized that he had misunderstood them. He couldn't help but smile. This was the first time in his life that he was so popular. Haha, alright, call me master, I'll protect you. He cupped his hands in greeting to the itinerant immortals, his heart suddenly filled with joy. Boom. 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 In the next moment, the shocked exalted immortals moved at the same time. They were so shocked that their reactions were even slower than the itinerant immortals, but when they realized that the exalted immortal had really returned, they did not dare to hesitate any longer. Their figures soared through the sky and rushed over. In an instant, the 5 of them occupied 5 positions and surrounded the exalted immortal who had once again returned. Their ferocious aura was monstrous, and the brilliant might of the exalted immortals formed a huge net. I can't believe that you actually came back alive. Immortal monarch Xianxia sighed softly with a gloomy expression. Immortal monarch Xianxia sighed softly. His face was gloomy and he no longer had the arrogance he had earlier. This time, I can't let you escape again. Feng Junyu stood in the north and south respectively and stared intently at Feng Xing with eyes full of greed. Di Lu, return my Xianxia treasure. Xianxia sect master Guan Feixing's face was filled with hatred, but more than that, he was ecstatic. This time, I won't believe your bullshit anymore. Shintu Tai Sui's eyes were ferocious as he stared at Feng Xing. It seemed like this time, not to mention the secret of the immortal fate, even if it was the secret of the immortal emperor, he would still choose to kill Feng Xing first. Where's that girl, Qing Luo? Feng Xing did not care about the 5 of them. He only glanced at them and frowned. That girl has escaped, what else do you have to rely on now? Immortal monarch Zhongshuang's voice was deep as he spoke. Then, a hint of mockery appeared on his face. Could it be that the 2 of you did not discuss this beforehand? I really thought that the girl had guaranteed your safety before using the power of the Emperor's talisman to escape. Escaped? Feng Xing's expression suddenly darkened. After a while, he slowly said, then this is interesting. Di Lu, stop trying to act mysterious. The person protecting you has escaped, what else do you have to say? Feng Junyu looked at each other from afar as if they had reached a decision. Then, murderous intent appeared in the Wind Lord's eyes as he slowly stepped forward and shouted, quickly hand over the secret of the immortal fate and the location of the Great Void's inheritance, then we can let you go. Otherwise, I don't care if you are an imperial prince or not, this Buddha heaven realm will be your final destination. That's right, hand over the Xianxia treasure and I might ignore you, Xianxia's sect master Guan Feixing said coldly as he also stepped forward as if he was afraid that the Wind Lord would be the first to take the treasure. What if I don't hand it over? Feng Xing was already in a bad mood. He suddenly tilted his head and glanced at these people as he spoke. Then I want to see, other than that girl Qing Luo who abandoned you, what else do you have to appear in front of us? Immortal monarch Zhongshuang spoke with a hint of doubt in his eyes. However, he was cautious. He thought that since Feng Xing dared to appear, he must have something to rely on. He would not come here to die for nothing. Something to rely on? Feng Xing also made up his mind. He thought and slowly said, of course it's these people. He was actually looking at the itinerant immortals who were standing there in a daze and did not know what was going on. His lips curled into a smile, and he suddenly raised his voice and said, hey, I heard that they wanted to force all of you into a dead end just now, and they said that all of you had no choice. But now that all of you have a choice, is there anyone brave enough to kill these exalted immortals with me? As soon as he said that, not only the rogue immortals, even the exalted immortals were stunned. There was only one thought in everyone's mind. They felt that this crown prince was joking, although they were in despair, they were not crazy enough to think that they could really kill Tai supreme immortals. What was even more surprising was that the crown prince looked serious. Feng Xing glanced at them and said solemnly, I promise you that you have a chance to kill these exalted immortals. There will be great benefits waiting for you. Those who come with me to kill the immortals will not have to kill each other here. All of you will have a chance to survive and become immortals. As he spoke, he spread out his hands. To become immortals, you first need courage. I wonder if any of you have it. Most people could not help but fall into deep thought. Initially, they thought that he was joking. However, when they saw his serious expression, they fell into deep thought. Since I can't escape death, I'll follow Lord Di Lu. Unexpectedly, not too long after, a person suddenly shouted with all his might and raised his hands. It was actually the half-cut brother who was the first to kneel to immortal monarch Zhongshuang. He was not dead yet, and he was the first to turn to Feng Xing. Me too, I believe in Lord Di Lu, another person spoke up. His expression was serious as he stood out. More and more people held the same attitude. All of them shouted loudly, and in the end, their voices became like a torrent. Is this what you're relying on? A bunch of disorderly people? Immortal monarch Zhongshuang was surprised. He looked at Feng Xing, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. That's right. Feng Xing nodded seriously and said with a smile, I've wanted to kill the immortals for a long time. A faint green mist appeared out of nowhere and shrouded most of his body, causing his voice to become faint. Stop fooling around, let's take him down first. Feng Xing's seemingly serious attitude enraged the group of exalted immortals. In their hearts, they all felt that Feng Xing's words were extremely absurd, and this time was no exception. In addition, with the previous example, they thought that Feng Xing was bluffing, so they did not hold back. After exchanging glances, they suddenly attacked, intending to take down Feng Xing first no matter what he said. Even 1,000 years ago, when you were at your peak, you did not dare to fight all of us alone, let alone now. Whoosh! 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 Almost at this moment, Feng Zhenyuki, Xianxia, Guan Feixing, and the others attacked at the same time. A shocking saber light swept over from afar, almost cutting Feng Xing's body in half. Feng Zhenyuki summoned a gust of wind from the horizon to extinguish everything, and Feng Zhenyuki summoned a downpour from the sky. The raindrops were like swords, containing indescribably terrifying power, and they struck directly at Feng Xing's head. It could be said that the endless void was filled with their magical powers. This is a rare chance in life, kill them. At this moment, the group of exalted immortals all shouted. Dozens of them took the lead and charged at the exalted immortals with their magical powers. At this moment, they felt like they were biting off more than they could chew, but this group of exalted immortals had obviously made up their minds. They wanted to take this opportunity to fight with the primordial unity immortals. Anyway, they understood that if the exalted immortals were free to attack, they would also be doomed. It was better to give it their all. As for the other exalted immortals, they didn't care about them at all. They even had cold smiles on their faces. Immortal monarch Xianxia merely flicked his finger and frost filled the air. He froze every single itinerant immortal that charged at him. He didn't even show any signs of facing them. Only Shen Tai Sui roared in anger and swallowed all the itinerant immortals that charged at him. His mouth was as big as the ocean and his suction force soared into the sky. Everything that got close to him was swallowed into his stomach. Good. Good. Let's do it. Let's slaughter the immortals together. At this moment, Feng Xing's eyes were cold and his face was full of excitement, just as Feng Jun, Yu Jia, Guan Feixing, and the others' divine arts arrived in front of him. His figure was already shrouded in a faint mist. It took a long time to describe, but the three exalted immortals' attacks that seemed to be in the bag suddenly missed at the last moment. Feng Xing was clearly there, but he looked like a shadow. He was actually shattered by their divine arts. The next moment, Feng Xing strangely appeared outside their encirclement. He smiled calmly and said in a cold and scornful tone, Is this the best you primordial unity supreme immortals can do? What kind of movement skill is this? Why is it so strange? How did he escape? This scene was simply too shocking. The expressions of all the exalted immortals present changed greatly. They blurted out with extremely strange expressions. Ha 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 ha, this is a skill specially used to kill immortals. Feng Xing was a little happy and his face was full of excitement. At this time, the scene was already in chaos. Countless anxious individual immortals rushed forward and besieged the group of primordial unity supreme immortals. The group of exalted immortals originally wanted to capture Feng Xing directly, but they failed and were somewhat confused. Almost all of them were surrounded by the individual immortals and had no choice but to slaughter them. For the time being, they could no longer move to encircle Feng Xing. This made them anxious. For a moment, they were worried that Feng Xing would escape again, and for the next moment, they were worried that Feng Xing would be captured by others. So, they could only roar and roar. This was the kind of chaotic scene that Feng Xing had been waiting for. He glanced around and was very satisfied. Roar. I won't let you escape again this time. In the midst of the chaos, the first one to rush toward Feng Xing was Shen Tai Sui. This Shen clan creature was most eager to kill Feng Xing. Moreover, it was originally a Shen clan creature, but different from immortals, it had a strong physical body. At this time, it actually withstood the siege of the individual immortals and rushed toward Feng Xing. As far as the eye could see, the ground under Feng Xing's feet was cracking. Sharp mountains broke out of the ground like sharp swords and pierced the sky. In an instant, a forest of mountains was formed. Feng Xing was in midair, but he was trapped inside the endless forest of mountains. Everywhere he looked, there were mountains standing tall. Meanwhile, Shinta Taisui plunged into the ground. A huge mound of earth approached from afar, rumbling as it rushed toward the forest. Under the influence of the power of his theurgy, the ground collapsed and sank like a tide. The mountains shone with divine light and operated like a formation. From the looks of it, it was actually planning to rush over and swallow Feng Xing along with the ground. Now, you don't have the right to make me escape. In the face of such a powerful theurgy, Feng Xing merely lowered his gaze and murmured to himself. In the next second, he was once again enveloped by a faint green mist. The forest of mountains was originally formed by the power of Shinta Taisui. In the forest of mountains, not a single blade of grass or tree could escape his control. However, he never expected that when the green mist enveloped Feng Xing, his divine sense would suddenly lose track of Feng Xing. This shocked him greatly. He poked his head out of the ground and opened his huge eye to look ahead. As expected, the forest of mountains was empty. There was no trace of the theurgy at all. How is this possible? Shinta Taisui roared hoarsely. He shook his head, and his consciousness went crazy. And in the sky above it, there were more than 10 loose immortals rushing over, and they attacked it without any regard for their lives. This also angered it, and it let out a roar, and its body emitted dazzling golden divine light, which astonishingly formed many iron chains, and it lashed towards the 9 heavens. It was in a rage that it vented its anger on those loose immortals who did not care about their lives. Pooh! 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 Under its forceful divine power, the group of loose immortals were as fragile as porcelain. 4 or 5 of them were whipped into a mist of blood the moment they came into contact with the iron chains formed by the golden divine light. They were barely able to resist at all. The remaining 7 or 8 of them were only able to survive for a few more breaths under the terrifying power of the iron chains. They looked really fragile, like moths flying into a flame. However, amidst this group of moths, a fire-breathing primordial dragon suddenly appeared. Shinta Taisui never expected that there would be a figure among the group of weak loose immortals who were not even worthy of his attention. The figure suddenly rushed toward his main body. A sword light suddenly lit up in his palm. It was as dazzling as lightning. With a flash, it pierced through the endless sky and stabbed into the head of Shinta Taisui's main body with a violent and resolute intent. This scene was too sudden. Even Shinta Taisui's innate spiritual sense couldn't detect it. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Shinta Taisui was not as smart as the other exalted immortals, but its reaction was extremely fast. It instantly knew that it had made a mistake. No one had expected that the crown prince, whom it had lost track of, would actually be together with that group of loose immortals. What was even more unexpected was that its divine sense, which had always been unparalleled in the 33 heavens, had failed to detect anything unusual. I transform into the earth, eternal. However, Shinta Taisui's reaction wasn't slow either. He used a countermeasure almost instantly. To be able to grow to this stage, he had experienced countless killings, so how could he not have any protective measures? As his roar rang out, the boundless ground suddenly trembled. Countless rocks and gravel surged towards him, covering his body layer by layer. At that moment, his body rapidly shrank, turning into a light yellow embryo that was the size of a millstone. It was so tough that it could even compare to immortal metal. This was his life-saving technique. Even if he fell into an absolute passive state in battle, as long as he used this technique, he would be able to forcefully survive danger. He had once used this technique to withstand the bombardment of a certain Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal for more than 10 minutes. In the end, the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal was tired from the bombardment. He found it interesting and said, "It's a pity to kill you with such extraordinary talent." Then he left it alone. In the clan of Shinta Taisui, this was a legend that had been passed down for hundreds of years, wrapping the earth on the outside and containing the divine treasures on the inside. God Slaughter Taisui was extremely confident in its defensive power. Even a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal couldn't do anything to him. He didn't believe that Feng Xing could do anything to him. However, this belief collapsed in the next moment. No one thought that the sword light in Feng Xing's palm would be so terrifying. Facing the Shinta Taisui's defense, Feng Xing didn't change his move at all. He directly slashed down with his sword. Then, with a chi sound, the sword light lit up and directly penetrated the Xianxia Tai Sui's body. The layer upon layer of sandstone and the pale yellow egg were directly pierced through by his sword. It was so easy that it was as if he had directly pierced through a piece of tofu. Facing this terrifying scene, not to mention the exalted immortals who were besieged by the scattered immortals, even the scattered immortals who were fighting with everything, were shocked. They looked at Fangxing in a daze and didn't say a word for a long time. "Come out." Fangxing didn't stop for a moment. With a flick of his sword light, he picked up the Xianxia Tai Sui's body from the ground. Then, he flew up and kicked it straight into the land of extinction. The divine clan, who was extremely famous in the 33 heavens, was killed so easily by him. He didn't even leave a word and threw the body into the land of extinction. Fangxing, who had done such an amazing thing, looked like he hadn't had enough. He slowly turned around, his sleeves fluttered, and the sword light flowed. "Emperors from 1,000 years ago couldn't do it, but it doesn't mean that I can't do it now." He laughed loudly and directly entered the battlefield, walking faster and faster. "More exalted immortals, let me kill to my heart's content." The Xianxia Tai Sui was killed just like that? Feng Jun, Yu Jia, and the others could not understand what was happening. They thought they were seeing things. Although the Xianxia Tai Sui was a celestial being, they knew him very well. They knew that he came from a race called the Xiantu. He had once made great contributions in suppressing the rebellion of the celestial beings. Together with another celestial race, the Fallen God clan, they were known as the race that had the most blood of the celestial beings. When the beings of this race grew up, their strength was extremely terrifying. Take the Xianxia Tai Sui for example. Even a primordial unity supreme immortal might not be able to defeat him. He might even be killed on the spot by his innate magical power. This was a celestial being comparable to an exalted immortal, yet he was killed by Di Lu's sword. Even if Di Lu's sword was very strange and he used others as a cover to launch a sneak attack, how many people could launch a sneak attack on an exalted immortal? To put it bluntly, even if the other itinerant immortals attacked the Xianxia Tai Sui, they might not be able to hurt him, right? If Di Lu could kill the Xianxia Tai Sui with one sword, didn't that mean that he could also hurt them? In contrast to these exalted immortals, the group of itinerant immortals felt their morale soar when they saw the scene. Originally, they did not have much hope in this battle, but after the Xianxia Tai Sui's death, endless hope was born in their hearts. "What a good Di Lu, let me see what you're capable of." The huge battlefield seemed to have been ignited by the death of the Xianxia Tai Sui. The first to attack was the Wind Lord. These exalted immortals were surrounded by the itinerant immortals who did not care about their lives. Even though they were not in danger, they were still difficult to deal with and could not spare a hand to attack Fangxing. But the Wind Lord was different. At this moment, a sense of danger flashed through his heart and he decided to attack. After a loud roar, he suddenly opened his huge mouth and spat out a gust of wind. The gust of wind grew bigger and bigger as it came out of his mouth. In an instant, it had filled the world. The itinerant immortals in the surroundings seized the opportunity to rush forward and attack him with their divine abilities. However, they discovered to their shock that his body had actually deflated, and it was as if his entire body had vanished from the world along with that gust of evil wind. "Go, go, go. Hurry up and go. Kill the upper immortals and you'll be immortals." At this moment, Fangxing did not dare to relax at all. He bellowed in a low voice and dashed out as well. The Wind Lord turned into a terrifying gust of wind and rushed over. The entire battlefield was almost shrouded by him. That was an indescribably terrifying divine art. When the sand touched this wind, it immediately contained a ferocious might that was not inferior to flying swords. When living beings touched this wind, their souls were immediately sucked out and their bodies were torn apart. When the void touched this wind, it actually messed up the mysteries of heaven and shattered into endless black lightning. Even the sun and moon in the dark red sky seemed to be blown away by this wind and disappeared without a trace. To be honest, the gust of wind that the Wind Lord had at this moment was even more powerful than the Hongmeng death qi in the ruins of the Taishang orthodoxy. Under such a divine art, the itinerant immortals who were enveloped by it could not withstand it at all. The immortal might of a primordial unity supreme immortal possessed an indescribably terrifying power. For them, even if they did not die from just touching it, they would be injured upon touching it. To a certain extent, this was not a battle, but a massacre. Wherever the evil wind passed, corpses would be piled up into mountains. I can't let you kill these people like they are cabbages." At this moment, Fang Xing's eyes had also turned cold and fierce. He did not deliberately ask those itinerant immortals to help him, but at this moment, he really needed their help. Now that he had obtained the Taishang ninth scripture and severed 3 fates in one go, his strength had greatly improved, and his cultivation realm was comparable to that of an immortal. However, even if he was an immortal, there was still a big gap between him and a primordial unity supreme immortal. In a head-on battle, even if he used all his strength, it would be difficult for him to gain the upper hand, not to mention that there were 4 or 5 exalted immortals eyeing him covetously. Because of this, if he wanted to compete with these people, he still had to use the assassination technique that the demon ancestor had taught him. This technique was originally comprehended by the demon ancestor, and it was a divine ability that was specially created for killing. Fang Xing had also thought about it a long time ago. This divine ability was most suitable for Foot to Heaven, and it could only be comprehended in the terrifying environment of the Immortal Ascension Assembly. Also, only in such an environment could he cultivate it to the extreme. Before he severed his fates, he already had a 30% chance of using this assassination technique to kill immortals. Now that his cultivation had greatly improved and he had unexpectedly mastered the Divine Will Sword, it could be said that all his shortcomings had been made up, so he naturally had a greater chance of assassinating exalted immortals. However, the assassination technique was still an assassination technique, and it could only be used with a certain foundation. The more chaotic the situation was, the more ruthless the itinerant immortals were, and the more powerful he could be. Because of this, he could not help but feel his heart ache when he saw the group of itinerant immortals being slaughtered. This bastard, he must have seen that I need the strength of those itinerant immortals, that's why he deliberately did this. Fang Xing's eyes were sinister as he murmured to himself. After all, the Grand Unity immortals were not idiots. They did not wait until they suffered a great loss to realize that the moment they saw Fang Xing assassinate the Shin to Tai Sui, they immediately understood the characteristics of his divine ability and came up with a way to counter it. It was indeed not as easy to deal with as they had imagined. Fine, you killed my people, so I'll kill your wife, but at this time, Fang Xing's killing intent was not so easily extinguished. Looking at the slaughter god Tai Sui that had turned into a gust of evil wind that covered the sky and earth, he gritted his teeth and leapt into the air. The green fog attacked, and under everyone's gazes, he actually disappeared in the air, his whereabouts unknown. Just as the Wind Lord was on high alert and focused on defending himself, he suddenly saw that the hateful emperor's figure had actually appeared not far away from Xianxia, sword light shining brightly. "Be careful," Wind Lord turned pale with fright and cried out involuntarily. Swoosh! At this moment, Xianxia, who was fighting with countless itinerant immortals and slashing out a sea of blood, suddenly had a knot between her eyebrows. The hair behind her head suddenly moved without any wind, and at this moment, a sword light had already attacked her head. At this moment, Xianxia only had time to pinch a hand seal. Suddenly, she pinched a hand seal, and her entire body directly exploded, turning into a sky full of raindrops that drifted in all directions. Her aura also spread out with these raindrops, appearing everywhere. The Grand Unity immortal body can merge with heaven and earth. Your Highness Di Lu, you have also cultivated to the Grand Unity level, but have you forgotten our life-saving method? Xia's delicate laughter rang out, and it actually came from all directions at the same time, as if there were countless of her talking. You have this ability? At this moment, Fang Xing was indeed shocked. At this moment, he really had not cultivated to the Grand Unity level. At this moment, he also realized where the problem was. This Xianxia was actually like Wind Lord, having the ability to merge with heaven and earth. Wind Lord could directly turn into a gust of evil wind and come and go without a trace, while Xianxia could directly turn into thousands of clones. Every clone was the real body, and they could condense and disperse at any time, and they could also move at will. Which ordinary cultivator could destroy the sky full of wind and rain with one sword strike? As expected of an exalted immortal, this is what makes it interesting, but at this moment, Fang Xing laughed coldly, and the next moment, the sword light suddenly appeared. Even heaven and earth fear me, so what if you merge with heaven and earth? As he laughed coldly, he suddenly changed the direction of the sword light, and directly slashed at a drop of rain beside him. This was also one of the thousands of clones that Xianxia had turned into. Slashing this drop of rain, to Xianxia, it could be said that the injury she received was not even superficial. But just as Fang Xing's sword slashed down, heaven and earth suddenly changed, as if there was an invisible force descending from the heavens, rumbling and suppressing towards Xianxia. Under this kind of force, Xianxia also cried out in shock, and the number of clones that were being forcefully suppressed decreased. In the end, she directly turned into her original body. She had the ability to merge with heaven and earth, but she never would have thought that this heaven and earth would actually reject her, and after she was forcefully beaten back to her original form, she also tragically discovered that she was actually under Fang Xing's sword. It was as if some kind of power had deliberately sent her under Fang Xing's sword. Yu'er, Wind Lord saw from afar, and his heart that had just calmed down became anxious again. He shouted in panic, and hurriedly rushed forward. "Senior brother Feng, save me." Yuqia's face was also ashen from shock, and she weakly stretched out her hands towards Wind Lord. At this time, in order to gather strength, Wind Lord had already turned into his original form, and hurriedly rushed over. But seeing that he could no longer save Yuqia, a hint of despair suddenly rose in the depths of his eyes. A bit of sword light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and by the time he sensed it, it was already too late. His body directly rushed in front of Yuqia, and then he froze. And at this time, Fang Xing's figure actually appeared behind him, and in his palm was a sword light that was as bright as silver, and it was stained with a bit of dark red blood. On Wind Lord's ugly face, there was a look of disbelief, and his expression had already frozen. There was a bright red dot between his eyebrows. He never would have thought that Fang Xing, who seemed to be about to kill Yuqia, would suddenly turn around and stab towards him. Now, his spirit had already been destroyed by that sword, and his body was also peeling off bit by bit, turning into dust. Yuqia had also clearly just reacted. Seeing the Wind Lord who was frozen in front of her, his eyes filled with gentleness, but his soul had already left his body. Only then did she realize what had just happened. Her extremely panicked face suddenly revealed a hint of surprise. "Thank the heavens and earth, the one who died wasn't me." She patted her chest with lingering fear, and suddenly turned to escape, not even looking back. It was unknown what the Wind Lord felt before he died, but when Fang Xing saw the scene, he was really stunned. Demon Ancestor really wasn't a good person. The more he circulated Demon Ancestor's divine art, the more certain Fang Xing was of this point. The essence of Demon Ancestor's sword Dao had already been imparted to Fang Xing in Tian Yuan, but without an opportunity, Fang Xing couldn't use it to its fullest potential. But now, he was extremely lucky and caught up to Photo Heaven. It really gave him a chance to understand the essence of Demon Ancestor's sword Dao. It even allowed him to take a step further and comprehend an even more transcendent technique. As for the Fiend Ancestor's sword Dao, it wasn't that complicated. It was a killing technique. It was different from many techniques that forcefully won and defeated the weak. In the face of this technique, there was no difference between the strong and the weak. There were only different targets that needed to be slaughtered. At most, the difference was that some were harder to kill and some were easier to kill. In short, no matter if it was an immortal or a god, they all had their flaws. Once that flaw was found, one could finish it with a single sword strike. Of course, this technique had its own biggest weakness. That was, if one couldn't finish the opponent with a single sword strike, then one would fall into great danger and might even lose. The martial techniques recorded in the supreme array-breaking scripture were upright and brilliant martial techniques. As for Demon Ancestor's sword Dao, it added another layer of logic. It was more about a contest of intelligence and cultivation. Fang Xing was able to kill Wind Lord in one strike because he had made use of the Wind Lord's flaw. Otherwise, it would have taken him a lot of effort to deal with this ugly man with an extremely high cultivation. Of course, he really didn't expect Yuqia to have such a reaction. Living for too long really wasn't a good thing. Humanity had been worn away by the endless years. Yuqia had abandoned Wind Lord. Other than Wind Lord, who had died in pain and despair, the others weren't surprised at all. They all looked as if it was only natural. But the feeling of killing an immortal is really satisfying. After killing Wind Lord with one strike, Fang Xing was also unusually excited. He felt that some kind of change had happened to him. Faint demonic smoke began to rise from his body. The sword of destiny that circled around him like a silver snake also seemed to be stained with blood. It seemed to be more agile, and to a certain extent, sharper. Fang Xing understood that this was another special feature of Demon Ancestor's technique. It was to use humans to cultivate the sword. The more people it killed, the stronger and sharper the sword would be, and now, he had killed an exalted immortal in the primordial unity realm. Perhaps in terms of strength, Xianxia Taisui and Wind Lord weren't much different, but in terms of foundation and the benefits it brought to Fangxing, Xianxia Taisui couldn't compare to Wind Lord. At the very least, when Fangxing killed Wind Lord, he immediately felt some kind of powerful and terrifying boost. This wasn't from the Sin Tu Futian gave him, but something from Demon Ancestor's technique. It turned into a special force on Fangxing's sword light. From this, it had to be said that Demon Ancestor was indeed a genius. After experiencing Futu Tian's slaughter, others probably wouldn't want to think about it for the rest of their lives. But this guy used this experience as inspiration and created his own unique sword Dao. Crown Prince, when did you become such a sneaky villain? Do you dare to come and fight me head-on? Just as Fangxing killed Wind Lord and scared Yu Qiaowei, a saber light slashed over from afar. It was Green Evil's lord, Guan Feixing, who had taken advantage of the time when Fangxing killed Wind Lord to rush over. The saber light was like a waterfall that filled the sky and slashed down viciously at Fangxing's head. The itinerant immortals around him chased after him like flies and were thrown to the back of his mind. Do I look like an idiot who will fight head-on? Facing this saber, Fangxing didn't dare to be careless. He used the unfettered movement technique and charged toward the saber. But just as he was about to be enveloped by the saber light, his body strangely twisted and he actually escaped from the saber light. Then, he was shrouded in green smoke and disappeared into the void. Next to Guan Feixing, there was an inexplicable figure among the group of itinerant immortals who were chasing him. He yelled and screamed along with them as he charged toward Guan Feixing with all kinds of magical treasures. Damn it! Damn it! Even with Guan Feixing's ability, his eyes turned cold and he was fuming with anger. Suddenly, he roared and circulated all his celestial force. The saber light suddenly soared and turned into a long river that suddenly appeared in the sky above the group of disbanded immortals. It contained countless saber lights and ferocious might. It was like a river of murderous intent, and it shattered the entire void. Run, the group of itinerant immortals who were charging toward Guan Feixing panicked. The ones at the front were directly killed by Guan Feixing's terrifying saber light. They screamed and fell from the sky. Some of them were so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat. They turned around and fled like birds and beasts. After all, even the most courageous itinerant immortals wouldn't dare to face the full force of an exalted immortal's saber light head-on. Want to run? Dream on. Guan Feixing gritted his teeth and stared at the group of itinerant immortals who were fleeing. He strode forward and hurriedly chased after them. The saber light was like a waterfall that swept across the sky. He wanted to kill all the itinerant immortals, including Fangxing who was hiding among them. As he chased after them, he shouted, Di Lu, if you don't want to die, quickly return the supreme treasure of the Green Evil faction. What supreme treasure? However, just as Guan Feixing's saber slashed out fiercely, a voice suddenly rang out from below. One of the corpses of the itinerant immortals who seemed to have been killed by Guan Feixing's saber and were falling down suddenly came to life. His figure appeared abruptly like a sword light and stabbed toward Guan Feixing's body from below. This guy is cunning. Guan Feixing was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. His attention was focused on those itinerant immortals who were fleeing, so he thought that Fangxing was hiding among them. He never thought that this guy was actually hiding among the corpses. At this time, he had already slashed out with his saber. He was inhaling and exhaling a mouthful of immortal qi. This was the moment when he was about to unleash his old force and the new force had yet to be generated. It was extremely dangerous to face the sword light head-on. He cried out in shock and simply threw away the saber in his hand. Then, he forcibly twisted his body and fled diagonally to the upper left. Swish! Fangxing crossed Guan Feixing's figure from below, and his thigh flew out with a stream of blood. Guan Feixing, who had fled to a height of 1,000 feet, was sweating profusely and panting heavily, not knowing whether it was because of the fear or the pain. This is simply impossible to guard against. Guan Feixing obviously had a lingering fear in his heart. He hated Fangxing to the extreme, but he also felt a sense of fear. Now, he finally admitted that Fangxing was terrifying. That kind of endless and unpredictable assassination was really too terrifying. if it was a head-on battle, he really would not be afraid of Fangxing. But in the chaotic situation of being besieged by so many itinerant immortals, he could always create all kinds of opportunities for that guy to take advantage of. If he was a little careless, he would be killed. He finally understood why this guy first provoked those itinerant immortals to besiege them after he showed up. That's right, I haven't asked you, where is my little blind servant girl? At this moment, Fangxing seemed to have just thought of this question. He frowned and looked at Guan Feixing. It was only now that he thought of the little blind girl. At that time everything happened too suddenly, and when he jumped into the Heaven's End realm, he did not have time to care about her. But thinking about it, the little girl must be protected by Guan Feixing, and she would not be in any danger for a while. So, he just had to deal with Guan Feixing and then ask him about it. Servant girl? You actually treated her as a servant girl? Guan Feixing was stunned for a moment, and then he sneered, do you know who she is, and you dare to treat her as a servant girl? Haha, everyone says that emperors are arrogant, but now that I've seen it, you're indeed arrogant beyond belief. However, that's fine. Since you've ordered Qing Luo to bring her away, that's the biggest mistake you've made. You brought disaster upon yourself. Haha, I can't wait to see your expressions of regret. Now, let's not waste any more words. You'd better hand over the supreme treasure of my green evil faction. Otherwise, my green evil faction will stop at nothing too. What do you want? When Fangxing heard that Fairy Qing Luo had taken the little blind girl away, he was instantly enraged. His expression turned fierce, and he charged at Guan Feixing again, cursing, you can't even take care of a child, what use is a piece of trash like you? Then how can you treat her like a child? Guan Feixing was shocked and enraged. With a backhand slap, a monstrous immortal radiance surged like an undercurrent. Aya, what the hell? Facing the immortal radiance, Fangxing was taken aback, and he could not help but fall down. Only now did he realize that in terms of real cultivation and strength, he was still inferior to those primordial unity supreme immortals. Although he had embarked on the unique path of cultivation of the Taisheng orthodoxy, it was not like he had ascended to heaven in a single step. Now that he had broken free of 3 lives, he could only be considered as an immortal, and if he wanted to fight a primordial unity supreme immortal in terms of strength, he would probably have to sever at least 9 lives. He had been too complacent just now, and had really underestimated the power of a primordial unity supreme immortal. This is a rare opportunity. Kill. Just as Fangxing's figure fell, Xianxia, who was watching the battlefield from a distance, and immortal monarch Xianxia, who had been indifferent all this time, shouted and attacked at the same time. Then, a throne pierced through the sky, and with a frosty aura, it came crashing down on Fangxing everywhere it passed. The earth turned into a vast expanse of white, and frost covered everything, even the raindrops that Xianxia had thrown out in an instant, under the support of the frosty aura, turned into thousands of shining silver swords. They interweaved like a giant net, and pierced towards Fangxing. In a moment of daze, he had fallen into a hopeless situation. Damn it, this demon ancestor's killing method has too many loopholes, and it's not quick. Why don't I show you? At this time, Fangxing was also gritting his teeth. This is my self-created immortal slaying method. Fangxing was already very familiar with the demon ancestor's art of killing, and after mastering it, he naturally went one step further. The next step was to create his own art of killing. This was also the usual practice in the cultivation world. At Fangxing's current realm, he was already at the stage where the new and the old were replacing the old. He was like a student who had reached the peak of his knowledge. The next step was to add more of his own insights and research his own knowledge. Because no matter how profound the knowledge of others was, it was ultimately an extension of their wisdom, and could not be completely compatible with one's own. Only by adding his own insights could he create a remarkable ability that was completely compatible with one's own Tao heart, power, and even every swing of the sword. All of it had his own style, and there was nothing that was not compatible with him. Fangxing named this art Immortal Slaying Art. It was not really related to immortal slaying, but mainly because there were a few exalted immortals in front of him that he wanted to kill, so he casually named it. Boom. 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 Immortal monarch Xianxia, Xianxia, Xianxia Hall's leader Guan Feixing, and the other 3 Tai supreme immortals seized the opportunity to suppress Fangxing at the same time. At this moment, Fangxing was mentally prepared, and he took a deep breath. As he was falling rapidly, he suddenly formed a seal, and a sea of blood suddenly appeared below him. His whole body was like a huge rock, and he fell into the sea of blood with a plop. Immediately after, the lights of immortal monarch Xianxia and the other two Tai supreme immortals entered the sea of blood, but they only created waves of blood hundreds of feet high. Fangxing's whole body seemed to have disappeared in the sea of blood, and not even a shadow could be seen. Oh no, Xianxia Hall's leader Guanfeixing was the first to yell, as he sensed something was wrong. The appearance of that sea of blood was truly too strange. It simply seemed as if it had suddenly appeared in this expanse of the heavens and the earth. Obviously, it was a power that didn't belong to Fangxing at all, yet for some unknown reason, it was actually used by him and summoned out by him. After Fangxing sank into the sea of blood, they could see that it was boiling and evaporating. Wisps of dark red blood mist appeared in midair and filled the world. The dark red demonic clouds were everywhere, reaching up to the 9 heavens and down to the 4 corners. It was as if a demon had been born in the world, spreading the dark red mist all over the world. Whether it was the itinerant immortals who were besieging the exalted immortals because of Fangxing's words or the vigilant primordial immortals, they were all shrouded in it. Divine sense is obstructed, heaven and earth are heavy, we seem to be trapped in some kind of grand formation. Xianxia was also a bit panicked as she spoke in a small voice. Her brows were tightly furrowed. Humph, in the end, he doesn't even have an immortal fate. We are 1 realm higher than him, how can we be afraid of him? Xianxia Hall's leader, Guanfeixing, roared with a ferocious glint in his eyes. He suddenly reached out with one hand and the saber that had fallen to God knows where flew back into his grasp. He then swung the saber with one hand and made a turn. The saber's ray appeared and split a part of the void. He stood alone in the void and cautiously looked around. At the same time, he shouted in a low voice, "There is nothing special about this brat. He only used a strange concealment technique and a bit of cleverness to catch us off guard. Right now, as long as the 3 of us stand back to back and don't give him a chance, his assassination technique will have no chance." That's right, I'm getting more and more curious about his relationship with that demon ancestor who caused so much trouble in the past. Immortal monarch Xianxia had always been the calmest. At this moment, he spoke calmly and was not disturbed by the surroundings. A dignified prince actually used such a despicable method. Is he still a prince or not? Xianxia's face was filled with panic. She coldly spoke while trembling with fear. The one who used despicable methods was not me, but a certain person who was not honorable at all. However, just as Xianxia's panicked voice rang out, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. He explained to her in an extremely serious manner, "Just now, I used that guy's technique. But now, I'm preparing to use my own technique." Swoosh, the moment he appeared, Xianxia suddenly screamed. The celestial light that filled the sky was endless, turning into rain swords that pierced downwards. Every drop of rain contained a terrifying sword light. Even the void was torn apart. The figure in front of her was only able to say 3 words before he was cut into pieces by the rain she controlled. His appearance was extremely miserable. "Earlier, I used all kinds of methods to assassinate you, however, the voice still rang out in the void and continued, "Now, I'm going to kill you fair and square." And at this moment, a bloody aura suddenly appeared above Xianxia's head and a ferocious might suddenly appeared. Boom, above Xianxia's head, Fangxing's figure suddenly appeared. He held a sword light in his hand and descended from the sky. His figure was like a demon descending. Supreme immortal slaying art. Oh no, this is not the Supreme's, this is my own, the first move of the Sever Dao slaying art. To kill someone, first kill their life. Following that deep voice, Fangxing's demonic godlike figure directly descended. His sword swept towards the center of Xianxia's brows. This sword could be said to be extremely sudden, no different from the assassination earlier. Xianxia's attention had already been diverted elsewhere, and it was impossible for her to block it. But in that instant, celestial monarch Xianxia suddenly opened a vertical eye in the center of his brows. It emitted a 5-colored brilliance, dispersing the blood mist in the world. At the same time, behind the throne behind him, an ancient sword suddenly jumped out. He raised his hand and grabbed it, pissed. When the sword was raised, divine light like the sun lit up the world. Fangxing's traceless sword light was coincidentally blocked by him. I've said it many times, you underestimate Supreme Immortal Tai. Immortal monarch Xianxia was expressionless as he spoke in a deep voice. He then took a step forward and the ancient sword shone with endless divine light. Who said that I underestimated you? And at this moment, Fang Xing's figure leaped backwards. He looked like he was in a hurry to escape. However, immortal monarch Xianxia was right on his tail and didn't let him do as he wished. The two of them chased each other for hundreds of feet. In the end, just as immortal monarch Xianxia's sword chi rose and was about to suppress him, Fang Xing suddenly laughed out loud. His eyes were filled with cruelty as he looked behind immortal monarch Xianxia and smiled. You are the one who underestimated me. Eh? Immortal monarch Xianxia turned his head anxiously and saw an unforgettable scene. He was very sure that he had already stopped Fang Xing's sword from stabbing towards Xianxia, but when he turned his head to look, he was shocked to find that Xianxia was lying in a daze on the spot. On her body, there were many root-like things extending out, and those root-like things were pulling out a dazzling light from Xianxia's body. That thing was similar to a godly soul, but it wasn't completely a godly soul. There was an indescribable divine object that pulled out long threads. It was extremely strange. How is this possible? How is this possible? That is, even with immortal monarch Xianxia's gloomy personality, when he saw that scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. He had already guessed what was going on, but he didn't dare to say it out loud even though he said that a few times. At this moment, Guanfeixing, who was beside Xianxia, was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. He looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief and forgot to help Xianxia, who was so close to him. His entire face was ashen and filled with despair. The hand that was holding the blade started to tremble as he kept repeating, "Impossible, this is impossible, nothing is impossible. I didn't miss that attack just now." At this moment, Fang Xing smiled sinisterly. He raised his left hand and clenched his fist. Chi. When he clenched his fist, the tree roots that were connected to the mysterious light in Xianxia's body suddenly retracted. Then, a strange tree appeared behind Fang Xing. It was rooted in the sea of blood. The light that was pulled out from Xianxia's body was hooked out by its roots. Then, it slowly seeped into the strange tree's body. After a while, it felt so comfortable that its branches started to sway. Then, it actually gave birth to a few fruits that were enshrouded in precious light. Fang Xing only raised his hand slightly and a fruit flew into his palm. It emitted a mysterious light. He waved it in front of his nose and smelled it. He smiled and said, "So this is the smell of an immortal fate. It doesn't smell good, it's very fishy." The heaven and earth were silent. Whether it was the loose immortals or the upper immortals, they were all stunned. Immortal fate, that is actually an immortal fate. You can actually sever an immortal fate. In the next moment, immortal monarch Xianxia and Xianxia's lord, Guanfeixing, shouted at the same time. Their faces were filled with disbelief. It was as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. That's right, this is an immortal fate. The immortal fate that you all view as a treasure. Fang Xing's expression was calm. He used a very serious attitude to explain, "It is indeed fused with your souls. However, I have a very powerful sword light. I only need to use a bit of force to sever your souls. Then, I can use a certain method to pull it out. Then, before it returns to the heaven and earth, I can use a treasure to transform it and obtain it again. I am not a treasure, ah." Behind him, the strange tree seemed to mumble unwillingly, but its voice was very soft. However, Fang Xing ignored it and casually tossed the immortal fate behind him. The Taishu baby caught it with a surprised expression. It hugged the immortal fate tightly and smiled like a flower. Then, Fang Xing casually clapped his hands and pretended to be calm. "Haven't you all been asking me about the secret of an immortal fate? I can tell you now. That's not boasting. I can indeed sever an immortal fate." "How? How is this possible?" Fang Xing's casual words and the scene of him removing Xianxia's immortal fate stung the eyes of immortal monarch Xianxia and Lord Xianxia, Guanfeixing, and the others. After all, this scene was too shocking. The immortal fate could not be removed. This was the common knowledge in the great celestial realm. Even though people had been researching this, no one had ever succeeded. Previously, they excitedly came but were tricked by Fang Xing's words. The reason was because the bait Fang Xing threw out was too valuable, causing them to be greedy. Even if they had to delay what they were preparing to do, they still wanted to follow him to see what was going on, but in the end, Fang Xing's escape made them realize that this guy was just bluffing. After confirming this point, they heaved a sigh of relief. After all, removing an immortal fate was not very reliable. From a certain perspective, the secret of an immortal fate was a secret that could shock the world. It was a treasure that everyone coveted. Before obtaining it, everyone was greedy and wanted to get it immediately. But when it was placed in front of them, they became fearful and worried. They didn't want to lose the secret because no one knew what kind of consequences awaited them after obtaining this secret. This secret was certainly good, but it could also bring danger to themselves. But just when they were certain that Fang Xing was lying, an unexpected scene appeared. It was actually true. He really could remove an immortal fate, and he did it right in front of them. They actually witnessed this shocking scene with their own eyes. They didn't think that the excitement they expected would be met with. They were so shocked that even their souls began to tremble. That was an immortal fate. It was the foundation of their cultivation, the foundation of their longevity, yet, it was forcefully pulled out by a strange tree. The impact of this scene was even more terrifying than seeing tens of thousands of true immortals being slaughtered. Even someone like immortal monarch Xianxia, who normally didn't show his emotions, had a genuine expression of fear on his face. There was no need to talk about Xianxia's Guanfeixing. He was so frightened by the scene of Yuqia's immortal fate being extracted that his entire body stiffened and cold sweat poured down like rain. Hand over the secret, and we can talk things over. Immortal monarch Xianxia's reaction was extremely fast. He had already made up his mind in an instant. He suddenly bellowed and rushed towards Fang Xing. Fortunately, he had a firm will. Although he was no less shocked than Xianxia after seeing this scene, he instantly made up his mind. He wanted a piece of the immortal fate. For this, he could put aside his conflict with the Emperor Path. Even if this might bring him danger, it was worth it. Hee, you say fight and we fight? You say stop and we will stop? However, when Fang Xing heard this, he laughed coldly and said, "Who do you think you are? Presumptuous." Immortal monarch Xianxuan's expression changed greatly as his eyes turned cold. The ancient sword in his hand suddenly erupted with sword energy and swept out rays of light that covered the heaven and earth. The divine light was blinding as it headed straight for Fang Xing. At this moment, the power of the ancient sword in his sword increased by more than 100 times. The ferocious aura caused even Fang Xing's heart to palpitate. He quickly dodged to the side, only to hear a loud boom. The mountain that spanned for more than 100,000 miles was forcefully flattened by this sword energy, causing smoke to billow everywhere. F***CK. This guy is powerful. I'm afraid he already has the ability to pluck the stars and seize the moon. Fang Xing was also shocked and didn't dare to underestimate this opponent. The red mist between the heaven and earth surged and enveloped him while he took this chance to rush in another direction. Behind him, he could clearly see immortal monarch Xianxuan walking through the air with his immortal aura. All of the red mist was forced back by him for more than 10 miles. Behind him, a divine eye floated in the air, emitting a clear immortal aura. It scanned the surroundings, clearly searching for traces of Fang Xing in the red mist. No wonder this guy is so confident. He really has some tricks up his sleeves. Fang Xing couldn't help but murmur in his heart. He could already tell that among so many primordial unity supreme immortals, there were differences in strength. Yuqia should be the weakest one and had just barely entered the primordial unity realm. Lord Feng was slightly stronger than her and had a cultivation of the lower middle stage of primordial unity realm. Then there was Shen Tai Sui. Although that Shen clan living being was not an immortal, his innate magical powers were really terrifying. Lastly, there was Lord Xianxia's Guanfeixing and Fairy Qing Luo, the two old enemies, who had a cultivation of the middle stage of primordial unity, but the most unfathomable one was immortal monarch Xianxuan. No wonder he had been putting on airs. Strictly speaking, he really did have the ability to do so. His cultivation was even higher than Fairy Qing Luo's and Guanfeixing's. He should have reached the upper stage of primordial unity. Moreover, his magical powers and Dharma treasures were really powerful. That divine eye of his seemed to be able to see through the void. Even the ghost concealment technique that demon ancestor had taught him couldn't hide from him. This was probably why he was so confident when Fang Xing used the killing technique that demon ancestor had taught him to kill people. With this technique, immortal monarch Xianxuan could be said to be Fang Xing's nemesis. Of course, Fang Xing didn't really care. Instead, he laughed coldly. So what if you can restrain the killing technique? His eyes suddenly turned cold. What I'm using now is the immortal slaying technique that I created. Then, in the next moment, he leaped forward and vanished completely. At the moment when Fang Xing disappeared, immortal monarch Xianxia's divine eyes swept over. If it was during normal times, even if he used all sorts of methods to conceal himself, immortal monarch Xianxia would be able to see through his disguise and discover him. But at this moment, he actually couldn't sense anything at all. It was as though Fang Xing had really disappeared from the world. It was indescribably strange, and it actually caused one to feel extremely terrified. The second form of the immortal slaying technique, man in the vast expanse, soared beyond the heavens. At this moment, Fang Xing shouted this sentence coldly. Then, he flew forward. His target was Xianxia. Now, he was going to assassinate Xianxia under the protection of Xianxia's Guanfeixing and immortal monarch Xianxia. Though this immortal slaying technique was a name that he thought up on the spot, slowly, the framework was forming in his mind. This technique had a total of 3 forms. What he used just now was the first form, kill the person, kill the life. It looked like his sword ray came from beyond the heavens and slashed at her body, but in reality, the sword severed the connection between the soul and the immortal fate. With one slash, he severed the immortal fate, then borrowed the power of the strange tree to forcefully pull the immortal fate out of her body and destroy her foundation, and what he used now was the second form. That was the true body-slaying technique. This form was the same as the killing technique that Demon Ancestor taught him. It also required concealment. However, Demon Ancestor's technique was to conceal one's aura. He used all sorts of techniques to hide himself so that others couldn't find him. But what Fang Xing used today was even better. He directly used the newly obtained Taishang unrestrained scripture and the Buddha's will that he controlled to hide himself beyond the heavens. In other words, after using this mystique, no matter how strong his opponent was, they wouldn't be able to find him in this world. In terms of the art of concealment and concealment, there probably wasn't a technique that could be more powerful than what he was using now. Of course, the conditions were also very high. Without Fang Xing's foundation, no one could use this technique. His figure moved from beyond the heavens until he was next to Xianxia. Only then did Fang Xing suddenly step into this world, and at this time, Xianxia's immortal fate had been extracted. She was shivering. Not only did she feel the weakness of her body, she didn't even have the courage to do anything. She wanted nothing more than to crawl into the arms of Lord Xianxia, Guanfeixing. And Guanfeixing did his best. He used Xianxia's bait and purposely revealed an opening, waiting for Fang Xing to appear and kill her. The large blade in his hand was already condensed with celestial might. As long as Fang Xing revealed a trace of himself, he would immediately slash with all his strength. He would definitely not give him any chance to escape, and not far from them, immortal monarch Xianxia, who was searching for Fang Xing in the mist of blood, also split a strand of divine sense to stare at them. It could be said that with the two of them guarding to the death, it was impossible for Fang Xing to get close to Xianxia, but Fang Xing just had to get close to her. He suddenly appeared behind Xianxia. Then, a ray of sword light suddenly appeared. With a chi sound, Xianxia's head flew into the air. Then, Fang Xing's hand grabbed her hair. At this moment, Xianxia's painful cries rang out, shaking the surroundings. How is this possible? Why did he appear? Without any warning? Peak Lord Xianxia and immortal monarch Xianxia were both taken aback. Their hearts skipped a beat. They were sure that nothing could get close to them. After all, they had already torn apart the void and formed their own island. Anyone who got close would be sensed by them. But Fang Xing had just appeared out of nowhere, and there was no trace of him at all. It was as if he had directly appeared behind Xianxia. This was already a phenomenon that exceeded common sense. Since you're here, then stay. But at this moment, immortal monarch Xianxia suddenly gave a strange look. An earth-shattering frost energy descended from the 9 heavens, freezing everything within 10,000 miles. Guanfeixing also subconsciously turned his hand and slashed towards Fang Xing, who was holding Xianxia's head. Although they didn't know how Fang Xing came here, they seized the opportunity and wanted to take this opportunity to suppress him. However, an unexpected scene occurred once again. Fang Xing's figure strangely disappeared, and their divine arts all failed to hit their target. Lord Xianxia, Guanfeisheng's throat moved. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart. What kind of sacred art was this? It actually exceeded their understanding. In terms of cultivation and strength, all of you are quite impressive. But in terms of killing methods, all of you are too weak, even Feng Xing was thinking to himself. After killing a divine general and 2 upper immortals, he had a deeper understanding of one thing. He, who had embarked on the path of cultivation created by the Taisheng Dao, was in many ways different from those who had obtained an immortal fate and cultivated to the primordial immortal realm. He might not be good at what they were good at, but they might not be able to figure out what he was good at. For example, the technique he had just used could not be seen through by these primordial immortals outside the vast expanse, unless a golden immortal of the great firmament was here. Perhaps they could see through some of his tricks. When Yuqia's immortal fate was pulled out by the strange tree, it turned into 3 immortal fate fruits that hung on the branches. Now, her head was severed and her body was destroyed. Her remaining flesh and blood fell into the Buddha heaven and earth and was refined by the strange tree. The tree was so excited that its leaves shook and it shouted, "Good, good." An upper immortal as a sacrifice is truly amazing, comparable to 100,000 loose immortals. As it shouted, it grew more leaves and 2 more immortal fate fruits appeared. They hung on the branches and shone with a brilliant light. Good, very good. Even Feng Xing was greatly surprised by such an outcome, and he couldn't help but cheer. Truth be told, he had already thought that 100,000 loose immortals as a sacrifice would only produce 7 or 8 immortal fate fruits. 3 of them would be given to the last 3 loose immortals, while the rest would be hung on the branches of the tree. They would either be taken away by someone else with great magic power, or they would be left on the strange tree to maintain the operation of heaven and earth. If the upper immortals were killed as a sacrifice, then the effect would be much stronger than the loose immortals. Now, it seemed that it was much stronger than he had imagined, that 1 primordial immortal fate fruit gave birth to 3 ordinary immortal fate fruits. Moreover, her body was sacrificed to heaven and earth and gave birth to 2 immortal fate fruits. In other words, 5 immortal lives were born because of her. This did not include the Wind Lord and the other itinerant immortals who had died here. Their flesh and blood had been hidden in the blood sea by the strange pagoda tree, and it had not been refined yet. However, it was easy to imagine that it would be a very impressive harvest. The Supreme Tao is indeed impressive, even Feng Xing could not help but sigh. Then, he looked at the last 2 primordial unity supreme immortals with a smile. Lord Guanfeisheng of Xianxia and immortal monarch Zhong Shuang of Emperor Tsong. At this moment, their expressions had already changed. Guanfeisheng's face was filled with panic as he clenched his teeth hatefully. He looked at Feng Xing, who was faintly discernible. At one moment, his eyes were burning with anger, and at the next moment, he was indescribably shocked. As for immortal monarch Zhong Shuang, his face was extremely gloomy. At this moment, he could no longer sit calmly on the throne and watch the situation develop. He had already leaped up. The 99 ancient swords behind him floated in the air, and in his palm, there was an extremely cold brilliance that was revolving continuously, giving off an eerie frost aura. What kind of technique is this? Immortal monarch Zhong Shuang gritted his teeth and said coldly, "You definitely did not have this kind of technique 1,000 years ago. Moreover, I also believe that the Taishu immortal king, who was not good at warfare, would not have passed down such a technique that existed specifically to kill immortals. Emperor Flo, you and I knew each other 1,000 years ago. We once fought together and annihilated an orthodoxy. We know each other very well. Back then, you definitely did not have this kind of technique. What was the Emperor Flo like in the past?" Feng Xing looked at immortal monarch Zhong Shuang thoughtfully and said with a smile. "Although you were arrogant and annoying in the past, you never stabbed people in the back. You only knew how to fight head-on." Immortal monarch Zhong Shuang almost roared. The veins on his forehead were bulging. "Oh, then I understand." Feng Xing lowered his head and smiled. Then, he said softly, "Then it's really not an injustice for him to be suppressed for 1,000 years. As he said this, he slowly took a step forward. He first looked at Guanfei, then at immortal monarch Zhong Shuang. He said softly, "Let's not talk about the past. You only need to know that now, not only do I know how to stab people in the back, I can also fight head-on. For example, like now." As he spoke, a sea of blood rose behind him. It floated continuously behind him as though it was going to drown the entire heaven and earth. However, with his position as a line, it would not move forward at all. Then, he lifted his feet and walked towards immortal monarch Xianxia. He walked faster and faster. In the end, he leaped into the air and brought the sea of blood with him as he pressed down on immortal monarch Xianxia. His voice reverberated through the heavens and earth, "Today, I shall use you to comprehend." Without the help of that strange movement technique, immortal monarch Xianxia's eyes narrowed. He clenched his right fist and the 99 ancient swords behind him turned into rays of light that shot towards Fangxing, the last move of the immortal slaying art. That. You outnumber me. At this moment, Fangxing seemed to have made up his mind. He did not dodge at all and did not even use any strange techniques. He just stood there arrogantly as though he was waiting for immortal monarch Xianxia to come and fight him head-on. Of course, when he shouted out the name of the last immortal slaying art, it was obvious that he had not thought about it and had just come up with it at the last minute. However, the concept of the last immortal slaying art was solid and he already had a clear plan in his mind. He was not just talking about the immortal slaying art. He really felt that the time had come. He had gathered all the 9 scriptures of the supreme sect and the path of cultivation after that. Then, it was time for him to have his own set of divine powers. That was an existence that had to be above the celestial techniques. In other words, this technique was not hard to understand. It had a special name. It was called Heaven Technique. Currently, Fangxing wanted to use this battle to create a heavenly art that belonged to him, because compared to the cultivators from the great celestial realm, he was indeed lacking. His techniques were not as brilliant as his opponents. Although the Taishang path was powerful, it was not something that could be displayed casually in front of others. Demon Ancestors' killing technique was indeed powerful, but it was a technique that could not be exposed to the public. It was fine to use it to kill during the chaos. However, during normal times, it would be too petty to use it against an enemy openly. If one had to describe it, it would be the difference between a thief and a robber. A thief was a thief, sneakily taking advantage of others when they were unprepared, cautious, and not magnanimous enough. As for Fangxing, he had always treated himself as a thief. He would never steal when he could steal. It was the same when it came to fights. At this moment, the time was right. If he did not take the opportunity to create his own technique, he would not be Fangxing. Hong. A huge battle broke out. However, the situation was different from what celestial monarch Xianxia had imagined. This time, Fangxing did not dodge, but he did not face the enemy. Instead, he tore off the cloak on his back and waved it in the air. It was like a huge flag as he pointed at celestial monarch Xianxia and Guan Feishing majestically. "If you want to live, kill immortals with me. Go." His shout shocked the group of loose immortals, causing them to raise their heads one by one. Under Fangxing's instigation, this group of loose immortals, who were already in despair, surrounded and killed the upper immortals for a long time. After that, they saw a strange tree appear behind Fangxing and pluck a celestial life from it. They became even crazier. In addition to the sins that they had committed, they were already a little crazy. Their minds were filled with killing intent and they were on the verge of losing their sanity. At this moment, they were originally shocked by the terrifying divine ability Fangxing revealed when he attacked, and they were stunned and didn't know what to do. They thought that this imperial prince didn't have any use for them, yet never had they imagined that at this moment, Fangxing would actually raise the flag and give another order. Kill. Serve the crown prince and everyone can become immortals. At this moment, almost immediately after Fangxing gave the order, another voice was heard. It was an excited roar. It was the loose immortal who only had half a body left. He was standing on a mountain peak, shouting and cheering for the loose immortals. Kill. With someone taking the lead, the group of loose immortals made up their minds. They looked at each other and hesitated for less than a breath's time. Then, they roared again and rushed forward. They flew in the air like a black mass. Demonic chi surged from their backs and shot up into the sky like smoke signals. It looked like a demonic cloud that covered the sky and the sun, rumbling and rolling forward. The third style of your immortal slaying art is to send these ants to their deaths? After witnessing Fangxing's ability to cut off immortal lives and heads, immortal monarch Xianxia and Guanfeixing were actually very fearful. They did not know if this crown prince had any other hidden abilities. But in the end, they did not expect that the third style of his immortal slaying art would still send the loose immortals to their deaths. They were angry, anxious, and disdainful, thinking that Feng Xing was using the same old trick again, but very soon, they realized that they were very wrong. This time, Feng Xing did not hide among the loose immortals to assassinate them. Instead, he stood among the loose immortals and slowly formed a seal in front of his chest. Behind him, the strange tree and the monstrous sea of blood appeared again. They turned into thick clouds of blood mist and landed on the loose immortals, causing the demonic chi on their bodies to increase. In an instant, the power of the loose immortals was extremely shocking. It had increased by 100 times, or even 10 times. At this moment, they were no longer a group of loose immortals. Their power had almost reached the righteous immortal realm. If it was just a group of loose immortals, immortal monarch Xianxia and Guanfeixing wouldn't care. But after Feng Xing added the power of those loose immortals, their expressions couldn't help but turn serious. They did not expect that the so-called third style of the immortal slaying art was not performed by Suke himself, but by the group of individual immortals. Originally, these individual immortals already had terrible sins in their bodies, which could make their strength skyrocket. Now, with the help of Emperor Flo, they became even more terrifying. Each of them temporarily gained strength that was not inferior to that of an upright immortal. With monstrous demon chi, they charged towards Suke and Guanfeixing. If one had to use a word to describe it, it would be a group of demon soldiers, so many righteous immortal demonic soldiers, that was simply too terrifying. Many ants could bite an elephant to death. Many righteous immortals could similarly surround and kill an exalted immortal. What was even more terrifying was that Feng Xing had no intention of giving up. He was still within the group of rogue immortals and like a general, he stared coldly at Guanfeixing and immortal monarch Xianxia who were surrounded by the group of rogue immortals. No one knew when he would appear next to them and stab them with his sword. They also didn't know if he would sever their immortal life when they weren't prepared. That kind of deterrence was too strong. This is simply using the method of refining an immortal weapon in a battle. Immortal monarch Xianxia and Guanfeixing were cursing in their hearts. The two of them were naturally familiar with immortal soldiers and immortal generals. In fact, the two of them held high positions and had their own forces outside, so they naturally had their own immortal soldiers and immortal generals. However, they could not bring them along when they entered Foot of Heaven, so they could only come here alone. They did not expect that the Emperor Flo would find a loophole and turn them into existences that were surrounded by immortal soldiers and immortal generals. However, even if he felt aggrieved, there was no other way. The other party was already right in front of them, so how could they have the chance to express their dissatisfaction? I don't believe you can kill all of us exalted immortals without even reaching the primordial realm. Kill. Guanfeixing and immortal monarch Xianxia didn't have time to say anything. They could only use their abilities and charge into the encirclement. A great battle arose once more, and it fought to the point the heavens and the earth collapsed and a sea of blood surged into the sky. Between the dark red heaven and earth, there were countless strange sword lights that flattened the mountain peaks and cliffs as far as the eye could see. Frosty air sprinkled down from time to time, freezing the land into a snowfield. The terrifying sea of blood rolled over from time to time, melting the snowfield. In this lifeless Buddha realm, there was an unprecedented change. In the end, a shocking scene appeared. Spots of green appeared on the ground. That was the boundless essence energy contained in the sea of blood. As it interweaved with the frost, it nourished life force and once again covered the land. There's practically no chance of winning. Guanfeixing and Celestial Lord Xianxia felt more and more despair as they fought. At this moment, the two of them were alone, and they deeply understood one thing: they couldn't win this situation. There was only one way to break the third move of Di Lu's immortal slaughtering art, and that was to capture the ringleader first, to charge into the enemy's formation and take Di Lu's life. But in the current situation, this was almost a delusion. Feng Xing's movement technique was very strange. He could suddenly disappear, he could hide among the loose immortals at any time, and he could even roam around at any time. Simply put, he could almost transform into any loose immortal, and these loose immortals who had the support of Devil Chi were like his clones. How could they assassinate him? Although they were exalted immortals in the realm of primordial immortals, whose strength was superior to everyone else present, they were not invincible. Their immortal force would be consumed, and there would be loopholes in their magical powers. Especially when they had to be on guard against Fang Xing's assassination, it took a lot of their energy. Under such circumstances, the two of them were already vaguely irritated and fearful, and their momentum weakened. On the contrary, the group of loose immortals became fiercer and fiercer. Kill him, kill him. Show your loyalty to Lord Di Lu, kill him, not to mention the unharmed loose immortals. Even the guy who only had half of his body left was waving his arms and shouting on a cliff. Puff, the immortal monarch's heavy frost ancient sword fluttered and knocked away 4 or 5 loose immortals. However, 7 or 8 magic treasures immediately attacked him from behind. He condensed his immortal power and knocked away most of them, but there was still an immortal sword that cut through his golden armor and cut his ribs. In shock and anger, he hurriedly retracted his palm and smashed the loose immortal together with his magic treasure into a bloody mist. However, his left shoulder blade was immediately hammered again, boom. Guanfeixing's saber radiance swept away 4 or 5 loose immortals, but an extremely sinister loose immortal took advantage of the opportunity to get close to him. His long spear was like a dragon and fiercely aimed at the space between his eyebrows. Guanfeixing dodged it by turning his head, but the long spear slanted and slithered along the blade of his saber like a poisonous snake, cutting off 3 of his fingers. The saber that he relied on to protect himself almost fell out of his hand at this moment. It felt as if they were trapped in a battle. If they had not experienced it themselves, it would be impossible to describe the pressure. These loose immortals were usually like ants in their eyes, but at this moment, they had turned into man-devouring demons. They simply could not understand what method Di Lu had used to enhance these loose immortals with such powerful strength, forcibly raising the strength of these loose immortals to the level of righteous immortals. It should be known that this was not an ordinary secret technique at all. Ordinary immortal formations also had such a secret technique, but whoever used it would definitely pay a great price. However, Di Lu seemed to have done it easily. Not only did he enhance these loose immortals with terrifying strength, but he also did not seem to notice it at all. Immortal Lord Xianxia, something's not right. In the midst of the fierce battle, Sect Lord Guanfei of Xianxia suddenly seemed to have anticipated something, and his expression changed abruptly. After he was injured, he subconsciously took a deep breath and activated an immortal technique to repair his body. This was the primordial unity realm exalted immortal's innate divine ability. Unless he was killed in an instant or suffered from a terrifying secret technique, he only needed to take a deep breath, and an endless stream of immortal force would naturally surge into his body to repair his injuries. However, at this moment, he was horrified to discover that he did not attract any immortal force into his body. It was as if he had been isolated from this world. This brat is sinister. What kind of technique is this? Immortal Lord Xianxia had obviously discovered this problem as well, and his expression was extremely ugly. The other party was getting fiercer and fiercer as the battle went on, but he himself had lost contact with heaven and earth. For someone of their realm, this was too terrifying. This meant that apart from their own cultivation, there was no way for them to replenish their strength. In other words, they would die of exhaustion. As a primordial unity exalted immortal, he did not die in the hands of an opponent of the same realm as him, but was besieged by a group of loose immortals. If word of this spread, it would be shameful. Looks like we can't waste any more time. If this continues, we will definitely die. Immortal monarch Xianxia realized this problem. He took in a deep breath and made a decision. Di Lu, I will come for you again sooner or later. All of a sudden, immortal monarch Xianxia let out an explosive roar. 99 ancient swords behind him flew into the sky, releasing layers of frost chi. The ground within a radius of 10,000 li turned into a patch of frost. The rogue immortals who got close to him were either forced back or sealed in ice. Then, 9 flying swords suddenly slashed towards Guanfeixing, forcing him to roar and defend himself. His figure leaped into the sky and directly fled into the distance. This person actually wanted to escape after realizing that something was wrong. He even ambushed Guanfeixing, forcing Guanfeixing to cover his retreat and create an opportunity to escape. At this moment, he probably had already decided to hide in foot of heaven for 3,000 years. After all, even if he had to hide in this desolate place for 3,000 years, it would be better than being surrounded and killed by a group of loose immortals. But Fang Xing obviously didn't plan to let him have his way. although Guan Feixing and immortal monarch Xianxia were worried that he would assassinate them, in reality, Fangxing had not interfered at all during the assassination. He had allowed the group of loose immortals to surround and kill them while he observed and calculated silently in his heart, searching for the weaknesses and inadequacies of his immortal slaying art's third style. Only at this moment, when he realized that immortal monarch Xianxia had escaped far away, did his gaze suddenly turn cold. "Want to escape?" He leaped into the sky and said coldly, "That's only if I agree to it." In the next moment, all the rogue immortals in the void suddenly froze at the same time. The demonic qi, sin, and bloody light on their bodies suddenly left them at the same time and gathered towards Fangxing like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. They formed a vast demonic cloud behind him that looked like a cloak, and his body also grew infinitely taller, like a demon god standing in the world. To put it simply, it was as if Fangxing had distributed the power of heaven and earth to them. Now, all of their power was added to Fangxing's body. Then, he controlled it and slapped out with his palm. Below this palm was immortal Lord Xianxia, who was trying to escape with all his might. Immortal Lord Xianxia, who had escaped hundreds of thousands of miles away, was caught up by Fangxing in one step. When immortal Lord Xianxia felt the demonic cloud above his head, he raised his head and his expression was one of despair. How could this be? He used all his might to summon restrictions and shouted, "How many secrets are you hiding? You shouldn't have this kind of power, is it hard to understand?" Facing the angry and confused immortal Lord Xianxia, Fangxing, who was high up like a demon god, bent down and pressed his huge palm towards immortal Lord Xianxia. "All of you who have the immortal fate are the children of heaven's will. Your power comes from the heaven's will and will belong to the heaven's will. The stronger the heaven's will, the stronger you will be. The weaker the heaven's will, the weaker you will be." But here, bang, 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 that palm strike of his pierced through countless restrictions and arrived in front of immortal monarch Xianxia. "Even the heavens will listen to me. What do you have to fight against me?" The last battle between Fangxing and immortal monarch Xianxia, or rather, the battle with the group of exalted immortals, allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the meaning of the Supreme Freedom Scripture. He gained a better understanding of the connection between the immortal fate, the heaven's will, and the cultivators themselves. Because of this, step by step, he gradually unleashed his strength. It could be said that his performance became more and more heaven-defying. At the end, when he confidently said those words to immortal monarch Xianxia, his confidence had reached the extreme. Immortal fate. What was the immortal fate? On the surface, it meant that the immortal fate was immortality. There was no need for the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations. As long as one lived honestly, cultivated, and breathed in and out, they would be able to escape from the cycle of birth, old age, sickness, and death. It was also a foundation to continue cultivating after reaching the limit of a cultivator. This foundation was the immortal fate. But how did the immortal fate come about? No one knew if the other immortal pursuers seriously thought about this question, but it was obvious that the supreme Taoist path had done so. What they understood was that the immortal fate was a kind of blessing from the heaven's will. It was also a kind of origin power of the heaven's will. Cultivators who obtained the immortal fate were, to a certain extent, integrated into the heaven's will. Their bodies were a part of the heaven's will, and a part of the heaven's will was also them. It was this integration that gave them the ability to live forever. As long as the heaven and earth were not destroyed, they would not die. Of course, this kind of immortality only meant that they were free from the cycle of birth, old age, sickness, and death, but it did not mean that they would not be killed. The supreme Taoist path, on the other hand, was trying to create a different path of cultivation, that was to cut off the shackles of one's body, to get rid of the entanglement of fate, and to seek complete freedom of the body, to roam freely in the universe. In this battle, Fangxing had a deeper understanding of the differences between different paths of cultivation. For example, experts like immortal monarch Xianxia, Fangxing's strength was actually inferior to them. Even Fangxing himself understood that if he wanted to fight against a primordial unity realm immortal, he would need to cut off 9 lives at the very least. However, just because his cultivation level was lower than theirs did not mean that he could not kill them. Against the Wind Lord, Yuqia, Shinta Taisui, and the others, Fangxing had used the demon ancestors' killing methods to injure his enemies, but in the end, when he was dealing with immortal monarch Xianxia, he made use of his greatest advantage in Futu Heaven, which was the support of power. First, he used the power of the strange pagoda tree to support the group of itinerant immortals. Finally, he used all the power for his own use. In reality, he did not need to go through so much trouble. However, if he wanted to understand a lot of things, this process was very necessary. Today's battle looked like he had experienced a great battle with immortal monarch Xianxia and the others, but in reality, it was a process for him to understand his current self. Bit by bit, he understood his strengths, weaknesses, and future path. As for immortals like immortal monarch Xianxia who relied on their immortal life to cultivate, they could not imagine how an immortal could talk to heavens while on an equal footing. This was also the reason why when Feng Xing and the others entered Futu Heaven, they could not feel the angry existence inside. In essence, they were just an extension of heaven's will that could not be reversed. It could be said that as long as they were in Futu Heaven, they were destined to not be Feng Xing's match. This was like a child's greatest support being his father, but Feng Xing directly invited his father over to beat him up. Although Futu Heaven's will could not directly attack, it gave Feng Xing a boost in all aspects, and it was still unimaginable. Only immortal monarch Xianxia in the primordial unity realm would never understand this logic. At this moment, he could only look on helplessly as Feng Xing's large hand slammed towards his forehead, but he was already unable to muster any strength to resist. His eyes glared furiously as a bloody light surged into the sky. In the end, he could only suddenly roar in rage, "Di Lu, do you really not want to know why I want to kill you?" This loud shout made Feng Xing dumbfounded. Of course, he could tell that immortal monarch Xianxia and Di Lu had known each other for a long time. Moreover, immortal monarch Xianxia probably had some hidden reasons for coming to kill Feng Xing. Immortal monarch Xianxia obviously wanted to use this to disturb Feng Xing's mind. Since he said it, it was probably very important to Di Lu, right? After a slight hesitation, Feng Xing shook his head and said, "I don't want to." Then, he slammed his palm down. "Anyway, I'm not Di Lu. What does it have to do with me why you want to kill Di Lu? Wait, you're not even interested in the whereabouts of the remnants of the dragon clan?" Immortal monarch Xianxia screamed in fright and hurriedly formed a hand seal. The throne that had been following beside him suddenly split open and a shocking purple aura came out. It turned into a purple dragon that coiled around him and let out a soundless roar that shook the void. Under immortal monarch Xianxia's control. True dragon divine soul? When Feng Xing saw this scene, he was suddenly greatly shocked as well, and his gaze turned cold while he forcefully stopped his palm strike. At this moment, this palm was only a few feet away from immortal monarch Xianxia's forehead. The immortal aura caused Xianxia's silver hair to dance in the wind. To Feng Xing, he never expected that what immortal monarch Xianxia said was actually related to the dragon clan. One must know that he had always thought that the dragon clan in the great celestial world was extinct. Even in Tianyuan, there weren't many of them left. There were only 2 that were still in his realm of consciousness. However, immortal monarch Xianxia had just unsealed himself, and it was actually the true dragon divine soul. Moreover, he could feel that this true dragon divine soul must have been taken away by someone not long ago. "Hee, you didn't expect this, right?" When immortal monarch Xianxia saw that Feng Xing's palm didn't land, he laughed coldly. "Back then, I followed you and the other princes to surround the remnants of the dragon clan. You obtained a large amount of resources, but you didn't even give me a single hair. However, I was careful and didn't report everything truthfully. I kept a lot of information for myself. Following this information, I finally found news about the last batch of remnants of the dragon clan. You also know that using a true dragon to refine pills is a rare pill that is greatly beneficial to one's cultivation." As he spoke, his eyes turned cold. "This is a huge opportunity that I can't swallow myself. This time, I risked everything to come to Futu Heaven to find you. Actually, I wanted to see if you still have the same ambition as before. I also wanted to see if it is suitable for me to ask you out again. Originally, I thought that you were really crippled, and it wasn't suitable for me to ask you out again. But now, I admit that I was wrong about you. You are indeed the best candidate for this opportunity. Think about it carefully. There's no need to doubt me, this true dragon divine soul is the proof. Hurry up and tell me the truth." Feng Xing didn't have the time to talk nonsense with him. He subconsciously shouted in a low voice. "First, make a blood oath that you won't hurt me, and share the secret of the immortal fate with me." Immortal monarch Xianxia's life was hanging by a thread, but his attitude became firm and he shouted coldly. "Oh," Fangxing hesitated for a moment, then he smiled. He raised his palm and bit the tip of his mouth. He spat out a mouthful of blood into the air, forming a blood cloud that floated in the air. Then, he said in a clear voice, "I, the Emperor style, swear that I will work with my old friend Xianxia to obtain the fortune of the Dragon Clan. I will also share the secret of the immortal fate with him. If there is anything, we will split it evenly. If there is danger, we will help each other, but if we break this oath, the heavens and earth will be destroyed." "Eh? Looks like you really need this fortune." Immortal monarch Xianxia didn't think that Fangxing would make such an oath. After a moment of shock, he thought that Fangxing also needed the life spirit pellet to recover his cultivation. Plus, the remnants of the Dragon Clan were not only used to make the life spirit pellet, they were also related to the fortune of the Dragon Realm. It was extremely valuable and he understood why Fangxing was so anxious. Seeing that his oath was impeccable, he nodded and believed him. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll tell you." Back then, the remnants of the Dragon Clan were helped by the Tai Su Immortal King. He hid them in a remote place in the 6 demon heavens. Although I had my suspicions, after searching for many years, I didn't find anything. However, I was lucky. I discovered that there were rebels from the ancestral land that infiltrated the 33 heavens in an attempt to contact the remnants of the Dragon Clan. I happened to hear the news and followed the trail. Then, I found traces of them in the 6 demon heavens. I personally went over to investigate and even killed this little dragon. As though afraid that Fangxing wouldn't believe him, Immortal Monarch Xianxia explained in detail. When Fangxing heard this, he nodded his head gently. After asking a few more questions, he confirmed that there were no more doubts. Back then, there was indeed a group of Dragon Clan members that survived. With the help of the Tai Su Immortal King, they were hidden in the 6 demon heavens. This is indeed good news. I have to thank you. After listening for a long time, Fangxing couldn't help but nod his head and say with emotion. "Haha, if this matter succeeds, both of us will gain a lot. When do you think we should set off?" Immortal Monarch Xianxia relaxed. He laughed heartily and opened his mouth to ask. But in the next breath, he was stunned. After Fangxing sighed with emotion, the palm suddenly landed. With a pu sound, it directly hit Immortal Monarch Xianxia's forehead, causing his divine soul to explode and his body to crack. The expression on his face froze as he looked at Fangxing with a strange expression. "You. Aren't you afraid?" He didn't die immediately and his spirituality still existed. He opened his mouth with great difficulty. "Aren't you afraid that the oath will come true and you will be devoured by the heavens?" Fangxing laughed. Withered branches grew out from his back and reached into Immortal Monarch Xianxia's body. He pulled out his immortal life. His face was filled with mischief as he laughed softly. "Firstly, I'm really not afraid of the backlash from the heavens. Damn, I've had too many backlashes. I'm used to it." Then, as Immortal Monarch Xianxia's immortal life was pulled out, he slowly approached the terrified face. "Secondly, that was an oath made by Di Lu. What does it have to do with me?" You. When Immortal Monarch Xiang heard this, he suddenly understood. His face twisted and after a long time, he used the last of his strength to murmur, "I've always felt that you're very strange. I just don't understand what's so strange about you, now I finally know." He suddenly looked at Fangxing. It was hard to tell whether he was crying, laughing, or relieved. You're not F** King Di Lu. Hee, lower your voice. Before I kill that girl Qing Luo, I still need to use this identity. Fangxing didn't deny it. He only laughed softly. Then, with a push of his palm, Immortal Monarch Xianxia turned into a mist of blood. Just as Fangxing killed Immortal Monarch Xianxia with one palm strike, Xianxia's sect leader Guan Feixing no longer had the will to fight. Actually, when Yu Qia was beheaded by Fangxing in front of him, he was already afraid. Just now, when Immortal Monarch Xianxia was killed by Fangxing's palm that descended from the 9 heavens, it directly extinguished the last bit of will to fight in his heart. When Fangxing chased after Immortal Monarch Xianxia, he realized that the strength of the loose immortals around him had suddenly weakened. He wanted to take this opportunity to kill his way out of this group of loose immortals. But very quickly, he noticed immortal monarch Xianxia's fate. His heart turned cold and he didn't dare to kill him. He could only helplessly raise his saber and barely protect himself from the encirclement of the loose immortals. At this moment, when he saw Fang Xing looking at him coldly, Guan Feixing's heart shuddered. All the hairs on his body stood up as if he was a mortal being stared at by a beast. But this kind of vigilance only lasted for a moment. He sighed deeply and suddenly kept his saber. His celestial aura spread out and forced the surrounding loose immortals to retreat hundreds of meters. Before these people rushed forward again, he straightened his clothes and bowed to Fang Xing without saying a word. Then, he slowly stood up. All right, there's no need to kill anymore. Seeing that the loose immortals beside him were about to rush forward and hack Guan Feixing to death, Fang Xing spoke calmly. When the group of loose immortals heard this, they panted and stopped. They looked around and gradually revealed a joyful expression. It was only now that they realized that all the high and mighty upper immortals were either dead, or had admitted defeat, but they were still alive and well. In other words, they had actually survived this battle that they thought they would definitely die in. Long live Master Di Lu. After a tsunami of joy, a half-brother who had been cheering for the loose immortals who were besieging the exalted immortals for a long time was the first to react. He suddenly cried out loudly and knelt down towards Di Lu. It was only then that the other loose immortals who had survived also reacted and knelt down towards Fang Xing immediately. A large number of them knelt down in the sky. Long live Master Di Lu. Thank you for your protection, Lord Di Lu. All sorts of roars of gratitude rang out, one after another, filling the horizon. Just stand there and don't move. Fang Xing pointed at Lord Xianxia, Guan Feixing. Guan Feixing was so frightened that he shivered slightly and lowered his head deeply. At this moment, Fang Xing slowly swept his gaze across the group of itinerant immortals who were kneeling in midair and thanking him profusely. His gaze couldn't help but turn a little solemn. When they first entered foot of heaven, there were no less than 100,000 itinerant immortals. And now, even though he had protected a large number of them and stopped the endless slaughter, he still couldn't help them survive. They were killing each other, and in the process of surrounding the immortals, they were slaughtered like cabbages. There were really only a few survivors. With one glance, he had a rough idea of the number of people who had survived. There were only about 300 people, only 300 out of 100,000 loose immortals survived. How terrifying was this number? Of course, the higher the ratio, the more precious those who survived were, especially towards the end. The remaining people were even more ferocious and powerful. The Immortal Ascension Assembly would select 3 of them to become immortals, but in reality, the 3 of them were not necessarily the most outstanding among them. That was because the final victory required too much luck. It was possible that there was only a hair's breadth between the final winner and the loser. If one had to talk about the most powerful ones, then the remaining 300 over loose immortals were already the most outstanding ones among the 100,000 loose immortals. They were the cream of the crop. They had even besieged and killed exalted immortals. All sorts of thoughts intertwined in Fang Xing's mind. In the end, he suddenly felt moved when he saw the countless respectful gazes. Should I recruit a group of my own? A successful bandit leader naturally couldn't always be alone. His uncle had long said that a one-legged bandit wouldn't amount to much. A truly powerful bandit would have thousands of subordinates under their command. They could occupy a mountain and act like a king. They could go against the military and even rebel. However, Fang Xing had always been resolute on his path as a bandit. Before, he had always been alone, robbing wherever he could. Even if he had formed an intercepting dhow before, he ultimately left it in Tianyuan and didn't bring it with him. Now that he was in the great immortal realm, he still didn't have any subordinates, but now, as his cultivation continued to increase, he knew that it was time for him to have his own subordinates. In the great immortal realm, the mountains were high and the rivers were deep. It was already somewhat inconvenient for him to move around by himself, and there were many things that he couldn't do to his heart's content. At this moment, he saw that 300 out of 100,000 loose immortals had survived. It could be said that he was appreciative of talent, or that he was just on a whim, or that he had naturally wanted to recruit disciples. In the end, it had touched a chord in his heart, and he had this intention. It had to be said that these 300 or so people were really good seedlings. After all, they had slaughtered their way out of 100,000 loose immortals. Perhaps even an immortal king wouldn't use such cruel methods to select his subordinates, right? Back in Tianyuan, when the great orthodoxies chose their strongest disciples as combat cultivators, the ratio definitely wasn't as high as 300 out of 100,000, whether it was temperament or aptitude, these 300 people were absolutely top-notch. Of course, the most important thing was that these people had already received his kindness, so they were filled with reverence and gratitude. Their foundations were very good. Moreover, the path before them was still an unknown path, and he could decide their fates. From a professional point of view, if Fangxing really wanted to recruit bandits, this was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now that he thought about it, an immortal life wasn't a difficult task for him. If these 300 people all became Futu immortals, at the thought of the chaos that could happen, Fangxing's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. As he thought about this, the corners of Fangxing's mouth curled up into a smile. His heart sank a little, and he took a deep breath. His entire person became calm and gloomy like water, full of the demeanor of a prince. He coldly said to the group of loose immortals, "Very good, all of you are not bad." As soon as they heard him speak, all the loose immortals became silent, and their gazes slowly moved forward. Among them, there was reverence, gratitude, doubt, and even more fear. They didn't know what their fate would be. Meanwhile, Fangxing's gaze swept across the loose immortals, and his domineering aura suddenly increased. His voice was like thunder that spread far and wide. "My sky-severing sect wishes to recruit disciples. Are all of you willing to follow us and roam the 33 heavens to punish evil and promote good?" Snatch the F***ck? Hearing Fangxing's words, the loose immortals were all dumbfounded, and no one made a sound for a long time. Fangxing stood at the top of the cliff and waited for the others to kowtow to him, only to find that the void was silent and no one spoke. Why is this so different from what Big Uncle said about his days in the Jianghu? Fangxing also felt a little embarrassed. Seeing that the loose immortals were still dumbfounded, he continued to explain calmly, "Some of you may know me, but some of you don't, but you should be familiar with my name. My name is Di Lu, and I have been sleeping in the Dragon Realm for 1,000 years. Many things have happened in the past 1,000 years. My former subordinates either betrayed me or died. I want to return to the Red Emperor's bloodline to take back my things, so I need to recruit a new batch of subordinates. You guys are not bad, and I have seen everything just now, so I have decided to pick a few of you to follow me from now on. What do you think? You want to pick people again?" Many of the loose immortals' expressions changed dramatically, and they almost fell into despair. Just now, it was those primordial Unity Supreme Immortals who wanted to pick a few immortals from them, and that was why they had followed Di Lu at all costs to kill those exalted immortals. They did not expect that this Di Lu would do the same thing as those primordial Unity Supreme Immortals, and choose a few subordinates from them. Didn't that mean that except for those who were chosen by him, the others would not escape death? The shock they felt at this moment was really indescribable. "Haha, I'm different from them. They have limited abilities, so they can only pick 3 people, and then help those 3 people kill the others, so that they can become immortals. But I'm not that petty. As long as you are willing to follow me, I can protect your lives, and I will also give each of you a chance to become an immortal. If 1 follows me, 1 becomes an immortal, and 300 follow me, all 300 of you can live." Fangxing saw the fear in the loose immortals' hearts, so he deliberately smiled and said softly, "We don't have to fight anymore? That's great, thank God, thank Lord Di Lu, we finally don't have to risk our lives anymore." There was a mixture of sadness and joy among the 300 or so individual immortals below. They were very lucky to have survived this fierce battle with a primordial Unity Supreme Immortal. However, they were also worried that they would have to kill each other after this battle. After all, the Immortal Ascension Assembly was not over yet, and the Immortal Fate had not appeared yet. According to the rules of the Immortal Ascension Assembly, only 3 of them would survive. If the Imperial Prince didn't say anything and only needed to watch from this side, then they would have to continue fighting until the Immortal Fate appeared. This also meant that the majority of their lives were not guaranteed. However, Fangxing's words today made them feel at ease. Finally, they didn't need to fight with their lives on the line anymore. In this Immortal Ascension gathering, they were prepared to die, and they finally survived to the end. "I'm willing to pledge my loyalty to the Crown Prince, "Long live the Crown Prince," a voice rang out from the top of the cliff, continuously kowtowing to Feng Xing. The other loose immortals didn't dare to hesitate at this time. They all bowed to Feng Xing. Although not everyone was as obsequious as the half-brother on the cliff, they were also eager to express their loyalty. After all, after the disturbance caused by the few exalted immortals, they knew that any hesitation at this time could cause them to be killed. Therefore, it was better to be straightforward. First, they pledged their loyalty and survived. Whether they could become immortals or not was not the most important thing now. But, what about the immortal fate? Yes, it is said that if we don't decide among the three of us, we can't leave foot of heaven. Among the bustling voices of loyalty, there were still people who were hesitant. They were still thinking about the immortal fate and the method to leave. After all, this was a thorn in their hearts. It wasn't easy to get rid of it. From their understanding, only the three who survived the immortal ascension gathering could obtain the immortal fate and leave foot of heaven. Therefore, even though they already respected Feng Xing and had already shown the method to extract the immortal fate, they were still a little worried. After all, rules were rules. They didn't really believe that Feng Xing could fulfill his promise. Of course, Feng Xing understood their thoughts very well. This group of thieves weren't good people, and all of them were ruthless fellows selected from the 100,000 itinerant immortals. There was no lack of sinister and ruthless people among them, and they didn't necessarily rely on strength to survive. Now, due to the current situation, it was impossible for them to not obey him. But perhaps they did have some reverence towards him in their hearts, but if it was speaking of true loyalty, they might not have much sincerity in it. At this moment, if he wanted to subdue them, the only way was to first shock them. "Very well, now that you are all my people, it is time to reward you according to your contributions." As he spoke, he raised his hand lightly, and a sea of blood appeared behind him. The Buddha monsters were all in the sea of blood. Feng Xing raised his hand lightly, and a round fruit appeared in his palm. The fruit was enshrouded with a precious light and overflowed with immortal qi. It was extremely extraordinary, and the eyes of all the loose immortals were fixed on it. Their eyes blazed and shone brightly. They instinctively knew what the fruit was. While holding the immortal fate fruit, Feng Xing's eyes swept over the group of rogue immortals, then he slightly smiled and turned around. Come, come, come. This prince will first bestow you an immortal life." Under the push of his immortal force, the immortal fate slowly floated in the air and drew a beautiful arc. It passed through the crowd and flew towards a cliff not far away. Below, the rogue immortals' heads also followed this immortal fate and turned from one side to the other. Countless people's Adam's apple moved up and down as their hands and feet became itchy. They had to use all of their strength to restrain themselves from snatching it. Finally, the immortal fate stopped in front of one person and floated there without moving. "It is yours." Feng Xing's faint and relaxed voice appeared as if he was casually throwing out a copper coin. All the loose immortals were stunned when they saw this scene, and the one who was the most shocked was the loose immortal on the cliff. It was a seriously injured man with only half of his body left. When the group of Primordial Unity Supreme Immortals intervened in the Immortal Ascension Assembly, he was already on the brink of death and could die at any time. Therefore, he seized every opportunity to survive. When the Primordial Unity Supreme Immortals were besieging them, he did not dare to approach them. He only cheered as if he had been injected with chicken blood. In his heart, he had never thought that something good would befall him. It was the greatest fortune to be able to survive in this cruel foot of heaven, or even to live a little longer. Therefore, when he saw the immortal fate floating in front of him, he was completely dumbfounded. Life was full of ups and downs, it was just too exciting. When the immortal life was given away, both the half-brother and the other loose immortals were stunned. It could be said that if Feng Xing had given away an immortal life, it wouldn't have caused such a huge reaction. Firstly, this group of people had indeed helped him, and he had immortal lives on hand, so it was understandable for him to give away one or two. After all, whether it was to win over the hearts of the people or to reward the loose immortals for their contributions, it was all reasonable. However, no one thought that Feng Xing, or rather, the emperor in their hearts, would actually give an immortal life to the half-brother who had been cheering for him all this while. Based on what? In terms of contributions, that bastard didn't even do anything. With his appearance, he would have died the moment he made a move. In terms of loyalty, that half-brother was indeed very loyal, but the key was that he was loyal to everyone. all of a sudden, everyone couldn't figure out what this imperial prince was thinking. However, they were certain of one thing: this imperial prince was truly generous. Even that useless fence-sitter, Brother Banji, was able to obtain an immortal fate. They suddenly felt that they were very close to obtaining an immortal fate, almost as if they could obtain it with just a wave of their hand. If he can get an immortal life, then I should directly get 2 immortal lives, right? In an instant, the group of loose immortals exploded with voices, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. Oh my god, half-brother, on the other hand, took a few breaths of time to confirm that this big piece of meat had really fallen on his head. His mouth suddenly opened wide, and he burst into tears. He knelt on the ground with a face full of snot and tears, and crazily kowtowed towards Fang Xing. Compared to the hysterical cheering just now in an attempt to win Fang Xing's favor, this time, there was a bit more sincerity in his crying. He hoarsely shouted, "I'm willing to go through water and tread on fire for the emperor, haha, now these guys should believe that I'm very generous with immortal lives, right?" Fang Xing felt a little proud in his heart, but he pretended to be calm and nodded. His face was still expressionless, and he did not say much in the face of Brother Banji's deep gratitude. He only said lightly, "If you work hard for me, I will naturally not treat you unfairly." Having said that, he swept his gaze around and waved his hand. The strange pagoda behind him sensed his intent and immediately swayed its leaves. The sea of blood churned and 4 or 5 immortal fruits grew out. In the eyes of the loose immortals, all of this was like the miraculous creation. All of them were pleasantly surprised, and their expressions changed. Some of them were so excited that they directly knelt on the ground and sincerely kowtowed. It was unknown whether they were kowtowing to Fang Xing or to the strange pagoda tree. This imperial prince has obtained a heaven-shaking secret. Obtaining an immortal life is as easy as flipping my hand, so it is naturally not a problem for me to give it to you. However, we were working together earlier. You guys protected your lives while I defended against the enemy. In the end, we don't owe each other much. If you want an immortal life, then you will have to start from the beginning. As I said earlier, I need people to work for me. If you trust me, then you will have to swear loyalty to me. Not just an immortal life, I, the great imperial prince, will make all of you leap out of the dragon pool and have a meteoric rise. Fang Xing's voice slowly spread across the entire foot of heaven. However, this imperial prince will say this. Since you have sworn loyalty to me, you must be absolutely loyal. Don't try to play tricks on me. No matter how many immortal lives I have, I won't waste them. I have already asked all of you earlier, so let's confirm it now. If anyone is willing to swear loyalty to me, then leave a soul imprint. If not, then don't make it difficult. Seeing as how we fought together earlier, I will let all of you leave foot of heaven. However, don't even think about an immortal life. As he spoke, Fang Xing suddenly raised his hand and a ball of light surged out from his sleeve. This was a ball of origin source that he had taken out from his mental world. It transformed into a thin scroll in his palm. Then, Fang Xing raised his hand and the scroll flew into the air. It unfurled endlessly and stretched across the horizon like a great river. This was a technique he had comprehended after cultivating the 9th scripture of the sovereign. He used the origin source of heaven and earth to form a scroll. As long as one left their name on it, they could imprint their soul and it would be difficult to betray them. The register of the sovereign that he had obtained previously had this ability. However, Fang Xing had long since thrown it away. Now, he had casually refined another scroll. Although it was roughly the same as the register of the sovereign, the name had changed. In the past, it was the register of the sovereign orthodoxy, but now it was the register of the Jia sect. When the group of rogue immortals saw this scroll, their expressions changed slightly. Just as Fang Xing had expected, many of them naturally did not wholeheartedly pledge their allegiance. They only wanted to preserve their lives for the time being. However, they did not expect this imperial prince to be so cautious that he had created this register of the sovereign. This gave them a headache. If they really left their soul imprints on the scroll, it would mean that they did not wholeheartedly pledge their allegiance. They had no other choice. If they did not pledge their allegiance, they would never be able to obtain an immortal's life. This made them feel conflicted. I'll do it. While the others were conflicted, the Banji brother did not hesitate at all. He was the first to shout. He leaped high into the air and firmly imprinted his soul imprint on the scroll. At this moment, his loyalty could be seen. As he left his soul imprint, he shouted, "Fellow Taoists, this is Lord Di Lu. You may not know him, but I know him. He was a genius of the Red Sovereign's bloodline 1,000 years ago. He has been nurtured by the Red Sovereign for a long time. He has a bright future ahead of him. He should be the leader of the Imperial Princes. Damn it, don't we know who he is? This flatterer is too talkative." Some people cursed silently. However, many of them knew about Di Lu's current awkward situation. Back then, he was indeed the acknowledged successor of Red Emperor, but after all, the world was different now. Dishi had become the crown prince of Red Emperor, and the foundation that Di Lu had built up over 1,000 years ago had already disappeared. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to recruit subordinates here anymore. Now, it would be extremely difficult for him to take back what he had lost over 1,000 years ago. If these people followed him, it wouldn't be good or bad for them in the long run. Sigh, since we have to pledge our allegiance when we go out, we might as well take this opportunity to pledge our allegiance to the Imperial Prince. Some people sighed inwardly and made up their minds. They flew into the air and left behind their divine soul imprints. These people had their own plans. It was obvious that the immortal fates of Foot of Heaven belonged to Lord Di Lu. If they wanted to obtain the immortal fates, they had to pledge their allegiance to him. Even if they obtained the immortal fates, they would still need to find someone to pledge their allegiance to after they left. Instead of looking for other perfected golden immortals, they might as well pledge their allegiance to this imperial prince right now. Their status would be higher. To put it bluntly, the immortal fates were the foundation of everything. They had no other way to obtain the immortal fates. In a sense, this imperial prince had saved their lives several times by protecting them from the beginning and killing the exalted immortals just now. Even though he had put it nicely and asked Xianxia to pledge his allegiance to him willingly, if they failed to appreciate his kindness, they would not be able to do anything if the imperial prince wanted to kill them. This imperial prince's reputation was not good in the past. To put it bluntly, people's hearts were numb, especially the itinerant immortals who had slaughtered their way out of the crowd. It was impossible for them not to have any ulterior motives. However, Fang Xing's words sounded generous, but in fact, he did not give them any other choice. "From now on, I pledge my allegiance to the Imperial Prince and am willing to go through fire and water for Lord Di Lu. I am grateful for the Imperial Prince's kindness and have long decided to pledge my allegiance to you. Your Royal Highness, I am willing to sell my life to you. I only hope that I can follow you and make a name for myself." For a time, more and more people walked out and left their divine soul imprints in the air. Some left their divine soul imprints in a confident manner, some left their divine soul imprints in a determined manner, and some left their divine soul imprints in a hesitant manner. However, as more and more people left their divine soul imprints in the air, the remaining people seemed to feel some invisible pressure and had no choice but to follow suit and leave their divine soul imprints. At this time, no one mentioned the immortal fates. "Very well, this group of murderous beings has really benefited me." Fang Xing looked at the increasing number of names on the scroll, and he felt a surge of joy in his heart. Then, without batting an eyelid, he sent a strand of his divine sense into the realm of knowledge. In the next moment, the silhouette formed by his divine sense had already appeared in front of everyone who was cultivating in his realm of knowledge. Kanglinsi's eldest Princess Ao Zhen, third Prince Ao Lai, as well as Lu So and Mr. Wen, who were now close friends with Fang Xing, the happy toad that followed the great void baby, and the followers that he had taken in when he was in the immortal realm, all of them were summoned. "Io, you guys are living a comfortable life, but I'm working myself to death outside." As soon as they met, Fang Xing began to complain. "You were the one who didn't let us go out with you because you thought it would be too troublesome to bring along a burden." Zhu Xiao, who was cultivating in the realm of knowledge, was surprised and happy to see Fang Xing return. Speaking of which, they felt that they had not seen Fang Xing for a long time. Although it was only for a moment that he returned to the realm of knowledge, he never remembered to come back unless something happened. They had no choice but to cultivate in the realm of knowledge and study the hidden heavenly book left behind by the immortal King Taishu. Their strength had increased a lot, but they knew almost nothing about the outside world. They felt that they had almost been forgotten by Fang Xing. "Haha, I didn't let you guys go out in the past because I was afraid that you would give yourself away and be bullied by others." Fang Xing said proudly with a straight face, but now, I'm not afraid. All of you can go out, everyone has an immortal life. Immortal life? When everyone heard this name, they were all stunned. No one spoke for a long time, they understood the value of an immortal life. Back then, they had fought with the nine-headed bug for this thing. They also knew that the biggest reason Fang Xing entered the 33 skies this time was to find this immortal life. Initially, when they saw Fang Xing, they were planning to ask him if he had succeeded or not. Who would have thought that he would give them such a great surprise? Not only did he get an immortal fate, he even got quite a few of them, and was asking for one each. The shock was so great that Zhu Xiu was momentarily speechless. Ayaya, I knew there was nothing our master couldn't do. On the other hand, the group of fat pig disciples all felt that it was a matter of course, and they gathered around excitedly. But Fang Xing unceremoniously kicked them away. These bastards were all piled up with resources and didn't cultivate diligently. The highest among them was only Gold Core Realm, they hadn't even touched the edge of Yuanying. Although an immortal life was a good thing, it was not something they could touch. They couldn't just feed it like pig feed, right? Come, wife, brother-in-law, I'll give these two to you first. After kicking the fat pig disciples away, Fang Xing looked at Dragon Lady and Ao Lai with a smile. The number of immortal lives was limited. Although he had gained a lot this time, it was impossible for him to give one to each of the 300 loose immortals outside. He had to take care of the group of people in the realm of consciousness first. After all, in terms of closeness, trust, and even some countermeasures, these people were not comparable to the 300 loose immortals he had just recruited. Fang Xing also understood that if he really wanted to refine the 300 loose immortals into his immortal soldiers, he might not have the patience to do so. He had to ask Lu So, Mr. Wen, and the 10 generals for help. This time, after killing Shinta Taisui, Feng Junyu Chia, and immortal monarch Chong Shuang, 3 grand unity immortals, and 1 powerful celestial being, only 300 of the 100,000 loose immortals survived. From this ratio, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the 100,000 loose immortals were completely annihilated. For Foot of Heaven, this blood sacrifice was already very rich. At least 30 immortal lives would be born. Of course, it was impossible for Fang Xing to take all of these immortal lives. The reason why Foot of Heavens was able to survive after being suppressed here was because of the immortal lives. If all of them were taken, Foot of Heavens would wither with time until it completely disappeared, eventually turning into the countless dead stars in the sky. Therefore, roughly 10 immortal lives would be born in every 1,000 immortal ascension ceremonies. However, only 3 immortal lives would be rewarded in the end, leaving 7 for Foot of Heaven's will. Fang Xing didn't plan to take Foot of Heaven's will's life, so he planned to leave a few for it. In the end, the number of immortal lives he could use was only about 27, of course, for now, it was enough for the time being. The first 2 immortal lives were naturally given to Dragon Lady and Ao Lai. One was his first wife, while the other was his brother-in-law. It was only right and proper for them to be given first, so no one would object. He then took out another 3 immortal lives and gave them to Lu So. One of them was for Lu So, while the other 2 were given to him. He would give them to Mr. Wen and the Joy Toad when he felt that they were reliable. After all, those 2 fellas had followed Fang Xing by chance, so they didn't really trust him. After distributing the immortal lives, he took out another 10 immortal lives and prepared to give them to the 10 Tao discussers who had followed Fang Xing in the immortal mirror. These 10 people were attracted by the immortal realm created by the Great Void Baby. Their strength was mixed, but because they had cultivated the 3 tones of arcane in the Great Void immortal mirror, their Tao hearts were disturbed and they were addicted to Tao. They had always respected Fang Xing. Their loyalty was extremely reliable. Of course, immortal lives could be given to them, but it also led to another problem, whether their Tao hearts were clear or not. In terms of Tao hearts, except for Fang Xing, Lu So, Ao Lai, and even the first Princess Ao Zhen, none of them had a Tao heart. In other words, among those who came from Tian Yuan along the immortal path of the dragon tribe, only Fang Xing and the 9-headed bug had a firm and clear Tao heart. As for the others, Lu So and Ao Lai had a flawed Tao heart and were once enchanted by the 3 tones of arcane. The Dragon Lady had never come into contact with the Tao heart. The 10 Tao protectors were simply confused. Even so, they could still obtain the immortal lives, but there would be a huge flaw in their cultivation foundation. They gathered together and discussed for a while, and came to a conclusion. They could still become immortals, but after that, it would be difficult for their cultivation to improve. When they tried to cultivate to the primordial unity realm or even the zenith heaven realm in the future, it would be even more dangerous, unless, before they refined the immortal lives, they had to first find their Tao hearts. Otherwise, the higher the cultivation, the more difficult it would be for their Tao hearts to be clear. In the face of this problem, different people would have different choices and concerns. Everyone has their own destiny. In this period of time, I have been cultivating in brother-in-law's realm of consciousness, and I have comprehended many things. In the past, I was blessed by the heavens, and brother-in-law gave me the great opportunity of the thunder pool of creation, but my temperament was far from being tempered. Even on the long road to immortality, it was all thanks to brother-in-law's care. I have many willful actions, but they are not beneficial to my own cultivation. Now, brother-in-law has directly given me an immortal life. If I accept it, I'm afraid I'll become a good-for-nothing sooner or later. The first to stand up was Kanglinsi's third crown prince, Ao Lai. His gaze swept across Feng Xing and Dragon Lady, and he smiled calmly, but his tone left no room for doubt. So, brother-in-law, I will keep the immortal life you gave me, but I won't become an immortal immediately. I want to go out and temper myself. Coincidentally, brother-in-law has news from immortal monarch Xianxia. It's said that there are still some members of the dragon clan in the 6 demon heavens who are in a difficult situation. I plan to go and take a look at the situation there and help them. It can also be considered as training myself through such an environment. When you see me again, I believe it will be my turn to protect the two of you. About that, Feng Xing was slightly hesitant, and he muttered to himself. But with your current strength, Dragon Lady was clearly a little worried as well, and she looked hesitant. Sister, brother-in-law, I'm a true dragon. I can't always be reared like a pig by you, right? Third Crown Prince Ao Lai smiled and raised his head. Although he was joking, his expression was very serious. What's wrong with being reared like a pig? It'll eat well, sleep well, and it'll be easy for you to cultivate. When the group of fat pig disciples heard this, they were immediately unhappy, and they glared at Ao Lai in unison. All right, go ahead. When Feng Xing heard this, he only pondered for a moment before he agreed readily. Based on his nature, he naturally hoped that Ao Lai would follow him. It didn't matter if he was reared like a pig, as long as nothing bad happened to him. But from the perspective of an elder, he knew that Ao Lai's approach was also right. He really needed some real training. If one were to say that Ao Lai's childhood life had been too tragic, then his current life was undoubtedly too smooth. Feng Xing's care had allowed him to face almost no risks, and his cultivation had soared to his current realm. He could even directly become an immortal. However, his cultivation had improved, but his state of mind had not improved at all. Back then, with the potential of a true dragon, his mind had been bewitched by the 3 tones of the heavenly king left behind by the Tai Su immortal king, and he had lost his Tao heart. From this, it could be seen that he was already greatly lacking in the path of the mind, but now, he was willing to train himself. It would be very beneficial to his cultivation and even his state of mind. Of course, there were risks, but if there were no risks, how could it be called training? Sigh, you have to be more careful. Seeing that Feng Xing had made up his mind, Dragon Lady could only sigh and agree, even though she was reluctant. After all, she was also a true dragon, and she was proud and arrogant. How could she not understand that her brother's choice was truly the right one? If you want to go, then go. I will give you all the treasures, but on one condition. Feng Xing thought for a while, and then said with an unusually serious expression. What condition? Ao Lai was slightly stunned, and asked seriously. But Feng Xing suddenly smiled, and pointed to the group of fat disciples. Bring this group of pigs along, they are all ridiculously lazy. Ah? The group of fat disciples who were gloating at Ao Lai were completely dumbfounded, and could not react for a long time. Oh, Ao Lai also smiled, and glanced at the group of pigs with evil intentions. When necessary, can there be casualties? Feng Xing's answer was unusually straightforward. Just don't all die. Everyone had their own fate. After all, Ao Lai had the bloodline of the true dragon and was proud and arrogant. He didn't want to be protected by Feng Xing all the time and was willing to take the risk to train himself. However, others didn't have the same determination. Lu So decided to stay by Fang Xing's side and help him control the immortal armaments. However, he didn't give up on the hope of finding a clear Dao heart and only planned to cultivate and comprehend at the same time. The Joy Toad was a demon and didn't have that kind of foresight and common sense. Like Mr. Wen, it was already a great thing to be able to obtain the immortal fate and become a longevity immortal. It didn't take the matter of a clear Dao heart into consideration and was willing to stay by Fang Xing's side to help him refine weapons and formations. As for the Dragon Lady, her cultivation was still shallow and she hadn't even passed the 9 tribulations. She still had a long way to go. Although Fang Xing had given her the immortal fate, she wasn't in a hurry to become an immortal. She planned to cultivate until she reached the peak of the itinerant immortal realm. As for the 10 Dao seekers who followed Fang Xing in the immortal realm, they didn't want to think too much and wanted to become immortals. To them, they didn't want to think about the matter of a clear Dao heart. They only wanted to follow Fang Xing since everyone has made their own decision. Let's go out together. Previously, I was worried that my identity would be easily exposed when I appeared in the 33 heavens. But now, with the killing in the Buddha heaven realm, I can show my face in public and don't have to worry about being exposed. Fang Xing stood up and said with a carefree heart after deciding on his grand plan. Now, he could really bring these people out without worrying about their identities being exposed. After all, there were too many impostors in the Buddha heaven after the death of 100,000 itinerant immortals in a short period of time. Moreover, no one would have the time to check if he brought these 300 immortal armaments out. Although Lu So and the others had mysterious origins, they were coincidentally covered up by them. Even if they showed their real names, it would be hard to arouse suspicion. What about your cultivation? Before leaving the knowledge realm, the Dragon Lady worriedly asked. Now that Fang Xing had so many immortal lives, he should be able to replenish his lifespan and return to his physical body. However, she noticed that he had no intention of returning to his physical body and was still planning to pretend to be a monarch flow. She couldn't help but feel a little suspicious, afraid that there was something strange about this that she didn't understand. I can't retrieve my physical body for the time being. This matter is complicated. Let's talk about it later. Fang Xing didn't answer this question. He chuckled and took the lead to leave the knowledge realm. Now, the surviving 330 itinerant immortals in the Buddha heaven had all left their names on Fang Xing's scroll. From now on, the matter of life and death was in the hands of Fang Xing. They were also looking forward to whether they could obtain the immortal lives. However, they didn't notice that the sky was suddenly covered by a bloody mist and no one could be seen. Then, there were several more people among them. Leave a mark on your divine soul, and the heavenly fate will return. From now on, all of you are the immortal soldiers of the intercepting Tao. Those who have made contributions will be rewarded, and those who have made mistakes will be killed. Fang Xing stood on the cliff and shouted coldly. His voice traveled thousands of miles. He opened his hand, and the scroll in the air flew back to him and landed in his hand. He looked at them one by one, then his face turned serious and he said seriously, there are suddenly more than 300 people, so it's time to set some rules. We can't all be nameless. Old Lu, let's start with you. Today, I formally invite you to join the intercepting Tao and be my second chief steward. This is something that will bring glory to your ancestors. Will you do it? Lu So didn't expect him to be so serious. He choked and asked subconsciously, who's the chief steward? It's a rock, in my hometown. Fang Xing was a little impatient. He joined the sect earlier than you. You can't mess up the seniority. I always feel that this is not something that will bring glory to my ancestors. Lu So didn't expect that he would be one generation lower than Fang Xing when he was invited. He was speechless, but what else could he say? He had already obtained the immortal lives, and his biggest wish in this life had come true. He couldn't cut off the karma between him and Fang Xing. Moreover, he knew that Fang Xing invited him because he really trusted him. He waved his sleeves and walked forward. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, sect leader." "Haha, you're welcome." Fang Xing left his name on the scroll, and then looked at Mr. Wen and the Happy Toad. "Why don't you two also become elders?" His tone sounded suspicious, but Mr. Wen and the Happy Toad didn't dare to complain or ask questions like Lu South. They hurriedly stood out from the crowd, cupped their hands and said, "We're indebted to sect leader's kindness." We dare not disobey and will do our best to serve you. Fangxing also left their names on the scroll, and then looked at the 10 people who had followed him since he was in the celestial mirror. These 10 people had decided to serve him, and they had known him for a long time. In terms of trust, these 10 people were more reliable than these 300 individual immortals. It was necessary to give them a title. After thinking for a while, Fangxing gave them the title of protector and asked them to follow him. Come on, third brother, I can't forget you. Let's decide before you leave. You're my brother-in-law, so you're inseparable from the intercepting Dao. Today, I, your brother-in-law, officially invite you to join the intercepting Dao and take the 5th seat. What do you think? After assigning the others, Fangxing looked at Aolai seriously and said with a smile. Only the 5th? Aolai's expression was even more unsightly than Luso's. He naturally knew that Fangxing would not leave him behind. Now that he heard that his position was the head of the top seat, even though the title was neither fish nor fowl, he knew the significance of this position. He was very satisfied. However, he was rather displeased to hear that he was only ranked 5th. He felt that with his relationship, he should be ranked 2nd no matter what. The first 4 are already taken. You can make do with them. Fangxing glared at him, but he was not willing to let him go. All right then. After being pushed by the dragon lady, Aolai could only step forward and admit that he was the 5th. After that, it's your turn. After assigning his own people, Fangxing looked at the 300-odd immortal soldiers below and said directly, I know that all of you are waiting for the immortal lives. Let's cut the crap. I have plenty of immortal lives, but I can't satisfy all 300 of you at once. This time I'll give you 3 lives and make you immortal generals. The rest of you don't have to feel regretful. There will be many benefits if you follow me. After saying that, he pointed out 3 people from the crowd. He had an impression of these 3 people. One was the Banji brother, another was the bravest when they surrounded and killed the exalted immortals, and the last one was the most powerful one that Fangxing noticed. These 3 people were naturally grateful to be chosen as immortal generals, especially the other 2, who were anxious to express their gratitude. The Banji brother had already given his immortal life to these 2 people, and everything would be fine. As for those who did not get the immortal life, even though they were a little unhappy, they had no other choice. To a certain extent, they were already very lucky to be able to survive in foot to heaven. Moreover, their spiritual imprints were already on Fangxing's list. They had no other choice. Haha, the intercepting Dao has gained another 300 generals. Congratulations, of course, we have to hold a big feast. Fangxing loved to eat and drink to his heart's content. Now that the immortal feasts had been decided, he took out wine, meat, and spirit fruits from his realm of consciousness and invited everyone to enjoy them. Because this immortal feast would take place after the immortal life was given, Lu So and the rest specially named it the Immortal Life Feast. Fangxing found it interesting, so he took out another immortal life and let everyone drink to their heart's content. They could not refine it with magic power. In the end, the one who could drink the most would get an immortal life. This really shocked the itinerant immortals, and they felt that this sect master was really taking things too lightly. However, with an immortal life right in front of them, who wouldn't want it? One by one, they immediately rolled up their sleeves and prepared to drink. The atmosphere immediately became lively. Should I call you your Royal Highness, or Sect Master? While they were drinking, Guanfeixing, the sect master of Xianxia, came to Fangxing's side and asked in a low voice with a bitter smile. Just call me Sect Master. When you call me your Royal Highness, it always feels like you're addressing someone else. Fangxing thought about it seriously and answered with a smile. Sect Master, why haven't you killed me yet? Guanfeixing readily accepted this form of address and asked calmly. I haven't figured it out yet, so of course, I can't kill you in such a hurry. Sect Master, you want to ask about the little girl, right? Guanfeixing had obviously figured out Fangxing's purpose. This time, he came to tell him everything. Fangxing clapped his hands. Say it. Guanfeixing was stunned. He smiled bitterly and answered seriously, she's not an ordinary person. Seeing that Fangxing frowned, he knew that he was a little impatient, so he hurriedly said, Sect Master, don't be impatient. Listen to me slowly. In fact, it's hard for me to tell who the little girl is. Unlike what others have guessed, she's not the daughter of immortal King Xianxia, nor is she his reincarnation. In fact, she should be regarded as a messenger left by immortal King Xianxia. Messenger? This time, Fangxing was really stunned. He put down the wine jar that he had brought to his mouth. I dare not hide anything from you. Guan Feixing said seriously, the chaos of the 33 heavens has arrived. Immortal kings are fighting each other and sometimes they fall. Even my master, immortal King Xianxia, was defeated by the Scarlet Emperor and his true body perished. But before he died, he released a divine thought and passed on a message to my old subordinates. He said that he had already passed a peerless secret to the little girl who passed by 100,000 miles away from where he died. He also gave her his most cherished zither. Among all the old subordinates of Xianxia, whoever can find this girl and escort her to our ancestral land, Tianyuan, can obtain the zither and the land of inheritance she left behind. They can also use the zither to inherit immortal King Xianxia's authority. All the old subordinates of Xianxia must worship the zither master as their leader. No wonder you always wanted to snatch the zither. Fangxing frowned and then asked, what is the secret of that girl? I don't know. To be honest, I'm not interested. Guan Feixing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Before immortal King Xianxia died, he sent us a message. It was very vague. He only said that the secret is related to a certain plan of Tianyuan's ancestral land. He said that we must send the girl back to the ancestral land before we can get the zither. But to be honest, that is too far away and too dangerous. No one wants to send her back. We only care about Xianxia's authority. What kind of secret did the little girl have? Did immortal King Xianxia want to use his authority and inheritance as a reward to force someone to send her back to the ancestral land of Tianyuan? Originally, Fangxing thought that he would be able to figure out the secret of the little blind girl after he interrogated Guan Feixing, but he didn't expect that after he interrogated Guan Feixing, the doubts in his heart became even stronger. He had once examined the little girl's sea of consciousness and knew that there was indeed a powerful seal in her sea of consciousness. It seemed that immortal King Xianxia had left a secret on her body. However, at this moment, there were still many doubts in Fangxing's heart that he couldn't clear up. If she was just a little girl that was unintentionally chosen by immortal King Xianxia, why did she possess the bloodline of an immortal king? Was it because the seal in her sea of consciousness had changed her bloodline, or was it because her identity was unusual in the first place? As for Guan Feixing and the others, although they had obtained the last will of immortal King Green Evil, they did not intend to accept this task. Guan Feixing's zither was related to immortal King Green Evil's inheritance and authority, so they did not care about sending the little blind girl back to the ancestors' land. However, Fangxing was different. He knew the importance of Green Evil's last will. In my opinion, you have underestimated immortal King Xianxia. After thinking for a while, he suddenly sneered and waved his sleeve. A zither appeared on the ground. It was the same zither that the little blind girl had willingly given to him in order to save the people in the tribe. He pointed at the zither and sneered, immortal King Xianxia must have known about your character and set up a backup plan. Do you think that you can obtain her inheritance and authority effortlessly after obtaining this zither? Haha, it seems that this zither is just an ordinary thing that has obscured the light of the treasure. I believe that only after you have fulfilled her last wish and sent the little girl to the ancestral land of Tianyuan will some opportunity be triggered. It's really in your hands. Guan Feixing's eyes widened as he stared at the zither. But after a long time, his eyes dimmed, and he said with a wry smile, you're right. Whether it's me or the great elders who are hiding now, we've all underestimated the immortal king. The immortal realm is unjust, and immortal King Xianxia probably already expected that we wouldn't honor her will. Moreover, turning mortals into treasures, and treasures into mortals, this is indeed the divine sense that she's best at. Before I find the little girl, I won't kill you, but you better not try to escape either. Fangxing put away his zither, stood up, and slashed at Guan Feixing with his sword. A ball of light was pulled out of Guan Feixing's body by the strange Buddha tree. Guan Feixing did not move during this process, as if he had expected this outcome and was not surprised at all. Then, Fangxing flipped his hand and took Guan Feixing into his realm of consciousness. Then, he calmed down and pondered. It seemed that he really needed to go to the heaven realm of Qingxian again, and it was not just to get the little blind girl back. More importantly, he had to kill Qing Luo. Even if all of Qing Luo's reactions were for the sake of his identity as an emperor streamer, he was not satisfied. He turned around and saw that the itinerant immortals were drinking happily. He smiled, turned around, and stepped into the land of Terminus. Above the Blood Sea, the strange Buddha tree stood quietly, its branches and leaves swaying around in boredom. It looked like a ferocious tree demon. When it saw Fangxing walking over on the Blood Sea, it immediately lowered its docile branches and said with a smile, "Respected master of the way of interception, are you planning to leave? I will open the passageway between heaven and earth for you to leave. How many immortal lives are you going to take?" Fangxing looked at it with a gloomy face. After a while, he said, "What are you going to do with that thing?" "I don't need it for my cultivation." The strange Buddha tree was stunned, and it quickly said in a flattering tone, "You can use it for other things even if you don't need it. Immortal lives are good stuff, they can cure diseases and prolong life. If you shatter it, you can temporarily give others an abnormally powerful strength. You did that just now, but to me, there seems to be something better than immortal lives here, right?" Fangxing chuckled. The way he looked at the strange Buddha tree was a little strange. The strange Buddha tree hesitated, and its branches and leaves trembled as if it was in extreme fear. "Back then, when the Supreme Path sealed you here, it seemed like it was to be used as an experimental subject, but I'm afraid there was a deeper meaning behind it. That is, it was left for a remnant disciple of the Supreme Path like me. To put it bluntly, they might have also expected that once a remnant disciple of the Supreme Path enters the 33 heavens, there might not be a suitable starting point immediately, so they specifically kept you here, to be a great pill?" At the mention of the word big pill, Fangxing's smile became even stranger. He bit his lower lip with a slightly cruel expression. Meanwhile, the strange Buddha tree was so frightened that it seemed to have shrunk by half a foot. The sea of blood around it surged with silent waves, and the world was filled with killing intent. "If I devour you, how much will I improve?" Fangxing stared at it and suddenly said, "Will I be able to break 18 lives at once, or 36? I'm afraid I'll be able to match the perfected golden immortal realm, right?" Haha, the cultivation method of the Taishang path is truly ruthless and ruthless. They've researched out a final path of death, but in the process of rushing towards this final path of death, it's really easy and convenient to cultivate. You said that as long as I kept the secret, you wouldn't eat me." The strange Buddha tree finally couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted, "And I was very obedient just now, I did everything I could to help you." Haha, at this point, Fangxing couldn't help but burst into laughter. "If I really wanted to eat you, why would I talk so much to you?" You won't eat me." The strange Buddha tree was drenched in cold sweat as it asked guiltily. "I can guess that in the Supreme Taoism Orthodoxy's plan, your existence is indeed only for this one purpose. However, I don't plan to follow their plan completely. What they want me to eat, I won't eat. After all, if I eat you, even though my cultivation base will soar, I'm afraid that it will immediately alert those powerful fellows. I'll have no choice but to completely walk on the path that the Supreme Taoism has arranged for me. There's no way back at all. The feeling of being used as a chess piece is really not a good one." Yes, you must not be a chess piece." The strange Buddha tree, who was already extremely guilty, was overjoyed and hurriedly echoed. "Of course, more importantly, you really have to thank the Supreme Path for turning you into a living being." Fangxing raised his chin and said coldly. "Thank them?" The strange Buddha tree was shocked and cursed angrily. "I can't wait to dig up their ancestral graves. After all, they suppressed you here, but turned you into something that can talk, shout, and have emotions like a living creature. Therefore, in my eyes, you are at least a living creature. I really don't like to eat things that can talk, but if you are still the heartless and heartless will of heaven and earth, then I can't say for sure. In my eyes, they are all dead things and can be eaten." Fangxing revealed his white teeth and chuckled, which made the strange Buddha tree feel a little lucky. "Isn't there a part of it in your skeleton palace?" It wasn't confident, so it couldn't help but whisper, "Eat them. Eat them, and the ones that were taken from me before. I can sense where they are. I've been torn apart anyway, so I don't feel bad for them. You can eat them, that's worth considering." Fangxing chuckled and nodded, indicating that the strange Buddha tree could hand over the whereabouts of those things to him. The strange Buddha tree wanted to preserve its life and gave everything to him. Then, Fangxing pondered for a moment and said, "Help me build a teleportation channel. I do need an immortal life, so I need you to help me convert it. However, I can't always bring people to foot of heaven to kill. I believe you have the ability to do so. Build a teleportation channel. This is not a problem." The strange Buddha tree shook its leaves and a branch flew into Fangxing's hand. The strange Buddha tree smiled and said, "Just plant it in your pocket dimension and it won't be sensed by any other heaven's will. As long as you offer me your flesh, I can give birth to an immortal life for you. However, there is one thing we can talk about. I can't just help you refine an immortal life, right? Can you leave some for me? I'll allow you to enjoy 30% of the offerings." Fangxing looked at the branch and casually tossed it into the skeleton divine palace. He said straightforwardly. Good, good." The strange Buddha tree was ecstatic after hearing this. It didn't expect for Fangxing to be so generous. With everything settled, the strange Buddha tree was about to send Fangxing off with a blooming smile. However, Fangxing was a little hesitant with a heavy heart. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, My cultivation, what will be the consequences?" The strange Buddha tree was stunned for a moment before smiling wryly. "Do you see my foot to heaven?" Fangxing pondered and nodded. The strange Buddha tree whispered, "If you persist in your cultivation, the consequences will be even more severe. The world will wither and the end of the law will come." He paused for a moment before sighing. "You should have heard that even immortal monarchs won't easily give their children immortal lives, right? They would rather bestow them to outsiders, then subdue them and take them in as subordinates than let their own bloodline descendants have too many immortal lives. An immortal life is the favor of the heavens' will, a great karma, a great fate. One bloodline, one life. Because of this, if there are too many immortal lives in the same bloodline, the cultivation of the immortals will be affected. Even immortal monarchs are no exception. And your path of cultivation is to sever fate." He paused for a moment before continuing in a cold tone. "But during this process, you will take away everyone's fate. Father, why have you returned so early?" Just as Fangxing was leading the Tao-severing immortals to the banquet at foot of heaven, a tall, burly middle-aged man slowly descended from Xianxia city. He was wearing a purple robe that seemed to be embroidered with golden threads. It was as if rays of golden light would flow through the seams of his purple robe at any time. Beneath him was a demon bull with red fur. Its eyes were cold, and it had a ferocity that even wild beasts could not compare to. When this middle-aged man descended, all the immortal soldiers and immortal soldiers in the huge upper Xian city bowed down to welcome him. Fairy Qing Luo knelt on the altar at the city gate, and the 3 elders of upper Xian city knelt behind her. In the vast azure mysterious heaven realm, there was no one else who deserved such a respectful welcome. It was one of the elders under the Red Emperor, the Azure Xian domain lord who had fought everywhere and made great contributions, Qingyue Xian, the Daluo golden immortal who ruled over the Qingxian heaven. "The matter in Great Scarlet Heaven has been settled, so I naturally came back to see what good things you have done." Qingyue Xian did not show his emotions. He coldly swept his gaze across Fairy Qing Luo and the 3 elders, who were kneeling in front of him. Then, he ignored everyone else and stepped into the Qingxian mansion, sitting cross-legged in the main hall. Fairy Qing Luo and the 3 elders who were outside were stunned. They looked at each other and felt a little guilty. Fairy Qing Luo was the calmest. After pondering for less than a breath of time, she calmly stood up and said to the 3 elders, "Remove the ceremonial tent. Father must be tired." After saying that, she tidied up her dress and slowly stood up. The maidservant next to her presented a precious pill that she had personally refined. She held it in her hands and flew down the mansion. The ribbons fluttered in the air, like countless celestial rainbows. "Father, you must be tired from your long journey. Luo personally refined a treasure pill, please father." Before entering the main hall, Fairy Qing Luo restrained some emotions, then gently walked in with a face full of smiles. At this moment, she really looked like a well-behaved and adorable little girl. However, the Azure Xian domain lord clearly didn't care about the father and daughter's tender feelings. He looked up coldly and asked, "Where is he?" Fairy Qing Luo's expression froze slightly, but she said calmly, "Father is asking about His Highness Di Lu?" The Azure Mystic Domain Lord's voice suddenly became several times louder. At the same time, his fingertips moved, and a barrier that isolated all prying eyes appeared out of thin air, completely sealing the palace. At the same time, his expression became extremely cold and ruthless. What are you still trying to hide at this point? Do you know how chaotic Great Scarlet Sky is after the news that Di Lu is still alive spread from Upper Profound City? Do I still need to tell you the importance of this child's identity? If it wasn't because his news came too suddenly, how could I have hurried back from Great Scarlet Sky before the Immortal Ascension Assembly had even ended? Our daughter didn't want to hide this news. Fairy Qing Luo seemed a little aggrieved. After a few moments of silence, she softly said. You didn't make him stay immediately and send him to Great Scarlet Sky because you wanted to hide this news. The Azure Mystic Domain Lord shouted, and 2 rays of cold light shot out from his eyes. But he really didn't want to stay. At that time, your daughter and the 3 elders did everything we could to make him stay, but he insisted on entering Foot of Heaven and even resorted to trickery. Your daughter and the 3 elders were really powerless. After all, father wasn't here at that time, Fairy Qing Luo hurriedly said, but her voice suddenly became softer. I also heard this news. Why did he insist on entering Foot of Heaven? The Azure Mystic Domain Lord frowned and asked in a low voice, could it be that he really lost his immortal life? Fairy Qing Luo hurriedly raised her head and said seriously, your daughter was also concerned about this problem at the time, and I was even more worried about his safety. After all, he was the first to appear in Upper Shan City. If something happened to him, we would have to bear the blame. So your daughter took a great risk and directly chased him into Foot of Heaven to protect him. Speaking of which, it was also very dangerous. Many people knew that he entered Foot of Heaven and followed him in with all kinds of intentions. However, your daughter risked her life to protect him. In the end, why didn't you bring him out? The Azure Mystic Domain Lord frowned and asked in a low voice. Because he didn't want to come out with me. Fairy Qing Luo already had a plan in mind, and her expression was very helpless. Your daughter doesn't know whether he lost his immortal life or not, but I can't sense the aura of an immortal life on his body. His cultivation, at first glance, seems to be between having and not having an immortal life. In terms of cultivation, he should only be an itinerant immortal, but there is still some aura of an immortal life left in his body. However, it doesn't seem like he entered Foot of Heaven for the immortal life, it seems more like he has some other purpose. I asked him before, but he didn't say anything. Fairy Qing Luo frowned and her expression became even more helpless. In the end, in order to get rid of Immortal Monarch Xianxia and the others, he forced me to sacrifice myself to block the enemies for him. After all, he is the Emperor's son. I couldn't refuse him, so I could only sacrifice myself to block the enemies for him. Then, in the most dangerous moment, he used the talisman that the Scarlet the Arch gave me for my 300th birthday to escape and return to Azure Mystic Heaven. Now, I really don't know where he went, I don't even know his purpose for entering Foot of Heaven. You used the talisman that the Scarlet the Arch gave you? The Azure Mystic Domain Lord was shocked, his eyes landing on Fairy Qing Luo anxiously. At that time, I really had no other choice. Fairy Qing Luo didn't dare to look him in the eyes and said softly. The Azure Mystic Domain Lord slammed his fist, as if his heart was aching. Do you know how precious that talisman is? Fairy Qing Luo was slightly startled. She seemed to have guessed something from her father's heartache. After all, he is the Emperor's son, she replied carefully and looked up at her father. 1,000 years ago, he was the Emperor's son. Now, he can only be considered a disaster. When the Azure Mystic Domain Lord mentioned this Emperor's son, there was a trace of disgust in his voice. He said coldly, I didn't think that he would still be alive. This is not good news. You don't know how chaotic Great Scarlet Sky is because of the news of his reappearance. Now, almost all the arrangements have been disrupted because of his appearance. The 3 immortal sovereigns couldn't hold back anymore and urgently asked me to come back to confirm whether the news of his return is true or not. If it is true, I will immediately send him back to Great Scarlet Sky to be dealt with. These words seemed like complaints, but Fairy Qing Luo heard some hidden meaning. She was a little shocked, but also a little glad. She raised her head and said with surprise, Father, you mean Great Scarlet Sky is not happy about his return? How can they be happy? The Azure Mystic Domain Lord's eyes were cold as he said coldly, right now, the Scarlet Emperor's bloodline has just stabilized. Although His Highness Dishur's talent is not at the peak, after obtaining the immortal fate, his performance has not disappointed the Scarlet Emperor. It is enough for the Scarlet Emperor to be at ease and compete with the other two. But at this time, this Emperor's son who should have died long ago actually came back alive. Isn't this messing up the situation? This answer made Qing Luo happy and worried. She asked in a daze, then what about the Scarlet Emperor? Long before this news reached Great Scarlet Sky, the Scarlet Emperor had already officially sealed himself. The Azure Mystic Domain Lord's eyes were cold. This sealing is related to the situation of the 33 heavens. The Scarlet Emperor had already given a strict order before he entered that unless it is a disaster, no one is allowed to disturb him. Otherwise, they will be killed. This time, he must comprehend the mysteries of heaven before Emperor Tsong and Emperor Yu. Otherwise, if he is one step slower, he will lose the initiative forever. Right now, the matters of the Scarlet Emperor's bloodline have been handed over to the 3 immortal sovereigns to handle. This matter will soon spread throughout the world. In other words, the Scarlet Emperor doesn't even know that he is still alive? Fairy Qing Luo was dazed. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, if the Scarlet Emperor knew, it would be fine. With just a word from him, we wouldn't have to worry about it. The Azure Mystic Domain Lord said with a frown. He was clearly annoyed. Then, what do the 3 immortal sovereigns think? Qing Luo hurriedly asked. She faintly felt that she had done something wrong. Or rather, she had done it too hastily. What can the 3 immortal sovereigns do? The Azure Xian Domain Lord let out a long sigh and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. This matter can be considered big or small. It is impossible to use it to disturb the Scarlet Emperor, who is in seclusion, as it would easily anger him. However, it is also impossible to just let it be. The Scarlet Emperor is at a critical juncture, and he cannot allow 2 princes with immortal fate to appear in this world at the same time. Otherwise, it would definitely affect his heaven's perception and even ruin his plans. Fortunately, His Highness Dishi is not in the 33 heavens, or else trouble would have already appeared. Qing Luo was a little dazed. She seemed to have understood the problem. Previously, she was too worried. It seemed that she had placed too much importance on the father-son relationship between the Scarlet Emperor and that prince. The immortals were heartless. No matter how much the Scarlet Emperor loved Di Lu from 1,000 years ago, he wouldn't allow him to affect his heaven perception. She was a smart person. After hearing up to this point, she had already vaguely guessed the intentions of the 3 immortal sovereigns and her father. They also didn't want that prince to appear. However, their headache was that without the Scarlet Emperor's immortal decree, they didn't dare to act rashly. The funny thing was that her selfishness had actually helped these elders solve a huge problem, but at the same time that he helped them solve this big problem, it seemed that he had also caused a big problem for himself. Fairy Qing Luo really felt a little tired after hearing her father's words. She even felt that she was being ridiculous. It had to be known that if she had been a little more patient, she could have found someone else to be the scapegoat, but in the end, she had to be the scapegoat. This was really a headache. Someone as intelligent as her naturally understood that although the 3 immortal sovereigns and the other major figures of the Scarlet Emperor's faction did not wish for the Crown Prince to appear, they would definitely not let her off if they knew what she had done to the Crown Prince. Even her father would be affected. Qing Luo, answer me honestly. Did you do anything after you followed him into Futu Heaven? Fairy Qing Luo did not know whether to laugh or cry. Suddenly, the Azure Xian Domain Lord's eyes turned cold as he looked at Qing Luo. Fairy Qing Luo's heart trembled and she almost broke out in a cold sweat. Facing her father's gaze that had suddenly turned cold and fierce, she was so frightened that her heart almost stopped beating. She understood in her heart that her father seemed to not reveal too much scheming, but in fact, he was an old fellow who had lived for over 10,000 years. Even a fool could cultivate to become a wise man in these 10,000 years, let alone her father who was able to forcefully cling on to Crimson Emperor's thigh from a cold rank itinerant immortal, make contributions all along the way, and finally cultivate to the golden immortal realm and become the lord of a region. Although she had concealed it well, he might have seen through her momentary absent-mindedness. No, I wouldn't dare, Fairy Qing Luo seemed very surprised that her father would ask such a question and answered with a bitter smile. It's good that you didn't. You must remember, even if the prince did not come back at the right time and should not have appeared in this world, he is still the prince. Even the three immortal sovereigns know that he should not have appeared alive and that his disappearance is beneficial to everyone. They are worried that when the Scarlet Arch comes out of seclusion and finds out about this, he will express his dissatisfaction. They will not be able to bear this responsibility, and we, father and daughter, will not be able to bear this responsibility. You must remember, anyone can do it, but you cannot. I understand. Having been seen through by her father, Qing Luo could only break out in a cold sweat as she replied guiltily. I don't know if he will return to Xianxia heaven. Go and ask the three elders to set up a heavy defense line. If they find any trace of the crown prince, they must trap him at the first possible moment. Try not to let too many people know. It's best to invite him as soon as they find him. The less movement, the better. Even if I have to personally take action, I must capture him and send him back to Great Red Sky. Haha, let the three immortal primes decide this headache. I won't interfere. The Azure Xian Domain Master's voice was cold and unquestionable. It was obvious that he valued this issue greatly. Yes, your daughter will go now. Fairy Qing Luo agreed softly and bowed. She presented the pill to her father and walked out of the palace with light steps. What the hell is this? Only when she could no longer feel the pressure from her father did she let out a sigh of relief. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't care much about the crown prince that her father was worried about. After all, she had forced the crown prince to jump into the Sky End realm. There was no way he could return alive. It was just that the development of this matter was so ridiculous that she was speechless. Overreaching oneself was probably a description of someone like her, right? No wonder that guy said he was good at acting 1,000 years ago, but in reality, he was pitifully stupid. Forget it, he's already dead. I just need to ensure that the secret won't be leaked. This situation is not without benefits. At least if he disappears, I believe that the three immortal primes won't spend so much effort to find out what's going on, Fairy Qing Luo thought to herself and slowly let out a sigh of relief. However, when she thought about what her father had just said, she keenly realized a problem. That Lord Disher seemed to have been recognized by everyone in the Red Emperor's bloodline. Even if Di Lu was not dead and still had the immortal life, no one would look favorably upon him. Her previous worries were unnecessary. It seemed like the most important thing was to serve that person well. The heavenly gate is open, let's go. At this moment, the Buddha heaven and earth were covered in blood red. The Tao Interception immortals who had finished the feast had already stood up and lined up at the edge of the land of sky extinction. Then, they saw the Tao Interception Master, the son of the Scarlet Emperor, Di Lu, facing the dark sky and suddenly shouted. Immediately, the heaven and earth changed, and a wave of demonic smoke surged into the sky, blasting a huge hole in the sky. Then, the Imperial Prince flew up into the sky. Beside him, the fifth leader of the Tao Interception Division, Third Prince Ao, followed on the right. The second chief steward of the Tao Interception Division, Lu So, followed on the left. Behind them were the Tao Interception Elder and the 10 protectors. The immortal soldiers and immortal generals were at the back. This group of people rushed into the sky. Although there weren't many of them, they gave off the feeling of the heaven and earth. Go, go, go. Although we didn't get an immortal life this time, at least we survived and followed the Imperial Prince. It's time to hold our heads up high. It was unknown how many immortal soldiers thought to themselves. Fang Xing's shout had summoned some of their boldness. Haha, the great immortal world, the pinnacle of the path of cultivation. This old man is coming. Lu So and the others were even more emotional. If they didn't count the Buddha heaven, they would be considered to have officially stepped into the immortal world. As for Fang Xing, he thought even more fiercely in his heart, since I didn't want to use the identity of Emperor Flo too much before, but because of it, I've attracted a lot of trouble. Not only did it not save me trouble, but it also increased the danger. Wouldn't it be a pity if I don't use this identity to fish for more benefits? Haha, no matter where I cultivate, I will be unlucky. In that case, I will go to your Xianxia heaven. I want to see what kind of expression that Qing Luo will have when she sees me and finds out who I am. As he spoke, he stepped into the sky and entered the boundary between realms. Previously, every time he broke through realms, he would be repelled by the will of the heavens because he didn't know how to restrain himself. Now that he understood the Tao inside, he wouldn't suffer the same loss again. Moreover, he had gathered the 9 supreme scriptures and gained a deeper understanding of the breath-concealing divine art. With a thought, the heavens and earth became ethereal and he seemed to have disappeared beyond the sky. The Xianxia heavens couldn't detect his existence at all. He easily crossed the barrier between the heavens and the earth and suddenly appeared in the sky above green mountains and clear waters. This is the edge of the Xianxia heaven realm's wilderness. Among the immortal soldiers, some were originally from the Xianxia heaven realm, so they were very familiar with this place. After exploring the surroundings, they came up to report. Fangxing nodded to express his understanding. This time, it could be said that Buddha Heavens took the initiative to send them out. They didn't use the teleportation formation of the Upper Xian city, so they directly came to this place instead of the Upper Xian city. With such a large group of people suddenly descending, I'm afraid that the surrounding orthodoxies and masters will be immediately alerted. Since Lu So had become the deputy chief steward of intercepting Tao, he was very serious. He had already learned many things about the immortal world during the banquet the night before. Now that he had figured out the surrounding situation, he came up to report to Fangxing and discuss the next step. Let them be, there's no need to be so careful. Fangxing looked around and sneered, since we're in the wilderness, let's go in and have a look. Many of the old subordinates of immortal King Xianxia led by Guanfeixing are in the wilderness. Since we're going to do something, let's make it big and capture those people first. Alright, let's try out the tricks of these immortal soldiers. Lu So was startled, but he had no choice but to agree. The group of immortal soldiers turned around and headed west towards the wilderness. Guanfeixing, who was imprisoned in Fangxing's spiritual realm, was also taken out to lead the way. They searched for the remaining Xianxia forces in the wilderness. Which immortal soldier dares to trespass into the wilderness? Less than 10,000 li to the west, they saw a group of people in front of them, blocking their way. The desolate land of Xianxia heaven was a place where people of good and bad mixed together. Even the celestial mansion of the Azure Xian domain lord could not invade at will. It was a well-known no-man's land in Xianxia heaven. Not only were there the remnants of immortal King Xianxia, but there were also many itinerant immortals who had committed crimes, cultivators who got into trouble, and the remnants of various orthodoxies who had fled to the desolate land to seek refuge. In the past, even goddess Qing Luo of Xianxia heaven did not dare to enter this dangerous place. But now, Fangxing led 300 immortal soldiers and rushed in. This immediately alarmed countless local tyrants. Some forces were not afraid of this group of itinerant immortals. Under the leadership of an upper-stage immortal, they gathered nearly 1,000 men and set up a huge formation to block the way. The person who blocked the way is called Taishuani. He is also one of the famous small powerhouses in the desolate land. He was the first disciple of the Scarlet Tide Orthodoxy. Later on, the Scarlet Tide Orthodoxy was destroyed by the Azure Xian domain lord. He led the surviving disciples of the Orthodoxy into the desolate land and struggled to survive. He formed an alliance with the remnants of other orthodoxies. Even I don't usually offend him. Guanfeixing looked at the formation in front of him and smiled bitterly. He took the initiative to tell them everything he knew. Don't tell me his name. I can't remember it anyway. Fangxing really put on the demeanor of the crown. Prince. He waved his hand lazily and said, crush them. If they are obedient, then accept them. If they are not, then kill them. Oh? The other itinerant immortals were obviously not used to this style and were slightly startled. Alright, we will obey the crown prince's command. Those who surrender will be spared, and those who defy will be killed. On the other hand, the lucky Banji brother, who was among the first to obtain an immortal life from Fangxing and was promoted to an immortal general, felt his blood boiling at this moment. He suddenly let out a roar and led the hundreds of immortal soldiers he commanded to charge out. The other immortal generals didn't dare to be negligent, fearing that he would steal the credit. They all followed suit and roared. More than 300 loose immortals roared continuously as they charged forward. This is King Motley Crew. Lu So clenched his teeth and thought that it did not look like a celestial weapon at all. Haha, confident bandits should be like this. Who cares, let's charge and kill for a while first. Fang Xing, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He felt that this chaotic scene of them rushing forward was very much to his liking. Lu So was helpless when he heard that. He said seriously, "You have to promise me in the future that you will not interfere with weapon refinement." As a shrewd old man, he could see the true strength of this group of loose immortals recruited by Fang Xing. To be honest, just one or two of them would have a ferocious aura that was not good. For example, before obtaining his immortal fate, he might have a chance of winning against one or two of them, but if he were to fight against 4 or 5 of them at the same time, he would have to turn around and run. Immortal weapons refined by such a group of people were indeed powerful, but this sect master didn't seem to understand weapon refinement at all. In his eyes, he could only refine a group of bandits, which had nothing to do with soldiers. Kill, the 300 bandits rushed forward like a swarm of locusts. Each of them courageously roared and roared, scaring the 1,000 loose immortals who were blocking the way. They thought that this group of bandits didn't follow the rules at all. They didn't even say a few words before rushing over. However, since they were already close, they could only fight with their formation. After all, they outnumbered the bandits by 3 times, so they weren't really afraid. However, they didn't expect that this thought would collapse the moment the two sides clashed. The other side only had 300 people, and judging from their cultivation, they were mostly loose immortals, so there was nothing special about them. However, once they started fighting, they found that the other side was like a pack of wolves or tigers entering a flock of sheep. Their ferocious auras directly broke through their line of defense. Where did this group of ferocious people come from? The few leaders of the surviving Taoist sects were shocked when they saw this, and their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. They thought to themselves, "I'm afraid even the elite immortal soldiers by the Azure Xian Domain Master's side aren't so murderous." It seems like the difference in strength between the two sides isn't huge, but the 1,000 loose immortals were defeated with a single clash, and their formation was directly torn apart by the other side. After that, the other side began to chase and kill them. Not good, perhaps it's a trap. Could it be that the Azure Xian Domain Master has finally lost his patience and decided not to keep us alive? It's indeed possible. We just received news that the Azure Xian Domain Master is really mobilizing his troops and setting up a tight defense. If the two sides were in a deadlock, the group of leaders would probably have the mood to continue fighting. However, when they saw that the situation was completely one-sided, they didn't have the mood to continue fighting. Even if their cultivation was higher than the other side's leaders, it wasn't enough. After a few of them encountered each other, the leader didn't say a word before he struck the immortal gong. Amidst the clanging sounds, a few black figures flashed swiftly through the sky and fled into the depths of the wilderness. Haha, this is the first battle. If even the other side's leader runs away, how would it be? At this moment, Fang Xing also had an excited expression on his face. When he saw the loose immortals under his command defeating the enemy army, he couldn't help but recall the time when he was in the Ghost Smoke Valley. He rode a pony and followed behind the 9 uncles and killed the caravan, causing it to flee in all directions. He felt that he did a really good job. Today, he finally had the prestige of the 9 uncles back then. Seeing that the other side's leader didn't want to continue fighting and directly fled, his eyes turned cold, and his ferocious nature was revealed. Swoosh, before Lu So could react, he had already rushed out and disappeared between heaven and earth. Swoosh, in the next breath, when he appeared again, he was already next to the righteous immortal leader, Tai Xuani. Holding the heaven-crushing barbaric saber, he chopped down fiercely and cut off the head of the righteous immortal who only wanted to escape and didn't notice his appearance. After that, Fang Xing lifted the head with one hand and stepped on the clouds. His fierce gaze swept across the group of loose immortals who were fleeing in all directions, and he shouted coldly, "Today, I, Fang Xing, no, I, Di Lu, the Imperial Prince, will reclaim this wilderness. Those who submit will live, and those who don't will be beheaded." Boom. 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 His voice was like a heavy thunder that swept across the surroundings. Above the sky, the clouds were torn apart, and the wind scattered in all directions. Ah, it's actually the Imperial Prince. Many people were scared out of their wits by Fang Xing's thunderous shout. In addition, the 300 or so loose immortals were indeed full of murderous intent. They had already surrounded the group of loose immortals and stared at them fiercely, as if they were ready to kill at the slightest disagreement. This immediately caused the remaining loose immortals to tremble in fear. No one dared to move recklessly, and all of them knelt down and cowed out in panic, "We surrender, Imperial Prince, please be merciful. We have long been willing to surrender, but the immortal mansions refused to accept us. To be able to serve the Imperial Prince, it's really a blessing that I've cultivated for thousands of generations." The process of subduing this group of loose immortals was much easier than subduing the group of murderous embryos in the Buddha heaven. After all, the bright immortal sword was placed on their necks. One wrong move and their heads would fall off. This group of loose immortals did not dare to have any evil thoughts. In particular, what Fangxing did not expect was that there were actually many people who wanted to surrender to the Red Emperor. From what they said, it seemed that there was no way for them to surrender. Instead, they were forced to stay in the wildland by the immortal mansions and constantly worried that someone would come to suppress them. Haha, since you are willing to surrender, then you can live. Lead the way. Fangxing was rather relaxed. After hearing so many people begging for mercy, he was in a good mood. With a wave of his hand, he spared these people's lives. "We dare not disobey your highness's order. However, where is your highness going, and who are you suppressing?" Among the group of loose immortals, a few leaders were brought to Fangxing in fear. They cowed out and asked for mercy. As soon as this question was asked, even Lu So looked at him curiously. He only knew that Fangxing wanted to enter the wildland to subdue Xianxia's old subordinates. However, from the looks of it, it did not seem to be that simple. The old man was smart and understood Fangxing. At this time, he could already see that this guy seemed to have a purpose that he had hidden and deliberately acted so disdainfully. "Where are we going?" Fangxing looked at the loose immortals and chuckled coldly. Then, with a wave of his hand, he pointed to the boundless depths of the wildland and sneered, "I don't care where we are going. All you need to know is that from now on, all the loose immortals in this wildland must submit to me. All the treasures, resources, goats, wild dates, all belong to me. Even the wild mountains and wastelands will belong to me from now on. Those who do not submit will have their F***king heads chopped off." The desolate region of Xianxia had existed for a long time, and the immortal abodes of Xianxia heaven had never dared to barge in. Over time, even the people hiding in the desolate region felt that they were too arrogant, and no one would dare to attack them. After all, as long as it wasn't the domain lord of Xianxia, no one would be able to defeat them. Didn't Fairy Qing Luo repeatedly lead troops to quell rebellions, but she still couldn't take down peak Lord Xianxia? Of course, this confidence was shattered when His Highness Di Lu led 300 immortal soldiers into the barbarian world. The barbarian world of Xianxia, which was rumored to be a place where no immortal soldiers dared to invade, had become a pool of muddy water. Almost no force could withstand an attack from the 300 murderous soldiers who were more like devils than immortals, and more like bandits than immortal soldiers. No madman dared to not kneel in front of the emperor when a knife was placed on his neck. Indeed, it was as the emperor had said when he attacked the desolate region. He had begun to conquer the entire desolate region. Very soon, under Guan Feixing's personal guidance, the troops of the 9 mountains and 10 abysses that were originally under the command of Lord Xianxia, Guan Feixing, were defeated and subdued one by one. As for the other forces that were entrenched in the boorish desolation, they were also continuously attacked and defeated by this group of immortal soldiers. All the resources that they had stored up were all plundered and gathered in one place. All the troops either surrendered or were beheaded, whether it was the resources or the soldiers under his command. Everything was snowballing at an astonishing speed. However, while this group of immortal soldiers were conquering in the name of the emperor, Fangxing did not follow them. In fact, ever since he entered the desolate region, he had been searching for something. The ones who led the immortal soldiers to conquer the desolate region were Lu So, Mr. Wen, and the rest. The 10 guardians, Dragon Lady, and Ao Lai accompanied Fangxing to the peak of the Mang Mountains that they had conquered not long ago. When he looked down, he saw that the Mang Mountains were majestic and majestic. The immortal qi was so thick that it was difficult to describe. There was even an immortal spring in the middle of the mountains. A mere sniff of it could prolong one's lifespan, and a single sip could even open one's spiritual acupoints and allow one to embark on the path of cultivation. It was truly a treasured land, a good place to build an immortal's abode. However, it was located in the wildlands and occupied by a motley crew. It had never seen the light of day. Now that Fang Xing had killed his way into the wildlands, he had been searching for such a treasured land. This is the place. Fang Xing examined it for a long time before letting out a long sigh. He then waved his sleeve and a celestial cloud appeared in the sky. Within the celestial cloud sat a figure. It was his own physical body. His hair was still white, his face was covered in wrinkles, and his physical body was extremely old. There was an indescribable feeling of lethargy about him, as if he could die at any moment. It was a stark contrast to the Fang Xing of the past. Now that your cultivation has surpassed the immortal realm, why is your physical body? The dragon lady's heart skipped a beat and she quickly asked. She had been wondering why Fang Xing was not in a hurry to get his physical body back after taking out so many immortal lives. Now that she saw that his physical body still looked old, she couldn't help but worry that something was wrong. My path of cultivation is different from others. The immortal lives can cure the nine-headed insect, but it might not be able to cure me, Fang Xing smiled. Seeing that the dragon lady wanted to say something, he waved his hand and said, however, I don't need the immortal lives anymore. I have my own ways to make up for the lack of primordial essences. First wife, you are not an outsider, so I can only tell you this without worry. Right now, what I need to do is the most important step on my path of cultivation, and it might even affect my fate. I need someone to guard this place for me, and this person must not leave my side at all times. If there is a problem, he must protect me at the first moment. The dragon lady saw that he was serious and slightly nodded her head with a solemn expression. She didn't say anything, but just by nodding her head, she had already expressed an unusually firm attitude. Very well, you are the only one I can trust here. Fang Xing also nodded, then signaled for them to step back. Then, he took a deep breath and suddenly leaped into the air. With a flash of sword light in his palm, he fiercely struck the ground. As the sword light flashed, even the huge mountains in the area were split apart. A huge abyss that was tens of thousands of miles deep appeared. It was as if it led to the very core of this land. It was extremely deep. After that, Fang Xing carried his physical body and rushed into the abyss. He found the location of a spirit vein and used his strong physical body to cut rocks. Soon, he built an underground palace. Then, he placed his physical body in the underground palace and set up the formation that he had asked Lu So to set up in advance. Countless magic treasures and immortal weapons were set up in the underground palace. Then, he looked at Fang Xing calmly. Let's begin, the official path of cultivation. After an unknown period of time, he seemed to have made up his mind and murmured to himself softly. At the moment he said this, some kind of change appeared on his physical body. It was an extremely strange chi activity. A vortex appeared above his physical body and continuously spun with a power that seemed to be able to refine all things. The Supreme Spirit Transforming Scripture, the first scripture of the Supreme Nine Scriptures, a scripture that could refine all things, and now, Fang Xing's physical body was continuously using the technique of this scripture. However, this time, it wasn't refining all things, but something that was a level higher than all things. He was refining heaven and earth. The underground palace seemed like an illusion, but it also seemed real. As the Supreme Spirit Transforming Scripture circulated, some kind of origin power seemed to be drawn into Fang Xing's body. At that moment, Fang Xing's old physical body seemed to glow with a hint of vitality. Fang Xing could clearly feel that his realm of consciousness seemed to have gained a tinge of green. Naturally, this part of Qing Shantian lost some vitality, but the change was so small that it was almost undetectable. Even an immortal king who could see through a realm with a glance would not stay until this part of the world was missing a blade of grass, and this blade of grass was the heavenly secret that Fang Xing had stolen. Only now do I understand why the Supreme Spirit Transforming Scripture can refine all things. It's because it was originally used to refine the heavens. Fang Xing smiled bitterly and murmured to himself. Then, he sensed that there was an additional tinge of power in his spirit. His cultivation was increasing. He knew that as long as his physical body continued to cultivate and circulate the Supreme Spirit Transforming Scripture, it would be equivalent to him cultivating endlessly without stopping. This speed would be abnormally terrifying, far surpassing the imagination of others. Looking at himself cultivating with his legs crossed, Fang Xing felt a little emotional. The Supreme Spirit Transforming Scripture's 3 paths of cultivation were already fixed in the first 3 scriptures. The Supreme Spirit Transforming Scripture cultivates the origin. The Undying Scripture cultivates the flesh. The Sensing Scripture cultivates the divine sense. If I can really walk down this path, my origin will be enough to rebuild a piece of heaven and earth, or even give birth to countless living beings, just like chaos. My physical body will be comparable to a piece of heaven and earth. Even if my divine sense disappears, it will be immortal and will continue to exist in this vast galaxy. As for my divine sense, it will be comparable to the heavenly will, able to envelop an entire world. The life and death of all living beings will be decided with a single thought. I have to admit that this is indeed a path of cultivation that ordinary people can't even imagine. He sighed softly, and his gaze turned cold. Now, the cultivation of the Supreme Spirit Transforming Scripture has mostly been decided, and the foundation has been confirmed. What's left is the cultivation of the Sensing Scripture and the Undying Scripture, and at the same time, bring chaos to the great immortal world. After making sure that he did not miss anything, a ferocious smile appeared on Feng Xing's face. He seemed to be looking forward to it. After doing that, he turned around and jumped back to the ground. Close. After doing all that, he struck the ground with his palm. The ground rumbled, and the abyss closed up. Then, he activated his celestial force, causing numerous vines and strange rocks to interweave together and sew up the ground. In next to no time, the ground was like a carpet, and the mountains were continuous. It was no different from before. Especially under the protection of the numerous formations and celestial artifacts, probably no one would have imagined that there would be such an underground palace below. I still have things to take care of, so I can only rely on you to protect this place. I'll leave these 10 protectors to you as well. Feng Xing bid farewell to the Dragon Lady. He was reluctant, but he had to do it. This place indeed needed someone to protect it, and the Dragon Lady's cultivation also needed to increase. In terms of safety, there was no need to worry. These 10 loyal protectors had already been bestowed with immortal lives by Feng Xing, and would soon become real immortals. In this desolate land, these 10 immortals were enough to protect the Dragon Lady. Moreover, Feng Xing and the Dragon Lady had left many secret techniques between each other. If anything were to happen, he would be the first to know. Sister, take care. Ao Lai also bid farewell to the Dragon Lady, and then flew up into the sky with Feng Xing, disappearing into the boundless clouds. Men, the Dragon Lady gently sat down on the peak of the mountain. Looking at the disappearing figures of Feng Xing and her brother, she sighed softly. Both are unstable. Brother-in-law, do you need any help here? If not, then I'll be leaving too. After flying over a mountain range, Ao Lai and Feng Xing stood in the clouds, looking down at the desolate land. Go, go. What can you do to help me? Feng Xing waved his hand nonchalantly, letting Ao Lai do his own thing. Alright, I'll be leaving then. Ao Lai was also very carefree. He laughed heartily, and flew directly east on the cloud. He had already asked around. First, he would pick up the group of fat pigs, and then they would drive the ferry boat straight east. In less than a day's journey, they would enter the Azure Xian area. Then, they would find a certain fairy abode. All they needed to do was spend some spiritual essence, and they would be able to use the teleportation portal to go to the 6 demon heavens. Only when Ao Lai had left, and only Feng Xing was left in the sky, did he sneakily look around. Then, he hurriedly took out the skull and burrowed into it. He muttered, I've finally shaken off my wife and brother-in-law. Damn it, there's still a little girl that hasn't been saved. Previously, it was hard to explain where she came from in front of him. At this time, Chiyer's body was floating inside a pool of blood inside the divine skeleton palace. She was completely unaware. What was in the jade pool was the blood that he got from the strange tree in Buddha heaven. It could protect the corporeal body from rotting, and the vitality would not continue to dissipate. At this moment, Chiyer looked exactly the same as when Feng Xing had just brought her into the land of sky extinction. Feng Xing already had a plan in his heart, and he was very confident. He slowly reached into the blood pool and lifted her corporeal body up. He first transferred a strand of immortal power into her corporeal body to help her activate her meridians. After doing all of this, Feng Xing took out a creation fruit and gently crushed it. A ball of treasure light appeared in Fang Xing's palm. He gently held it and then transferred it into Qiyer's mouth. Reverse life and death, reform the soul, rebirth of creation. At this moment, his expression was extremely solemn. Even though he already knew that an immortal fate had the ability to rebirth creation, this was still his first time reversing life and death, so Fang Xing was not confident. After feeding Qi the immortal fate, his unblinking gaze fell upon Qi face. He stared at every change in her body and didn't want to miss the scene that was akin to the reversal of the universe. Life and death was a major event. Reversing life and death was no different from reversing the universe. Boom. 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 Even though they were within the skeleton divine palace and were separated from the world, Fang Xing could still sense some invisible laws descending from the heavens. They were like waterfalls that fell from the 9 heavens and fell into the endless depths, never to return. But now, when the waterfalls of laws passed through Qiyer's body, they were intercepted by some inexplicable power. The law turned into a vortex that continuously revolved around her body and gave birth to all sorts of karma, an endless power that Fang Xing could only sense, but he couldn't understand or touch, came from the myriad worlds and entered this vortex. Then, through this vortex, it entered Qiyer's body. The yin and yang energies became chaotic at this moment. Extreme yin gives birth to yang, turning death into life. Life and death with a single thought exists in the heart. As he carefully sensed the changes in Qiyer's body, even Fang Xing had a look of amazement on his face. He felt like a little beggar who had picked up a precious treasure. His first reaction was disbelief, his second was ecstasy, and his third was fear. It was a feeling of enlightenment after peering into the great Tao of heaven and earth, the secrets of life and death, and the reversal of yin and yang. The Tao in the world is indeed different, but the principles are the same. Even he had a grave expression on his face at this moment. He sighed softly and said, in the world of divine arts and Xianxia's heavenly Tao, each level seems to be very different in terms of power and advancement. However, isn't every level of divine art built on the foundation of the previous level? Back in the Great Snow Mountain, old man Wan Luo taught me the yin-yang great millstone. At most, it could only be considered a half-step divine art. But the principles of yin and yang within it can explain most of the supernatural powers to this day. I can complete another step in my severing Tao immortal slaughtering art, he thought quietly, but there was no sadness or joy on his face. He only felt that everything was within reason. After reading the regal ninth scripture, the doubts in Fang Xing's heart became clearer. He also had a deep understanding of the path of cultivation. When he looked at things again, they were already somewhat different. The great millstone of yin-yang held great significance to him. Back when he was on the pilgrimage mountain, he had already taken this technique a step further and turned it into the great millstone of heaven and earth. Now, he had a deeper understanding of it, and now, he was simplifying every step of his cultivation, discarding a large number of unnecessary distracting thoughts and learning, and fusing the useful things together. This was also the path that he had to go through to create a new technique. It could be said that when he felt that the sever immortal slaying art was truly completed, his ambitious heavenly art would also take shape. When that time came, it would be difficult to guess what realm his strength would reach. It could only be said that the heavenly techniques in the world were endless. In Fang Xing's eyes, they were divided into Xian techniques, divine techniques, immortal techniques, heavenly techniques, and the legendary Great Daos. In the Great Immortal Realm, heavenly techniques were already top-tier supernatural powers. Whether it was the 3 Tao tomes passed down by the immortal King Taishu or the heavenly technique of indifference that was lost in the Tianyuan small immortal realm, they were top-tier legacies that could influence the world. There was even a time when some people thought that anyone who cultivated a heavenly technique to great success could compete with an immortal king. Fang Xing didn't have a heavenly technique legacy. It wasn't that he didn't have any secret techniques, but that he didn't want to learn them. He wanted to create his own heavenly technique. This was a long and arduous road, but he did it so naturally. Wherever he went, that was where he would go. It's been a long time. This girl should have woken up by now, right? After thinking for a while, Fang Xing put aside all distracting thoughts and began to focus on Qi. At this time, Qi's pale skin had begun to turn red. Unknowingly, her heart had also begun to beat, and it was getting stronger. After a long time, there was a fluctuation of divine soul between her eyebrows. It was as if the dark clouds in the sky had been torn apart, and a ray of sunlight shone on the earth. Cough, cough. Where am I? The immortal life was a transformation of the will of heaven and earth. It indeed had an indescribable magical power. It could allow cultivators to live forever, and it could also allow cultivators to cultivate to the limit of a living creature, to go one step further and step into a more powerful realm. Even without mentioning these, the magical power of reversing life and death was enough to prove the preciousness of the immortal life. This was something that was especially obvious when it came to Qi, when he saw this girl, who had been dead for several days, open her eyes. Even Fangxing couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In his heart, a strange feeling arose. After all, this lass had died for him back then. Because of this, when he saw her come back to life, Fangxing couldn't help but want to coax her. However, sometimes, it really depended on the person whether he could coax her or not. Why am I here? After Qi woke up, she was still in a daze and curiously looked around. Because, you drank too much. Fangxing saw that her mind was not clear and was afraid of scaring her, so he didn't tell her about her death. He understood her current state. After all, she had been dead for several days. Even if he used the immortal life to reconstruct her soul and reverse life and death, it was still easy for her memory to be incomplete. In this state, the memory that was most likely to be incomplete was the memory before her death. After all, when that memory happened, it was also when she was about to die and her soul was about to dissipate. It was not easy to imprint on her soul and was also the easiest to lose. Then why am I not wearing any clothes? Qi was indeed a bit confused and didn't suspect anything. Instead, she looked down at herself and asked in surprise. Fangxing was a bit speechless and didn't know how to answer. Heavens, you actually molested me, Qi suddenly screamed and broke free from Fangxing's arms. She hugged her chest and looked at Fangxing with grief and indignation. Fangxing looked down at his hands in a daze and embarrassedly retracted them. Qi screamed and felt a bit dizzy. She became even more indignant. You actually molested me when I was drunk again? Why did you say again? Fangxing was also having a headache. After thinking about it carefully, he finally remembered that when he was at the Green Parasol Immortal Mansion, he seemed to have taken advantage of her when she was drunk to molest her once. Although he didn't do anything actual, his reputation had spread. Looking at it now, it was indeed the second time. 2 times, Qi stretched out 2 white fingers. She wanted to cry but had no tears. You've molested me twice, alright, I'll take responsibility, okay? Fangxing liked quarreling but he really didn't want to quarrel under such circumstances. So, he said this in one sentence. Forget it then. Qi was obviously startled. Her expression was a bit surprised but also a bit doubtful. You have to treat me better, don't worry, I'm a man of my word. I'll definitely treat you wholeheartedly. Fangxing let out a deep sigh. He hugged her smooth shoulders and sighed. He felt that the pressure was extremely great. Qi felt like she was dreaming. She followed Fangxing's arm and leaned into his chest with a confused expression. She didn't seem to believe this scene either. She secretly pinched her face. Her current memories were indeed incomplete. Even her memories after entering Foot of Heaven were incomplete and blurry. She only remembered that before this, she always felt that this imperial prince was mysterious and didn't care about her at all. She didn't feel safe at all. So why did there be such a huge change after waking up? She was too focused on this point and didn't even realize that she now had an immortal fate. I remember, you're Sir Emperor Liu? Qi asked in a daze. She had some vague memories and softly asked. In the eyes of others, I'm Emperor Liu, but in your eyes, I'm Fangxing. You must remember this, okay? I like that you're Fangxing, I don't like that you're Emperor Liu. I also like the fact that you're not smart. Actually, I don't care who you are. I just feel that you're very good to me. Yes, I also remember that I slapped you when we first met. You'll be good to me, right? Don't worry, OL5. If you follow this Grandpa Fang, you'll have a good life. The affectionate conversation echoed in the lonely skeleton divine palace, but it made people feel that something was wrong. After a while, Qi finally reacted. Why did you call me OL5? Fangxing looked into her eyes with a serious expression. Because before you, I already had 4 wives. Qi Er's eyes suddenly widened. She straightened her body and looked at Fang Xing in disbelief. She couldn't close her mouth for a long time and her expression became extremely complicated. After a while, she finally spoke. "You just said that you'll be good to me wholeheartedly." Fang Xing rubbed her head and affectionately said, "How can you believe a man's words, little fool?" Haha, the remaining forces of Xianxia in the 9 mountains and 10 abysses have all been subdued. Apart from a few tough ones, I basically conquered all of them. What a great harvest. The most important thing is this group of murderous bastards. When Fang Xing's skeleton palace, which had almost become a symbol, arrived and found Lu So and the others, the barbarian region was already in complete chaos. Except for a few hidden forces with some mysterious experts, almost all the forces in the barbarian region had been forced to bow down to the intercepting Dao. Their hidden resources had also been looted by Lu So and the others. Of course, Lu So was not interested in these things. What excited him the most was that the 3,000 immortal soldiers that Fang Xing had asked him to lead were really powerful. After only a few battles, he was surprised to find that the speed of growth of this group of immortal soldiers was really astonishing. With a little training, they already possessed the basic consciousness of immortal soldiers. When they charged, they were quite organized, and their power was also increased by several times. When Lu So applied his knowledge of formation techniques to this group of immortal soldiers, he was even more shocked by their terrifying power. Even those who had been specially trained were like pieces of paper in front of these 300 immortal soldiers, let alone the ordinary soldiers and the remnants of Taoist orthodoxies. After a few battles, Lu So was almost convinced that as long as there was no primordial unity exalted immortal soldiers among the enemy, no matter how many righteous immortals they had, they would not dare to fight with these immortal soldiers of intercepting Dao head-on. Therefore, he could not help but sigh that these people selected from 100,000 individual immortals were indeed the scum of the elites. Haha, it's good that you're obedient. The intercepting Dao great sect, don't accept disciples. When Fang Xing heard this, he sneered and then took out a scroll, unfolded it, and carefully read it. Although he hadn't been following them for a period of time, he understood the changes of the severing Dao immortal soldiers very well. The main reason was this scroll. Perhaps in the eyes of the severing Dao immortal soldiers, this was an existence similar to a register, and it was for the sake of branding him so that he would have a way to counter their betrayal. But in reality, how could it be so simple? This scroll was refined using the ordinary origin in his realm of consciousness and the secret technique of the supreme sensory meridian. That spiritual realm was his to begin with. In that spiritual realm, he was like the will of heaven and earth, and to a certain extent, the person who had left a mark on the scroll had a connection with him. It could be said that to them, Fang Xing was like the will of heaven. In the process of charging and killing, Fang Xing could also see the changes on the scroll. He could also feel that the power on the scroll was getting stronger and stronger, and it began to contain a large amount of murderous aura. This was because the itinerant immortals were becoming stronger. When they were killing, it was also a kind of foundation. The murderous aura was a manifestation of the will of humans, and when they were killing, this kind of will was even stronger. Fang Xing was using this scroll to collect this kind of will and use it to nourish his divine sense so that his cultivation would become stronger. Of course, he usually used the will of the itinerant immortals to nourish his divine sense, and when necessary, he could also use this scroll to add some kind of power to the immortal soldiers. This was the essence of the third style of the immortal slaying method. Hiding his physical body under Xianxia heaven was a kind of cultivation, and for Fang Xing, driving the itinerant immortals to fight in all directions was also a kind of cultivation. When the time was right, these powers would be used by Fang Xing to cut off his own fate and achieve the great freedom realm, and in this kind of killing, Fang Xing could also obtain a large amount of resources. He could even kill the righteous immortals and take their immortal lives to strengthen the power of his immortal soldiers, so that they would have stronger cultivation and combat power, and also stronger murderous aura. This was a kind of snowball accumulation, and the speed was also very terrifying. How many tough bones are still not willing to surrender? Looking at the changes on the scroll, Fang Xing laughed, and his eyes were slightly fierce. Then let's pull them out. Lu So frowned slightly and said, those people are very low-key, and it seems that they are also hiding in the wildlands. Although their strength is not weak, their reputation is not as strong as the others. Now that they have seen us roaming the wildlands and subduing the major forces, they do not show any intention of becoming our enemy, but they are not willing to surrender. and hope that we can leave the wildlands and leave them a way out. I think it is not a good time to be enemies with them. If we fight them head-on, we will not necessarily gain the upper hand, and people outside the wildlands will also notice us. What are you afraid of? As long as they do not have a primordial unity supreme immortal, they are all trash. Feng Xing laughed coldly, and with a wave of his hand, he said in a low voice, "Lead the way, let's go and bite those tough bones." That's good. Hearing this, Luso was also stunned, and he could only agree with a wry smile. After witnessing the strength of this group of itinerant immortals, he believed that the forces without primordial unity supreme immortals were indeed powerless in the face of the immortal soldiers of the Tao-severing immortal. The only difference was the size of the commotion. "Your Highness, Xian Huayu of Qing Xuantian's Yuling Mansion is here to pay a visit by the Domain Master's order." However, when Feng Xing led the 300 immortal soldiers and the forces of the wildlands that he had just subdued to subdue the remaining Taoist orthodoxies in the wildlands, he suddenly found that there were immortal clouds surging over from the east, surging toward him in an encirclement. "Get into formation." Seeing this, Luso frowned and shouted in a low voice. He was a shrewd old man, and when he saw the other party's chi and formation, he knew that they did not come with good intentions. Sure enough, when the immortal cloud arrived before them, a green-robed old man revealed himself, and he bowed towards Feng Xing from afar. His vital energy was deep and unfathomable, and it seemed as if he'd fused into one with the heavens and the earth. Just a single glance at him caused others to feel pressured. "The exalted immortal is here," Luso gasped in his heart. What he was most worried about had happened. When Feng Xing heard the man's voice, he turned around and looked at him with a deep gaze. His expression was solemn. After all, this was the great immortal realm, and there were many experts here. In Xianxia alone, there were 9 prefectures and 81 prefectures, and those who ruled a prefecture were all exalted immortals of the primordial unity realm. He knew his own abilities well. When he was in foot of heaven, he had killed more than one exalted immortal. But to be honest, there was too much luck and the support of external forces. Now in Xianxia, there was no heaven's will to protect him. No matter how exquisite the immortal slaying art was, he might not be able to gain the upper hand. Moreover, although he had 300 immortal soldiers by his side, the other party had also brought many immortal soldiers. If they were to fight head-on, he might not be able to gain the upper hand. Of course, to be honest, he might not be at a disadvantage. "Don't worry, I have a way to deal with these exalted immortals." Under Luso's anxious and worried gaze, Feng Xing made a decision. He smiled coldly and said disdainfully, "Huh?" Luso was slightly surprised, but when he saw that Feng Xing was indeed calm, he was slightly relieved. Just as he was about to follow Feng Xing's words and continue to move deeper into the city, he suddenly felt several auras coming from afar. "The 9th Prefecture Master of Qing Xiantian greets your Royal Highness. The 7th Prefecture Master of Qing Xiantian greets your Royal Highness. I am the 3rd Prefecture Master of Qing Xiantian. Under the order of the Domain Lord, I invite your Royal Highness to Upper Xian City." In just a blink of an eye, 3 to 4 groups of people rushed over and tightly surrounded the intercepting Dao's group without leaving a single gap. This truly shocked Luso, and he returned to Feng Xing's side with a solemn expression. Even the group of rogue immortals, who were used to killing, were trembling at this moment. Their eyes were filled with fear and they no longer had the slightest desire to fight. These were 4 exalted immortals with immortal soldiers and immortal generals. Among them, there were only 4 or 5 righteous immortals who had just obtained their immortal fates. How could they fight against them? "What is your method? You should show it now, right?" Luso was not confident, so he quietly pulled on Feng Xing's sleeve and asked in a low voice, "What are you worried about? They are just a few slaves." Feng Xing's eyes turned slightly cold, but his expression did not change. He coldly said, "How dare you block my way?" The exalted immortals firmly occupied the north, south, east, and west directions. They did not say anything and only responded in silence. "Children, follow me and fight our way out. I want to see who among these immortal slaves dares to block my way." Upon seeing this, Feng Xing did not hesitate and directly gave the order. "What?" Everyone was taken aback when they heard that. The group of primordial unity supreme immortals also looked puzzled. They were ordered to trap the imperial prince as soon as he appeared, but there was no order to fight him head-on. After all, he was the son of an immortal emperor. Who would bear the consequences if they angered him? Even if they didn't injure him but injured his subordinates, he would probably be envied by them. What was even more unexpected was that they thought the crown prince was alone, but now they saw the hundreds of celestial soldiers with extraordinary auras around him. If they really fought, no one knew how many casualties there would be. The group of exalted immortals felt a headache coming on after seeing the imperial prince's unyielding attitude and determination to break through the barriers. Haha, your highness, don't mess around. The three immortal sovereigns of Great Scarlet Sky are very worried about you. But fortunately, at this moment, celestial clouds rolled over from the distant heavens. A loud laughter echoed throughout the four regions. Along with this voice, celestial clouds rolled back from the heavens, turning into layers of celestial stairs that descended. Then, on the celestial clouds, a middle-aged man in purple robes slowly descended from the celestial stairs. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and behind him were three old men. They slowly descended from the celestial stairs. Facing the cold and arrogant Feng Xing, this man did not show the slightest fear like the other exalted immortals. Instead, he looked like an elder. His eyes slowly swept over the 300 immortal bandits around Feng Xing, then he smiled nonchalantly and said to Feng Xing, "Come with me." Heavens! Almighty immortal, Lu Shou's expression changed when he saw the middle-aged man, and he groaned inwardly, "I knew I shouldn't have been so high-profile." End of chapter 1496. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.